just sitting in the elevator, accidentally bumped into the stunning wife's ample bosom. Surprisingly, the system popped up with a badass strategy prompt, detecting the host in a life-threatening situation and automatically activating. Option 1, immediately kneel down, apologize, beg the wife for forgiveness, and become a lapdog from then on. Option 2, slap her a few times, impress the stunning wife, and be rewarded with a goddess strategy, returning 1,000-fold. From now on, as long as you spend on any item for a stunning woman above 8 points, you can receive 1,000-fold reward. He laughed immediately, even a fool knows which option to choose. After 3 hours, the stunning wife was completely limp in the elevator, and detecting the host, consuming a box of condoms with the stunning wife, rewarding the host with 10,000 boxes. Please feel free to use them, host. The reason you are so bold is that the apocalypse has erupted, and animals and plants on Earth have begun to mutate. The cute and petite stray cat suddenly transformed into a prehistoric giant saber-toothed tiger. The little Jerry from the sewer on ordinary days mutated into a half-meter-long giant rat, with teeth that can easily gnaw on solid concrete. Meanwhile, humans have become the lowest level in the biosphere. When you return home contentedly, a soft and pleasant voice echoes in your mind. The badass investment return system, binding with the host. Do you want to activate the function to scan for women above 3 points around you? You look completely clueless. Besides loving to watch the popular female anchor dance, your biggest hobby is reading brainless and exciting stories, so you naturally know what a system is. Never in a million years did I expect such a good thing to happen to me. System, scan for any nearby targets that meet the requirements. Ding is currently detecting. Ding detection complete. 2 individuals meet the requirements. As the system's words fell, 2 virtual screens appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Chen, displaying information about the qualified hosts. Name, Lin Jingyun, age, 33, looks, 9 stars. Name, Chen Jiao, age, 26, looks, 8 stars. After reading the information of the 2 individuals, Yang Chen's expression became somewhat strange, as he happened to know both of them. Chen Jiao, kindred spirit, a famous beauty transformation blogger, the goddess of countless boys. It's not surprising to know her, but what's surprising is that she knows Yang Chen, but he doesn't know her. Lin Jingyun's younger brother's neighbor lives next door. In a building with at least over 100 people, unexpectedly, there are only 2 individuals who meet the system's requirements. Yang Chen sat on the sofa, not rushing to approach these 2 individuals. On Central 1 TV, they are taking turns reporting on the evolutionary frenzy event, where global flora and fauna are undergoing mutations due to unknown radiation. Please close your doors and windows, wait for rescue, and turn on your phones, all citizens. All sorts of hot news about plant and animal mutations. The videos of the girls who used to just flirt around. They have all been pushed out of the limelight. Just as I was getting into the rhythm of painting, a panicked woman's scream came from the kitchen. Yang Kun immediately stood up, looked towards the kitchen, where a small window allowed a view of Lin Jingyun's balcony. Approaching the kitchen window, Yang Kun witnessed the following scene. A mature woman in a black lace, camisole nightgown, leaning against the windowsill. In front of her, in the cat bed, a golden tabby figure was visibly growing at an alarming rate. In a matter of seconds, it transformed into the size of a full-grown Labrador, its eyes bloodshot, exuding ferocity and wildness. Without hesitation, Lin Jingyun was one of his targets, and Yang Kun wouldn't stand by and watch him die. He opened the small window and shouted at the bewildered mature woman across, "Get out of the way. If you don't run now, it'll be too late," he heard the voice. Lin Jingyun suddenly turned his head to meet Yang Chen's eyes, nervously asking, "What's wrong?" "Never mind that, just go," Yang Chen replied. "Hurry and get out, or you'll be the first to be eaten by it." Lin Jingyun, it's your first time experiencing this kind of thing, so it's understandable that you're a bit lost and panicked. But if you want to die, stay in that room. If you don't, run out. I'll be waiting at the door to pick you up, hee. Coincidentally, I have no idea how I got involved with Lin Jingyun, but once you enter my house, whether you stay or leave is no longer up to you. Lin Jingyun's mind was in chaos. When Yang Kun shouted like that, coupled with his fierce nyo-nyo, Lin Jingyun instinctively ran to the door and opened it to go out. At the moment of closing the door, he saw Nyo-Nyo, whose body size was comparable to a Tibetan Mastiff, baring her fangs, looking ferocious and vicious as she ran towards him. This scared him into quickly closing the door. Heart-pounding, tense and thrilling, Lin Jingyun leaned against the door, panting. At this moment, the door next to him also opened. You beckoned to Lin Jingyun, urging him to come in quickly as things outside were getting crazy. Thinking of Nyo-Nyo's terrifying appearance just now, Lin Jingyun shuddered with lingering fear, feeling a chill rising in his heart, causing a slight tremor to run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Lin Jingyun entered the room, and the door slammed shut. In a rush to escape from home, Lin Jingyun even lost a slipper in his haste to enter the house. After calming down for a few minutes, Lin Jingyun realized his attire was inappropriate. How could he wear such sexy pajamas in front of a stranger? Thinking about his embarrassing situation, Lin Jingyun sat on the sofa, his face blushing with embarrassment, his fair and slender long legs pressed tightly together. His toes involuntarily began to curl up. "Thank you for saving me." To prevent the awkward atmosphere from lingering, Lin Jingyun spoke up and found a topic of conversation. Yang Kun waved his hand nonchalantly, looking at Lin Jingyun with a half-smile. "It's fine. I have enough food here to last for over a month, but you can't just eat and drink for free, right?" Lin Jingyun quickly said, "I can give you money," as Yang Kun chuckled. Qian thought, in this world now, is money still useful? The mutated plants and animals outside don't recognize it, treating those red bills with indifference. "Money is the most useless thing," Qian stated. Lin Jingyun lowered her head, clutching her skirt, and asked, "Then what do you want?" "Other than money, he has nothing now." "No, he doesn't even have money," Qian remarked. "His phone is at home, so he can't even make a transfer," Qian explained. Yang Chen scrutinized the mature woman from head to toe, unable to help but think, this is a top-notch woman. With a delicate beauty, no signs of time marked her face, instead, it enhanced her mature allure. Her figure was in excellent shape, slim where needed and curvy in the right places. Standing at 1.72 meters tall, she appeared particularly tall and slender. Yang Chen spoke, openly assessing Lin Jingyun with an undisguised gaze. Lin Jingyun was initially stunned, but then her cheeks instantly blushed as she realized. He hadn't expected that this young person, who usually stayed at home like himself, would say such things, catching him off guard. This was a far cry from the shy and socially anxious person he had known before. It was like a complete transformation. Lin Jingyun didn't know, in the past, Yang Chen wasn't shy due to social anxiety, he was just lazy to interact with people. Being lazy to interact doesn't mean he can't interact. "That's right, it's you." Yang Chen nods. Lin Jingyun can't just reject without considering it. Yang Chen didn't insist, "It's just the direction of the entrance, where the door is, you can leave." "Oh, right. Absolutely do not go outside the residential area, there are mutant beasts everywhere, just like your pet cat at home. The mutant plants outside are also very dangerous, especially at night." Seeing Yang Kun so decisive wanting to drive himself away, Lin Jingyun is puzzled, so resolute. "Are you sure you won't persuade me again? Maybe I would have agreed." Originally, Lin Jingyun's mood had calmed down, but as soon as Yang Kun said that outside was full of monsters like Nyonyo, his suspended heart completely sank. Monsters are everywhere, how can one survive? Nyonyo at home has already mutated, he truly has nowhere to go. "How about we discuss it again?" Lin Jingyun shows weakness, saying in a pleading tone, "I'll be your housekeeper, I can cook, but I can't do laundry. I can do housework." "No," Lin Jingyun cries with a mournful face, "beauty is a disaster." At this moment he finally understood the meaning of this phrase, "It's all because I'm too beautiful." Lin Jingyun praised himself inwardly. But let's be realistic. Yang Chen is a normal man, he has this idea, and other men probably feel the same, lusting after beautiful women. In the past, during peaceful times, in a society governed by law, but now women without power, especially those who are beautiful, have only two fates in the tomb, to die. They are used by those strong individuals as tools to vent desires, a currency that can be traded freely. Living worse than a dog. If caught by some bad people, just thinking about Lin Jingyun's fate makes one shiver, but looking at Yang Chen, this young man is quite handsome. Is it not enough that I agreed? After much psychological preparation, Lin Jingyun reluctantly agreed, feeling that, in order to survive, she could lower her bottom line a bit more. Hearing Lin Jingyun's words, Yang Chen smiled, "You're 10 years older than me. Do you mind if I call you by a nickname?" After some thought, Lin Jingyun said seriously, "If possible, I'd prefer you to call me sister. Calling me auntie feels too old." Refuting is ineffective. "As long as I like it, it's fine. What hobby is this of yours? Are you hungry? I have a bucket of instant noodles here, you eat first to fill your stomach." Yang Chen took out a bucket of spicy beef noodles and tossed it over, caught by Lin Jingyun. At the same time, Yang Chen remembered the system's prompt, investing a bucket of spicy beef noodles in Lin Jingyun, resulting in a punishment of a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 buckets of spicy beef noodles. Yang Chen felt delighted. Can there be a 10,000-fold return here? Looking at Lin Jingyun again, there's a loyalty level of 80 above her head. After all, we just met. To have this level of loyalty is already commendable. Now, let's get down to business. Have a bottle of water. Yang Chen took out 2 bottles of purified water from the double-door refrigerator. He tossed one of the bottles to Lin Jingyun. Unscrewing the cap, she drank 2/3 of the bottle in one go. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Ebo mineral water triggers a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 bottles of Ebo mineral water. Hearing the pleasant system notification in his mind, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. Now, he needed to think about how to arm himself. After finishing a bottle of water, Yang Chen sat in front of his computer desk. System, is there any way to help me become stronger? Yang Chen asked the system in his mind. Ding! Humans can awaken their abilities to evolve. Innate awakening involves ingesting a specific amount of virus to awaken immediately. Acquired awakening allows the host to search for and consume ability fruits to awaken. Ability fruits? Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, then his heart filled with joy. Are ability fruits what I think they are? Where do they grow? Just as the host thinks, ability fruits randomly grow on any plant, but they are rare and require the host's patience to find. They grow on any plant. Yang Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly ran to the living room balcony without hesitation. In the living room balcony, Yang Chen had many potted plants, including a kumquat tree. At the top of the kumquat tree, a golden, round fruit was growing. It was completely different from the surrounding fruits, almost like a wild variety. Yang Chen had noticed the existence of this fruit in his past life but had never been sure what it was, so he let it grow on the kumquat tree. If he guessed correctly, this thing should be the ability fruit, right? As he was about to pick the fruit and eat it, Yang Chen hesitated with the thought of the 10,000-fold return. Almost made a big mistake. Holding the mysterious fruit, Yang Chen went to the bedroom. Eat this. He tossed the ability fruit to Lin Jinyun. Picking up the ability fruit, Lin Jinyun asked in surprise, "What is this?" Yang Chen replied, it's a kumquat." Lin Jinyun attempted to peel it, but Yang Chen stopped her. In the end, she ate the whole fruit. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun with a golden attribute ability fruit triggers a 10,000-fold return. The host can choose between the divine-level golden attribute ability Master of Gold and 10,000 ordinary golden attribute ability fruits. Choose one. Normally, choosing more would be more profitable. However, the first option had the prefix divine level. Items with such prefixes were usually not simple. Thinking that this ability was for his own use, Yang Chen had an answer in his mind. System, I choose the divine level golden attribute ability Master of Gold. Ding! In an instant, Yang Chen felt his body undergoing a transformation. His skin turned crimson, as hot as a furnace. Not only Yang Chen, but Lin Jinyun also underwent a change. Her fair body rapidly turned red, as if being steamed in a bamboo steamer. What's happening to me? Lin Jinyun was a bit panicked. Seeing Yang Chen in the same state almost made her cry. You're not poisonous, are you? Yang Chen. Shut up. Focus on evolving and awakening your abilities. Half an hour passed before the two completed this evolution. Feeling his current body, Yang Chen felt full of strength, as if he could punch a hole in the sky. Of course, this was just a vague feeling transmitted to his brain after the sudden surge of power, commonly known as being high. With Yang Chen's current physical fitness, beating a group of ordinary people was no problem, and if he used his abilities, he would dare to challenge mutant beasts. Besides his physical fitness, Yang Chen also gained the ability to manipulate metal. Current strength, with oneself as the center, within a 100-meter radius, Yang Chen can freely manipulate metal objects within the range, from simple manipulation to decomposing and reassembling metal into any desired shape, all falling within the realm of mastering and controlling metal substances. Let's just consider it as the first level for now. Yang Chen laughed from the bottom of his heart. In the apocalypse, having the power to protect oneself and safeguard one's cherished possessions brings more joy than anything else. With power comes the pursuit of revenge. Yang Chen clenched his fist, his eyes gradually turning cold, a hint of killing intent surging within. He thought of the neighbors who had caused his death in his previous life. This time, I'll have fun with you all. It's my turn to be the hunter. Yang Chen wasn't planning on simply killing them, that would be too easy. He wanted to torment this group of people. Let them experience what a real apocalypse feels like. How about turning spouses against each other? Or brothers in conflict? There are plenty of options, just waiting to be executed. Yang Chen, I've awakened the ability to control metal. Lin Jinyun exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on the soft bed. Her personality was a complete contrast to her mature appearance. Thank you. She jumped off the bed and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. There was no lingering resentment towards Yang Chen in her heart. This man is truly kind. He's willing to give her such a precious gift that can awaken supernatural abilities. If it were Lin Jinyun herself, she believed she wouldn't be as generous. At the very least, she would ensure her own safety first or wait until the other party passed a probation period before revealing it. But Yang Chen didn't hesitate. He just gave it to her. Lin Jinyun didn't know that Yang Chen had given it to her just to trigger a 1,000-fold return. She gained a supernatural ability, while Yang Chen obtained a divine-level supernatural ability. Lin Jinyun might have gained something, but Yang Chen never lost. Night quietly arrived. As darkness fell, a thick white fog drifted from somewhere, shrouding the entire globe in less than a minute, and the temperature gradually dropped as the white fog enveloped the world. 20 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees Celsius, 0 degrees Celsius, minus 10 degrees Celsius. The temperature finally settled at minus 25 degrees Celsius. The nights ahead would only get colder. When the power went out in a few days, life would become even more challenging without air conditioning. Yang Chen had already turned on all the air conditioners in the house early on, cranking up the warm air to the maximum and dressing himself in winter clothes for maximum warmth, not afraid even in minus 20 degrees Celsius. Lin Jinyun's clothes were all at home, and she had arrived wearing a black lace camisole nightgown, so she was now wearing Yang Chen's winter clothes. Shoo! Rubbing her hands, Lin Jinyun sat on the living room sofa and looked out the balcony floor-to-ceiling window at the white mist outside, shivering slightly. What on earth is happening in this world? Plants grow wildly during the day, animals mutate, and at night, the white fog rises, temperatures drop below zero. How are we supposed to survive? Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head, thinking, this is just the beginning. There are unknown creatures in the white fog, but they don't seem interested in people inside buildings. However, nothing is absolute, so it's better to be cautious. What? There are monsters in the fog? My goodness, what kind of survival mode is this? Lin Jinyun exclaimed. Is the beef stew ready? Yang Chen asked. Lin Jinyun got up and headed towards the kitchen. I'll go check. 2.5 minutes later. It's ready. In 5 minutes, the two of them brought the food to the table. All 5 dishes were cooked by Lin Jinyun. They looked appetizing and smelled delicious, but the taste remained to be seen. Placing a steaming bowl of rice in front of Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun sat across from him, looking at him expectantly. How does my cooking taste? Lin Jinyun had a clear understanding and recognition of her role. She was Lin, the cook ant, the housekeeping ant, the happy ant, the massage ant, Jinyun. Starting from cleaning the room after taking a shower, she did everything by herself and didn't let Yang Chen intervene at all. Yang Chen picked up a piece of stewed, tender beef and put it in his mouth. The taste was good, the beef was tender and flavorful, especially delicious with rice. Not bad. Yang Chen gave a thumbs up and urged, don't just sit there, eat quickly. Lin Jinyun picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. As expected of me, my cooking skills haven't diminished at all. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun with a piece of beef triggers a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pounds of beef. Hearing the pleasant notification in his mind, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. Eat quickly, have more. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun with a potato triggers a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pounds of potatoes. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun with a fried egg triggers a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 eggs. Ding! Lin Jinyun. Every time Lin Jinyun ate something, a pile of supplies would appear in Yang Chen's infinite space. Ding dong! At that moment, Yang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw a message sent by the property owner. Property manager Zhang at all members, does anyone have extra food? I will purchase it at twice the market price. I'm your father, ridiculous, who would find having extra food a problem in this situation? Everyone is struggling to have enough to eat, and you want to buy more. What nonsense are you thinking? Go for it, Ali, +1 to the comment above. In times like these, resources are life. Tired of destruction, damn, are we even supposed to survive like this? The temperature drop is severe, my air conditioner isn't working well, I'm freezing to death. Chirp explosion, to the person above, I'm even afraid to go to the bathroom, fearing it might freeze halfway, then I'll have to use a hammer while doing my business. Society's tiger brother, does anyone have baby formula? I'll exchange food with you, my child is running low on formula. Family harmony leads to success. In times like these, we must unite as one. With collective efforts we can overcome the current difficulties. As the saying goes, special circumstances call for special measures. I suggest we pool our resources, distribute them evenly every day, so we can survive longer. I'll set an example, images, invincible dinosaur warrior. Damn, with the little resources you have, who would want to pool with you, let alone distribute evenly? You shameless old man. Due to the dispute over pooling resources, family harmony leads to success, and invincible dinosaur warrior started arguing in the property owner group. Yang Chen hadn't forgotten the grudges from his past life. He remembered clearly who had wronged him in his previous life. After some thought, Yang Chen sent a message in the group. Chaos in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, I'm buying a new type of fruit. The discoverer can contact me privately. Once confirmed, I can exchange it for food. This message caught the attention of some people in the group. Someone asked Yang Chen what he needed the fruit for. Yang Chen replied, this newly appeared fruit today is quite unique, I plan to study it. The property owners couldn't think of any other use, so they changed the topic. Yang Chen and the property owners chatted for a while in the group and then went silent, mainly discussing where superpower fruits might grow. People generally wouldn't easily consume unknown things unless they were extremely hungry, but Yang Chen mentioned that superpower fruits could be exchanged for food, so there was a high probability that someone would discover and exchange them. Would it be difficult to choose between a strange fruit of unknown use and a pile of food? Even if someone ate the superpower fruit and awakened a power, the loss wouldn't be significant. This method could quickly obtain superpower fruits, and only a very small percentage of people would dare to eat them. In the end, Yang Chen would profit from exchanging for superpower fruits. He had awakened his power now, but he was still lacking in terms of weapons. After some thought, Yang Chen got up, went to the kitchen, and came back with a small kitchen knife. This is for you. A kitchen knife? Lin Jinyun was puzzled, not understanding why Yang Chen would suddenly give her a kitchen knife. Was he hungry again and wanted her to cook? Thank you. Catching the knife, Lin Jinyun was a bit confused. Was she really hungry? Should she go and cook? Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's well-crafted kitchen knife triggers a return of 1,000-fold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 modern alloy straight knives. Listening to the system's prompt, Yang Chen pondered. From a small kitchen knife to a modern alloy straight knife, the quality has undoubtedly been raised several notches. While the quality has improved, the quantity has decreased. It seems that the system's 1,000-fold return is calculated from various perspectives. After several returns on investment, Yang Chen had a rough understanding of the return mechanism. Just like Evian mineral water, if the quality of the Evian mineral water returned to you is unparalleled in the present world, the quantity will be in the tens of thousands. Improving a small kitchen knife into a modern alloy straight knife is an enhancement in quality, with a decrease in quantity. The combination of the two does meet the requirements of 1,000-fold return. Not bad. At least this system truly delivers 1,000-fold return, not deceiving. Yang Chen took out 2 modern alloy straight knives from the infinite space. The alloy straight knife was about 1.2 meters long, with the handle measuring 25 centimeters and the blade 95 centimeters. Among bladed weapons, it was shorter than an embroidery knife but longer than a tang horizontal knife or a yenling knife. Yang Chen felt comfortable with this length. He tossed 1 alloy straight knife to Lin Jinyun and said, "This is a gift for you. You should learn to protect yourself in the future." Seeing the new toy, Lin Jinyun immediately dropped the old knife in her hand and held the alloy straight knife lovingly, nodding repeatedly at Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen waited for a while, but there was no system prompt in his mind. It seemed that there was no way to exploit a bug. Yang Chen was not upset. He was already satisfied with the current effectiveness of the system. Ding dong! Yang Chen's phone rang with a system prompt. He checked the message, which was from someone named Yuer asking for food. Yuer, Yang Chen, do you have any food at home? Can you send me some? I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm hungry. Yang Chen pondered, recalling information about Yuer. Yuer's real name was Wang Xiaoye, a semi-popular anchor on the Zhiyin short video platform. Yang Chen had met Wang Xiaoye at a broadcaster conference in Jiang City, and since they lived in the same building, he added her contact information, feeling a sense of fate. Anchors who could be semi-popular usually had decent looks. Initially, Yang Chen added her contact information out of curiosity to see if they could get along. Later, he found out that this woman wanted to take advantage of him, so he promptly withdrew. However, during their contact, Wang Xiaoye had gained some basic knowledge about Yang Chen's home. While other neighbors might not know how many resources Yang Chen had at home, she probably had a rough idea. As a semi-popular anchor, Wang Xiaoye couldn't cook and didn't have the habit of stocking up on food at home. During peacetime, she either dined at high-end restaurants or ordered takeout at home. Now, with the apocalypse, apart from tap water, she had nothing else at home, maybe a few snacks at most. But that wasn't enough to stave off hunger. Seeing Yang Chen's message in the homeowners group, she immediately thought of Yang Chen. Yang Chen coldly chuckled as he read the message. In his past life, Wang Xiaoye was among those who broke into his home, even leading others to it. In large city neighborhoods, neighbors weren't particularly close, some not even knowing who lived above or below them after years. In such circumstances, it was difficult for those neighbors to pinpoint where Yang Chen lived. But Wang Xiaoye, this woman led those people to easily find Yang Chen's doorstep. It can be said that Wang Xiaoye is one of Yang Chen's main enemies. 13th floor. Wang Xiaoye's home. The hot air from the air conditioner was turned up to the maximum, and Wang Xiaoye tightly wrapped herself in a thick quilt. She had live-streamed until early morning last night, slept until noon, and when she woke up, the world outside had already changed drastically. In this situation, there was no delivery person available to bring her food. She managed to get through noon with half a bag of potato chips and a few cookies left at home, but it wasn't enough to satisfy her hunger. She had skipped breakfast in the morning, ate little for lunch, and by evening, Wang Xiaoye's stomach was aching from hunger. Unable to bear it, she decided to see if there were any easy targets on the list. Coincidentally, the homeowners group chat was lively, and Wang Xiaoye opened it to see a familiar ID buying a new type of fruit. It was then that Wang Xiaoye remembered Yang Chen, the fish that had escaped the fish pond. Thinking about Yang Chen's squirrel-like nature, Wang Xiaoye immediately became excited. If she could get hold of Yang Chen's food, her chances of surviving until rescue arrived would be higher. And that's how the previous message came about. But when Wang Xiaoye saw Yang Chen's reply in the pictures, she was dumbfounded. Even with her living standards lowered, there were still 5 dishes and a soup, 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian dishes. How high must your living standards have been before the disaster struck? Looking at the delicious and fragrant braised pork, the tender stewed beef, and the clear bone and corn soup in the picture, Wang Xiaoye's stomach couldn't help but growl. Resentment towards Yang Chen quietly grew in her heart. Why do you have so much food that you can't share some with me? I even showed you my beautiful photos on my social media before. But she wasn't foolish. It was useless to confront Yang Chen at this point. He was different from her other admirers, he wouldn't be a slave to beauty. She needed to soften her approach. After some thought, Wang Xiaoye sent a coquettish voice message. It's your brother Yang Chen. I'm really hungry now, it's cold outside, and there are so many monsters out there. If you come to pick me up, I'll keep you company. I can warm your bed and let you do a little naughty thing, ding dong. A message came from the other side. During the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, I'm sorry, the bed warming position has been taken. The picture showed Lin Jinyun, a mature woman, leaning on Yang Chen's shoulder in a black lace nightgown, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders and collarbones. Seeing this photo, Wang Xiaoye was dumbfounded. She had seen Lin Jinyun before. She was a well-known mature woman in the building. They had even met a few times. As a woman, Wang Xiaoye had to admit that Lin Jinyun's mature charm was extremely attractive to all women, not to mention men who thought with their lower body. But the issue now wasn't about praising her beauty. It was about her taking Wang Xiaoye's place. That position should have been hers. All the food in Yang Chen's house should have been hers too. Now another woman had moved in, consuming her food. How could Wang Xiaoye tolerate this? As a selfish and possessive woman, Wang Xiaoye had subconsciously considered Yang Chen's resources as her own. Now that someone else was eating that food, it felt like they were stealing from her pocket. Wang Xiaoye quickly sent a message. It's your brother Yang Chen. Why are you getting involved with this kind of woman? She's already married, and she brings different men home every day. You should kick this slut out. Yang Chen didn't reply to the message. At Yang Chen's home. He. Yang Chen, who possessed a system, naturally did not believe Wang Xiaoye's words. Lin Jinyun, who could withstand the system's scrutiny, was not the kind of woman in any aspect. She was purely jealous and defaming Lin Jinyun. The next morning, the thick fog outside dissipated at 6 o'clock. 6 in the evening and 6 in the morning. It was as if Blue Star was shrouded in fog for 12 hours. The situation in the west was unclear, but this was the case in Huaxia. The next day, Yang Chen woke up at 10 in the morning. He woke up Lin Jinyun and said, "Today we will go to your house to deal with that mutant beast and then move all your things back." Lin Jinyun nodded in agreement. Okay. In the kitchen, Lin Jinyun started preparing breakfast for the day. She took out pre-made fried chicken and French fries from the refrigerator. Lin Jinyun busied herself in the kitchen. Half an hour later, breakfast was served. A Western-style fast food breakfast. The two of them leisurely finished their breakfast. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's fried chicken, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pieces of fried chicken. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's spicy chicken leg burger, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 spicy chicken leg burgers. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's bottle of Pepsi, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bottles of Pepsi. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's 100 French fries, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million French fries. In Yang Chen's infinite space, piles of hamburgers, French fries, and fried chicken appeared out of thin air. And they were all cooked, ready to eat. Time in the infinite space was frozen, so Yang Chen didn't have to worry about food spoilage. This was just for Lin Jinyun. What if there were a few more goddesses? Yang Chen couldn't even imagine the scene by then. They probably wouldn't be able to finish eating even if they ate until they died. Food wasn't the most important thing. The awesome investment system could also return a 10,000-fold for supernatural fruits, weapons, and the like. An ordinary gold-type ability could directly return as a divine-level gold-type ability, the Master of Gold. As a first tier, Yang Chen could control any metal substance within 100 meters in diameter. As for the limit, Yang Chen didn't know. So far, he hadn't used his ability much. After breakfast, Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun dressed neatly and went out. Lin Jinyun was wearing Yang Chen's jeans and jacket, holding a alloy straight knife tightly following behind Yang Chen. That mutant cat is your pet's mutation. You wouldn't be unwilling to kill her, would you? Yang Chen asked Lin Jinyun in front of her house. Lin Jinyun quickly shook her head. Are you kidding? If you hadn't reminded me yesterday, I would have died under that mutant girl's claws long ago. And, she is no longer Nyonyo. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's good. In the apocalypse, who do people hate the most? Not the irredeemably evil, but the saints and saintly bitches. Saints might put you in danger. Saintly bitches would definitely put you in danger. In the current apocalypse, just kill these two types of people when you encounter them. Yang Chen activated the Master of Gold. With him as the center, all metal substances within 100 meters were within his perception range. He could directly manipulate all the metal substances in Lin Jinyun's house, controlling them from a distance. However, his eyes couldn't see through, separated by an iron door. He couldn't confirm the mutant cat's location. He had to open the door. Yang Chen raised his hand and virtually grasped in front of him. The anti-theft window on Lin Jinyun's balcony was directly torn down, disassembled, reassembled, and finally turned into a palm made of reinforced steel, slowly moving close to the door. Use your ability to open the door. Yang Chen's ability was the divine-level Master of Gold. Lin Jinyun's ability was similar to Yang Chen's, allowing her to control metal, named Metal Manipulation. Lin Jinyun nodded, her delicate jade hand gripping the door handle, manipulating the metal mechanism to unlock the door. With a gentle twist, the door opened. As the door swung open, there was no sign of the mutated cat inside. Lin Jinyun tentatively called out, "Nyonyo? Meow." Suddenly, a sharp cat cry rang out from above them. A golden-striped cat, the size of a Tibetan Mastiff, had its sharp claws embedded in the ceiling, its massive body hanging down, staring at the two at the door, baring its sharp teeth and emitting a piercing roar. Both of them looked towards the sound and couldn't help their hearts skipping a beat when they saw the mutated cat. Even Yang Chen was no exception. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes facing a mutated beast directly. The visual impact was still explosive. Cats were already at the top of the food chain. With this size, it was almost impossible to survive. However, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. The moment he saw the mutated cat, he controlled the anti-theft net palm to strike. The cat's reflexes were strong. It easily dodged the strike of the anti-theft net palm, swiftly moving towards the two at the door with a fierce look in its eyes. Yang Chen pushed Lin Jinyun aside, blades of the ancestral sect. The infinite space door opened before them, and sharp alloy straight knives flew out from the infinite space door. Under the blessing of Yang Chen's golden dominator, their speed increased. They collided head-on with the mutated cat. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of knife marks appeared on the mutated cat's body, some shallow, some deep. Its golden fur was stained with red blood. Several alloy straight knives were directly embedded in the flesh of the mutated cat. The pain made the mutated cat emit sharp meows. Meow, meow, meow. It exerted force with its limbs, quickly moving away from Yang Chen. But Yang Chen didn't give it a chance to escape. He continued to control the alloy straight knives to pursue. A man knows his own business best. Yang Chen was a game anchor. He didn't know any swordsmanship or martial arts. The only martial arts he had learned in his life was the military boxing during college military training. With his limited skills, he engaged in close combat with the mutated cat using the alloy straight knives. Was he crazy? This kind of fighting style was quite effective. There was no need to directly engage with the mutated cat. The anti-theft net was blocking the door, providing some defense. Puff chirp puff chirp puff chirp. The mutated cat's reactions and speed were fast. but in the confined space, it had nowhere to escape. 98 alloy straight knives danced, filling the living room. Wherever the mutated cat ran, it would be hit by several knives. It could also break the window and jump out. But this was the 31st floor, jumping would mean certain death. Cats were already smart, and after mutation, they were even more cunning. The mutated cat knew that jumping would be fatal. Meow meow meow. Puff chirp puff chirp puff chirp. Yang Chen showed no mercy, calmly manipulating the alloy straight knives to attack the mutated cat. More and more alloy straight knives pierced the flesh of the mutated cat. 10 seconds later, the mutated cat lay on the ground, barely breathing, blood flowing from its wounds. Its body was full of alloy straight knives, like a hedgehog. Finally, the mutated cat died. Hey, if I had a powerful defensive ability to match, wouldn't I be a war machine? Anyone who comes would be under fire. After killing the mutated cat, Yang Chen retracted the 98 alloy straight knives into the infinite space and threw the anti-theft net on the ground, leading Lin Jinyun into the living room. Looking at the mutated cat's body, Lin Jinyun's eyes were complex, sighing softly. After all, she had raised the cat for several years, so saying she had no feelings was false. But the cat she raised, Nyo-Nyo, was already dead. Under this mutation, it had turned into a fierce beast that preyed on humans. Lin Jinyun was not the kind of woman to dwell on herself. After a simple adjustment of her emotions, she smiled at Yang Chen. I still have plenty of food at home, let's move everything back. Okay. Yang Chen nodded, his gaze falling on the mutant cat. But before that, I'll throw this mutant cat's body down. There's a corpse next door, just the thought of it gives me the creeps. Lin Jinyun didn't refuse. She first found her phone, then went to the kitchen to gather the food. Yang Chen grabbed the mutant cat by the back of its neck and dragged it towards the balcony window. Inadvertently, Yang Chen's palm touched the back of the mutant cat's head. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt a warm current passing through his body from the mutant cat's head through his palm. In an instant, Yang Chen felt warm all over. Ha! Yang Chen was stunned for a moment, releasing his hand to carefully feel the changes happening in himself. What's going on? The warm current came and went quickly. After the warmth disappeared, Yang Chen felt that his physical abilities had been enhanced. Both his strength and speed were a bit stronger than before. Could it be that there's something in the mutant beast's brain that can make superhumans stronger? At that moment, Yang Chen thought about prying open the mutant cat's skull to check. But he didn't do it. He brought the mutant cat's body to the balcony, opened the window, and threw it down. After doing all this, Yang Chen washed his hands at the kitchen sink. Then he and Lin Jinyun cleaned up the food in the kitchen together. Lin Jinyun, with a monthly allowance of 500,000, no pressure from mortgage or car loans, apart from saving 300,000 every month, spent the remaining 200,000 all on herself. She definitely wouldn't skimp on her meals. The steak was from Sakura's Wagyu beef, French foie gras, vegetables, fruits, snacks, all of excellent quality. Yang Chen stored everything in the infinite space. Besides the metal-based ability, I also have spatial storage ability. As long as you follow me, you won't have to worry about food in the future. Lin Jinyun gave Yang Chen a look and said, "You're always bullying people." Ha ha. Does Aunt Lin practice yoga? Of course, I practice yoga. Really? Then teach me. I heard that yoga is an ancient Indian practice. I wonder if it has unexpected effects in this day and age. Sure. About 2.5 minutes later, Lin Jinyun came out wearing gray yoga pants and a pink tank top. Let me show you my yoga practice. Teach me, I want to learn too. On the third day of the outbreak, Lin Jinyun's home. The next day, the two packed up everything they could use at home into the infinite space and returned to Yang Chen's home. During the disaster, the outside world would only become more dangerous. Mutant beasts like the mutant cat were everywhere. Yang Chen had no intention of leaving the community without enough self-defense power. Anyway, he had enough supplies to last a lifetime, without a trace of fear. Just live on. As the saying goes, when basic needs are met, one should think about entertainment. He couldn't just follow Lin Jinyun around exercising all day, right? Here, this power bank is for you. Yang Chen took out a brick and handed it to Lin Jinyun. It was a 50,000 mAh high-capacity power bank, the largest in Yang Chen's collection. Lin Jinyun was puzzled as she took the power bank. Why are you giving me a power bank? It's so big? Ding! Invested in Lin Jinyun's 50,000 mAh power bank, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 fully charged 50,000 mAh power banks. With nothing else to do, Yang Chen started investing in Lin Jinyun for a 10,000-fold return. Ding! Invested in Lin Jinyun's fruit tablet, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 fruit tablets. Ding! Invested in Lin Jinyun's sanitary pads, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 packs of sanitary pads. Ding! Invested in Lin Jinyun's Sony game console, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 Sony game consoles. Ding! Lin Jinyun's game cartridge investment triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 230,000 random games. Ding! Lin Jinyun was puzzled. What was this man up to, giving her all these strange things? Oh well, never mind. Ding dong! At that moment, both Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun's phones rang simultaneously. They checked and saw it was a message from the homeowners group. However, the group's name had changed. It used to be the homeowners group of Building 3, Unit 1 in Jinqiu City. Now it had become the Disaster Mutual Aid Group. Mutual aid? In this post-apocalyptic world where desires and ugliness were magnified infinitely, this term seemed particularly ironic. Disaster Mutual Aid Group. Rich young master Luo Hai at all members' latest news. The garrison in Jiangcheng has launched a cleanup and rescue operation. The original first military region of Jiangcheng has now become a refuge area. Hang in there, everyone. Rescue is on its way. This news was like a bolt from the blue, stirring all the lurking homeowners. Little Pig Peppa, is it true? That's great, we finally have hope. I knew the authorities wouldn't abandon us, sob. My name is Zhang Xiaomei at Rich Young Master Luo Hai Luo. Do you have any specific information on when the rescue will reach our Jinqiu city? My family is running out of food. Chirp burst, is the information accurate? It can't be fake, right? Rich Young Master Luo Hai at Chirp burst. This information is from my uncle. How could it be fake? Do you know who my uncle is? Don't believe it, then forget it. Rich young Master Luo Hai was quite well known in the homeowners group. He was a second-generation rich kid with a strong background. Rumor had it that even the authorities were connected to his family. Now, hearing him speak, everyone believed him almost entirely. Compliments for rich young Master Luo Hai in the group were non-stop. The messages of flattery kept coming. Yang Chen had seen this message in his past life. He had been excited because of it. But, during the first month of the disaster outbreak, no military rescue had reached their Jinqiu City neighborhood or nearby. Their hope of waiting for military rescue in Jinqiu City was doomed to fail. Anyway, Yang Chen wouldn't pin his hopes on elusive rescue. The information in the group kept rolling. Rich young Master Luo Hai, don't worry, my uncle said the military has started advancing from the west to the east. I believe it won't be long before they reach our Jinqiu City neighborhood. Asterisk. What's this? From west to east? Luo, do you even know where we are located? The farthest east. Going any further east, we'll end up in the sea. So, we're the farthest from the military and refuge areas. Mr. Zhang, young people, my family is running out of food. Can any kind-hearted young person bring me some food? Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of China. You young people mustn't forget that. Mrs. Li, who has chocolate at home? My grandson hasn't had chocolate for 3 days. These two were heavyweight figures. Mr. Zhang loved scavenging and being frugal. The hallway on his floor was filled with trash and junk. The smell was unbearable. When the residents on his floor tried to reason with him, this old man would lie on the ground and refuse to get up, trying to extort money. He would rummage through any unattended garbage bags for paper or plastic bottles, leaving a mess in front of people's doors. Mrs. Li was the leader of square dancing. Every evening, she would gather her so-called sisters to dance in the neighborhood, blasting the music at maximum volume, causing a disturbance. Her grandson was a troublemaker who scratched people's cars in the neighborhood. When confronted, she would throw a tantrum, leaving the car owners with a headache. Even the police couldn't handle this troublemaker. In short, these were two old troublemakers. It was like the saying on the internet, it's not that old people turn bad, it's that bad people grow old. Normally, everyone could tolerate these two old troublemakers, but seeing them causing trouble now, they immediately confronted them. The two old scoundrels in the group indignantly accused everyone of lacking filial piety and disrespecting the elderly. End of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Filial piety is for the elders at home. Who do you think you are? Peppa Pig, that's right. End of the Eastern Han Dynasty is right. Who are you to offer filial piety like us? Invincible dinosaur warrior, I suggest you either drop dead right here or put down your phone and stop affecting everyone's mood in the group. Yang Shin didn't directly leave the group chat. Instead, he posted some advertisements in the group. End of the Eastern Han Dynasty, have you noticed any strange fruits growing on your plants at home? I can exchange food with you, I have a keen interest in novel things. With this statement, the group chat's direction shifted. Invincible Dinosaur Warrior, bro, I don't have any plants at home. Can I exchange with something else? How about a watch or Mount Eye liquor? Peppa Pig, I do have plants at home, but I haven't seen any strange fruits growing on them. Rich young Master Luo Hai, do you really have that much food? Don't lie to everyone, seeing is believing, don't let this guy deceive you. My name is Zhang Xiaomei, exactly, what young Master Luo said is right. Everyone knows that food is precious at this time. Who would trade it? Be careful, he might be teasing you, treating you like a fool. Upon seeing this message, Yang Chen smiled. With a thought, the door to the infinite space opened, and a large amount of food spilled out from the door, forming a small mountain. Inside were buckets of fried chicken, hamburgers, potato chips, Pepsi, and fresh beef weighing tens of pounds. Yang Chen took a photo and posted it in the group, and captioned it, "End of the Eastern Han Dynasty, practice more dishes." Picture, as soon as the photo was posted, the group erupted. Invincible Dinosaur Warrior, damn, bro, are you a squirrel to hoard this much? Black Wheel King, the food is piled up like a mountain. Brother, sell me some food, I'm willing to pay 10 times the market price. My family is running out of food. Big Fat Goose, yeah, my family can't hold on for a few more days. Brother, please help us. Xenu, National Can Fly brother, it seems like the plumbing in my house is broken. Can you come over and help me fix it? I'll pay you. Family harmony brings prosperity. Young man, in times of disaster, we should work together and move forward with all our might. This way, we can survive longer. My suggestion is to centralize resources for distribution. Moreover, many of the foods you have are not suitable for storage and will spoil if kept for long. It's better to help those in need. Do you think I'm right? Flowers bloom in riches, old son is right. Young man, you can't be confused at this time. My son said he wants to eat a hamburger. Can you send some over? I won't take advantage of you, I'll give you $5, is that enough? End of the Eastern Han Dynasty, screw you. What your son wants to eat has nothing to do with me. If he wants to eat, you go make it for him. Flowers bloom in riches, how dare you speak to me like that? No matter what, I'm your elder, and you dare to curse at me. End of the Eastern Han Dynasty, damn, I'm cursing at you, you old scoundrel. Flowers bloom in riches, you. Flowers bloom in riches was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. End of the Eastern Han Dynasty, if you can't speak, hurry up and die, don't waste the air, don't bury yourself either. My suggestion is to hang yourself directly. Family harmony brings prosperity. Young man, this is where you're wrong. Isn't respecting the elderly and caring for the young a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation? End of the Eastern Han Dynasty, you, get lost. After posting this, Yang Chen directly left the group chat interface. These people are still not ruthless enough. Well, almost all the older generation in China have the habit of storing food at home for a few days. It's only the third day of the apocalypse, their homes probably still have some reserves. Aunt Lin. Yang Chen hugged Lin Jinyan's fragrant shoulders and found Chen Jiao's user account in the group chat, saying, "Get in touch with this woman and see if you can bring her in." Lin Jinyan nodded and added Chen Jiao's Blue Star Idaho on her phone. The request was quickly accepted. Lin Jinyan didn't rush to speak, she first browsed through Chen Jiao's moments. After seeing Chen Jiao's appearance, Lin Jinyan asked, "This girl is really beautiful, do you like her?" Yang Chen didn't hide it either, nodding and smiling. "Don't you think it's great to have a woman who can cosplay? She can play all kinds of roles you desire." Lin Jinyan snorted, "Alright, I'll see if I can bring this sister in for you." Ding dong. At that moment, Yang Chen's phone received a message notification. He picked it up and saw a friend request. The note read, "I have the strange fruit you want." Yang Chen's eyes lit up at the note. He accepted the friend request. End of Han Dynasty chickenpox, take a picture of the fruit for me to see. Without delay, the other party sent a picture to Yang Chen. Opening the photo, he saw a daffodil followed by a fully ripe green fruit. The appearance of the fruit was the same as the one Yang Chen had received before, just in a green color. This was indeed an extraordinary fruit. Confirming that it was the desired extraordinary fruit, Yang Chen immediately messaged the other party. End of Han Dynasty chickenpox, this is indeed what I want. How much food do you want in exchange? Ding dong. The other party replied, ********, a box of instant noodles, a case of bottled water, 10 hamburgers, 10 chocolate bars, and so on. The other party was asking for a lot of food, enough for one person to live comfortably for a month. Yang Chen sneered, not willing to indulge the other party. End of Han Dynasty chickenpox, keep the fruit for yourself. He couldn't show too much interest in the extraordinary fruit, agreeing too quickly might raise suspicions and alert the other party. They might wonder about the fruit's true value, as the other party was willing to trade so much food for it. Even if he didn't dare to eat the extraordinary fruit, the other party would definitely try to manipulate him with it. Therefore, Yang Chen didn't give him that chance. He also didn't want to give away so much food, even though it was just a drop in the bucket for him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, hey, buddy, don't be like that. Let's negotiate. A trade isn't set in stone with just one offer. Give me a counteroffer, and let's see if I can accept it. End of Han Dynasty Chicken Pox. At most half a box of instant noodles, 10 bottles of mineral water, no more. If you want more, take your fruit and see if anyone else wants it. The other party remained silent for a while, but eventually agreed. After setting the location for the exchange, Yang Chen took Lin Jinyun and half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water out. Despite having interacted with Lin Jinyun many times, it didn't mean he completely trusted her. Lin Jinyun was still in her probation period, and during this time, he would be cautious around her. The exchange location was on the rooftop, a secluded place where they wouldn't be easily noticed by neighbors. The other party was a mild-mannered man wearing glasses. When Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun arrived, his gaze lingered on Lin Jinyun for 7 to 8 seconds, 3 seconds longer than on Yang Chen. Indeed, beautiful women always attracted attention wherever they went. Adjusting his glasses, the man looked at Yang Chen and asked with a smile, "Which one of you is the chicken pox?" "I am," Yang Chen replied calmly, looking the man in the eyes and getting straight to the point. "Where's the stuff?" The man with glasses didn't dilly-dally. He pulled out a tightly wrapped black garbage bag from his pocket and took out a jade-green fruit from it. "Brother, what is this fruit used for?" the man with glasses asked cheerfully. He was also probing to see if he could get some information about the fruit from Yang Chen. Yang Chen frowned and looked at the man with glasses as if he were an idiot. "If I knew, would I be studying it? Are you going to trade or not? If not, I'm leaving. Who knows what dangers are out there." Seeing Yang Chen about to leave, the man with glasses panicked immediately. Compared to a fruit that could have unknown consequences when eaten, the man with glasses preferred to have some food and water. With food and water, he could survive longer, increasing the chances of being rescued by the military. Hey, I'll trade, brother, please don't go." Bang! Yang Chen threw a box of instant noodles in front of the man with glasses. "There's half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water inside." The man with glasses checked and, once he confirmed it was indeed food and water, he smiled immediately. "Give it here." The man with glasses handed the supernatural fruit to Yang Chen and eagerly picked up the box of instant noodles. Yang Chen had no intention of staying on the balcony any longer. With the supernatural fruit in hand, he left with Lin Jinyun. Watching the two figures walk away, especially Lin Jinyun's graceful and mature curves, the man with glasses felt a pang of envy, envying Yang Chen's ability to be with this woman anytime, anywhere. At the same time, he was also jealous, wondering why he couldn't be in Yang Chen's place. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this woman seemed to be someone's wife. But the young man was clearly not her husband. Goodness! In the midst of the disaster, having food meant one could do anything. After taking a deep look at the two figures, he grabbed the box of instant noodles and ran downstairs alone. At Yang Chen's home, Yang Chen played with the supernatural fruit for a while. Upon closer inspection, he became more certain. This thing was indeed a supernatural fruit, just like the one he found on the kumquat tree on the first day of the disaster, only the color was different. Yang Chen thought to himself, the kumquats on the tree were golden, and both Aunt Lin and I awakened golden elemental abilities. This one is green, could it be related to awakening with elemental abilities? It was very likely. He then asked in his mind, "System, I have already awakened an ability, will eating this supernatural fruit awaken another one?" The system quickly responded, "Yes, the host can collect the 8 elemental supernatural abilities and fuse them into a super divine level ability, the God of Elements." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen nodded to himself, feeling even more shocked. He had thought that a divine level ability was already impressive, but he never expected there was something even more powerful. A super divine level ability. Just hearing about it was more impressive than a divine level ability. The 8 elemental abilities should be gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and ice, the 8 natural elements of the world. Now that he already had gold and wood, he was only missing 6 more of the 8 elemental abilities. Yang Chen decided not to give the wood elemental ability fruit to Lin Jinyun since she already had a gold elemental ability. He planned to save it for Chen Jiaya. This way, she would gain an ability, and he could trigger the tenfold return, obtaining a divine level wood elemental ability. Putting the wood elemental fruit into the infinite space, Yang Chen smiled at Lin Jinyun. "What are you looking at?" Lin Jinyun curiously asked. "Is this the fruit that helped us awaken our abilities before?" Yang Chen nodded. "That's right." Lin Jinyun laughed. "You're really bad, taking half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water in exchange for someone else's supernatural fruit. Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Well, it's his fault for not recognizing its value, right? And what do you mean I'm bad? This was clearly a fair trade, wasn't it? Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes. You always have a way with words. Yang Chen replied, why don't you give it a try? Lin Jinyun blushed shyly. But thinking about it, it does make sense. I help him, he helps me. It's all about mutual assistance. Yang Chen took advantage of the internet and electricity still being available to learn about the current situation in various places during the apocalypse. Lin Jinyun was chatting with Chen Jiao on Blue Star, deepening their bond. Time flew by, 3 days passed in a hurry. During these 3 days, everyone's emotions became increasingly unstable. They would argue at the drop of a hat in the group. But it was understandable, with food running low and rescue efforts nowhere in sight. It was strange for people to remain calm in the face of life and death crises. During these 3 days, Wang Xiaoye kept harassing Yang Chen incessantly, bombarding him with all sorts of information. Acting cute, playing the victim, smearing Lin Jinyun, she used every means possible. Yang Chen pretended not to see it, sometimes even responding sarcastically. This irritated Wang Xiaoye, but she could do nothing about it. It was too dangerous outside, and she dared not go out alone. That night, Lin Jinyun, thank you for protecting me. Yang Chen curiously asked, no need to thank me. What's up? Lin Jinyun smiled coquettishly, her blushing face particularly enticing. She took out a piece of gum, put it in her mouth, and then, ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's gum, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 gums. Yang Chen, what the hell? Lin Jinyun, The 7th day of the disaster. On this day, a sharp scream rang out, piercing the silent environment. There was a message in the group. I'm Zhang Xiaomei, help! Help! Someone is killing people. They are killing people. The word killing stood out at this moment, immediately drawing the attention of the lurking members in the group, who quickly asked Zhang Xiaomei what had happened. Zhang Xiaomei briefly recounted the incident. It turned out that 4 migrant workers tricked the neighbor next door into opening the door, and as soon as the door opened, the 4 workers tore off their disguises and rushed in, overpowering the male and female owners of the house and taking all their remaining food. The scream just now came from the male owner. Zhang Xiaomei also mentioned hearing a woman crying and the laughter of the 4 men. It was clear to everyone what had happened. Yang Chen also saw this message. Chaos had begun. Someone had fired the first shot, and such incidents would become more common. When one's life was at stake, coupled with the rage of hunger, people were capable of anything. Those 4 workers were just the beginning. Yang Chen didn't pay much attention to it. If someone targeted him, he would make them regret it. Chen Jiao has run out of food. At this moment, Lin Jinyun raised her phone and smiled at Yang Chen. Only on the 7th day? Yang Chen was surprised. This woman had quite a stockpile of supplies. Lin Jinyun chuckled, not really, her family only had some rice and leaganma chili sauce left. They've been eating rice with leaganma these past few days, and just now, she said they've run out of rice. Rice with leaganma? Yang Chen felt that Chen Jiao would probably compromise in a few more days. Yang Chen wasn't the type to force anyone. He wanted his woman to be willing to be with him, not reluctantly by his side. If Chen Jiao refused to bow down to him until the end, Yang Chen could only say, "You're impressive." At this point, most people had run out of food. Many were thinking about where to get more food. Yang Chen, who had flaunted his wealth in the group, naturally became a target for many, just like now, on the 23rd floor. 4 middle-aged men with dark skin and rugged features sat on the sofa in the living room. In front of them, a naked woman lay limp on the ground. Her eyes were swollen, and her body was covered in handprints. These 4 men were the migrant workers who had caused a stir in the homeowners group earlier. As for this woman, one can easily imagine the hell she has just been through. Damn, the women in this upscale neighborhood are much younger and prettier than the ladies at the station. I've never played with such a beautiful woman in my whole life. A skinny, sharp-faced middle-aged man smirked, his eyes shamelessly scanning the woman's body on the ground. Young and tender, indeed. Another chubby man nodded in agreement. You guys are so shallow. This woman is not the most beautiful one in this building. Do you know who the most beautiful one is? Who? The sharp-faced middle-aged man was intrigued. His only hobby in life was women. Most of the money he earned from work, apart from eating and smoking, went into the pockets of the ladies at the station. The chubby man hesitated and asked, "Is it a mature woman? And one who likes? Likes? What's that word again? Oh, right, cosplay. Is it a woman who likes cosplay?" The man nodded. Exactly, these 2 women are the gems of this building. They are more beautiful than celebrities. I once saw them while waiting for the elevator. That delicate appearance, that figure, almost stole my soul. Especially the mature one, she's the most feminine. What are we waiting for then? The sharp-faced middle-aged man eagerly stood up. The chubby man also felt a stir of interest. At that moment, the leader among the four spoke up. He was a man in his early 30s, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, with a physique as strong as a bull. His name was Zhang Hao, the third son in the family, also known as Zhang San. He was the leader of this group of migrant workers and the one who suggested robbing the other homeowners. Glancing at the three men, Zhang San said in a low voice, "Let's set aside the matter of women for now. The food in this house is scarce, we just finished it all a moment ago. In times of disaster, food is the most precious commodity. Our priority now is to get more food. But where do we get it from?" The chubby man shrugged. "Our situations are all pretty much the same, one cleaner than the other." Zhang San smiled faintly, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. "Have you forgotten? We have a tycoon in this building. With his mountain of food, it's enough for us to eat for a month." Reminded by Zhang San, the three men immediately remembered the ostentatious display of wealth by the tycoon in the homeowners group chat. The thought of his mountain of food made their eyes light up, saliva dripping from their mouths, and their stomachs growling. Just the dozens of pounds of beef alone would last them a week. If they added other food, just the thought made their mouths water. "Boss, tell us what to do. We're in." The sharp-faced middle-aged man looked to Zhang San as a role model. The chubby man also nodded vigorously. Pleased with the attitude of the three men, Zhang San nodded. "First, we need to find out exactly which floor and building that guy is on. Then, Old Cat will pick the lock. Once the door is open, we'll rush in and beat that guy to a pulp. The food will be ours by then." Old Cat is the man who earlier questioned the sharp-faced middle-aged man and the chubby man about the most beautiful woman in the building. Before working as a construction worker, he was a locksmith, but he got fired for offending the company's leadership. When he returned to his hometown for the new year, he coincidentally met Zhang San recruiting workers. Being from the same village, he joined without expecting to get into this mess in the first year. "Leave the lock-picking to me." Old Cat grinned. "Although I've only worked on construction sites for a few months, my skills are still sharp." "Good." Zhang San stood up and laughed heartily. "Now we just need to figure out where that guy is located." Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked on. The four men exchanged glances. The sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked middle-aged man got up to open the door. His eyes lit up when he saw the woman standing at the door. This woman was not bad at all, a step up from the one they had just dealt with. "Sister, can't find your way home? Do you want Big Brother to take you home?" The sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked middle-aged man whistled at the woman, his eyes shamelessly scanning her. The person was none other than Wang Xiaoye. Wang Xiaoye put on a pitiful expression and in a soft voice said to the sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked middle-aged man, "Big Brother, is there any food? Sister hasn't eaten for 6 days, so hungry yes, of course." The sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked middle-aged man smiled, grabbed Wang Xiaoye's wrist, pulled her into the house, and closed the door behind her. Wang Xiaoye's expression stiffened for a moment when she saw the living room scene, then she forced herself to regain a natural expression. "Hello, brothers." As a marginal anchor, Wang Xiaoye was good at calling people brothers. Just this one brother made the four men in the room feel excited, their gazes towards her changing. Wang Xiaoye had a fierce internal struggle before deciding to join this group of killers. With the current disaster, there was no food left at her home, her body was already weak from hunger, and she feared she might starve to death if she continued like this. Yang Chen was unreliable, so she had to find a new support. She had been anxious when she saw in the group chat about these four men breaking in to rob and kill, but instead of worrying about being robbed, she thought it would be better to join them in advance, so she could get a share when they robbed someone. So, after figuring out which floor Zhang Xiaomei was on, Wang Xiaoye took the initiative to come over. Wang Xiaoye was not a woman who valued chastity too much. Before the disaster, as a marginal anchor, she had fought with gang leaders more than once. As long as it brought her benefits, she was willing to do anything. Now she saw these four men as gang leaders. Whether they played or not didn't matter, as long as they gave her something to eat. Moreover, Wang Xiaoye also planned to use these four men to get back at Yang Chen. Thinking of Yang Chen, Wang Xiaoye couldn't help but feel resentment and hatred rising in her heart. She had humbled herself to beg him, but he still acted high and mighty. He had so much food, what was wrong with sharing half with her? Just because I'm not your girlfriend, you can't give me half of your food? You'd rather feed someone else's wife than find a wife for yourself, you're just sick. Jealousy drives people crazy. In her heart, Wang Xiaoye cursed Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun as a couple. She had already decided that once she controlled these four men, she would command them to break into Yang Chen's house, and then all of Yang Chen's food would belong to her. She would make Yang Chen kneel before her in repentance. Come on, big brother, here's a bag of instant noodles. Sister, have some as a snack. After we finish this job, we'll treat you to a feast. Zhang Laosan laughed heartily, pulled Wang Xiaoye to sit beside him, took out the last pack of instant noodles, and deliberately brushed her hand with the back of his hand as he handed it to her. Wang Xiaoye pretended to be shy. Big brother, what are you doing? Ha ha. Zhang Laosan laughed heartily, arrogantly saying, as long as you follow us honestly, what we eat, you eat. Really, big brother? Of course. Lao Mao said proudly, once we rob that place with the bird flu, food will come. That's right, that's right. Fatty also quickly agreed, sitting on the other side of Wang Xiaoye, grabbing her hand and caressing it. As long as we know where that bird flu is, we'll see if we rob him or not. Bird flu? Wang Xiaoye was taken aback and asked uncertainly, is it the one in the group who caused the avian flu at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty? Zhang Laosan nodded, that's right, it's him. This guy is also a jerk. Despite facing such a disaster, he's still showing off his wealth in the group. If we don't rob him, who will? We need to act quickly, surely others have set their sights on this guy as well. The middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks shrugged, Zhang Go, what you're saying is easy, but the key is we don't know where he lives. Do we have to search through each floor? At this moment, Wang Xiaoye took Zhang Laosan's arm and deliberately rubbed her own flesh against his strong arm, causing Zhang Laosan to be momentarily distracted, tempted to just push this woman down. Brothers, I know where that avian flu troublemaker is. As soon as these words were spoken, all four immediately looked over. Zhang Laosan asked excitedly, you know? Whom? Wang Xiaoye pretended to look pitiful, actually. He's my ex-boyfriend, but he kicked me out for the bitch next door. Brothers, will you help me seek revenge? What? There are still men like this in the world. Unbelievable. Don't worry, sister, you see if your brothers won't take care of him. The chubby man stood up indignantly. Zhang Laosan said, originally, we planned to find the troublemaker and kill him on the spot, but now I've changed my mind. When we catch him, I'll hand this scumbag over to you for disposal, how about that? Really? This time, Wang Xiaoye was genuinely happy and immediately coquettishly wrapped her arms around Zhang Laosan. Wang Xiaoye had a keen eye, she could tell who the leader among this group was at a glance. Now, as long as she held onto Zhang Laosan's thigh tightly, she would have as much food as she wanted. With his strong physique, he would surely protect her well. We'll act tonight. Catch him off guard. Zhang Laosan decisively set the plan in motion. The others had no objections. After all, their leader was Zhang Laosan. If they went against him, what would be the point of sticking around? With the plan settled, there were still several hours before it would be executed. They couldn't afford to waste time during this period. Zhang Laosan pushed Wang Xiaoye onto the sofa and smirked, we'll help you beat up that scumbag. Shouldn't you repay us in some way? Wang Xiaoye. In the early morning, Zhang Laosan waved his hand, let's go. The four grabbed their tools and headed out. Wang Xiaoye still had a look of fear in her eyes, murmuring, pervert. He's a pervert. Following the address provided by Wang Xiaoye, Zhang Laosan and his group, wrapped up like Zongzi, easily found Yang Chen's doorstep. Looking at the tightly closed door, Zhang Laosan stepped aside, can you open it? The locksmith nodded confidently, okay, piece of cake. With that, he fumbled out his tools from his pocket to pick the lock. Behind him, Zhang Laosan, the chubby man, and the middle-aged man with sharp features each held a steel pipe. As soon as the door opened, they would rush in and subdue the troublemaker. Then all the food inside would be theirs. Can you hurry up? 2.5 minutes passed. Seeing the door still closed, Zhang Laosan impatiently urged in a low voice. The locksmith sniffed, almost there, almost there. Damn, this weather is so cold, my hands are shaking. Hurry up. Once we're done, we can go back and have fun with women. Meanwhile, inside Yang Chen's bedroom, the faint sound of unlocking and conversation reached Yang Chen's ears. It was so faint that if he wasn't an esper, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Patting Lin Jinyun, Yang Chen woke her up. Get up, there's something going on outside. With that, he got out of bed, put on a padded coat, and the alloy straight knife appeared in his hand with a swish. Lin Jinyun did not dare to be negligent. She put on a thick down jacket and tightly held an alloy dagger, following Yang Chen out of the bedroom. Hurry up! Why are you so stupid? Can you even drive? Lao Mao gritted his teeth. I can. Boss, you can doubt me for only 3 seconds, but you can't doubt my skills. Stop the bullshit and hurry up, I'm freezing to death here. Despite wearing thick clothes, the four of them were still freezing, shivering uncontrollably. Click! With a click, the lock opened. But Lao Mao was puzzled. It's open? But I haven't found the lock core yet. Zhang Laosan pushed Lao Mao and laughed, scolding, old man, what are you thinking? The lock is open, quickly open the door. That kid should be asleep by now, we can just pin him down. Yeah, Lao Mao, stop dilly-dallying, I'm starving. Fatty also urged hastily. The thought of the mountain of food in Yang Chen's house made his mouth water, and his stomach growled. Although the middle-aged man with sharp features didn't speak, his eyes clearly conveyed his impatience. Lao Mao. But I haven't found the lock core yet. How did the lock open? Could it be that I misheard? At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, a strong beam of light shot out, dazzling the four of them. They quickly covered their eyes with their hands and instinctively stepped back. Yang Chen lowered the brightness of the powerful flashlight and aimed it at the ceiling, teasingly saying to the four of them, "Oh, not sleeping at this late hour, playing thieves here." As the intense light dimmed, the four of them felt relieved. Zhang Laosan squinted, adjusted to the light, and asked coldly, "Are you the one causing the avian flu?" "No." Zhang Laosan was puzzled. Was he deceived by that woman? But that didn't make sense. Did they go to the wrong floor? Then who are you? Causing the avian flu is my online alias. My name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen grinned innocently. These four individuals were not neighbors from his past life who broke into his house. They had provoked the anger of the survivors in the building on the 15th day of the disaster outbreak and were collectively killed. But since they were here now, Yang Chen didn't mind playing with them. Besides, he had never killed anyone before. Damn! It's you, isn't it? Zhang Laosan realized, squinting at Yang Chen, and said coldly, "Are you trying to fool me?" Yang Chen shrugged, "I'm just teasing the dog." Damn! Zhang Laosan raised a steel pipe, pointing at Yang Chen with a fierce look, saying menacingly, "Kid, here's your chance, get out now, we'll spare your life. This house and the food inside belong to us. If you want to die, you can resist, but our steel pipes don't discriminate." The middle-aged man with sharp features impatiently said, "Boss, why waste time with this brat? Just break his limbs and throw him out, let him fend for himself outside." Fatty nodded in agreement. "Exactly, once he's dead, all the food in the house is ours, slurp." Zhang Laosan raised an eyebrow, smugly saying, "Did you hear what my brother said? You still have a chance to leave now." After all, the person facing them was an adult man, and Zhang Laosan didn't want to engage in a physical confrontation. It wouldn't be worth it if they got injured. In times like these, there were no doctors or medicines for treatment. Even a minor injury could be fatal. So Zhang Laosan wanted to avoid fighting if possible. It would be even better if they could scare the kid away. As for Wang Xiaoye, he had long forgotten about his promise to that woman. Did she really think he cared about a woman? Suddenly, the sharp-mouthed middle-aged man with monkey cheeks spotted Lin Jinyun coming out from behind. His eyes widened instantly at the sight of Lin Jinyun's flawless and exquisitely mature pretty face. Mrs. You are that Mrs. The other three were also drawn to look. Their reactions to Lin Jinyun's appearance were no less intense than the sharp-mouthed middle-aged man. Zhang Laosan's eyes were filled with boundless greed and lewdness. The old cat was right. This woman was truly beautiful, making some celebrities pale in comparison. If not for this disaster, he estimated he would never have the chance to interact with such a woman in his lifetime, let alone engage in deep conversation. In an instant, Zhang Laosan harbored the idea of claiming this woman as his own. Done. Kid, Zhang Laosan looked at Yang Chen fiercely, "I should pay attention now, you might as well die, then your house, food, and woman will all be ours, ha." The chubby man wiped his mouth, looking like a pig. Hee, really beautiful. It would be even more perfect if we could also abduct that woman who knows Kaspersky. The old cat dropped the tool in his hand and took out his steel pipe. "Boss, stop wasting time with this kid, knock him down, and everything will be ours." Watching their smug and arrogant demeanor, Yang Chen chuckled helplessly, suddenly losing interest in playing with this bunch of idiots. "You are truly ignorant and fearless." He mimicked a sword immortal from cultivation novels, pinching his fingers into a sword gesture towards the four opposite him, wearing a relaxed and content smile on his face. All blades returned to the sect. "Ha, who do you think you are, a cultivator? Stop pretending. Ah!" Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Plop, plop, plop. Plop, plop, plop. The alloy straight knives flying out from the infinite space, under the blessing of the Golden Master, had more force and faster speed, piercing into the flesh of the four opposite them in the blink of an eye. The immense force sent their bodies flying backward, firmly nailing them to the wall. Under Yang Chen's deliberate control, the blades avoided vital areas. So these four men were not directly killed but instead screamed in agony, their cries echoing throughout the entire building. Some homeowners trembled in fear inside their homes, while others got up in the middle of the night, moving heavy furniture to block their doors, afraid that someone might burst in from outside and harm them. Wang Xiaoye's room. Upon hearing these screams of agony, Wang Xiaoye's face showed a satisfied expression, feeling relieved and gratified. Humph. Yang Chen, you finally faced retribution. This is the consequence of ignoring me and not giving me food. Wang Xiaoya mistook the screams of Zhang Laosan and the others for Yang Chen's, feeling secretly pleased at the moment. Just wait, Yang Chen, wait until you fall into my hands, see how I humiliate and torture you. Outside Yang Chen's house, the alloy straight knives pierced the waists, thighs, shoulder blades, and other parts of these four men, firmly nailing them to the wall. Even a slight movement brought them top-notch enjoyment. The four men never expected that the young man across from them would simply pinch a sword gesture similar to a sword immortal, causing so many blades to appear out of thin air and nail them to the wall. What on earth was happening? Who could come and explain to them? Are you human or ghost? Zhang Laosan looked at Yang Chen with horror in his eyes as he approached them step by step, fear and nervousness growing in his heart, accompanied by a piercing pain, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Yang Chen did not answer Zhang Laosan but asked, "How did you know exactly where my house is?" Zhang Laosan dared not hide and quickly replied, "It was a woman named Wang Xiaoya who told us." Yang Chen asked, "Where is she now?" Zhang Laosan opened his mouth, not telling Yang Chen directly, but bargaining, If I tell you, will you let us go? You won't lose anything anyway, just let us go like a fart." Yang Chen remained expressionless. Go. Swish. A stainless steel straight knife flew out of thin air. It plunged directly into Zhang Laosan's eye socket, piercing through to the other side, destroying his brain. Zhang Laosan let out a miserable scream, his head drooping, completely out of breath. Dead. The remaining three were scared stiff, breathing cautiously. Can anyone tell me where Wang Xiaoya is now? Yang Chen looked at the remaining three. His face still bore a sunny and cheerful smile, but beneath this sunny smile was a murderous intent. The three shuddered and dared not bargain anymore. The middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks stammered, She's on the 6th floor, room 604. Big brother, I'm telling you, this woman was acting pitiful when she found us this afternoon. She even deliberately spoke ill of you. That's right, the chubby man nodded. If it weren't for her misleading us, we wouldn't have come to bother you, big brother. Just let us go like a fart. Look at us now, we won't survive anyway. Lao Mao chimed in, I agree. Everyone. Agree with your mom's slap. Why don't you beg for mercy as well? Yang Chen walked up with a smile, I always reciprocate. Since you have intentions of attacking me, be prepared to be counterattacked by me. As he spoke, Yang Chen gestured with his finger, and another stainless steel straight knife shot out, stopping at the middle-aged man's forehead just as it was about to pierce through. The middle-aged man with pointed mouth and monkey cheeks was so scared by the close proximity of the knife that his heart raced, not daring to take a breath. It wasn't that Yang Chen was going to spare these people, but he came to a conclusion. Science says the human body contains metallic elements. His ability is the mastery of gold, so can he control the metallic elements within the human body? Thinking about it, Yang Chen began to experiment with the three people in front of him. In his perception, the bodies of the four people did contain a certain amount of metallic elements. Yang Chen activated the power of controlling metal with his mastery of gold, starting to manipulate it bit by bit. The metallic elements in the middle-aged man's body slowly gathered and finally condensed into a metal sphere in his stomach. Under Yang Chen's control, the metal sphere struck the brain at a rapid speed. Plap! His brain was shattered by the metal sphere. The metal sphere embedded heavily in the ceiling. The experiment proved that he could indeed control the metallic elements within the human body. This was good news. In future battles, as long as the enemy has metallic elements on or within their body, they would be under his control. Even if he couldn't control them, he could still have a certain impact on the enemy. Battles are ever-changing. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise. Yang Chen, with the mastery of gold, could definitely catch the enemy off guard. Yang Chen spared the other two. Aunt Lin, I'll leave these two to you, why don't you practice as well? Yang Chen turned to Lin Jinyun with a smile. Lin Jinyun nodded slightly, she did not refuse. Although she was reluctant to kill, Lin Jinyun believed she could overcome it. If it weren't for Yang Chen, if she hadn't awakened her ability and been discovered by these four people, the outcome was already clear. Lin Jinyun was not a saint. She wouldn't show mercy to those who posed a serious threat to her life, even targeting her. To avoid being splattered with blood, Lin Jinyun used her ability. Metal manipulation. The stainless steel straight knife floated slowly in midair. The tip of the knife was aimed at the chubby man. Lao Mao and the chubby man were both stunned. No way, there's another one? What kind of monster did they provoke? At this moment, both of them deeply regretted their actions. It was really a mistake to underestimate them. If I had known that these two were not ordinary people, I wouldn't have come. Swish! The alloy straight knife flew out, piercing through the fat man's heart. Yang Chen followed up with another stab, plunging into the fat man's right chest. There is a very small number of people whose hearts are on the right side. Lao Mao. Devils. You two devils. Killing will bring retribution upon you. Poochie. Lao Mao's head was pierced through. Dead. With this, all the incoming enemies were killed. Lin Jinyun's face turned ugly as she looked at the 4 corpses in a miserable state in front of her. Her power began to rise, and she couldn't care about anything else as she turned and rushed towards the toilet. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile, somewhat satisfied with Lin Jinyun's performance. Even though she vomited, she had bravely taken the first step, and she strictly followed his orders. Just this alone made Yang Chen appreciate Lin Jinyun a bit more. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed his own flesh being torn apart in a past life. Yang Chen didn't feel much about the bloody scene before him. He remained calm. Retrieving all the alloy straight knives, Yang Chen threw the bodies of the 4 people out of the stairwell window. The bodies disappeared into the thick fog in front of Yang Chen. Pang! Just then, a huge shockwave spread out. In the fog in front of Yang Chen, a huge bead slowly appeared? No! This was a limb of some giant creature. How big was this creature? Just one limb was comparable to a building. So huge that even Ultraman would be just an appetizer for it. Is this the unknown monster lurking in the fog? Yang Chen murmured to himself. He didn't dare to delay, so he closed the window and ran back into the house. At this moment, Lin Jinyun finished rinsing her mouth and walked out of the bathroom. Her face was pale, still not fully recovered. What just happened? Yang Chen didn't hide anything and said straightforwardly, "Remember I told you before, there are many unknown monsters lurking in the fog." Lin Jinyun widened her beautiful eyes, unbelievably asking, "Are you saying that the huge shock just now was caused by a monster in the fog?" "That's right." Yang Chen nodded. "I saw one of its limbs with my own eyes, larger than our building." Hearing this, Lin Jinyun looked stunned. Just one limb is as big as a building. How huge must the whole creature be? Yang Chen shook his head. "I don't know, the visibility in the fog is very low. I couldn't see clearly. But fortunately, these monsters seem uninterested in us humans." Rumble. Boom! Another sound of a huge object collapsing, mixed with some screams. The two looked at each other. Yang Chen said, "It seems that a building has been destroyed by an unknown monster." Lin Jinyun asked with some concern, "What about us?" "Don't worry, with our abilities, our chances of survival are much higher than others." While speaking, Yang Chen began to plan in his mind, "It's not safe here anymore, it's inconvenient to escape from the high floors, the next building the unknown monster might knock down could be ours, we need to find a new shelter. But where can we go?" Yang Chen couldn't think of any place that could withstand a random attack from the unknown monsters. Air raid shelter? Does Jiangchang have air raid shelters? He could investigate later. It would be best to have the kind of air raid shelter built in the mountains. It was 2:30 in the morning. There was no more movement outside. The passing unknown monster should have left. "Stay at home and wait for me, I'll go downstairs for a bit." Lin Jinyun understood what Yang Chen was going to do, so she nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll wait for you, auntie." With that, Lin Jinyun kissed Yang Chen on the cheek. Yang Chen smiled wryly, got up, walked out of the house, and headed towards the 6th floor through the stairs. 6th floor, 604. There are only 2 women in this house. One is Wang Xiaoye, and the other is the female owner of this house. After waiting for a while with no one returning, Wang Xiaoye couldn't help but worry. She wasn't worried about Zhang Laosan and the others, she was worried about her food. Those guys wouldn't have relocated and planned to claim my food for themselves, would they? Damn it! Men really are unreliable creatures. I actually got taken advantage of by 4 men for a pack of instant noodles. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and Wang Xiaoye's lungs felt like they were about to explode with anger. At this moment, her face twisted in fury, gritting her teeth, completely devoid of the goddess aura she had when she used to be a popular anchor, more like a frustrated bogang who had suffered a loss and had nowhere to vent. In the living room, the female owner looked expressionless in the direction of the master bedroom, sneering, "Humph, despicable." Click. Just then, a clear sound of the door opening came from the entrance. The female owner turned pale with fear, scrambling to hide under the sofa. Wang Xiaoye's face lit up upon hearing the door opening, quickly jumping out of bed from under the thick blanket. She thought it was Zhang Laosan and the others returning triumphantly. But when she saw the young man entering through the door, her smile froze on her face, staring in disbelief. "Yang Chen? What are you doing here? If you're here, then what about them?" Yang Chen smiled faintly. "I've already taken care of them. Since you're all in this together, following the principle of helping others to the end, I'm here to take care of you. If you run fast enough, maybe you can catch up to them." Wang Xiaoye was stunned, her mind not processing it for a moment. But 2.5 seconds later, she understood. Instantly turning pale with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably, she realized that Zhang Laosan and the others were already dead, and Yang Chen was here to kill her now. No, Yang Chen, listen to me, I was being held hostage by those people. If you hadn't come to rescue me, I wouldn't have known what kind of hell I would have to endure next. You're my knight in shining armor. Wang Xiaoye quickly pleaded for herself. Do you think I would believe that? Yang Chen laughed. I warned you when you tried to deceive me for the house. Don't you dare target me. I may not have morals, but it seems like you didn't listen. Originally, I wanted you to starve to death, but someone insisted on courting death. Following the principle of kindness, I'm here to take care of you. Seeing that Yang Chen still had no intention of giving up on killing her, Wang Xiaoye knelt with a thud on the ground, her eyes slightly red, tears swirling in her eyes, pitifully begging for mercy. I was wrong, Yang Chen, please forgive me this time. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything you ask. When we first met, didn't you want me to be your girlfriend? I agree, let's start dating now. Disdain flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Sorry, I'm not in the junk business, I don't take in trash, especially a worn-out shoe like you. Ah, Yang Chen. Setting aside the facts, don't you have any faults at all? Wang Xiaoye, like a chicken with its claws stepped on, hysterically shouted, you have so much food, if you had shared half with me, I wouldn't have bothered you again. But you're so stingy. Is it wrong for me to find someone to deal with you? Why can't I have a share of your food? Ultimately, it's your fault. Although Wang Xiaoye didn't care about chastity, this kind of self-mockery was like saying she was average-looking. She could say it about herself, but others couldn't. Faced with Wang Xiaoye's words, even Yang Chen was dumbfounded. Is this the T0 version? Even in the apocalypse, there's still room for banter. Wang Xiaoye had brought out an unequal equation and instantly shut down the conversation. What could Yang Chen do? He had to address the root of the problem. After some thought, Yang Chen didn't end Wang Xiaoye's life with a single stroke. That kind of death was too cheap for her. He walked up and pulled the blanket off Wang Xiaoye. Grabbing her by the hair, he headed towards the balcony window. It was currently -40°C outside. The thick fog enveloped everything, visibility was almost zero, and there were strange creatures and mutated flora and fauna. It was like a living hell, a place of extreme pain and certain death. This was the 6th floor, so falling onto the grass wouldn't be fatal unless one landed headfirst. Wang Xiaoye struggled frantically, screaming, "What are you trying to do, Yang Chen? Are you trying to kill someone? I'll tell you, murder is a crime. The law will not spare you." Yang Chen replied calmly, "Then let the police station or the court punish me, shall we?" As he spoke, he opened the window, letting the freezing wind rush in. The female homeowner and Wang Xiaoye shivered from the cold. At that moment, Wang Xiaoye was completely terrified, tears streaming down her face. Traces of an unknown liquid remained on the floor where she had been dragged. "Yang Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me this time, please, I'll do anything you ask," she sobbed. Yang Chen remained silent and, with a swift motion, threw Wang Xiaoye out of the window. Even in the thick fog, Wang Xiaoye's screams could still be heard. With a thud, the screams continued, growing fainter by the moment. Yang Chen clapped his hands, closed the window, and left. Passing by the female homeowner, he flashed a sunny smile. "This house is yours again." The female homeowner was taken aback but quickly caught on. Can I follow you?" Yang Chen replied, "My mother is not in Jiangcheng." The female homeowner. What the? With a bang, the door closed shut. On the 8th day of the disaster. Yang Chen, inspecting the infinite space, discovered something interesting. A pink Glock pistol. He asked Lin Jinyun, "You still have this?" Lin Jinyun glanced and replied, "It's a simulated real pistol that ejects shell casings. I found it intriguing at the time, and it was only a few bucks." Yang Chen remarked, "I didn't expect women to like guns too." Lin Jinyun retorted, "Didn't you see I chose pink?" Yang Chen thought to himself, the pinker the color, the fiercer the person. Thinking about modifying the plastic Glock pistol into a real one under the 1,000-fold return, he wondered if it would work. If it did, it would be fun. Acting on his thoughts, Yang Chen approached Lin Jinyun, who was watching videos, and handed her the pink Glock pistol, saying, "This Glock pistol is for you." Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes at Yang Chen, taking the pistol. "It was mine to begin with." Yang Chen chuckled mischievously and naturally pulled Lin Jinyun into his arms. "And you are mine too." At that moment, a cute voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Glock toy pistol triggers a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 Glock 22 pistols. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Glock 22 with 17 bullets triggers a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 170 bullets for the Glock 22. Hearing the system's prompts, Yang Chen was dumbfounded. Modifying a plastic toy gun into a real gun had actually succeeded. Although the quantity decreased, the quality improved. The 1,000-fold return was no joke. 10 guns, 170 bullets. Calculating based on a magazine capacity of 17 rounds, the bullets were just enough for the 10 guns. Yang Chen did not give Lin Jinyun a gun. Firearms had a high lethality, and during Lin Jinyun's probation period, he couldn't give her such a dangerous weapon. Despite being the master of all metals, Yang Chen could still be negligent at times. He would give it to her after Lin Jinyun passed her probation. Yang Chen didn't bother Lin Jinyun any further. Lin Jinyun was also busy. She was busy downloading TV shows, variety shows, movies, as well as entertainment such as anime, movies, novels, games, and other things that Yang Chen liked. I don't know when the power will go out. Let's indulge in these entertainment options a bit more while we can, or else we'll be left with nothing but hand-to-hand combat for fun. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. The 10th day since the disaster. Power and internet will be cut off tonight. Food supplies had run out completely, and rescue seemed like a distant hope. The survivors in this building were becoming increasingly unstable emotionally. When someone took the lead in looting other residents, the remaining people either voluntarily or under pressure started forming their own small groups for safety and warmth. The chaos of the past 2 days had escalated. Some vulnerable residents were easy targets for bullying, making them the first victims of many groups' looting sprees. At this point, everyone was still showing restraint. It was just looting, no one had resorted to murder yet. No one knew when this disaster would come to an end. Looting was manageable, at worst a fine or a few years in prison. But if murder occurred, when the time for retribution came, they would have to pay with their lives. One afternoon, a group of 7 survivors targeted Chen Jiayao, who lived alone. A sturdy young man knocked forcefully on her door and called out to her from outside, "Miss Chen, please open the door. We're not bad people. It's chaotic outside now, and we're here to invite you to join our team." This sturdy young man was Luoshani, a fitness coach from a nearby gym. While others were emaciated from hunger, he managed to sustain himself with the protein powder and oats he had stored at home. Though he was still hungry, he was much stronger than the other survivors whose limbs had turned weak. "That's right, Miss Chen. Brother Luo here is very righteous. It's definitely safer to follow him than other teams. You wouldn't want to be threatened or harmed by other bad people, right?" A young man chimed in, following Luoshani's lead. He had been eyeing this woman for a while, having fallen for her at first sight when they met at the gym. Later, through their shared status as residents of the same building, Luoshani added Chen Jiayao on social media, but she remained distant. Despite his attempts to get her attention, she ignored him, which frustrated Luoshani. In peacetime, he had no other choice. This woman was an internet celebrity with 10 million followers. Just a mention from her could drown him in the saliva of her mindless fans. Now, with the disaster striking and no sign of rescue for 10 days, Luoshani's dormant desires began to stir again. After forming his own team, he hurried to Chen Jiayao's door, intending to recruit her into his group for his own purposes. But no matter how hard he knocked, the woman inside refused to open the door. This tested Luoshani's patience. Inside the house, Chen Jiayao trembled at the sound of the door being pounded from outside. "I have no food left here. I've been hungry for 5 days. You should look elsewhere," she said, her body quivering with fear. Chen Jiayao had always been cautious, especially towards strangers, even more so in the chaos of the disaster. Being as beautiful as she was, she dreaded the thought of what desperate survivors might do if she exposed herself to them. There had been a recent incident where 4 laborers had broken in, robbed, and killed, with the female homeowner suffering unspeakable horrors. Knowing it was Luoshani outside made Chen Jiayao even more reluctant to open the door. She had encountered him near the gym in the neighborhood before, and his gaze had made her uncomfortable, as if he were sizing her up like prey. True to her instincts, he had tried to strike up conversations and initiate physical contact, leaving her with a chilling feeling. After that encounter, she avoided the gym for a long time. Later, they crossed paths in the neighborhood, and he shamelessly added her on social media. After adding him, there were only a few sentences exchanged before he hinted at how well he was doing, wanting to engage in deep conversation with her. At that moment, Chen Jiayao felt a chill and promptly blacklisted Luo Tianai. Little did she expect that he would still come looking for her after the disaster struck. "Why can't you do something else with your perseverance? Why must you keep staring at me?" Chen Jiayao was on the verge of tears. Outside the door, Luo Tianai's face darkened instantly upon hearing her words. He was no longer interested in pretending with Chen Jiayao. He directly shouted at the door, "Jiayao, you know my feelings for you. With the current disaster, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I am willing to protect you and find food for you. No! You scoundrel, even if I jump from here, I won't agree. Chen Jiaya was defiant. Die, just die. Even if I end up in a terrible state, I won't let you have your way. Outside the door, Luo Tianai pounded on the door, making a loud bang sound. I tried to advise you nicely, but you won't listen. You want me to get tough with you, don't you? Chen Jiayao, once I break down this door, you will pay for your stubbornness. With those words, several people outside the door began to pound on it. The loud noise made Chen Jiaya's eyes slightly red with fear, looking pitiful, which almost moved me to pity. She walked to the balcony, gazing at the screensaver photo on her phone, showing a girl who bore some resemblance to her, smiling. Jai, I may not live to see you again. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk at that moment, a message popped up on her phone. It was from a user named Divorced with 2 kids. Divorced with 2 kids, Jiayao, have you considered it? Let me tell you, following this man is really worth it. Just being able to eat your fill, even to the point of vomiting, is worth it, not to mention that he is willing to give you supernatural fruits. This Divorced with 2 kids was none other than Lin Jinyun, who was specially instructed by Yang Chensheng to get closer to Chen Jiaya. Seeing this message, combined with the current dangerous situation, Chen Jiaya's inner resistance that she had been holding on to began to waver. She thought to herself, what if I agree to try? Being alive is always better than being dead. Lin Jinyun had sent her a photo of Yang Chen. He was a very handsome and cheerful young man, fitting Chen Jiaya's aesthetic preferences. It was better to entrust herself to a boy who was not unpleasant to look at and a bit handsome, rather than be mistreated by that scoundrel outside. Moreover, she had not yet found her younger sister who was studying at Jiangcheng Guanyin University. She was her only sister, the one her parents had entrusted her to protect before they passed away. Bang! The door banging grew louder, solidifying Chen Jiayao's wavering thoughts. She quickly typed a message on her phone and sent it. Don't touch my Jinyun, I'm in danger now. There's a scoundrel trying to break into my house. Quickly get my husband to save me. I live on the 27th floor, apartment 2701, urgent. After sending the message, Chen Jiaya nervously watched the entrance. Her fate would be decided in this moment. At Yang Chen's home. Seeing the message from Chen Jiaya, Lin Jinyun, who was lounging on the sofa, immediately sat up. Yang Chen. Yang Chen, something's wrong. Your wife is under attack. Hearing this, Yang Chen, who was exercising, dropped the dumbbell and walked over. What's going on? Lin Jinyun wasted no time and handed him the phone. After reading the message from Chen Jiaya, Yang Chen smiled lightly, put on his coat, and said, someone dares to covet my woman, they must be tired of living. Chen Jiaya's words, quickly get my husband to save me, had already given him the answer. She had agreed. Wait for me, let's go together. You can't forget your aunt just because you have a wife. Lin Jinyun also hurriedly put on a coat and followed. At Chen Jiaya's doorstep, clang 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 outside the door, several people were tirelessly pounding on it. However, the tools they used were quite rudimentary. The best tool they had was just a goat horn hammer. The damage to the door was minimal. But these people were not fools. Instead of attacking the hardest surface of the door, they were frantically smashing the lock position, aiming to destroy the lock core and remove it, rendering the door useless. Luo Tianai was impatient. He grabbed the goat horn hammer and personally started pounding. With a few strikes, the door handle fell off. He sneered, Chen Jiaya, oh Chen Jiaya, I advised you kindly earlier, but now it's too late to beg for mercy. Just wait and see what punishment I'll give you once I get in, he he he. One of his henchmen asked with a flattering smile, Boss Luo, after you're done playing, can we have some soup too? Luo Tianai burst into laughter, relishing being flattered as the boss. Once I'm done playing, this woman will be yours, ha ha. Another henchman continued to flatter, Boss Luo, following someone like you is the wisest choice. That woman inside is a pain. Why not just be your girlfriend obediently instead of turning herself into a plaything? A middle-aged man in a suit, around 40 years old, said expressionlessly, a woman who doesn't listen, needs a lesson. Boss Luo, you don't need to waste words on her. A few slaps will make her behave. Our ancestors must have had a reason for doing so in the past. Ha ha. Luo Tianai gloated towards Chen Jiao inside the room. Did you hear that, Chen Jiao? Do you regret rejecting me now? Chen Jiao retorted, if you dare, don't leave. My husband will come to rescue me soon. When I get my hands on you, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Hearing this, Luo Tianya's face darkened instantly. Husband? Where did you get a husband from? Weren't you single all this time? Chen Jiao snapped back, mind your own business. I just found one, okay? Even if I have to sew up my 13 with a needle, Even if I have to give it to a stranger, even if I have to jump off a building and turn into a pancake, I won't give it to you. Ha, you cowardly man. Chen Jiayao was mentally prepared. If Yang Chen arrived in time to save her, she would live. If he didn't, she would jump off. She wouldn't let that despicable woman outside benefit in any way. While she had time, Chen Jiayao also wanted to scold them fiercely. Otherwise, her thoughts wouldn't be clear. Luo Tianai was completely enraged upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth, punched the door, and roared, "Alright, I want to see if your so-called husband has the guts to stand before me. If he dares to come, I'll break his limbs and play with you in front of him. Keep going." Smash the door. Another 2.5 minutes passed. The door lock was completely ruined. Luo Tianai smashed it with a hammer, pulling out the remaining lock parts. Now, with no lock, the door remained closed. Luo Tianai struggled but couldn't open it. Damn it! This woman has blocked something behind the door. Luo Tianai cursed and called out to the others behind him, "Hurry up and help me. Do you still want to play with this woman?" "Oh, coming. Boss Luo, we're here to help you, hee hee." The group exerted force to push the door, gradually moving the heavy object behind it. Time was short, and Chen Jiao had little strength left. She managed to move the kitchen fridge to the entrance to block the door, but then she had no more energy. Bang! The fridge fell. The door was pushed open. Luo Tianai leaped in. With a wicked grin, he looked at Chen Jiao, "Scream, why aren't you screaming anymore? Weren't you arrogant just now?" Chen Jiao stood by the balcony window, her hand already on the frame, ready to jump. She looked at Luo Tianai with disgust in her eyes, her sexy lips curling up and down. "You stinky jerk, shrimp head man, this is how you'll end up for the rest of your life. You freeze like a teddy bear when you see a woman, can't even walk properly. Why don't you take your mom instead?" Even in a desperate situation, Chen Jiao's mouth was still full of biting remarks. Luo Tianai was furious, almost exploding with anger. He couldn't understand where this woman got her audacity from. "You're still talking tough even at death's door." Luo Tianai glared fiercely at Chen Jiao, walking towards her step by step. "I want to see if you can still scream when I'm done playing with you later." Seeing this, Chen Jiao made up her mind to climb over the railing and jump from the 27th floor. Just then, a cheerful voice sounded from the doorway. "Oh, so many people here." Chen Jiao looked towards the entrance and saw a familiar face standing there. Yang Chen. The person who came was indeed Yang Chen. Chen Jiao had seen Yang Chen's photo and recognized him at a glance. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a fake photo. Yang Chen's looks were indeed outstanding, considered a campus heartthrob at her university, and his sunny and cheerful personality was to her liking. This softened Chen Jiao's resistance towards him a bit. Upon hearing the unfamiliar male voice, including Luo Tianai and the other survivors, all turned their heads alertly. At the entrance, a young man in his 20s stood there, wearing a black shirt paired with loose black polyester pants, his hands in his pockets, looking at them. Someone who knew Yang Chen frowned and asked, "Aren't you the game streamer from the 31st floor? What are you doing here?" Luo Tianya's most loyal follower showed a fierce expression, saying, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get lost. Otherwise, we'll take you down too. Don't think we're all saints." Luo Tianai thought of something, his eyes cold as he walked up to the group, looking at Yang Chen arrogantly. "You're Chen Jiao's new husband?" "If this building only has one person named Yang Chen, then I'm not wrong," Yang Chen said with a smile. Although Yang Chen was tall, he couldn't compare to Luo Tianai, who had been working out for years and had a muscular physique. In Luo Tianya's eyes, Yang Chen was like a skinny bamboo pole, someone he could easily handle. Pointing at Yang Chen, he said, "Kneel down, kowtow to me and beg me to play with this woman. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood." At that moment, a female voice sounded from the entrance. Lin Jinyun squeezed in. She patted Yang Chen's shoulder, asking in confusion, "What are you thinking? Hurry up and rescue Jiaya." When Luo Tianai saw Lin Jinyun, his eyes widened. As one of the two most beautiful women in the building, how could he not recognize Lin Jinyun? Moreover, she was a wealthy woman, which naturally sparked ideas in Luo Tianya's mind. He had tried to add this woman as a friend on the building's group chat, but his request was never accepted until the disaster struck. He didn't expect to meet her even after the disaster, and it seemed like she had a close relationship with this kid. Damn it! Luo Tianai felt a sense of injustice. Wasn't he, a prestigious fitness coach, more presentable than a stinky gamer? Why did beautiful women always go for these gamers? Chen Jiao was like that, and this woman was even more so. Luo Tianai suspected that this woman had been played by this kid. Damn it! I'll show these two women who the real man is. This kid is definitely a cowardly wimp. I'll expose his true colors. Luo Tianya's eyes were cold, a hint of murderous intent swirling in them. With a sinister smile on his face, he pointed at Yang Chen. "Kid, here's your chance. Offer up your woman to me, and I'll give you a chance to follow me." Yang Chen sneered. "Ha, you really are a flower grown in an ugly way, with tadpoles tattooed like frogs. Are you showing off to your mom? Does she know you're a show-off? You." Luo Tianai was furious. He didn't even know how many times he had been insulted today. But he was frustrated because he couldn't effectively retaliate due to his clumsy tongue, feeling a rush of anger inside. "It seems like you're rejecting my goodwill." Luo Tianai grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Since that's the case, you guys go teach him a lesson. Let him know who's the boss." The 6 underlings of Luo Tianai all walked towards Yang Chen, rubbing their fists, with playful and mocking smiles on their faces. In their eyes, it was a sure win with 6 against 2, especially since one of them was a weak girl. They believed they had the advantage. "Kid, how dare you insult Brother Luo's mom? You must be tired of living. Why waste time talking to this kid? Beat him up and then let's go search his house, see if there's any food, I'm starving." Young people these days have no clear self-awareness, thinking that the hero saving the beauty in TV dramas can happen in reality? Childish. Brother Luo, can I have this kid later? My taste is a bit different from yours, hee hee. Damn. Old dog, stay away from us in the future. Listening to the mocking words of the 6, Yang Chen chuckled lightly, raising a pitch-black handgun in his hand, aiming the dark barrel at the most arrogant youth among them. Yang Chen's hand speed was fast, and no one saw how he pulled out the gun. But being suddenly pointed at by the gun barrel would startle anyone. The hearts of the previously arrogant 6 pounded, and they all stepped back in unison. Luo Tianai was also startled, but then he realized something was wrong. This was Yan Huang, the country with the strictest gun control in the world. Even knives and homemade guns were strictly regulated, so where did he get the handgun from? Thinking about the advanced technology nowadays, where realistic guns were sold online, Luo Tianai had an answer in his mind. This kid was holding a fake gun. "You cowards, why are you running? Can't you use your brains to think? How could he possibly get a real gun? It must be fake." At these words, the 6 looked at each other, all understanding the situation. Right. This kid is just a stinky gamer. How could he get a real gun? He must have bought a replica gun to scare people. Not to mention the 7 people including Luo Tianai, even Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya didn't believe that Yang Chen had a real gun. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Chen, but the gun ban in Yanhuan was indeed very strict. It was harder for ordinary people to get a gun than to rob a bank. Abroad, if you pulled out a gun, people around you would panic and run away. In the country, if you pulled out a gun, people around you would just think it was fake. A young man sneered, "I have to admit, kid, you did scare me just now, but think about it, this is Yin Huang, how could you possibly get a real gun?" After speaking, he pointed to his own forehead arrogantly, "Come on, shoot here, if your gun is real, I'll eat the toilet." Yang Chen looked strange. "This is the first time I've heard such a cheap request. Alright, I'll grant your wish." Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet was fired. The trajectory of the bullet was invisible to the naked eye. All they heard was a soft thud. A blood hole suddenly appeared on the forehead of the flattering youth, with warm red blood slowly flowing out, soon covering his face, a pitiful sight. The flattering youth's eyes were dull, showing a bewildered look. Even in his last moments, he was still wondering how this could be possible. How could the gun he held be real? But he was gone. His thoughts ceased. Thud! The body of the flattering youth fell vertically to the ground, emitting a dull sound. The flattering youth was dead. Some were dumbfounded, their pupils shrinking in disbelief as they stared at Yang Chen and the pitch-black handgun in his hand. A real gun? How could it be a real gun? Where did he get a real gun from? The survivors who had previously mocked and belittled him were now trembling like chaff, almost collapsing in fear. Luo Tianye's eyes were filled with fury and gritted teeth, yet his heart was consumed by fear. A gun! What should they do next? He wouldn't even need one magazine to deal with all 6 of them. Luo Tianai roared in his mind, why? Why can this kid win the favor of the beauty, and get a gun for protection? Why him? Not only them, but the surviving owners in the building also heard the gunshots. They were overjoyed, thinking that the military rescue had arrived. However, when they peeked out the windows, they saw no sign of the military. Chen Jiayao's home. The remaining 5 survivors surrounding Yang Chen looked at him nervously and spoke cautiously. "Young man, don't be impulsive, please don't be impulsive. Killing is a crime, let's talk things out. Yes, how about this, you let us go, and we'll pretend we didn't see you kill anyone. Young man, disasters will pass, you don't want the authorities to find out about your killings, face the consequences in the end." The crowd. What kind of talk is this? We would kneel down to beg him, and he dares to threaten us back. The remaining 5 glared at the survivor who had just spoken. The survivor realized he had misspoken. He had intended to plead for mercy and advise the other to stay calm, but somehow his words turned into a threat. Yang Chen sneered, "Only the dead keep secrets in this world. Carry the secret of my killings with you to report to the King of Hell." As he spoke, he aimed the gun at the others. With his current physical condition, the recoil of the handgun was no pressure for him. Moreover, at such a close range, he couldn't miss. Even if he did, he could adjust the trajectory with the Dominator of Gold. Bang! 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 5 consecutive shots, all hitting the survivors except Luo Tianai. Some looked furious, some terrified, and some filled with endless resentment, but in the end, they all perished, turning into lifeless bodies. Thump, 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 thump. The bodies fell, blood flowing incessantly. Their fresh blood flowed, pooling together on the floor, forming a large puddle, the air filled with a strong smell of blood. Luo Tianai was petrified by the scene. He hadn't expected Yang Chen to be so decisive. 6 lives with just a raise of his hand. Luo Tianai knew that with all 6 of his men dead, he would be next. He couldn't just wait for death. Looking around, Luo Tianai saw Chen Jiayao on the balcony. His eyes fierce, he grabbed a sledgehammer and charged towards her. He intended to kidnap Chen Jiayao. "Isn't that man over there your husband? Then you'll be my hostage." But as he took a few steps, a series of gunshots rang out behind him. Bang! 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 Bullets hit Luo Tianai's knees, shoulders, hip bones, and other parts. Non-lethal shots, but enough to render him immobile. In the momentum of his charge, Luo Tianai fell to the ground, sliding all the way to Chen Jiayao's feet. Chen Jiayao, pale with fear, quickly jumped away and ran towards Yang Chen. "Ah!" Luo Tianai let out a piercing scream. "Kill him!" Yang Chen handed the handgun to Chen Jiayao with a smile. "Ha!" Chen Jiayao uttered in confusion. Yang Chen repeated, "I said, kill him." Chen Jiayao tremblingly took the handgun. Yang Chen saw her hand shaking continuously. He wrapped his big hand around hers, stabilizing the gun for her, aiming at Luo Tianai lying on the ground. "If I hadn't come, have you ever thought about your fate? He would strip you naked, make you a plaything, and even consider you as a source of food when there's none. Do you still harbor any good thoughts towards him?" This was Yang Chen's test for Chen Jiayao. Although Yang Chen needed a stunning goddess of level 10 to trigger the 1,000-fold return, it didn't mean he wanted a useless face. Lin Jinyun had already proven her worth. She could be commanding, seductive, and lethal. She strictly followed her own orders and could provide assistance in future battles. As for Chen Jiayao, if she didn't dare to kill even her enemies, then Yang Chen would lose interest in her. This was the first test. The second test, to see if she had any rebelliousness in her heart. Yang Chen hadn't displayed any abilities related to supernatural powers. The handgun was now back in her hands. Yang Chen wanted to see if she would point the gun at herself or claim it as her own. For safety, Yang Chen had already activated the infinite space early on. Moreover, the magazine had been precisely fired, leaving only 1 bullet. If Chen Jiayao killed Luo Tianai, the handgun would be useless. Chen Jiayao had to pass both tests to gain Yang Chen's initial approval. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chen Jiayao tightly pursed her lips, her watery eyes falling on the wailing Luo Tianai on the ground. She imagined the outcome without Yang Chen's intervention. There were only 2 possible results. 1. Being forced to jump to her death. 2. Being caught by this despicable man, a teddy, and the consequences were already foreseeable, as he had mentioned how he would play with her. This was despicable. This kind of person didn't deserve any good thoughts. Her situation was just like this. What about her sister? She would surely encounter similar situations. I need to become stronger. Protect my sister. Chen Jiayao's heart became resolute. Her cold eyes fell on Luo Tianai. Luo Tianai was still groaning in pain. "Jiaya, I beg you, spare my life. I'll never appear in front of you again. I'll go as far away as possible." Chen Jiaya coldly snorted, "Die, you despicable man." As she spoke, she pulled the trigger. Yang Chen only played a stabilizing role. Pulling the trigger was up to her. Bang! The bullet left the barrel, hitting precisely between the eyes. Red and white splattered. Luo Tianya's eyes widened, full of resentment and bitterness as he died. Yang Chen let go. Chen Jiayao's delicate body softened. She sat on the cold floor, gasping heavily, hands tightly gripping the gun handle, in a state similar to Lin Jinyun who had just killed someone. Both were first-time killers. And then they felt uneasy. Chen Jiayao had been hungry for several days, with nothing left in her stomach to vomit, otherwise, she would have to go to the bathroom. Calm for 2.5 minutes, Chen Jiayao looked up at Yang Chen beside her, raised her hand, and handed the gun back to Yang Chen. Thank you for saving me. Yang Chen took the gun with a faint smile. It's okay, after all, I came here to covet your body. Chen Jiayao, you are really straightforward. After a moment of thought, Chen Jiayao asked in confusion, weren't you afraid I wouldn't return the gun to you just now? After all, it's a gun. Yang Chen remained nonchalant, you can try. Chen Jiayao fell silent for 2.5 seconds, then looked at Yang Chen's sunny and cheerful profile and smiled. It seems what Sister Jin Yun said is true, you are very powerful. I am willing to follow you willingly, be your woman, but you have to promise me one condition. Go on, Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, curious. Chen Jiayao looked worried. Afterward, when there's a chance, you have to accompany me to Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University to help me find my sister. Little sister? Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiayao's exquisite and flawless mature sister face and asked, if they were real sisters, the younger sister shouldn't be ugly. Chen Jiayao nodded, yes, we are real sisters. Yang Chen asked, is she beautiful? Chen Jiayao replied, beautiful, even more beautiful than me. She has been voted as the most pure and desirable campus beauty for 3 consecutive years. Yang Chen smiled confidently, don't worry, how could I leave my wife to suffer at Guanyin University? Chen Jiayao widened her beautiful eyes, you want to catch them all. Lin Jinyun crossed her arms and smirked, sly wolf. Yang Chen agreed, exactly. Chen Jiayao had a new concept of Yang Chen's thick skin. This guy's thick skin is really something. But, if he could safely bring back her sister, Chen Jiayao thought it would be acceptable. In times of disaster, a powerful man is undoubtedly a valuable asset. Yang Chen pulled Chen Jiayao up and said directly, it's not safe to stay here anymore. Come live with us upstairs. Okay. Chen Jiayao didn't refuse. Is there anything you need to bring? Oh right. Yang Chen remembered something and asked Chen Jiayao, as a beauty and fashion blogger, you must have a lot of cosplay outfits, right? Leading the way, Chen Jiayao said, follow me. Chen Jiayao led Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun to a 50-square-meter dressing room, filled with colorful cosplay costumes of all kinds. Yang Chen immediately recognized several characters. Thor, Victory Team uniform, Shunha, Pleasant Goat, Ultraman costume, and more. This wardrobe could rival Lin Jinyun's. So many? Can you wear them all? Lin Jinyun was also a woman who couldn't resist clothes. Chen Jiayao proudly said, most of them belong to the company. Since the outbreak, they can't take them back, so they are all mine now. Jinyun, see if there's anything you like, I'll give it to you. I like. Oh, just as Lin Jinyun was about to choose, the row of cosplay costumes in front of her disappeared. Yang Chen laughed, no need to choose, they are all mine now. Oh JBK. Now they could play role-playing games, hee hee hee. Chen Jiayao's focus was different from Lin Jinyun's. She stuttered between Yang Chen and the disappeared cosplay costumes, these. Where are my cosplay outfits? How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Yang Chen took out a set of cosplay outfits from the infinite space. Let me introduce you to the infinite space. In my infinite space, there are endless foods that only I can open. As long as you follow me, you'll have food that you can't finish. Chen Jiayao was stunned. Was this magic? Is this magic? Lin Jinyun explained with a smile, this is an ability. Didn't I tell you in Blue Star before, as long as you agree to be this rascal's woman, he will also give you an ability fruit. Chen Jiayao. At that time, the situation was urgent, I didn't read the information carefully. Okay. Chen Jiayao asked again, Jinyun, do you have an ability too? Lin Jinyun nodded, yes, metal manipulation. Chen Jiayao exclaimed, there are such magical abilities in this world. Yang Chen chuckled, during the outbreak, animals and plants mutated, why can't humans have abilities? After some thought, the two women agreed that it made sense. Why should the whole world evolve while leaving humans behind? Enough talk, let's pack up quickly. With Yang Chen's help, Chen Jiayao packed everything she thought she needed into the infinite space. After everything was done, they returned to the 31st floor of Yang Chen's home. At this moment, the surviving owners of the building were still anxiously looking out the window. Gunshots had been heard, there was no reason for the military not to show up. Back home, he asked Lin Jinyun to take Chen Jiayao to take a bath. After washing up and having a fragrant meal at the dining table, fragrant steamed rice, stir-fried pork with edamame, hot and sour shredded potatoes, corn rib soup, all were light dishes. When Chen Jiayao smelled the tempting aroma of the food, her stomach couldn't help but growl, feeling embarrassed, her face blushing tenderly. Yang Chen chuckled, don't be shy, these are all prepared for you. Have something to eat to fill your stomach, and we'll have a sumptuous dinner tonight. Chen Jiayao was really hungry, and upon hearing this, she didn't hesitate with Yang Chen, picked up her bowl, took her chopsticks, and started eating. Having been hungry for too long, Chen Jiayao couldn't care less about her ladylike manners while eating. gobbling up the food eagerly, her cheeks bulging like a hamster, looking cute in her own way. Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun weren't very hungry, so they just watched Chen Jiayao eat. Chen Jiayao felt a bit embarrassed being watched. "Why are you all staring at me?" Lin Jinyun covered her mouth and chuckled. "You seem to be enjoying the food. Do you want me to add a couple more dishes for you?" Chen Jiayao quickly shook her head, her little head shaking like a rattle. "No, thank you, no need." After the meal, Lin Jinyun went back to the bedroom, leaving the living room to them. "I'm so sleepy, I'm going back to take a nap." Chen Jiayao washed the dishes, skillfully stood in front of Yang Chen. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Jiayao walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a white bathrobe. Perhaps the bathwater was too hot, making her little face blush. Yang Chen walked over and took out a wood element ability fruit from the infinite space, tossing it to Chen Jiayao. "Wood element ability fruit, after eating it, you will gain wood element abilities." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiayao's face lit up with excitement, catching the wood element ability fruit thrown to her. "You mean, by eating this, I can also gain abilities?" Yang Chen nodded. "That's right, your sister Jin Yun has metal element abilities, while this one is wood element." Chen Jiayao was delighted. Once she awakened her abilities, she would have the power to protect her sister in the apocalypse. If anyone dared to bully her sister again, she could fight back and make them pay, instead of waiting for others to rescue them like today. Suddenly, Chen Jiayao thought of a question. Looking up at Yang Chen seriously, she asked, "Are there many ability fruits?" Yang Chen guessed her concern and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I will prepare ability fruits for your sister too." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiayao looked at Yang Chen in a daze. The last bit of estrangement in her heart completely disappeared, a sincere smile appearing on her face. "Thank you, Yang Chen. Ha, eat up and awaken your abilities soon." "Okay." Chen Jiayao swallowed the wood element ability fruit. As the ability fruit went down, Chen Jiayao felt her body relax, a faint green light appearing on her skin, with little green light spots around her, converging towards her body. At the same time, Yang Chen's mind also echoed with the voice of the system. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiao's wood element ability fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 ordinary wood element ability fruits and a divine level wood element ability, the Tree of Life. Was there even a need to think? Of course, he would choose the divine level wood element ability. Ordinary wood element ability fruits were of no use to him. He was the man who would gather the 8 divine level elements to fuse into the elemental god. Yang Chen gave his answer in his mind. I choose the divine level wood element ability, the Tree of Life. Ding! Selection successful. As the system's words fell, a faint green light also began to appear on Yang Chen's body, and the surrounding space seemed to be plunged into darkness, with endless green light spots surging towards Yang Chen's body. Half an hour later, the evolution awakening was completed. Chen Jiayao successfully gained the wood element ability, the Blessing of Wood. This ability allows Chen Jiayao to control plants and make them grow rapidly. Yang Chen, on the other hand, obtained the divine level wood elemental ability, the Tree of Life. This divine level wood elemental ability made Yang Chen the master of all wood-based plants. He could control and manipulate them, suppress low spiritual mutated plants, and it also gave him a strong vitality. Now, even if his heart is pierced by a bullet, Yang Chen cannot be killed. He can instantly repair his heart's wounds by mobilizing Penghua's life force. Of course, the head is a different story. The brain is the residence of consciousness. Life force is controlled by consciousness. If he loses consciousness, he cannot manipulate the life force to heal injuries or treat teammates. This ability does not give Yang Chen the attacking power of the Gold Dominator, but it certainly provides ample control and healing. Not bad. 2 of the 8 major elements have been gathered. With 2 divine level abilities by his side, Yang Chen feels it's time to explore the outside world. Yang Chen made up his mind to wander around the neighborhood tomorrow and see what dangers he might encounter. He also planned to visit the convenience store in the neighborhood. Although Yang Chen can obtain a large amount of food through the tenfold return, the variety is still too limited. Expanding the variety of food is urgent. Is this the feeling of awakening abilities? Sitting on the sofa, Chen Jiayao looked at her fair hands with excitement. I feel full of power now. Yang Chen smiled. From now on, you are also an ability user. Thank you, you are so kind to me. At this moment, Lin Jinyun walked out of the bedroom. She looked at the two with playful eyes. Is the awakening over? Chen Jiayao blushed and quickly ran to Lin Jinyun, hugging her slender arm to change the subject. Let me tell you, Jinyun's sister, I awakened the wood elemental ability. The 2 women had quite a few common topics. They soon chatted lively. Yang Chen did not join them. He went to the balcony to continue exercising his body. These days, Yang Chen found that exercising his body also enhanced his physical fitness. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a thick fog once again enveloped the world. Lin Jinyun went to turn on the lights but found that no matter how she pressed the switch, the lights did not come on. Power outage? The most worrying thing for the survivors finally happened. On the 10th night of the disaster outbreak, the power and network were cut off. Every night at 6 o'clock, the outside world would be shrouded in a white fog, visibility reduced, and the temperature dropped sharply. Without electricity, the air conditioning and small sun could not operate at all, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the hungry survivors. It was also from this night onwards that human civilization began to gradually collapse. Yang Chen calculated the time, and indeed, in his previous life, the power and network were cut off at this time. It was estimated that before long, natural gas and drinking water would also be cut off. Yang Chen did not have a diesel generator to supply power to his small house. Tomorrow, he could go out and look for one. Rubbing his hands, Lin Jinyan said to Yang Chen with a smile, "How about we have hot pot tonight?" Yang Chen replied irritably, "We don't even have electricity, how can we cook hot pot?" Lin Jinyun smiled, "I have prepared a copper pot and smokeless charcoal at home. We can have the old Xuanru from Shangjing." Hearing this, Yang Chen was surprised. "Let me look for it. Where exactly did you put it?" Lin Jinyun told Yang Chen the specific location, and he found the copper pot and a box of smokeless charcoal in a green plastic storage box. Yang Chen handed the smokeless charcoal and copper pot to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao respectively. "Here, these are for you too." Lin Jinyun was already used to Yang Chen's habit of giving things away. Chen Jiayao was a bit puzzled. "Wasn't it for eating hot pot? Why give me a copper pot?" Ding. Investment in Lin Jinyun's smokeless charcoal box, 10 kilograms, triggering a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 boxes of smokeless charcoal. Ding. Investment in Chen Jiao's copper pot, triggering a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 copper pots. With a return of 10,000 times triggered, this kid Yang Chen no longer needs to worry about running out of smokeless charcoal. Let's get started. By the way, should we add some hot pot base to the Xuanru pot from the capital? I feel that plain water for Xuanru doesn't suit my taste. Sure, eat it however you like. The three of them started to get busy. Lin Jinyun was cutting meat in the kitchen. Ding. Investment in Lin Jinyun's beef brain, triggering a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 caddies of beef brain. Ding. Investment in Chen Jiao's premium fatty beef, triggering a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 boxes of premium fatty beef. Ding. After nearly half an hour of busyness, the copper hot pot was already placed on the table. The smokeless charcoal in the copper pot was blazing against the copper walls. Various foods surrounded the copper pot. There were fatty beef, beef brain, hanging dragon, tripe, shrimp balls, gong vegetables, potatoes, and other hot pot ingredients. Originally planned for Xuanru from the capital, it turned into Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot. Eating Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot in a copper pot was quite enjoyable. Chen Jiayao was almost in tears. "I never expected to have hot pot even after the disaster struck. A few days ago, I thought I was going to starve to death." Lin Jinyun jokingly tapped Chen Jiayao's smooth forehead. "Why didn't you come earlier? I thought you might think I was tricking you. Is it delicious to mix Ganma with rice?" Chen Jiayao whimpered. "Jinyun's sister, please spare me, I was wrong. But when you came up to me and asked me to, how could I refuse? And now?" Lin Jinyun asked with a smile. Chen Jiayao glanced at Yang Chen, her face blushing. "I really like it." Yang Chen. Sometimes Yang Chen had to admit that conversations between girls were impressive, even more so than those between guys. "Alright, the pot is boiling, let's start cooking the meat." Yang Chen changed the subject. The two women were indeed distracted. They ate hot pot and sang songs. Around the dining table were 10 iron basins filled with smokeless charcoal for heating. They didn't feel cold, but it was definitely hot. The next day, a scream echoed through the entire building. Some startled survivors were awakened. Some found their family members frozen to death. With the power outage last night, unable to turn on the heating, many residents with weak constitutions froze to death in the cold. As the fog cleared, the remaining residents in the building seemed to have reached a consensus. They started knocking on doors. "Are there any survivors inside? If so, listen up. With the power outage last night, living conditions have become even more difficult. We all agree to unite. If there are people inside, remember to come to the second floor for a meeting at 8 o'clock. A surviving resident knocked on Yang Chen's door, regardless of whether anyone was inside, delivered a message, and left. Behind the door, Yang Chen stood with his hands in his pockets. A meeting? In his previous life, someone did come to inform him of a meeting. But at that time, Yang Chen was evasive and pretended to be dead, staying at home. so he had no idea what would happen at this meeting. I have to go out anyway, might as well see what they're up to. With a decision in mind, Yang Chen returned to the bedroom to get dressed. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao, awakened by the commotion, rubbed their sleepy eyes and looked at Yang Chen in confusion. What's going on? Nothing, it seems the surviving residents of this building want to gather for a meeting. I'll go down and see, Yang Chen said as he dressed. He didn't do much last night. After finishing the hot pot, Yang Chen found a horror movie, mounted it on a stand by the bed, and held two soft and fragrant bodies while watching the horror movie. The feeling was beyond enjoyable. Oh right. Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiao and asked, how far is Guanyin University from here? You should know, right? When it came to Guanyin University, Chen Jiao suddenly became clear-headed. Are we going to find my sister at Guanyin University? Yang Chen bluntly said, no, first we need to figure out the way, make sure it's safe before going. Hearing this, Chen Jiao realized she was being too hasty. With the current dangers outside, without careful planning, even as superhumans, they could get hurt. Chen Jiao said, Guanyin University is also my alma mater. I used to go there often to find my sister. It's about 7 kilometers from here, heading east from the south gate of the residential area. 7 kilometers. 7 kilometers wasn't far before the apocalypse. Just a step on the gas pedal. But now, these 7 kilometers represented the unknown. Who knew what might happen? I see. Today, I'll go out and see what dangers we might encounter. Lin Jinyun looked worriedly at Yang Chen. Don't you want us to accompany you? We are also superhumans and won't hold you back. Yang Chen shook his head. No, fewer people are better for action. Seeing Yang Chen's determination, Lin Jinyun didn't say anything more. Alright then. More people indeed meant more strength, but also more unknowns. So Yang Chen thought it was more appropriate for him to go alone. Lin Jinyun got up to make breakfast, wearing an apron, busy in the kitchen like a good wife and mother. This morning, the three of them had scallion pancakes with rolled pork, instant fresh meat wontons, paired with AD calcium, and they ate their fill. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's AD calcium bottle, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bottles of AD calcium. Ding! After breakfast, the three of them set out together. Yang Chen said he wouldn't take them to Guanyin University, but that didn't mean they wouldn't leave the residential area. It was a good opportunity for the two women to see the dangers of the outside world and gain some survival experience. Instead of leaving the building directly, the three of them first went to the second floor. The doors of two households on the second floor were wide open, and at least 80% of the surviving owners in this building had gathered there. Some were like Yang Chen in his past life, reluctant to come out of their homes. These people still had some reserves at home, enough to sustain themselves. They were worried about being robbed if they went out, so they chose to bury their heads in the sand. Nearly 80 people were scattered in two houses or in the corridors. They all looked pale, weak, devoid of color, filled with despair. Due to lack of food for a long time, their bodies were as soft as noodles. Do you still have food at home? If so, share some with me. I feel like I'm about to pass out if I don't eat soon. Big brother, look at my pale face. Do I look like I have food? I'm getting weak. Damn it! Wasn't there supposed to be military rescue? How many days has it been and there's no sign of them? Forget it. That rich kid Luo Hai said they would advance from west to east. They must prioritize rescuing the nearest affected groups. Just wait for death. Does anyone have any powdered milk? Even if it's expired, it's fine. My child at home is barely holding on. He's only 5 months old. I'm willing to trade my gold bracelet for it. Powdered milk? If there was any, we would have drunk it ourselves. Right now, if you want food, you probably have to resort to cannibalism. But we don't even know who among us has it. Yeah, who knows if cannibalism is already happening among us, looking at our miserable state. Who the hell is talking about cannibalism? Get the hell out of here. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. The second floor was chaotic, with feeble voices intermingling, children crying, elderly complaining, and sounds of helpless rage. At this moment, a young man of short stature and ordinary appearance walked up to the second floor surrounded by a group of people. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The crowd looked on with little enthusiasm, curious about what this guy was up to. The young man particularly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He looked around at the crowd and grinned, saying, "Hello, I am the main initiator of this meeting. My name is Chen Bing." A fortunate homeowner asked, "Why have you gathered us all here? What's the plan?" "Yes, please tell us quickly, it's dangerous outside." Chen Bing got straight to the point. It's been 11 days since the disaster struck, military rescue is nowhere in sight. I believe we need to help ourselves. We need to unite our strength to establish our own survivor shelter. With these words, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing that this plan indeed had potential. Strength in numbers is a saying that holds true at any time, especially in the current disaster. But there was a question. Since it's an organization, there must be a leader. Who will be the leader? At times like this, nobody trusts anybody, so they wouldn't let a stranger take the lead, and some even wanted to vie for the position themselves. Another homeowner asked, establishing a shelter is fine, but who will be the leader? Chen Bing stood confidently with his hands behind his back and said, I am not talented, but I am willing to be the leader of this shelter. The crowd. They were already planning ahead. Why should you be the leader? Someone challenged. Exactly. I believe the leader must be elected, someone respected, and fair to lead is the best choice. Right. You want to be the boss? Prove yourself against me first. A middle-aged man stepped forward. I am a martial arts teacher. I want to see what you've got to be the leader of this shelter. If you can't defeat me, then the position of leader belongs to me. This middle-aged man also had his own agenda. The power of a leader is much greater than that of a mere member. Once he became the leader, he could use his authority to support his own group and establish dominance in the building. And now, this troublemaker had appeared. Let him see how powerful he really was. Boom! Chen Bing's right hand clenched into a fist, a blazing flame burning on his fist. With a swift step, he moved in front of the middle-aged man and landed a punch on his head. Bang! The physical abilities of an esper are at least 5 times that of a normal man. Chen Bing's punch directly shattered half of the middle-aged man's cheek, flames igniting on his head. The middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling on the ground in agony. Eventually, silence. He was dead. This scene left the surviving homeowners in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and fear as they looked at Chen Bing. How? How is this possible? Is this magic? I can feel the heat. This is definitely not magic. Chen Bing extinguished the flames, smiling triumphantly. This is my superpower. Do you think I can be the leader of this shelter relying on my superpower? This time, the crowd fell silent. Chen Bing continued, if I become the leader, I will organize protection teams and supply search teams to go out and find resources, and then distribute food evenly. Really? I promise. Then, I am willing to nominate you as the leader. With the first person stepping forward, others gradually followed suit. Mainly because Chen Bing's ability to create fire out of thin air was extraordinary, and they felt that with such a superpowered individual protecting them, they would be safer. Chen Bing was extremely pleased. Before the disaster, he was just a waiter at a restaurant near the residential area. Every day, he would either be scolded by the supervisor or pick a fight with the customers. Working in the service industry, he had to greet everyone with a smile, or else his wages would be deducted, or worse, he could be fired. Chen Bing felt like a dog, living without any dignity. Until the disaster struck. A few days before, Chen Bing had a serious illness. After recovering, he discovered he had the power to control fire. With this newfound ability and enhanced physical strength, Chen Bing easily subdued his colleague Xiao Zhang in the dormitory and even flirted with his girlfriend in front of him. After that, Chen Bing's confidence soared. He felt like the chosen one. With his awakened superpower, he believed he could make a difference in the great disaster. Soon, there were reports of people knocking on doors early in the morning. These were people who had been subdued by him and now followed him. He had become the leader of the shelter, overseeing dozens of people, a feeling Chen Bing had never experienced before. Finally, he didn't have to be a dog anymore. He would treat others like dogs. Squinting, Chen Bing smiled and said, now, gather all the resources in this building for centralized management. Bring out all the remaining food from your homes. As for those owners who haven't joined us, if they are unwilling to be part of our group, ask them to leave the building. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the crowd changed, especially the faces of some surviving owners hidden among the people turned grim. They were willing to offer food, but taking it forcibly from their pockets was like asking for their lives. No one wanted to give up their survival rations to the so-called shelter. Seeing no response, Chen Bing's face darkened. He felt his authority as a leader was being ignored. Are you all deaf? Can't you hear what the leader said? Leader Chen, we really have no food left. How about you take some young people to the convenience stores in the neighborhood to find food? A white-haired old man rubbed his hands and said with a smile, are you coming with me? Chen Bing glanced at the old man, who immediately shook his head in fear. No. I can barely walk with these old bones. Leader Chen, you should take some young people. We old folks will only be a hindrance. Yes. Someone supported the old man, mostly elderly people. I think Director Sun is right. Young people have better physical strength and should do more work. We old folks will wait in the building for you to come back and share a little with us, an old lady said matter-of-factly. Why should we? You old folks really have no shame. I risked my life to find food outside, and you old farts want to share it without doing anything. Where's your shame? The older you get, the more shameless you become, right? The young people refused. Only fools would accept such unfair treatment. Respect the elderly? Just because they are old, why should they be respected? If they had been good people in the past, generous and kind, it would be different. But these old folks always caused trouble in the past, and not punishing them was already merciful. Chen Bing was speechless. Was he being taken advantage of? He came to be a leader, to command others, not to be a babysitter. Chen Bing said, anyone over 50, get out of this building. My shelter doesn't take in trash. As soon as he spoke, the elderly present immediately protested. Why? This is our home. Why are you kicking us out? Young people nowadays have no manners or morals. Call the police. Say there's someone abusing the elderly here. Call the police and arrest this damn dog. Bang! Chen Bing took a brisk step forward and punched the old lady who cursed him as a son of a b***tch, smashing her head to a pulp, splattering red and white around the people nearby. Chen Bing snorted coldly, don't let me hear the word dog again in the future. The surrounding people fell silent, as quiet as cicadas in winter. Fear crept back into their eyes as they realized at this moment that their leader was not a kind person. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and he had already killed 2 people. How could he be a good person? Who else matters now? Step forward if you do. Chen Bing scanned the crowd coldly, wanting to establish his authority, to make sure these people never dared to defy him again. I matter. Hearing someone daring to defy him, Chen Bing's eyes immediately swept over. The crowd standing at the staircase dispersed, making way for 3 people who walked leisurely towards him. They were dressed neatly, with rosy complexions and steady, powerful strides, a stark contrast to the emaciated, weak survivors around them. These 3 were none other than Yang Chen and his companions preparing to go out. Yang Chen hadn't expected to find other ability users in this building besides them, especially ones with such powerful fire abilities. But this guy didn't seem like a good person, suppressing the survivors with force and organizing a search of the building. Yang Chen would inevitably clash with him sooner or later. Instead of trouble later, it was better to eliminate the trouble now. Yang Chen hadn't fought against an ability user yet. It was a good opportunity to test his own strength. What? Fight against Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao? Could that be considered a fight? They were just fooling around. Chen Bing's gaze shifted to Yang Chen, but his eyes were involuntarily drawn to the 2 stunningly beautiful women beside him. That's how the world worked. Beautiful people always attracted attention wherever they went. At this moment, many people were watching Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao. Damn! How did Miss Lin end up with this kid? They seem very close. Chen, the internet sensation, too. Were they friends before? Do you know who this kid is? I have no impression of him at all. This kid seems to be a shut-in living upstairs. He only plays games. Miss Lin also seems to live upstairs. Damn! This kid won over Miss Lin with food. Having lived in this neighborhood for so many years, there were naturally many neighbors who had seen Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao. Especially the beautiful ones, they remembered particularly well. Chen Bing licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. He never had the chance to be involved with such beautiful women before, but now he did. As the leader of the shelter, having 2 beautiful women made perfect sense, right? Chen Bing had a plan. Kill this kid. Claim these 2 women as his own. At this moment, Chen Bing was absolutely loving this disaster. It had turned his life upside down. Kid, the shelter's resources are managed centrally. If you want to join my shelter, hand over all your food to the collective. Oh, by the way, what's your blue star name? Show me. Chen Bing hadn't forgotten about the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. He had been eyeing this big shot for a while. It was simply unreasonable not to slaughter such a fat lamb. Let's consider it. The price he paid for showing off his wealth in the group. Chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Yang Chen answered honestly, with a sunny and cheerful smile, like a naive boy without any hidden agenda. With this revelation, the crowd finally shifted their gaze away from the 2 top-tier beauties. So this kid is the one from the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty? Judging by his and the women's complexion, it seems so. There are no signs of starvation at all. Damn! I've been looking for him for days, and he dares to show up now. I don't even know how much food he has left. This kid is really selfish, having so much food and not even thinking about helping the neighbors through difficult times. Chen Bing never expected that the troublemaker he had been looking for would be this kid. Thinking about the photos he posted in the group, saliva began to drip from Chen Bing's mouth. Although he had become an esper, his meals in these days were not that great. At the sight of this kid, Chen Bing immediately became angry. Damn it! Even a dignified esper looks like this, yet you dare to enjoy good food and drink, and play with two top women, why should you? This world is so unfair. Kid, hand over all your food to the group, I can leave you a whole body, unlike these two who can't even keep a whole body. Chen Bing summoned flames with a wave of his hand, displaying his strength. The crowd looked helpless, some sighed, not because they were worried about Yang Chen's life but because they were worried about whether they could benefit from this situation. They were not fools. Chen Bing was obviously not a selfless and fair person. If this kid's food fell into his hands, he probably wouldn't share it with these people. And these two women, they were probably in for a hard time. Kill me? You need to have the ability first. Yang Chen rushed out, each hand holding an alloy straight knife. His speed was very fast. Absorbing the energy of a mutant cat, coupled with the enhanced physical qualities brought by awakening two major divine-level esper abilities, Yang Chen's physical qualities overwhelmed Chen Bing. Chen Bing only saw a blur, and the person 10 meters away was suddenly in front of him. Poochie poochie. The sound of two sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out. Chen Bing was pierced through the left and right chest, pinned to the wall. Kill me? Can you do it? Chen Bing's eyes were about to burst. His eyes widened like a bull's. How is this possible? Could it be that you are also? Chen Bing never expected that he would be killed by this kid. He was an esper, the chosen one. How could he be killed so easily? Something's wrong with the plot. And even if this kid was also an esper, why was he so much stronger than himself? He couldn't even put up the slightest resistance against him. Damn it! Cheating! There's cheating! Remember, in your next life, don't covet what you can't get, it will only harm you. Yang Chen grinned, stirring the hilt of the knife to completely shatter Chen Bing's heart. Although espers awakened extraordinary powers, it didn't mean they were invincible. They could still be killed if vital parts were injured. Some espers couldn't even defend against firearms. Chen Bing died with unwillingness and regret in his eyes. Why did he provoke this guy? Just as Yang Chen was about to sheath his knife, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has killed a fire-type esper. Do you want to extract the esper fruit? Hearing this, Yang Chen was stunned. Could he extract the esper fruit after killing an esper? That's so cool. More esper fruits would definitely be beneficial. He had to plan for his women's future. Investing in their esper fruits was like helping himself become stronger. Yang Chen answered in his mind, extract. With this fire-type esper fruit, he already had 3 elements. He was only 5 esper fruits away from the 8 major elements. Ding! Extraction in progress. Ding! Extraction complete. Fire-type esper fruit has been placed in the system backpack. Yang Chen's consciousness sank into the infinite space, and he saw a red energy fruit. He had promised Chen Jiaya to prepare an esper fruit for her sister. Here it was, haha. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, the system only took a second to extract the fire-type esper fruit. Yang Chen pulled out the alloy straight knife and sheathed it back at his waist. At that moment, he thought of Jean Linyun's golden gradient. When he killed the mutant golden gradient by accident, he touched its head. At that moment, a surge of heat flowed into his body. Yang Chen felt it clearly. His strength noticeably increased after this surge of heat entered his body. Evolution is the mutant golden gradient, and espers are also evolving. Does this surge of heat exist in the brains of espers? Yang Chen is a man of action. He directly grabbed Chen Bing's head. Sure enough, when his palm touched Chen Bing's head, a surge of heat entered his palm from Chen Bing's head, flowing through his whole body. The volume of this heat flow was similar to that of the mutant golden gradient. Indeed, espers need to hunt and kill evolved creatures to become stronger, absorbing the energy within them. Yang Chen thought to himself, categorizing espers, mutant beasts, and mutant plants all as evolved creatures. Discarding Chen Bing's body, Yang Chen disdainfully wiped his hands. This guy probably hadn't washed his hair for days, it was very oily. With the troublesome root cause resolved, Yang Chen had no intention of staying here any longer. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya, an old man stepped forward and stopped them. Young man, please wait a moment, the old man said. Yang Chen turned back, his voice calm. What's the matter? This old man was none other than the one referred to as director's son by old lady Li. He was the director of the nearby street office, not very influential but quite arrogant. He loved being called director by others, and the elderly people indulged him by always addressing him as director, greatly satisfying his vanity. Ahem, now that you've killed him, our shelter no longer has a leader. You're so strong, so on behalf of everyone, we elect you as the new leader of the shelter. What do you think? As long as you can provide us with food and a safe haven, we will all support you wholeheartedly. No one else will have a say, as Sun De Biao said. Director Sun cleared his throat and looked at Yang Chen with his hands behind his back. Old Lady Li also stood beside Director Sun with a smile. Yes, young man, you're so strong. You must be good at finding food outside. If you protect us, once the disaster is over, we will jointly write a commendation for you. Your contribution will not be overlooked. If you feel it's dangerous, you can take the young people in this building with you. They are strong and used to hard work. They will definitely be able to help you. As soon as these words were spoken, the young people present turned pale, their expressions changing rapidly. These old folks, even in the face of a disaster, they still talk so much. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh, his eyes playfully assessing Old Lady Li and Director Sun, saying, "Old geezer, do I look like a fool to you? What obligation do I have to provide you with food, and protect you for a commendation? Do you really think I care about that? Whether it's because you're old or your brains are fried, how can you say such things? You're becoming more shameless as you age, aren't you?" Yang Chen's unyielding retort made Director Sun and Old Lady Li embarrassed and angry, their faces turning pale with rage as they pointed at Yang Chen tremblingly. You're disrespectful. How can a young person lack respect like this? Get out of here, I don't have time to waste with you. After saying that, Yang Chen was about to leave. Old Lady Li snorted twice and charged towards Yang Chen with her 200 pounds of fat. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he delivered a sidekick, sending her flying. To Yang Chen's surprise, as he lifted his leg, Old Lady Li happened to bend down in front of him, causing his sidekick to miss. What a coincidence. A real coincidence. Ouch, he's hitting people, this little devil is hitting people. Come and see, he not only lacks respect but also dares to lay hands on the elderly. It's outrageous. Mrs. Li's group of old friends seemed to have rehearsed countless times. Wherever she went, her old friends would take out their phones and pretend to randomly snap photos of Yang Chen. Some had their cameras ready, others pretended to take photos. In their eyes, whoever took photos with their phones was in the right. Ming, you can't learn from this kid in the future, disrespecting elders and lacking manners. People like him are barbarians, they will never amount to anything in life, and might even turn to crime. A grandma with a mushroom haircut lectured her grandson, using Yang Chen as a negative example. Her grandson wasn't any better, cursing at Yang Chen, "Bad guy. Big bad guy, I'll beat you up." Not content with just cursing, he even aimed his toy water gun at Yang Chen and pulled the trigger, soaking the new clothes Yang Chen had just put on. The grandma behind the mischievous child showed no intention of stopping him, instead smiling gleefully. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya were almost fuming with anger. How infuriating these old folks were. In the past, during peaceful times, they enjoyed sitting under the shade of the trees at the entrance of the building, nodding and gossiping about passing women. If they showed a bit of skin, these old folks would gossip, saying they were indecent, improper, must be in a certain profession, flirting with men, corrupting morals, and other derogatory remarks. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya were victims of this. Both were stunning beauties. Was there anything wrong with dressing nicely? And compared to some women, their attire was considered conservative. Now, these old folks were causing trouble again. While Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya were furious, Yang Chen just chuckled. Did they think he wouldn't hit an elderly person? Mrs. Li was closest to Yang Chen, and he swiftly kicked towards her head. His swift and accurate kick was backed by his strong physical abilities. Bang! Mrs. Li's head exploded. She was struck hard. At that moment, the whole building fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Yang Chen. They never expected him to resort to violence like Chen Bing. Why aren't you old folks screaming anymore? Why don't you continue? Yang Chen turned to the two women with a smirk. There's no point in arguing with idiots who can't face reality. It's better to act directly. With that, Yang Chen walked towards the mischievous child who had splashed water on him earlier. The child's grandmother immediately shielded her precious grandson and warned Yang Chen sternly, "What do you want? I'm telling you not to come over. When I was young, I was trained too." Smack! Yang Chen slapped her, sending her crashing into the wall. "Get lost. You're fake. Let me show you what's real," Yang Chen said to the child with a smile. The child screamed, "You hit my grandma, you're a bad person, die, I'll kill you." The child tried to punch and kick Yang Chen, but he pinned the child down with a slap, then pulled out a Glock 22 pistol from his pocket, shoving the dark barrel into the child's mouth. "Yours is fake, mine is real. You shot me 3 times just now, returning 1 shot isn't excessive, right?" "No!" The child's grandmother struggled to her feet, reaching out towards her grandson, screaming in agony, tears streaming down her face. Bang! The child's head exploded. The surrounding surviving residents looked extremely grim, all distancing themselves from Yang Chen. Finally, they understood where yesterday's gunshots had come from. It was all caused by the avian flu outbreak. But where did he get a real gun from? Many surviving residents had this question in their minds, but none dared to ask. Because at that moment, young Chen was too terrifying, showing no trace of humanity. A child said kill, and kill he did. Ah! The mischievous child's grandmother watched in horror as her precious grandson's head exploded, her eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched as she roared, "Ah! How dare you kill my grandson? I'll fight you to the end!" Bang! The response to the grandmother's outburst was a bullet. In the midst of her charge, her body jerked back and fell heavily to the ground. After all this, young Chen stood up, patting the wet spot on his clothes where the mischievous child had squirted him with a water gun. Seriously, these clothes are new, and they're all wet now. The crowd. Young Chen looked at Old Sun Head. Do you have any last words now? Old Sun Head. Young man, calm down. Murder is a crime, you. Thud. Old Sun Head couldn't finish his sentence as the young man's gaze was too terrifying. He fell to his knees. Have mercy. Mercy it is. Young Chen grinned. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Old Sun Head fell silent. Young Chen glanced at the remaining surviving homeowners and said, enjoy this apocalypse while it lasts. With that, Young Chen led Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao downstairs. The surviving homeowners on the second floor looked at each other, the scene falling into an eerie silence. 2.5 minutes later. Finally, someone couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, crouching against the wall, trembling as they hugged their knees. It's too terrifying. That kid is a complete killer. He's been here for less than 10 minutes and has already killed 5 people, even more brutal than Chen Bing. What can we do? He has a gun, and we are no match for him. Ah, I can't take it anymore. When will this nightmare end? What is the military rescue team doing? Why haven't they come to save me? Another one gone mad. In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a black leather jacket on top, and jeans below, stepped out of a house. Now Jichuan has left the building with those 2 women. Their target should be the convenience store or supermarket in the neighborhood. It seems his food supplies are running low. Someone asked in confusion, what exactly are you trying to say? The cold glint in the middle-aged man's glasses swept over the crowd as he spoke slowly. Now Jichuan has a gun, and his presence is a threat to us. You saw it just now, he's a complete killer. If we continue to stay with him, we will all die sooner or later. It's better for us to unite, lay an ambush, and attack them when they return with supplies. By then, now Jichuan will be taken care of, and the food he finds will be ours. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir. Is that possible? Now Jichuan seems stronger than Chen Bing. I dare not. I'm afraid of being shot in the head by him. Why? I want my mom. You're over 20 and still want your mom. You mama's boy, ladies, watch out, this guy is a mama's boy. Someone stood up to question, now Jichuan has a gun, why do you think we can be his match? The middle-aged man pushed his glasses up his nose and calmly analyzed, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone we have more than 4 fists here. I know the handgun in now Jichuan's hand, it's a Type 57 handgun, with a maximum magazine capacity of 7 rounds. He has already used 3 rounds just now, combined with what he used yesterday, I'm 90% sure he's out of bullets. When we ambush him, with a flurry of fists, I don't believe that so many of us can't defeat one now Jichuan. The crowd fell silent once again. Seeing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel frustrated. Do you all want to continue living under now Jichuan's tyranny? To die by his hand or starve to death in this building? Why can't we unite and fight back together? When the chicken plague dies, his food and his women will be ours. Don't you want to live a life like during the chicken plague? Stirred by his words, some easily influenced individuals with irrational minds immediately stood up. Let's do it! Since we're all going to die anyway, why not give it a try? Even the chicken plague is human. I don't believe he can stand after a blow to the back of his head, right? If we're afraid of his gun, then let's not give him the chance to use it. He's in the light, we're in the dark, the advantage is huge. I refuse to believe we are worthless. Let's do it. The chicken plague even has 2 hangers on. His combat power will surely decrease. Fortune favors the bold. With someone taking the lead, other surviving homeowners were reluctantly pulled onto this bandwagon. People tend to follow the crowd, going with the flow and following the majority. That's the situation they find themselves in now. The middle-aged man with glasses, seeing the success of his incitement, a strong hatred flashed in his eyes. Good. Since we don't know when the chicken plague will return, let's prepare quickly. Get rid of the chicken plague, and then the food and women will be ours. All right. The crowd began to act. Of course, not everyone lacked rationality. Some rushed in impulsively at the first call. Others quietly retreated behind the crowd, taking the opportunity to slip away and go back home. Yang Chen naturally had no knowledge of the actions and plans of the homeowners in the building. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What danger could a group of unarmed weaklings pose to him? The infinite space door in front of him could easily defend against them. Rather than worry about them, it would be more prudent to be concerned about the mutant beasts and plants lurking in the overgrown grass. At the entrance of the building. Wow! Is this still grass? It's grown so tall. Chen Jiao exclaimed as she looked at the scene before her. She was around 174 centimeters tall, considered tall among girls. But now, the lush green grass in front of her reached up to her waist. The three of them had no doubt that if it grew any taller, this grass could easily reach 2 meters. Should we set fire to this grass to clear the view? Otherwise, we won't be able to see what's hiding in the bushes, and we might be ambushed easily. Standing at the entrance of the building, all they could see was grass. It grew wildly, occupying every inch of land. The height of this grass exceeded 1 meter, densely covering the ground of the entire residential area, making it impossible to distinguish the original paths and trails. Among these thickets of grass, towering trees stood proudly. Their trunks were so thick that it would take several people to encircle them, and the bark was covered with the marks and cracks of time. The branches of these giant trees extended far, almost obscuring the entire sky when their canopies connected, casting a shadow over the people standing in the residential area. Looking at the once solid cement road, now destroyed by the roots of the giant trees, the ground had been mercilessly pierced by the roots, resembling huge snakes winding and twisting beneath the surface, shattering the once smooth road. The streetlights were askew, dark steel entwined with lush ivy, and the base of the buildings was beginning to show a green tint as moss slowly eroded them. Some ground floor windows were blocked by vines, doorways covered in moss, everything appeared desolate and quiet. Occasionally, a gust of wind would bring a rustling sound, the sound of leaves and vines rubbing against each other. Since the outbreak of the disaster, the whole world seemed to have pressed the pause button. The world was peaceful and tranquil. But beneath this tranquility lay countless hidden dangers. Just like the vast sea of grass that obstructed their view in front of Yang Chen and his group, no one knew what kind of dangers lurked within this dense and overgrown thicket of grass. Some mutant beasts like to hide in secret places, waiting to ambush their prey and deliver a fatal blow when it passes by. Most of the pets kept by the owners in the neighborhood are cats and dogs, so the mutant beasts in the neighborhood are probably these two types, fearing even insects have mutated. Burning it down is impossible. A big fire will spread, and with the wind aiding it, as long as there's a breeze, the fire is likely to reach the upper floors of the building. Let's clear a path. Yang Chen thought for a moment and rejected Lin Jinyun's suggestion. Lin Jinyun shrugged, non-committal. I'll do it. With a thought, Yang Chen opened the door to the infinite space, and 11 alloy straight knives flew out, hovering and dancing in the sky, emitting a crisp sound. Yang Chen kept one for himself, and gave one each to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao. Lin Jinyun caught it without much reaction. But when Chen Jiao held the alloy straight knife, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiao's modern alloy straight knife, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 modern alloy straight knives. Yang Chen, what's going on? Wasn't it said that rewards obtained through a 10,000-fold return cannot be further multiplied? How did Chen Jiao? Wait! The modern alloy straight knife was obtained through Lin Jinyun's 10,000-fold return trigger. She has already gone through one round, so she can't trigger the 10,000-fold return again. But Chen Jiao is different. This is her first time. In other words, it's not that rewards obtained through a 10,000-fold return cannot be further multiplied, but that it requires a different person. This is getting interesting. You've all seen the fruit of abilities. Pay attention to your surroundings, see if there are any fruits of abilities, and if so, we'll profit. Right, Jiao. Chen Jiao nodded her head, Yang Chen had promised her that the next fruit of ability would be for his sister. In order for his sister to also gain abilities, Chen Jiao wished her ability had a perspective effect to see everything clearly around her. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, activating the Dominator of Gold. Within 100 meters of Yang Chen, everything was under his control. Yang Chen controlled the alloy straight knives to cut down the weeds on their path. The cuts were neat, as if a harvester had passed through. They had a clear goal. They headed towards the nearest neighborhood supermarket. They encountered no danger along the way. Were the mutant beasts scared of them and hiding, or did they go out hunting as a group? The area of the neighborhood supermarket was not very large, covering about 1,000 square meters. It was only one floor. The entire supermarket was divided into areas for alcoholic beverages, snacks, fresh produce, vegetables, bulk items, daily necessities, seasonings, and other regions. The roller shutter door of the neighborhood supermarket was tightly closed. Yang Chen looked at the weeds at the supermarket entrance, where there were bends and traces of being stepped on. This place should have been visited by nearby survivors. Let's go in and see what's left. The two women naturally had no objections and followed closely on either side of Yang Chen. Clatter! The roller shutter door was pushed up. Looking at the mess inside the supermarket, Yang Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, someone has been here. Those survivors are likely to come back. Let's take everything here. Yang Chen opened the door to the infinite space, pushed it forward, and stuffed everything in front of him into the infinite space. While others slowly packed items into their backpacks, Yang Chen was different. He directly stuffed the shelves into the infinite space, moving at a rapid pace. One by one, the shelves with goods were swallowed by the door to the infinite space. The variety of Yang Chen's supplies increased. Soon, all the shelves and counters in the supermarket were taken by Yang Chen. Cigarettes, alcohol, assorted bread and biscuits, potato chips, spicy sticks, dried meat, rice, flour, noodles, sanitary pads, shampoo, toothpaste. Yang Chen didn't miss a single item, not even the small balloons placed next to the cashier. Everything went into his infinite space. After completing all this, Yang Chen felt extremely relieved. As for what other survivors in the supermarket would eat after he took everything, none of his business. In the current apocalypse, as long as he took care of himself and those around him, it was enough. Yang Chen. Lin Jinyun ran over with Chen Jiaya. Yang Chen smiled and asked, "What's up?" Lin Jinyun held Yang Chen's arm and said, "We've cleared out this place. Let's go empty the express delivery point in the neighborhood later. I've been so bored these days, why don't you open some packages for me?" Express delivery point? Yang Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. At the express delivery point, you had a chance to open anything, and you could experience the joy of unboxing blind boxes. "Please, let's go. Anyway, we'll be around here, my dear nephew." Chen Jiao widened her eyes in surprise. "Are your nicknames all this fancy?" Lin Jinyun raised an eyebrow, unashamed. "Should we give you one too?" "Okay, let's go empty the express delivery point." Yang Chen nodded in agreement. "The closest ones to us are Zhengtong and Yida. Let's go." The three of them walked out of the supermarket and saw 7 security guards in uniform running towards them, some out of breath and flushed. When the 7 men approached, the leader, a young man, looked Yang Chen up and down. "You're the one from Building 1 who stinks of gaming? Didn't expect you to still be alive." Seeing this young man, Yang Chen also smiled. "It's you, the delivery thief. Good people don't live long, causing trouble for 1,000 years. It's been 11 days since the disaster, and you're still alive. You bastard." The young man was furious. "It's a disaster, and you're still arrogant. Do you really think I won't dare to touch you just because I'm not the owner? The supplies in this supermarket belong to Building 7. You better hand over all the food you took. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you a beating." Yang Chen shrugged, looking at the young man in front of him as if he were mentally challenged. "Is your brain not working, or are you blind? Look at me, where do you think I could hide food?" The young man was speechless. That's right. The three of them were empty-handed, without backpacks. Where could they hide the food? The young man's name was Yi Zhong, a security guard in this neighborhood. He relied on his uncle being the property manager to act as a security guard without any professionalism. He could even talk back to the owners if he felt like it. There was a conflict between him and Yang Chen before. Holding a grudge, he found out Yang Chen's florin name, and this guy would squat at his door every day, stealing his food. In the end, Yang Chen posted a video online, causing a public outcry. Yi Zhong came to ask him to delete the video, but Yang Chen refused. He even wanted to fight him at that time. It was true, I'm a security guard, either patrolling or harassing the owner showdown, and occasionally teaching disobedient owners a lesson. From stealing food to failing to mediate with the owner privately and resorting to violence, this behavior made Jinqiu City famous. In the end, the property management office couldn't handle it and had to bring Yi Zhong to apologize. Yang Chen still remembered Yi Zhong's resentful expression at that time. Yi Zhong was suspicious. "You came out of the supermarket without food, are you crazy?" Yang Chen smiled faintly. "There's nothing in the supermarket." "Nothing?" Yi Zhong naturally didn't believe it. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. We came here 3 times yesterday, and there was plenty of supplies in the supermarket when we left." Yang Chen said, "If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself." Yi Zhong gave a signal, and a middle-aged man immediately nodded and hurried towards the supermarket. The door was not closed, and as he peeked inside, he was stunned. Who ransacked this place? Damn, they even took the shelves. Apart from the fixed cash register and some trash, there was no merchandise left in the supermarket. Completely empty. Even rats would shed tears if they came here. The middle-aged man ran back to Yi Zhong in a panic and reported, "Yigu, the supermarket. The merchandise in the supermarket is all gone, even the shelves are gone." "What? This time Yi Zhong was also shocked. Their building was closest to this supermarket. They lived a comfortable life in Building 7, relying on the supplies they brought from the supermarket every day. But now you're telling me there are no supplies? Damn it! Yi Zhong couldn't believe it and went to see for himself. The result left him dumbfounded. Everything was gone. Nearly 1,000 square meters of supplies were all gone. How is this possible? Who could have taken away so much merchandise under their surveillance without anyone noticing? Could it be ghosts? Or those mysterious creatures in the thick fog at night? But now that the supplies were gone, Yi Zhong had no better solution. He didn't know how to track down who took the supplies. Yi Zhong looked at Yang Chen and the two women beside him with a cold smile. Since the supplies were gone, they would take it out on this kid. How dare you go against me before the disaster? Now that you're in my hands, you'll pay for it. And these two women are really beautiful. Yi Zhong had never seen such beautiful women in his life. They were even more attractive than some celebrities on TV. Yi Zhong smirked and said, Yang Chen, did you ever think you would end up like this when you opposed me before the disaster? You damn homeowners dare to go against me, a security guard. Now that you're in my hands, you're in for it. The group of security guards that Yi Zhong brought had completely turned into his followers after this period of mingling. At this point, no matter what Yi Zhong said, they would blindly support him. There was no choice, as he had a powerful uncle. Yi Gu is right, these homeowners dare to offend us security guards. They're simply asking for trouble, haha. For the disobedient homeowners, my suggestion is to beat them until they behave. Do they really think that buying a house here makes them the masters here? Homeowners? Have we not killed enough homeowners during this time? We've had our fair share of fun with female homeowners, haha. Hearing these words, Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes and was speechless. It's like the world has turned upside down. Chen Jiaya was also speechless. Does the property department not screen security guards? Anyone can be a security guard? Hearing the two women speak, Yi Zhong's eyes shamelessly roamed over them, grinning. I seriously suspect that you two are hiding our food. Now I'm going to search you, and you better not resist, hee hee hee. As he spoke, he signaled a few security guards. You guys search this kid, make him understand the rules of our security guards. As for these two women, leave them to. Swish, swish, swish. Before Yi Zhong could finish his sentence, several alloy knives flew past his body. They accurately pierced the bodies of the security guards behind him. Yi Zhong's eyes glazed over, his grin frozen on his face. He was splattered with blood, watching his own brothers fall to the ground. Bark, keep barking. The reason Yang Chen didn't leave was that he had no intention of letting Yi Zhong off the hook. Before the apocalypse, he couldn't do anything to this guy due to legal constraints. But now, in his hands, Yi Zhong was in for it. Yi Zhong stiffly turned around, looking at Yang Chen with a mix of fear and trembling uncertainty. Are you also an Esper? Psychic? Yang Chen became interested. So, have you met other psychics before? As he spoke, Yang Chen raised his hand. The Dominator of Gold was activated. The alloy straight knives inserted in the security guards flew out one after another. They swirled around Yi Zhong. The knife tips aimed at Yi Zhong. As long as Yang Chen had a thought, he could immediately have several more bloody holes on his body. If nothing unexpected happens, another supernatural fruit will come out today. Yang Chen thought to himself. He didn't expect to gain so much. Encountering an enemy who knew where psychics were was unexpected. Yi Zhong saw the scene of Yang Chen controlling objects and was completely certain. The property owner who had a grudge against him was indeed a psychic. Jealousy filled Yi Zhong's fearful eyes, and he inwardly roared. Why? Why can this brat have psychic powers? Why him? What qualifications does he have? It should be me who has psychic powers. Yi Zhong knew about psychics because his uncle was also a psychic, and the psychic powers he possessed were particularly cool. Just thinking about his uncle, Yi Zhong's confidence immediately increased. Hey, I'm not a psychic, but my uncle is. Poof. Yi Zhong coldly threatened Yang Chen. Yang Chen, just because you've become a psychic doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. My uncle, Wu Dakong, he is also a psychic. My uncle loves me the most. If you dare to kill me, my uncle will never let you go. Yang Chen was not intimidated by Yi Zhong's threat and calmly asked, where is your uncle now? Hearing this, Yi Zhong arrogantly said, scared, aren't you? He thought Yang Chen was scared and wanted to know the exact location of his uncle to avoid him in the future. My uncle is in Building 7. He is the undisputed overlord of Building 7 and will be the uncrowned king of this community in the future. Yang Chen. Has this kid read too many novels? Why is he talking like this? However, Yang Chen had already obtained what he wanted. Since that was the case, Yi Zhong, this useless guy, was no longer needed. Thank you for the information. I will send you on your way first and then send your uncle to accompany you later. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong's soul was almost scared away. He cursed Yang Chen loudly. "Can't you understand what I'm saying? If you kill me, you are going against my uncle. My uncle won't let you off." Yang Chen sneered. "It's like everyone here is a psychic. We have 3 here. 3 against 1, the advantage is mine." Yang Chen was modest. With 2 warm streams absorbed in 2 major divine-level abilities by his side, he could easily take down Yi Zhong's uncle alone. Yang Chen knew Yi Zhong's uncle, who was the manager of the property department, always smiling at everyone, but in reality, he was a complete hypocrite. When Yang Chen had conflicts with Yi Zhong before, he indirectly confronted him. How could Yang Chen, such a cautious person, allow such a threat to be around him? After collecting all the express delivery points around the community, Yang Chen would come back and deal with this matter. Yi Zhong doubted if he had misheard. Psychics. 3 of them. Could it be? He looked in horror at the 2 beautiful women behind Yang Chen, full of disbelief. How is it possible? Psychics are so rare, how could all 3 of you be psychics? Yang Chen chuckled. Go ask your mom. No. Yi Zhong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Plop plop plop. But in the end, he couldn't escape his fate of being pierced. Thud. The alloy straight knives returned to the infinite space, and Yi Zhong's body slumped down stiffly. The broken cement ground was stained red with blood, his eyes wide open, unblinking. Let's go. Yang Chen turned to the 2 women and smiled. The 2 women smiled gently, each taking one of Yang Chen's arms. Lin Jinyun teased Yang Chen in a playful tone. "Xiaoxuan, Jiayao and I always seem to bring you trouble. Do you find it annoying?" Lin Jinyun and Shen Jiayao did nothing, but their beauty was the greatest temptation for those who coveted them. How could that be? Being beautiful is not your fault, Yang Chen chuckled lightly. I will defeat any enemy that comes our way, and the more beautiful you are, the happier I feel. Beauty is not only to be used but also to be admired, pleasing to the eye, appreciated by all. Lin Jinyun laughed, her eyes sparkling, and lightly punched Yang Chen's chest. Annoying. Yang Chen shuddered. Who could bear this? That was just on the surface. If they were at home, Lin Jinyun would definitely receive a beating. If Yang Chen went crazy, Shen Jiayao, who was watching on the side, would also get a beating. The 3 of them walked towards the nearest express delivery point. Little did they know, on a certain floor of Building 7, someone had been observing the supermarket entrance through a telescope, witnessing everything that had just happened. When he saw Yi Zhong being killed, his face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Damn it! Damn it! Kong Ji's nephew was killed. Kong Gu will go crazy now. The man dared not delay and hurried back to report to Wu Dakong. Something bad happened, Kong Gu. On the 7th floor of Building 7, in a luxuriously decorated room, Wu Dakong was shirtless, exercising. Proper exercise. Wu Dakong had discovered that exercising could enhance his physical abilities. Once he realized this, he would exercise like crazy whenever he had free time, striving to become stronger. Wu Dakong was not like Yi Zhong, a fool. Since he could awaken abilities, surely others could too. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, given the impressive population of Huagua, there would definitely be many ability users. Among them, there would be the strong and the weak, with the strong always prevailing. Wu Dakong did not want to be a fish at the mercy of others. While his subordinates were fooling around with the owners, playing mahjong, or wasting their lives away, he was exercising. In short, out of the 24 hours in a day, he spent 16 hours exercising. He left all the affairs of the building to his nephew to handle. Seeing someone rush in, Wu Dakong frowned, displeased. What's going on? Kong Gu, Yi. Young Master Yi was killed. The person reporting trembled as he spoke, afraid of angering Wu Dakong. Upon hearing this, Wu Dakong, who was doing push-ups, collapsed on the ground. What? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again? Wu Dakong asked uncertainly. Young Master Yi was killed, right at the supermarket entrance, by 2 women and a man. The reporter repeated, adding many details this time. I saw that man controlling knives flying in the air. He should be an ability user like you, Kong Gu. Hearing this, Wu Dakong urgently got up from the ground, rushed to the reporter, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. Why didn't you say so earlier? I asked you to observe the situation. Is this how you observed it? The reporter was so scared that he wet his pants. Kong Gu, spare me, spare me. The man killed too quickly. I didn't react in time before young Master Yi was killed. I came to report as soon as possible. Wu Dakong's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he asked in a deep voice, where did those 3 people go? The reporter quickly answered. After getting the information he wanted, Wu Dakong directly crushed the reporter's neck. My nephew is dead, you can accompany him in death. Consider it a punishment for not reporting in time. Wu Dakong picked up his coat and walked out swiftly. Dare to kill my nephew. I, Wu Dakong, will make you pay even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Gather. Wu Dakong quickly gathered his subordinates and headed downstairs. When he reached the supermarket entrance, Wu Dakong immediately saw his nephew's body. "Ah, whoever you are, I will kill you. Find him. Whoever finds him, I'll reward with a box of instant noodles." With these words, the survivors behind him went crazy. "That's a whole box of instant noodles. Enough to feed one person for a month. Don't worry, Brother Kong. Young Master Yi is also our young Master Yi. Killing him is going against all of us. Find the murderer. Make him pay with his life. Let's go. I will avenge young Master Yi." The survivors dispersed in small groups to search for the traces of Yang Chen and his companions. On the other side, the Infinite Space Gate is efficient in collecting supplies. At the express collection points of Tong and Yida, they collected everything in 5 minutes. It is estimated that the two express collection points together can hold about 1,500 parcels. The supporting facilities of Jinqiu City are quite comprehensive. Convenience stores, supermarkets, breakfast shops, and small restaurants are all available. The express collection points cover all major courier brands, such as Green Policy, Tong, Yida, Tianton, Malitu, Baisher, and more. There's Green Policy ahead. Lin Jinyun pointed to the green sign in front and smiled. Suddenly, Lin Jinyun squinted her eyes and looked closely at the anti-theft window on the second floor of the Green Policy sign. The anti-theft window was covered with green vines, adorned with lush green leaves, giving it a vibrant look. But amidst all the green, a white spot stood out. Lin Jinyun tugged at Yang Chen's arm, pointing to the anti-theft window of the Green Policy sign, and asked, "Xiaoshuan, do you think that's a fruit of ability?" Yang Chen followed Lin Jinyun's finger and saw a milky white fruit hanging on a vine, round and full, similar in appearance to the ability fruit they had obtained before, just in a milky white color. "It seems so." Yang Chen smiled. "The golden ability fruit awakens the golden ability, the green one awakens the wood ability, so what ability does the milky white one correspond to? We'll know once we eat it." Lin Jinyun pushed Yang Chen playfully and smiled gracefully. "Go pick the ability fruit quickly. I can't rest easy until it's in our hands." Yang Chen grinned. "I feel the same way. Only when things are truly in our hands do we feel at ease." The three of them ran to the foot of the Green Policy sign. Yang Chen raised his hand, emitting a faint green light from his palm. The ability to control plants from the Tree of Life was activated. The vine growing in the anti-theft window began to move. The vine with the ability fruit slowly moved, extending towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen reached out, plucked the ability fruit, and put it into the infinite space, feeling relieved this time. Chen Jiaya was the happiest. Yang Chen had promised earlier that the next ability fruit would be for his sister. Now that the ability fruit was obtained, his sister's ability also found its place. Chen Jiaya was unaware that there was a fire ability fruit prepared for her in Yang Chen's infinite space. That was his gift for Chen Jiai. Yang Chen looked at the two girls and said, "Let's go. With the ability fruit in hand, let's collect all the parcels in Green Policy." The two girls nodded obediently, extremely compliant. 2.5 minutes later, Yang Chen left Green Policy with the two girls. His infinite space now had over 800 more parcels. Shortly after the three left, a team of 4 also arrived at Green Policy. Upon entering, they found that all the parcel shelves were empty, reminiscent of the situation at the supermarket, and the mysterious ability user. "The situation is the same as the supermarket. Those 3 must have done it. We should hurry back and inform Brother Kong." "Yes. Finally, we found it. Instant noodles are ours now, ha." After collecting the green political points, Yang Chen, accompanied by the 2 women, looted the remaining express delivery points such as White Matters and Spicy Rabbit. In Yang Chen's infinite space, the number of express deliveries reached over 4,500. Just by unpacking these deliveries, the 2 women could spend 2 days and nights. Passing by a convenience store, Yang Chen didn't miss out on the supplies inside. Cigarettes, alcohol, beverages, snacks, and balloons all went into his infinite space. Express deliveries collected, supplies found. "Let's go out of the community to see the situation outside. I wonder how much the outside world has been taken over by mutated plants," Yang Chen said. The 2 women nodded, following whatever Yang Chen said. Just as the 3 were about to leave through the south gate of the community, a group of survivors rushed from all directions, surrounding Yang Chen and the others in the middle. "Finally found you." A middle-aged man in a suit looked at Yang Chen and the others with a sinister smile. "You are the wild ones?" Yang Chen was unsure, but it was close enough. It was quick. Before he could find them, they had found him. He didn't know if Wu Dakong had come in person. If he did, it would save Yang Chen some trouble. "It's Yi Zhong, not wild ones. Pronounce it clearly for me," the middle-aged man in a suit said angrily. At this moment, the circle of people dispersed, and a middle-aged strong man in a thin shirt, with well-developed chest muscles, walked slowly. Every step he took made a dull sound, like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's chest. Wu Dakong squinted his eyes, staring at Yang Chen firmly. Didn't expect it to be you. Oh, meeting again, Manager Wu. Where's your nephew? I remember he's called a wild one, right? Haven't seen him. Doesn't he like the big sun outside? Yang Chen's words were like salt on Wu Dakong's wound. He had killed Yi Zhong, and it had become a situation of no compromise with Wu Dakong. Wu Dakong's heart twitched, aching slightly. Are you provoking me? Yang Chen nodded. You can see it that way. Wu Dakong asked coldly, did you kill my nephew? Yang Chen honestly replied, with a sunny smile like a boy next door, yes, your nephew was a troublemaker alive. I cleaned up for you. You don't have to be too grateful. Wu Dakong. Hoof. Wu Dakong snorted coldly, tearing off his shirt to reveal a strong body. Thinking you can be lawless with a bit of ability. Today, I will show you what it means for there to be people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you live, torturing you every day to pay tribute to the spirit of my nephew in heaven. Yang Chen chuckled, don't worry, with your nephew's bad behavior, he can't ascend to heaven. Even if he goes to the underworld, he'll be assigned to the 18 levels of hell. You. Hoof. Wu Dakong pointed at Yang Chen. Get him. Those two women are yours to deal with later. With that said, the dozen or so survivors brought by Wu Dakong immediately went crazy. They waved their weapons, grinning as they closed in. Their eyes gleamed with a green light. Kid, offending our brother Kong is the most unwise choice you've ever made. These two women are really beautiful, much prettier than the female owners in our building. Why does this one look a bit familiar? Wow, isn't she the famous blogger Don't Touch My Jai from Jean? She has over 10 million followers online. A big internet celebrity. Tisk TSK, didn't expect to find a big internet celebrity here. I haven't even played with internet celebrities yet. Yeah, and these two women are really beautiful. Some of the stars can't compare to them. Listening to these foul language by their ears, both Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao's faces didn't look good. They could act flirtatiously and freely in front of Yang Chen, but that didn't mean any random stranger could nod and talk dirty to them. Lin Jinyun remained expressionless and coldly said, Xiaoshuan, leave these riffraff to us. Chen Jiao snorted, humph. Jin Yun is right, leave it to us. I'll use them to test my abilities. Yang Chen nodded, agreeing to the two women's request. You both don't know any martial arts, so don't engage in close combat with them, rely on your abilities to crush them. Okay. The two women stepped forward. Yang Chen opened the infinite space, and a dozen alloy straight knives flew out. Lin Jinyun's metal manipulation was a weakened version of his mastery of gold. At the first level, he could control a range of 100 meters, with no limit on the number of objects controlled, while Lin Jinyun's first-level control range was only 20 meters, and she could only control 10 objects. But that was already enough. Lin Jinyun's palm emitted a golden light, and 10 alloy straight knives floated above her head, their tips aimed at the survivors, gleaming coldly in the refracted sunlight. Go! Wudakong's pupils contracted, a loud alarm bell ringing in his mind, an esper. This woman is also an esper. Chen Jiao interlocked her fingers, a faint green light shining. Bang! 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 The surrounding soil was pierced by something. 7 or 8 thick vines broke through the soil, entwining the nearest few people, hanging them in mid-air. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun's slender jade fingers formed a sword gesture, and she exclaimed at the survivors controlled by Chen Jiao, go! Poochie poochie poochie! The alloy straight knives, sharp and unparalleled, easily pierced through their bodies under Lin Jinyun's control. The screams were incessant, sharp explosions, mixed with cries of fear. The survivors who were not bound by the vines were dumbfounded. They stared in awe at the two women displaying their power. Reacting with a scream of horror, they turned and ran without thinking. Espers. These two women are also espers. Aren't espers supposed to be rare? How can our community have 3 espers? Stop babbling and run. These two women are damn brutal. Let's go, it's getting late. Unfortunately, the survivors were already too late to run at this moment. Chen Jiaya cut off the connection with the vines. Instead, she manipulated new vines to break through the soil near the survivors. These mutated vines were flexible, dancing like mad snakes under Chen Jiao's control, knocking down all the nearby survivors. The vines whipped them like whips, the sound of slapping echoing continuously. Lin Jinyun controlled the alloy straight knives to deliver fatal blows to the survivors. In order to make it fatal, Lin Jinyun specifically aimed for the survivors' hearts and eye sockets. Poochie 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 poochie. Ordinary people were as weak as chickens in the hands of espers. These two delicate women could easily crush more than a dozen well-fed and strong men with no lack of physical strength using their abilities. If the two women were to learn some martial arts, Yang Chen nodded to himself, thinking, it looks like I'll have to find a woman skilled in martial arts in the future, not just Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao, but I also need to learn a bit. In less than 2.5 minutes, all the survivors brought by Wudokong were dead. Dozens of bodies lay scattered on the broken cement road, blood flowing, converging into blood beads, staining the ground red, the air filled with the smell of blood. Yang Chen took a step forward, looking at Wudokong with a faint smile. Come on, the riffraff has been cleared out. Let me see what your awakened ability is. With these words, Wudokong snorted coldly, underestimating me will only make you pay a painful price. He took off the 2 fire axes strapped to his waist. This was the only weapon an ordinary person could find. In the apocalypse, fire axes and baseball bats with steel pipes became the 3 great artifacts in the early days of the apocalypse. But compared to Yang Chen, Wudokong's equipment was simply pitifully shabby. Swish! Wudokong's figure disappeared in an instant. By the time he reappeared, he was already behind Yang Chen. He raised the 2 fire axes high and swung them fiercely. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao quickly reminded, Xiaoshuan, be careful. He's behind you. Without turning his head, Yang Chen opened a portal to infinite space behind him. Swish 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 swish. Countless alloy straight knives flew out. Wudokong's pupils constricted. At such close range, he couldn't dodge. Helpless, he activated his own ability. Swish! Watching Wudokong appear 30 meters away, Yang Chen smiled and said, instant movement? A very good ability, but in the early stages, there must be limitations to your instant movement distance. Humph! Wudokong sneered, so what? With instant movement by my side, you can't even catch my tailwind. Yang Chen shrugged, have you ever heard a saying? What? Precision strikes when poor, firepower coverage when rich. With that, Yang Chen opened the portal to infinite space in front of him. Swish 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 swish. Countless alloy straight knives flew out of the portal to infinite space. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. A total of 10,097 alloy straight knives danced in the air, covering a half-meter radius centered around Yang Chen. Yang Chen chuckled, although I can't teleport, under full exertion, I only need 2 seconds for 100 meters. Do you think you can escape my encirclement? With these words, Wudokong's face turned ugly, and he suddenly felt uncertain. He knew his maximum teleport distance was only 30 meters. With his current energy, he could teleport a maximum of 10 times at 30 meters each. But he definitely couldn't escape this kid's encirclement. Looking at the densely packed alloy straight knives around him and then at his own shabby fire axes, Wudokong fell silent. His silence was deafening. Where did this kid get so many finely crafted blades from? Even Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao were stunned. They knew nothing about Yang Chen's infinite space. Yang Chen raised his right hand, fingers forming a sword gesture, and gestured towards Wudokong, casually saying, myriad blades. Storm! Swish 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 swish. The 10,097 alloy straight knives moved. They swiftly flew, forming a dense encirclement net heading towards Wudokong. Wudokong's eyelids twitched. Damn, I can't afford to play with you. He activated his instant movement. He teleported to another empty space. But before he could catch his breath, another dense encirclement of alloy straight knives came at him. Thus, Wudokong found himself trapped under the encirclement formed by 10,097 alloy straight knives. Every time he teleported to a new location, he was immediately targeted. His energy was rapidly depleting. Finally, Wudokong's energy ran out. He could no longer use instant movement. Facing the alloy straight knives coming at him, Wudokong quickly begged for mercy, shouting in fear, I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you, please. Before Wudokong could finish his words, he was pierced by the alloy straight knives. Yang Chen said lightly, I don't need your submission, I just need you to die. Retrieving the alloy straight knives into the infinite space, Yang Chen suddenly felt a heavy dizziness in his head. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Indeed, the energy within each ability user is limited. Although my manipulation has no quantity limit, the more individuals I control, the greater the energy consumption. Fortunately, I can hold on. In fact, 1,000 alloy straight knives could have killed Wudokong, but, cool. Yang Chen walked up to the lifeless body of Wudokong, looking at his gruesome corpse. He suppressed his disgust and touched his head. A familiar warmth entered his body. Yang Chen felt his heavy consciousness easing. Another warmth was absorbed. Including Wudokong's, he had already absorbed 3. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Host has killed a spatial ability user. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? A spatial ability user? Quite rare indeed. If Wu Dakong hadn't died, he would surely become a formidable figure in the future. It's a pity he encountered Yang Chen. Moreover, Wu Dakong's spatial ability was probably not complete. To be precise, he only possessed one branch of the spatial ability. Yang Chen had his infinite space. Wu Dakong had instant teleportation. They were just branches of the spatial ability. Discarding Wu Dakong's body, Yang Chen returned to the two women. Let's go, the trouble is resolved, let's go out and take a look. Okay. The world outside the residential area was similar to inside. Plants grew wildly, surpassing their limits. The cement and asphalt roads were cracked and uneven due to the strong roots. Standing at the entrance of the residential area, they saw a road full of cracks and countless roots exposed. The green belts on both sides of the road were overgrown with weeds and towering trees. We'll need an off-road vehicle to drive on these roads, Chen Jiao said uncertainly. Lin Jinyun replied, even an off-road vehicle might not be enough. After the mutation, these plants can't be judged by common sense. There might be particularly dangerous plants among them. Look over there. Chen Jiao pointed in a direction. Yang Chen and Lin Jinyun followed her gaze and saw a huge canine mutant beast the size of a northeast tiger crawling in the green belt, its eyes glowing green, drooling as it looked at them. Yang Chen said in a deep voice, mutant beast. Lin Jinyun exclaimed, it's bigger than Nyo Nyo. Chen Jiao frowned slightly, that canine mutant beast should be a border collie. A border collie can grow as big as a northeast tiger after mutation. What about those originally large and ferocious animals like the northeast tiger, African lion, giraffe, elephant, rhinoceros, hippopotamus, and even blue whale? If they all mutated, how big would they become? Is there a future for humanity? That mutant border collie seems impatient. Slowly crawling out of the green belt, a huge red flower suddenly emerged. The center of the giant flower was filled with sharp steel teeth, and the giant flower swung its roots, directly smashing towards the mutant border collie. Before the mutant border collie could react, it was swallowed whole by the giant flower. Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun, Sigma, degree winky-faced Chen Jiao. What? Degree, eating. It ate it? Is it a big mouth flower? Wow, the game is becoming reality. These plants are too dangerous, and hard to defend against. In the future, try to stay away from these mutant plants as much as possible, Yang Chen advised the two women. Okay. Yang Chen, do you think my ability can control that big mouth flower? Chen Jiao shared her whimsical idea. It would be really cool to have a big mouth flower. Yang Chen replied, let's talk about this later. Chen Jiao obediently nodded, okay. Yang Chen looked towards the direction of Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University and said in a deep voice, with the roads in such a state, land vehicles are unusable. Driving is slower than running for me. On the road, as long as you are careful with mutant beasts and plants, the danger is not significant. The main concern is the heavy fog that arrives punctually at 6 o'clock, but as long as you return to the residential area before the fog sets in, it should be fine. If something unexpected happens, I estimate we might have to stay outside for a day. Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiao, has your sister told you where she is? Chen Jiao nodded gently, yes, our last contact was before the power and network went out. At that time, Jai told me she had already followed the dormitory group to the north canteen of the school. Chen Jiao informed Yang Chen of the specific location of the North Canteen. Yang Chen nodded, tomorrow, I will go to the Light and Shadow University to take a look. Chen Jiao raised her snow-white swan-like neck and looked at Yang Chen, her eyes shimmering with tears, sincerely saying, thank you, Yang Chen. It's nothing, Yang Chen joked, rescuing the wife is urgent. Pfft, Lin Jinyun couldn't help but laugh. Chen Jai probably never expected to gain a husband out of thin air. Yang Chen shrugged, let's go back. It had been a long time, and it was almost 12 o'clock. It was also time for lunch. The three of them returned to Building 1 together. Upstairs, someone saw the three returning. He immediately ran back to inform the others. The troublemakers are back. Everyone, stay hidden. Get ready. Prepare to surround the troublemakers. As long as we kill the troublemakers, the food and women will be ours, ha. With the power cut off, the elevator naturally couldn't be used. The three could only climb the stairs. Fortunately, they were all mutants, so climbing these stairs was a piece of cake for them. But when they reached the 23rd floor, a group of survivors suddenly rushed out from upstairs and downstairs, holding all sorts of debris, and without hesitation, they launched an attack on Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, a surge of killing intent in his heart, looking for death. Drawing his alloy straight sword, Yang Chen took a step forward and slashed at the survivor coming towards him. The sharpness of the alloy straight sword combined with Yang Chen's current strength resulted in the survivor being cut in half at the waist by Yang Chen. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao were not idle either. Lin Jinyun manipulated the alloy straight sword to fly around, stringing 3 survivors together like candied haws and nailing them to the wall. Chen Jiayao, in the concrete building without any controllable plants, relied on her mutant abilities and physical fitness far surpassing these weaklings. With an alloy straight sword and the physical fitness of a mutant, she could clear out an area with ease. Yang Chen transformed into a god of death. The speed of these survivors, who had been hungry for who knows how long, seemed as slow as snails to him. He easily dodged their attacks, but his own strikes were fast, accurate, and ruthless, taking the life of a survivor with each blow. Splatter, 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 how can this be? Why are they so strong? Damn it! This woman can control objects too, she also has superpowers like Chen Bing. Why can't we even defeat 2 women? This shouldn't be happening, right? Even if we're weak from hunger, we should be able to take down 2 women together, shouldn't we? Where's Dulé? Where did he die? Is this his plan? Troublemakers, please spare us, we won't dare again. Troublemakers, this is all organized by Dulé, if you want revenge, find him, we were all deceived, Yang Chen turned a deaf ear to the pleas of these survivors. If they dared to attack them, they should consider the price they would have to pay. 1 person was enough for questioning. The rest could go die. Faced with the killing god that was Yang Chen, the survivors who were originally high-spirited, swearing to take down Yang Chen and seize all his wealth, were defeated and scattered. They cried and howled, wanting to run away. They no longer had the courage to oppose Yang Chen. But, can they escape? Whenever one of them manages to escape, Yang Chen would get scolded. Go! The alloy straight knife flew out, leaving only one of the remaining 7 or 8 people alive. The lone survivor was already heavily injured. His limbs were all severed, turning him into a human stick. His 5 limbs were crushed into a pulp, turning him into a pitiful sight. Yang Chen walked up to the man, the alloy straight knife held against his neck. I ask, you answer, understand? The man's survival instinct kicked in, nodding frantically, crying and begging for mercy. I understand, please spare me. I'll tell you everything, I'll answer all your questions. Yang Chen got straight to the point. Why did you ambush me? Who is this Dulé you were shouting about earlier? Where is he now? The survivor's eyes filled with resentment, gritting his teeth. After you left this morning, Dulé instigated us to attack you, but we all got caught. That guy, however, disappeared without a trace. Damn it! We were used as pawns, Yang Chen cruelly smiled, turning to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. It seems I wasn't ruthless enough this morning. There are still people in this building daring to provoke me. He then asked the survivor, what does he look like? The survivor replied, he wears glasses and, damn! This seemed to be a reflexive expletive. Soon after, the sound of rolling collisions could be heard. Yang Chen looked up the stairs and saw a middle-aged man rolling down from above, landing on the platform in the middle, covered in the fresh blood of the deceased survivors. Yang Chen said, aren't you that guy? Yang Chen recognized this man but didn't know his name. The survivor immediately cursed, damn it! Damn Dulé, why aren't you dead? How dare you still show your face? We were all killed because of you. It's him, it's Dulé, he organized the attack on you. Dulé tried to crawl away, but Yang Chen raised his hand, a sharp alloy straight knife piercing into the wall next to him, the blade gleaming coldly at his neck. Dulé was so scared that he didn't dare move. Seeing Yang Chen's ability to manipulate metal, he gritted his teeth in anger, cursing Yang Chen madly, his resentment and hatred almost driving him insane. Esper powers. These powers should have been mine. To possess food, to be worshipped by all, the one with Esper powers should have been me. It's all this guy's fault. If he hadn't tricked me out of my Esper fruit, I would be the one with everything. Get down! Yang Chen looked at Dulé, his expression cold. Dulé glared at Yang Chen, his neck stiff. You swindler! You cheated me out of my Esper! This Dulé was none other than the middle-aged man with glasses who had exchanged food for an Esper fruit with Yang Chen before. Hearing his resentful words, Yang Chen coldly chuckled. It was a trade between us. Where does cheating come into play? It's more like you're not afraid of death, knowing full well I have Esper powers, yet daring to lead people to ambush me. Were you hoping to drown me in a sea of bodies with your human wave tactics? It's you! I should be the one with everything. It's all your fault, you shameless swindler. You've brought me to this miserable state. Give me back the Esper fruit. Besides regretting letting the Esper fruit slip from his grasp, now that his life was threatened, Dulé's mind was no longer clear. All he could think of was his hatred towards Yang Chen. Earlier, he had been so pleased with the trade he made with Yang Chen, thinking he had struck gold by exchanging a strange fruit for half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water. He even thought Yang Chen was a fool. To exchange so much food for a fruit with unknown effects, it was simply foolish. But, on the day the power went out, Dulay's older brother called him to tell him about the existence and purpose of the esper fruit. In that moment, Dulay felt like his world was collapsing. He actually exchanged a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water for a fruit that could awaken superpowers. He's the real fool. With superpowers, how much food could he have obtained? But he let go of such an opportunity. Dulay didn't reflect on himself, blaming all his faults on Yang Chen. He believed that Yang Chen had known the purpose of the superpower fruit long ago, so he came to deceive him. Because of this, he held a grudge against Yang Chen, leading to the scene just now. Yang Chen shook his head. Talking to someone with a problematic mind like you is useless. I have to teach you how to be a decent person with the equalizer of all beings. As he spoke, Yang Chen raised his hand, revealing a pitch-black handgun, the dark muzzle aimed at Dulay. Heaven gave you a chance, but if you can't seize it, who can you blame? Bang! Sparks flew from the muzzle as the bullet flew out. Put! Dulay had a bloody hole in his forehead. Yang Chen holstered the handgun. If Dulay hadn't been willing to make the exchange, Yang Chen wouldn't have bothered with him. But at that time, Dulay exchanged the superpower fruit for life-saving food and water. Who could be blamed for this? Just a trade. Blame yourself for not recognizing the value. Today, he killed over 30 people, leaving few survivors in the building. Upon careful consideration, Yang Chen hadn't really provoked many people actively. He mostly dealt with those who provoked him first. During the avian flu outbreak, I answered all your questions truthfully. Can you spare my life now? The only survivor looked at Yang Chen with hope in his eyes, a desire for life evident. Yang Chen glanced at him and poured cold water on his hopes. How long do you think you can survive in your current state? With these words, the survivor's expression instantly stiffened. Indeed, he was now a broken man. Even if the avian flu didn't kill him, he wouldn't live past today. During the avian flu outbreak, give me a quick death. Bang! Let's go, back home. Yang Chen put away his weapons, looking at the blood on himself with disdain. Covered in blood again, so annoying. The three left. Some cautious surviving homeowners came to take a look, but just one glance left them paralyzed with fear. It was a scene of utter devastation. It was like a hellish battlefield. Yang Chen is too ruthless during the avian flu outbreak, isn't he? He just kills over 30 people as he pleases. He's a real killer. Shut your mouth and don't badmouth Yang Chen during the avian flu outbreak, or he might kill you too if he's not happy. Alright, we can't speak ill of Yang Chen during the avian flu outbreak. Some homeowners couldn't bear to look and ran away at a glance. Others stared at the fresh corpses on the ground, lost in thought. Two of them exchanged glances and tentatively asked each other, shall we? Let's do it. Really? What else can we do? Starve to death? Then let's do it. They each chose a relatively intact corpse to take back home. Some had a sudden realization and felt their stomachs churn. If they had anything left to vomit, they would have done so on the spot. Better alive than dead. Let's do it. You guys are disgusting. How can you even say that? I think it's safe outside. Shall we follow the path opened by Yang Chen during the avian flu outbreak to find food? Let's do it. At Yang Chen's home. After returning home, the three took a shower first. They had killed many people outside today, and their bodies carried a mix of sweat and the smell of blood. The water was still running, but there was no electricity to heat it. However, Yang Chen and the others had robust constitutions, so even a cold shower wouldn't make them sick. After the shower, they felt refreshed. It would have been even better if they could have a hot shower. Oh, right, while showering, wouldn't it be fun to have a water fight? After the shower, Lin Jinyun went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, with Chen Jiao assisting her. Yang Chen, the head of the family, was lying on the sofa doing nothing, picking up his phone to read the offline downloaded novel. Lin Jinyun had downloaded quite a few novels, and the one Yang Chen was reading now was particularly interesting. Apocalypse, Tenfold Return, starting from investing in a neighbor's wife, was a post-apocalyptic novel. The protagonist had ample resources, was decisive in his actions, surrounded by beautiful women, making it especially suitable for readers to sneakily read at night. After about an hour, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao brought the meal to the table. Today's lunch menu included braised pork, stewed beef with potatoes, potato cakes, stir-fried mushrooms with bok choy, braised lion's head meatballs, and tomato egg soup. A standard 5-dish meal with soup. There were also 3 additional main dishes. Xiaoxuan, we should go check out the place where they sell gas cylinders when we have time. Lin Jinyun mentioned this during the meal to Yang Chen. We don't know when the natural gas might be cut off, so we need to be prepared in advance with gas cylinders as a substitute. If the natural gas is cut off, we'll have to cook with firewood. Okay, Yang Chen nodded. We'll go look for it when we have time, but it might be a bit difficult to find a store selling gas cylinders in a big city like Zhangcheng. At least I haven't heard of any. Chen Jiao took a sip of orange juice and said, You can find these in the urban villages or suburbs, where some buildings are old and don't have natural gas, so residents mostly use gas cylinders. Yang Chen nodded, making a mental note of this. Thinking about the matter of relocating, Yang Chen looked at the two women and asked, if we were to relocate, where in Jiangcheng do you think would be suitable for us to live? At these words, both women were intrigued by the topic. Lin Jinyun asked curiously, why do you suddenly want to move to a different place? Yang Chen replied honestly, I just feel like it's not very safe here. Chen Jiayao tilted her head and thought, do you have any specific requirements? Yang Chen listed his thoughts and requirements. After pondering for 2.5 seconds, Lin Jinyun thought of a place. Yang Chen, how about a villa on the mountainside near the mountain? A villa on the mountainside near the mountain? The mountain was a peak within Jiangcheng, a barren mountain before the millennium, later improved by the authorities and developers to become picturesque with clear waters. In recent years, real estate developers had started building villas on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain were nearly 100 villas. There were only 10 villas on the mountainside, each with a large area and the best location for viewing. It was said that they were completed last year, and it might not be easy to buy one this year. Lin Jinyun explained to Yang Chen, the villas on the mountainside near the mountain are spaced far apart, meeting your requirement for seclusion without isolation. There are few people there, and the scenery is beautiful. Living there would be very comfortable and pleasant. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded after some thought. Alright, once I bring Qinjiai back, we'll start preparing to move. Yang Chen had made up his mind. Monsters in the fog were not something human strength could contend with. If unlucky, even hiding in the mountains would be futile. Just like the huge unknown creature that appeared the previous night, a single limb was comparable to their entire unit building, and nothing could withstand its impact. In this regard, Yang Chen had to be extremely cautious. As for choosing a shelter location, he had to consider seclusion and safety. The two women had no objections. In fact, living here was quite boring. Standing at the villa on the mountainside near the mountain, one could see the entire Jiangcheng. It must feel amazing. After finishing the meal, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao washed the dishes. Yang Chen called them to the living room. Lin Jinyun wiped her hands on the apron. Xiaosun, did you call me for something? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. Come, let's all sit down. Okay. Lin Jinyun took off her apron and sat on the carpet with Chen Jiayao, facing Yang Chen. Yang Chen took out two extraordinary fruits from the infinite space. He handed the milky white one to Chen Jiayao and the transparent one to Lin Jinyun. Both of you eat these extraordinary fruits. Surprised, Lin Jinyun asked, can we eat them again after eating once? Yes. Yang Chen nodded with a light smile. He saw Chen Jiayao's hesitant expression and took out a red fire-type extraordinary fruit from the infinite space. I promised to prepare this for your sister, the fire-type extraordinary fruit. Seeing this, Chen Jiayao finally relaxed. Go ahead and eat. Okay, we'll properly reward you after Auntie awakens a new ability. Thank you, Yang Chen. Both women ate their extraordinary fruits. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun's Space Branch Teleportation Extraordinary Fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host must choose between 10,000 teleportation extraordinary fruits and a complete space extraordinary ability. Yang Chen said, I choose the latter, a complete space extraordinary ability. Ding! Invest in Chen Jiao's Telekinesis Perception Extraordinary Fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host must choose between 10,000 Telekinesis Perception Extraordinary Fruits and a Divine-level Telekinesis Extraordinary Ability. Yang Chen asked, System, is Telekinesis Perception a branch of Telekinesis Extraordinary Ability? Ding! That's correct. Yang Chen continued, does that mean there are other branches of Telekinesis Extraordinary Fruits? Ding! That's correct, host. Then I choose the former, 10,000 Telekinesis Perception Extraordinary Fruits. Yang Chen made his choice in his mind. Initially, Yang Chen intended to choose the divine-level telekinesis extraordinary ability because he believed that anything with divine in its name must be extraordinary. However, he hesitated when he saw the effects of telekinesis perception. Telekinesis perception, within a certain range covered by telekinesis, omniscient, any movement within your perception range cannot escape your notice. This ability was simply the best for avoiding danger. If everyone had telekinesis perception, safety would greatly increase in a world where plants grew wildly, and hidden enemies would have nowhere to hide. Learning from the system that there were other branches of telekinesis extraordinary fruits in the world, he firmly chose the former 10,000 telekinesis perception extraordinary fruits. He wanted everyone around him to have this risk avoidance ability. As for the divine level telekinesis extraordinary ability, He would have to wait to find other branches of telekinesis extraordinary fruits in the future to make that choice. After making his choice, Yang Chen also ate a telekinesis perception extraordinary fruit and began the process of absorbing and awakening the ability. Time flew by, and 2.5 hours passed. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao were the first to open their beautiful eyes. The two women looked at each other and could see the undisguised joy in each other's eyes. "I'll go first." X2 The two women spoke in unison. There was a 2.5-second silence. "You go first." X2 The two women spoke simultaneously again. Lin Jinyun smiled gently. "Let me go first. I awakened the ability to teleport." Teleportation. Chen Jiao was surprised. The same ability as that Wu Dalong from this morning? Exactly. Jiao, what ability did you awaken? Chen Jiao chuckled. "I awakened the telekinesis perception ability. With myself as the center, anything within a 30-meter radius is within my telekinetic perception. In all directions. That's amazing. So, in the future, you'll be our early warning system?" Chen Jiao clenched her small fist. "Great. From now on, please call me Chen Early Warning Jiao. Ha ha." At this moment, Yang Chen also completed his awakening. He suddenly felt that the total amount of power in his body had doubled. At this moment, Yang Chen's abilities included God Tier Metal Elemental Ability Master of Gold, God Tier Wood Elemental Ability Tree of Life, Spatial Ability, and Telepathic Perception Ability. Moreover, he had also absorbed 3 warm currents, leaving Yang Chen without any reference to his current strength. "How strong am I really? Are you awake, Xiaoshuan?" Yang Chen looked at the two women and asked with a smile, "Did the awakening go smoothly?" The two women shared their joy with Yang Chen with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Yang Chen took out a milky white elemental fruit and handed it to Lin Jinyun, saying, "An ability similar to Jiao's, you can also be my warning maiden in the future." Lin Jinyun. Chen Jiao, huh? At this moment, both women were confused. Why were the elemental fruits that were extremely precious to others something that Yang Chen could easily take out a lot of? What exactly did his infinite space contain? After a moment of confusion, Lin Jinyun reacted and said happily, "Xiaoshuan, you're so kind." Chen Jiao gave Lin Jinyun a thumbs up and praised, "Jinyun, you're amazing." Yang Chen smirked, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more elemental fruits appeared in his hand, one fiery red and the other milky white. He looked at Chen Jiao mischievously and said, "Jiao, these 2 are respectively the fire elemental fruit and the telepathic perception elemental fruit, both for Jai." Chen Jiao, Seeing the mischievous smile on Yang Chen's face, how could she not understand what he meant? Chen Jiao sweetly exclaimed, "Versatile Xiao, at your service all day long." Yang Chen laughed happily. This is what life is all about. Lin Jinyun swallowed the telepathic perception elemental fruit. Yang Chen stopped fooling around and began to study his own abilities. First, the spatial ability. Yang Chen could use instant teleportation and spatial barriers. The number of doors to the infinite space had also increased by 1. As my strength grows, the abilities that the spatial ability can unleash will become more and more powerful, such as spatial cutting, group teleportation, warp bubbles, and even world creation. Spatial ability is an ability with infinite potential. The basic framework of this universe is space. Yang Chen smiled, knowing that just a spatial ability alone could make him walk sideways in the apocalypse, not to mention his other powerful abilities, and even the system by his side. Telepathic perception. Yang Chen was stunned when he released his telepathic perception. He found a rhombus-shaped crystal in Chen Jiao's mind. This rhombus-shaped crystal was shimmering with green and milky white light. What is this? Yang Chen then looked at Lin Jinyun. There was also a rhombus-shaped crystal in Lin Jinyun's head. However, her crystal was golden with a transparent area, and a bit of milky white was rapidly growing, coexisting with the golden and transparent parts of the crystal. Is this something unique to ability users? Or do all evolved beings have these crystals? Yang Chen was unsure, as he still had a shallow understanding of the path of evolution. He then observed himself. The same rhombus-shaped crystal. His crystal was composed of gold, green, milky white, and transparent colors. And compared to the crystals of the two women, his crystal was much larger. If Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao's crystals were peanuts, then Yang Chen's crystal was the size of a tangerine. Am I a tangerine-level powerhouse? Are they peanut-level powerhouses? Yang Chen joked with himself. But what is the pattern of these rhombus-shaped crystals? And it shouldn't really grow in the brain, otherwise, with the sensitive self-perception of ability users, it would be detectable. Special space? Yang Chen didn't know the answers to these questions and could only explore them slowly in the future. But that was fine. Through the rhombus-shaped crystals, he could roughly gauge the strength of the opposite party. Yang Chen divided them into categories: peanut level, quail egg level, kumquat level, and then who knows. When Lin Jinyun awakened her telepathic perception ability, Yang Chen shared this discovery with the two women. Using their telepathic perception, the two women found it truly amazing. Lin Jinyun, do I have a tumor? Chen Jiayao joked. Jinyun's sister, this is not a tumor, this is our primordial infant. Yang Chen, you two are getting more and more outrageous. The nighttime always seemed very long. It would be boring if there was nothing to pass the time. Yang Chen experienced the joy of being a director. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Chen called the two women over. In the living room on the sofa, Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiayao and asked, do you have a photo of your sister? Yes. Chen Jiayao quickly informed Yang Chen of the location where the physical photos were stored, and in the infinite space, Yang Chen found the photo in Chen Jiayao's area. The photo showed a girl with a particularly pure appearance, clear and bright eyes, flawless purity, fair and delicate cheeks, a bright smile that was especially healing. Having the photo makes things much easier. Yang Chen put the photo away and then took out 9 Glock 22 pistols and all the bullets from the infinite space. There were a total of 170 bullets, and Yang Chen had wasted quite a few before, so now there were 152 bullets left. Yang Chen kept 2 pistols for himself and placed the remaining 8 in front of Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. You can take these 4 pistols for self-defense, they are quite good for intimidation. And these bullets, you can split them evenly. Hearing this, Lin Jinyun looked at Yang Chen and asked, you gave us everything, what about yourself? Before Lin Jinyun could finish her sentence, Yang Chen waved his hand indifferently and said, I'm fine with whatever. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's 8 Glock 22 pistols, triggering a return of 10,000 times, congratulations to the host for obtaining 80,000 Glock 22 pistols. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's Glock 22 pistols with 152 matching bullets, triggering a return of 10,000 times, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,520,000 bullets. Glancing at the system prompt interface, Yang Chen shrugged, I really don't mind. It's a pity that after upgrading to real guns, they can't be upgraded further, only a 10,000-fold return. It would be great if I could upgrade the Glock 22 to a Desert Eagle, thought Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen speak like this, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao no longer stood on ceremony with him. Yang Chen taught them how to shoot pistols. With the current strength of the two women, the recoil of the pistol was almost negligible for them. With telepathic perception, within a range of 30 meters, the two women could hit the target with every shot. All right. Yang Chen stood up and said with a smile, I'm leaving, be careful at home by yourselves. And Lin, when you encounter something, you must have your own opinions, learn to make your own decisions, and remember, some people are not worth pitying, being soft-hearted in the apocalypse will only bring harm to those around you. Yang Chen intended to train Lin Jinyun as the second in command in the team. In the future, his team was destined to have many people. He couldn't do everything himself. Training assistants needed to be started early. Lin Jinyun nodded solemnly, rest assured, Xiaoshuan, and Lin won't make mistakes, I promise not to be soft-hearted and harm others and myself. Yes, this is for Aunt Lin, and also for you, Jiayao. Chen Jiayao, I won't either. Yang Chen left. Walking alone out of the building, he headed towards the south gate of the community. His departure was witnessed by many surviving residents. On the 15th floor, in an apartment, 2 emaciated surviving residents squatted by the balcony. Watching Yang Chen's figure gradually moving away, they glanced at each other. Let's go, report to Boss Su. One of the young men stood up expressionlessly and said. Another middle-aged man seemed a bit scared and hesitant. Do we really have to inform Boss Su? I'm afraid that if the chicken plague trouble comes back, it will affect us. Humph. The young man snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure. What are you afraid of? Boss Su also has espers. And there are 3 of them. With 3 against 1, such a big advantage. Why are you still afraid? Coward! Having seen the survivors of Lin Jinyun's 2 women displaying esper abilities die, in the memories of the surviving owners in this building, only Yang Chen is considered formidable, suspected of having esper abilities. But the chicken plague is too brutal. Just look at how many people he killed yesterday. I'm afraid if we provoke him again, he will wipe out all the survivors in our building. The middle-aged man still had some concerns. There was no way, the image of Yang Chen killing embryos had already deeply rooted in his mind. Just the thought of the bloody scene in the staircase yesterday made him shudder all over. The young man disdainfully curled his lips, looking at the middle-aged man with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Look at your lack of backbone. Precisely because the chicken plague is so ruthless, we should take him down even more. Otherwise, should we let our neighbors live in constant fear? Isn't this a great opportunity now? Go report the situation to Boss Su. let him bring people to capture the chicken plague's 2 women, and then threaten the chicken plague to behave. And we are just going to inform Boss Su, there's no way the chicken plague would suspect us. The middle-aged man hesitated, unable to make up his mind, but the young man was impatient. Stop with the buts. Miss this chance, and there won't be another one. Boss Su said that if we can report the movements of the chicken plague to him, he will let us join the Qinglong gang. Don't you want to live a life where you eat well every day, surrounded by comforts? Do you still want to go hungry? How can you lack determination at your age? After being scolded by the young man, the middle-aged man realized the truth in his words. Fine, I agree with you. Let's go together and report the movements of the chicken plague to Boss Su. The young man smiled. Good. It seems like the chicken plague is heading towards the south gate. He must be planning to leave. When Boss Su has the chicken plague's 2 women in his hands, along with 3 powerful espers and a group of Qinglong gang members, I don't believe this lineup can't take down the chicken plague. Does he think he's a god? Just having those 2 women in hand can easily control the chicken plague and make him surrender. The middle-aged man admired the young man and asked, "You are really smart. How did you come up with all this?" The young man modestly waved his hand. You'll understand when you reach my age. Middle-aged man. What the heck? Building 4. This building has been taken over by a new gang, the Qinglong gang. The 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang are all espers, relying on force and a little knowledge learned from underworld novels to build their own gang. They control the entire building, and no one dares to defy them. In fact, the 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang were just local ruffians before the apocalypse, always fantasizing about being the gang bosses in Hong Kong movies. Sworn brothers, yearning for the loyalty depicted in those movies. When the apocalypse broke out, they were gathered at one of their homes drinking and playing cards. After the disaster, they obtained esper fruits from the plants in their homes. One of them became an esper, and they used force to intimidate the owners of the entire building, searching every corner of Building 4, finally finding 2 esper fruits. At that moment, all 3 of them became espers, and they established the Qinglong gang through force. All the survivors in Building 4 are their gang members. As for those who resisted, they were all killed to establish their authority. At this moment, the top brass of the Qinglong gang were in a meeting. The 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang sat on the sofa. 10 junior executives knelt in front of them on the carpet. Did you all hear that? Building No. 1 supernatural being has left the residential area, leaving only 2 beautiful women in the building. Who is willing to go with Third Master to bring back those 2 women from Building No. 1? The leader, a young man with yellow hair, smoked a cigarette, while the young and middle-aged men from Building No. 1 stood beside him, waiting quietly for his decision. I'll go. A young man from a small high-ranking group stood up and said to the young man with yellow hair, Brother Wajiji, I'm willing to go to Building No. 1 with Third Master to bring back those 2 women. Good. Brother Wajiji exclaimed, just 2 women, not so many people needed. Xiao Wu, you and your team go with Third Master, that's enough. After we deal with that chicken plague, I'll allow you to pick 2 women from the brothel. Hearing this, Xiao Wu, as he was called, was delighted and quickly knelt down on one knee, saying, Thank you, Brother Wajiji. All right. Brother Wajiji smiled faintly, but today, your main goal is to search for supernatural fruits. We'll catch the women from Building No. 1 on the way back. Since knowing the effects of supernatural fruits, Brother Wajiji had spared no effort in sending people to search for them. In his eyes, catching people was just a minor matter. Just 2 powerless women, what harm could they do? Yeah, I leave this matter to you, go and handle it. Yaya was the nickname for Third Master, a tall man nearly 2 meters in height. Okay. Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University West Gate. Riding a small electric scooter, Yang Chen took nearly an hour to reach the entrance of the west gate of Jiangcheng Light and Shadow University. The road was too rough, so Yang Chen had to walk where he could. But even so, he felt dizzy along the way. Darn it, if it weren't for the energy consumption of flying with the sword, I would have come here with a handsome flying sword. Throwing away the electric scooter, Yang Chen cursed as he walked towards the west gate. Hiss, hiss. At this moment, Yang Chen heard the hissing sound of a snake swallowing its tongue. Following the source of the sound, he saw a huge python, as thick as an adult's thigh, coiled on a nearby tree branch, its cold and emotionless vertical pupils staring at him intently. Mutant snake. It looks like a cauliflower snake from the outside. Darn it, even a cauliflower snake can mutate like an Amazonian boa constrictor. If it were a real Amazonian boa constrictor, it would turn into a dragon. Yang Chen sighed. With a thought, he activated his telekinetic perception. The mutant cauliflower snake within a 30-meter range was easily included. At the position of the snake's head, there was also a crystal, but this crystal was oval-shaped, about the size of a soybean. He didn't expect there to be units smaller than peanuts. Indeed, mutant beasts also have crystals, but they are slightly different from human supernatural beings. The warm currents I absorbed before should have been released from the crystal, Yang Chen speculated in his mind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the mutant cauliflower snake launched an attack on Yang Chen. Like a cannonball, it leaped from the tree branch, opening its huge mouth to bite Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen dodged with a teleport, and the mutant cauliflower snake, due to its strong momentum, crashed heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Since you're here, I'll kill you and absorb another warm current. Yang Chen pinched his sword finger with his right hand and gestured towards the mutant cauliflower snake with his left hand. Come! Thick vines emerged from the surrounding soil and entwined the mutant cauliflower snake. However, to Yang Chen's surprise, the mutant cauliflower snake wriggled out like an eel. So slippery? Then let me try my new move on you. Still holding his left hand towards the mutant cauliflower snake, Yang Chen shouted, Spatial confinement. A ripple of invisible space appeared. Part of the space around the mutant cauliflower snake was confined by Yang Chen. 100 steps flying knife. Go! Infinite space opened up. Several ally straight knives flew out, piercing into the mutated cauliflower snake at an extremely fast speed, pinning it to the ground. Several ally straight knives were respectively stabbed into the mutated cauliflower snake's head, tail, and body, firmly nailing it down. The mutated cauliflower snake was dead. Removing the spatial confinement, the mutated cauliflower snake's body began to thrash wildly but soon lost strength, lifeless. Dead. Yang Chen stepped forward, his palm pressed against the mutated cauliflower snake's head. The familiar warm flow appeared once again. Yang Chen felt refreshed. Is this the fourth one? Using his mental power to perceive internally, Yang Chen observed his sugar orange. Compared to yesterday, Yang Chen found that his sugar orange had grown another circle. At its current size, growing 3 or 4 more circles should make it the size of a normal orange. Wait, if the diamond-shaped crystal grows to the size of a watermelon, wouldn't his internal view become a watermelon brain? Shaking his head, Yang Chen dismissed this distraction. The diamond-shaped crystal should be located within consciousness, not actually inside the brain. If it really grew inside the brain, what would the psychic become? A watermelon person? Just imagining that scene was beautiful. Yang Chen did not take away the mutated cauliflower snake's body. Technically, snake meat is edible, but Yang Chen naturally had no interest in things covered in dense scales. Besides, he didn't need that bit of meat. Retrieving the alloy straight knives, leaving only 2 at his lower back, Yang Chen leisurely walked into Zhengcheng Light and Shadow University. This was an art academy. The academy had only 3 departments: performance, dance, and music. Chen Jiayao graduated from the music department of Zhengcheng Light and Shadow University. Her sister, Chen Jiai, studied dance, but Yang Chen wasn't sure what type of dance specifically, as Chen Jiayao didn't mention it, and he didn't ask. However, it's been said online that having a dancer girlfriend is quite enjoyable, but Yang Chen wasn't sure where the fun was. Well, he should try bringing Chen Jiai back. Following the detailed address given by Chen Jiayao, Yang Chen headed towards the North Cafeteria. Meanwhile, at Zhengcheng Light and Shadow University, North Cafeteria, there weren't many students and teachers inside. There were just over 100 people, with 90% being students. At this moment, the North Cafeteria was under attack. Listen up, inside. You have one last chance. Hand over the beautiful Miss Chen, and we'll leave immediately. At the entrance of the North Cafeteria, a blond Caucasian man shouted in broken Mandarin, accompanied by a dozen Westerners and Africans. They were foreign students of the Light and Shadow University, who had enjoyed luxurious single dorms and generous scholarships before the apocalypse. But when the disaster struck, these foreign devils turned on the local students. What irony! The over 100 students in the North Cafeteria lacked courage. The gap in the number of psychics was too significant. There were only 2 psychics inside the North Cafeteria, while outside, the foreign devils had 5 psychics among a dozen people. How to deal with the 3-person difference? Ordinary people were no match for psychics. There was no comparison. Ha, they're scared, such cowards. Lose, you're too weak to deserve Miss Chen. Ha, if any of you are willing to call me daddy, I'd gladly take a few servants. Ha, the foreign devils were kidnapping people, but that wasn't their main goal. Their main targets were all the students and food inside the North Cafeteria. As long as the people inside couldn't withstand the pressure and were ready to compromise, opening the door to release people would be their best opportunity. When the speedster with extraordinary abilities makes a move, seizing the cafeteria entrance forcefully and preventing anyone inside from closing it, they will then rush in and capture all the people inside to serve as their slaves, enjoying good times amidst this disaster. Inside the North Cafeteria. Listening to the clamor and insults of the foreign devils, the students and teachers in the cafeteria all had extremely unpleasant expressions, clenching their fists in anger. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. A male student stood up. Teacher, open the door, let's fight them. Don't be impulsive, a teacher pacified. You all know the power of the superhumans. It's not something you can win by rushing in with hot blood. Don't make reckless sacrifices. The male student slammed his fist on the stainless steel table. Are we just going to do nothing? Who the hell brought these foreign devils into the school? I heard that these foreign devils get 200,000 scholarships every year. Is our school so rich that we have nowhere else to spend the money? Damn it, our male dormitory doesn't even have air conditioning. I heard the school is planning to build a new dormitory for the foreign devils. Damn it, there are bad people in the leadership. Damn it, leaders, go calm your fathers down. Leader Seema, only focusing on international rankings, now there's trouble, right? Damn it, Leader Malej. Listening to the students' discontented cursing, some leaders and teachers who advocated for bringing in overseas students and increasing their scholarships all had darkened faces. Bringing in foreign students, increasing scholarships, building new dormitories, that's what they did. The students were now cursing at them. It was strange if their faces looked good. Hearing this extremely harsh cursing, a middle-aged man with a big belly stood up, frowning unhappily. Enough! The school provides you with education, not for you to curse the school here. You should be grateful as human beings. Students. Damn it! I haven't paid tuition? Damn it! With so many universities in the country, is this crappy school the only one you can choose? Damn it, the bad people in the leadership are showing themselves. Seeing the escalating cursing, a teacher sternly shouted, "All right, stop arguing. Is this the time to quarrel? Now we should be thinking about how to solve this issue." It was still the chubby school leader from earlier. He looked at a girl in the group who looked pure but somewhat listless. In my opinion, just hand over Chen as a student, abandon her, let those foreign students leave, and our crisis will naturally be resolved. As soon as this was said, the male students exploded again. Originally, they were already unhappy with being cowards. Now this leader Seema was suggesting they abandon a female student. It was strange if they remained calm. Chen Jiayi was so pure and beautiful, the reigning campus belle of Guanyin University for 3 years. The outcome would be obvious if she fell into the hands of those foreign devils. A hot-tempered male student slammed the table. Give your mother to those foreign devils. Let your mother be their ex, Seema. If you say one more word, I'll beat you now. The chubby leader angrily said, I'm doing this for everyone's good. How long can this door hold up? If we provoke them, when they break in, it will be the end for all of us. It's better to surrender and hand over the person. Do you want to die? At these words, some fell silent. After 2.5 minutes of silence, a girl with short hair in the group of girls glared at Chen Jai. Whoever caused this mess should clean it up themselves. Why did these foreigners come to the North Cafeteria? Isn't it all because of you, Chen Jai? Someone took the lead, and more girls spoke up. Yes, Chen Jai always dresses flamboyantly. Who knows what kind of contrasting face lies behind her innocent appearance? She might be more cunning than we imagine. Otherwise, why would these foreigners risk coming out to find Chen Jai even after the disaster? Chen Jai, you reap what you sow. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I still have a younger brother to take care of. Woo-woo. My boyfriend is a foreign student. They are not all bad people. If we discuss it properly, we can surely come to an agreement. Maybe we can even seek refuge with them. After all, they are so powerful. Almost everyone speaking was jealous of Chen Jiaya's beauty. Added to the current predicament, sacrificing one person for the happiness of everyone else seemed like a profitable deal to them. After all, it's not me being sacrificed. This kind of voice grew louder. Even some mentally weak boys started entertaining such thoughts. The chubby leader looked at Chen Jai with a smile, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for those foreign troublemakers, he would have liked to have this woman for himself. But alas, life is unpredictable. Chen student, for the sake of all of us, please make a sacrifice. After all, those people outside were attracted by you, the chubby leader said. Chen Jiao's eyes dimmed, devoid of any spirit. Hearing the accusations around her, she felt extremely wronged. Why were they tarnishing her with things she didn't do? This is also a part of human nature. Those who envy you will try their best to pull you down from your pedestal and make you as dirty as they are. In the male version, it's commonly known as, if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. In the female version, it's commonly known as, if you're prettier than me, I'll destroy you. Chen Jai truly lived up to being Chen Jiao's sister. The two sisters' personalities were like carved from the same mold, equally strong-willed. Running away from the current predicament was definitely not an option, but she didn't want to be defiled by those disgusting foreign invaders. So, there was only one ending. Her own death. Sister, Jai will go first. Chen Jiayi closed her eyes and took out a fruit knife from her sleeve. It was for self-defense that she brought it from the dormitory. She never thought she would end up using it on herself. Just as Chen Jiayi was about to cut her throat, her wrist was firmly grabbed by a strong and powerful hand. Brilliant, truly brilliant. You have shown me the ugliness of human nature. Chen Jiayi looked up in confusion, her dull eyes meeting the unfamiliar boy who suddenly appeared beside her, still holding her wrist. He had such a sunny smile. It had been almost half a month since the disaster broke out, yet he looked so clean. He didn't seem to have suffered at all. He was a stranger. She didn't recall ever seeing him before. The newcomer was none other than Yang Chen. In fact, Yang Chen had arrived long ago. He had stealthily blended into the group of students using instant movement. He had witnessed the whole drama just now. Truly, disasters reveal true nature. The ambitions of those foreign invaders outside were even greater. Their target was not just the small Chen Jiayi but the survivors in the cafeteria and the resources here. However, while external enemies surrounded them, conflicts arose within the North Cafeteria, with students blaming and accusing each other. The fear of death and jealousy led some to sacrifice innocent people without hesitation. Some even surprisingly surrendered to those foreign invaders. Yang Chen didn't consider himself a good person, but he would never stand by and watch those foreign invaders act arrogantly on Chinese soil. Ding! Detected 8. 5-star goddess, Chen Jiayi. Host, please take her down as soon as possible. Temporarily ignoring the system prompt, Yang Chen glanced mockingly at the survivors who had just pressured Chen Jiayi with their words. The survivors inside the North Cafeteria were also startled by the sudden appearance of Yang Chen. You are? Chen Jiayi asked in confusion. Yang Chen smiled slightly and took out a photo of Chen Jiayi and Chen Jiao from his pocket. Your sister asked me to come and save you. Come with me. My sister? Hearing this, and seeing the photo in Yang Chen's hand, Chen Jiayi's dim eyes suddenly regained their sparkle. She tremblingly took the photo, her eyes turning red as she looked at the familiar girl in the picture. It was a photo from her sister's home. She remembered this photo. It was taken last summer when they went to the beach together. Is my sister doing well? Yang Chen thought for a moment before replying. She's doing great, living quite comfortably. Hearing this, Chen Jiayi finally felt relieved. Yang Chen smiled and reached out his hand to Chen Jiayi, saying, Come with me, your sister is waiting for you at home. Okay. Chen Jiayi didn't hesitate and grabbed Yang Chen's large, warm hand. She was already disappointed with her classmates and teachers here, leaving this place and returning to her sister's side. No! At this moment, the chubby leader jumped out. He couldn't stand by and watch Chen Jiayi being taken away by this man who suddenly appeared. Those foreign students outside were specifically asking for Chen Jiayi. If Chen Jiayi was taken away, how could they calm the anger of those foreign students? If those angry foreign students broke through the cafeteria door, he would be in trouble. As for Yang Chen, perhaps he was also a supernatural being, but the threat he posed to the chubby leader was far less than those 5 outside. You can't take Chen Jiayi away. The chubby leader pointed at Yang Chen angrily. Those people outside were provoked by Chen Jiayi. She must go and calm the anger of those foreign students, otherwise, we will all be in trouble. Young man, I advise you not to meddle. Just because you have powers doesn't mean you can do as you please. We also have people with powers here. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen laughed. Wow, you guys are really something, having people with powers but not daring to confront the foreign devils outside, yet you're eager to threaten one of your own. Ignoring Yang Chen's sarcasm, the chubby leader sternly said, In any case, you cannot take Chen Jiayi away, otherwise, our people with powers won't sit idly by. Chen Jiayi looked disgusted. Who are you to restrict my movements? Yang Chen patted Chen Jiayi's shoulder with a smile. Let me teach you a lesson. In the apocalypse, if you can use your hands, try not to talk too much. You can't reason with idiots, only fists can teach them how to behave. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? The chubby leader was furious. He had been scolded a lot today. Being scolded by students was one thing, but now this guy who came out of nowhere was also scolding him. This made the chubby leader uncontrollably angry. Which department are you from? Who is your counselor? With a flash of a blade, the chubby leader's words abruptly stopped. A line of blood appeared on his neck. Then his head slowly tilted and finally with a thud, it fell to the ground. See, it's instantly peaceful around here. Yang Chen slowly sheathed his knife, still lecturing Chen Jiayi. The surrounding survivors were all stunned. Did he just kill someone? This outsider actually killed someone in front of so many people? A teacher stood up. He was a member of the standing committee, one of the 2 powerful beings in the North Cafeteria. The standing committee was about to speak when Yang Chen's cold eyes fell on him. If you speak nonsense, your fate will be the same as his. This immediately scared the standing committee into closing his open mouth. He had a premonition that if he displeased this young man, his fate would really be the same as the headless body on the ground. Yang Chen asked Qinjai, "Let's go, kill those foreign devils and black demons outside, and I'll take you home." Okay. At this moment, all of Qinjai's confidence came from the man in front of her. Especially the scene just now where he protected her in front of him was particularly cool, making Qinjai's heart race, and Yang Chen's eyes were all evasive. As they reached the cafeteria entrance, it was blocked by cluttered tables and chairs. No wonder those foreigners and black devils couldn't get in. It turned out that so many tables and chairs were blocking the way inside. Fortunately, these tables and chairs were all made of metal, appearing insignificant in Yang Chen's eyes. Disperse. With a single word, the tables and chairs in front of them all floated up and scattered around. The door swung open. A white foreigner rushed in at an extremely fast speed. But his speed was no different from an ordinary person's under Yang Chen's telekinetic perception. Yang Chen kicked him squarely in the chest. The white foreigner came in, but was sent flying out even faster, rolling over a dozen times on the cement ground before barely coming to a stop, with several abrasions on his body and a large indentation in his chest. Damn! These bastards dare to fight back. Attack! Let these bastards know how powerful we are. A group of foreigners shouted aggressively. They were about to charge in. However, they saw two figures slowly walking out from inside. One of them was the long-awaited #1 beauty of Guanyin University, known as the Pure Desire Ceiling, Qinjai. As for the other young man, he should be the Esper from the North Cafeteria. "Kid, hand over that baichi to us. You can go home crying to your mommy." A black devil taunted Yang Chen in English. Yang Chen glanced at him and calmly uttered a word, "Go." Swish! The ally straight knife flew out, effortlessly piercing the black devil's neck with its sharp blade. The remaining foreigners were taken aback. They hadn't expected this yellow-skinned man to launch an attack first. Didn't he see the numerical advantage they had? "Hey, we are international students. If you kill our people, aren't you afraid of starting a world war?" The yellow-haired monkey who knew a bit of Chinese shouted at Yang Chen in broken Chinese. Yang Chen smirked. "You think too highly of yourselves. Daring to show off in this land, then you will all become fertilizer for this land." Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with these foreigners. Since neither side understood each other's language, it was better to just fight directly. "Go!" Yang Chen pinched his fingers and lightly gestured towards the foreigners. An infinite space opened up. Over a dozen alloy straight knives flew out, dancing wildly in the air. With the blessing of the Lord of Gold, the speed of these alloy straight knives flying had already reached 2 Mach, equivalent to 686 meters per second. I looked it up on Baidu. Mach equals the speed of sound. 2 Mach is 686 meters per second. Swish 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 swish. Pft, 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 pft. Ordinary foreigners couldn't last more than one round against Yang Chen. The 5 espers, facing the attacks of the alloy straight knives, each used their own esper abilities to resist and evade. Sword Immortal. He's the Sword Immortal of China. Damn! Isn't the Sword Immortal just a fictional character made up by the Chinese? How can it be real? Shit! Bureau of War. It must be the Bureau of War fooling us again. What do we do, Jack? This Chinese Sword Immortal seems not easy to provoke. Ordinary foreign people all died, leaving only 5 espers struggling under Yang Chen's hand. What will happen when the flying speed of the sharp and hard alloy straight knives reaches 2 Mach? Its power will far exceed that of bullets. It's no joke to be hit by this thing. One stab, one hole. One stab, one hole. Among these 5 espers, only the guy whose body petrified could hold on a bit longer. But every time the alloy straight knife hit him, it would chip off pieces of stone. Yang Chen was certain that when he reverted from petrification, he would definitely be a bloody mess. The survivors in the cafeteria were all stunned. 2 espers were deep in thought. Why is there such a big gap between themselves and this person, even though they are both espers? Are they really in the same world? What is he manifesting? It's so fast that we can't even see clearly? It should be a sword. The gene for sword manifestation is ingrained in the bones of the people from Huaxia. Sword my foot, look at the back of that great god, he should be manifesting the same type of straight blade. He's so amazing, it would be great if he could stay to protect us. A girl swooned. He must be from the rescue team. No. He must be from the rescue team. Let's make sure he stays to protect us. That's right, with great power comes great responsibility. Someone as strong as him should protect us. On the battlefield, Yang Chen stood on the steps, looking indifferently at the 5 struggling foreigners. Laughable. With 4 types of esper abilities and absorbing 4 warm currents, if he still couldn't crush them, he might as well find a piece of frozen tofu to die under. Relying solely on the Dominator of Gold, Yang Chen could easily suppress the 5 espers. Glancing at the heavily injured espers, Yang Chen said nonchalantly, "It's really boring, the 5 of you combined can't even make me take you seriously, I won't play with you anymore." Spatial confinement. Yang Chen raised his hand and sealed off the space around the 5 espers, rendering them immobile. "Nah, no. You can't kill me. I'm a student from ugly country. Spare me, I beg you, I'm a student from England, I'm willing to serve you, to work for you. You're killing us. Aren't you afraid of sparking a war between major nations? You'll be a criminal by then. Great Sword Immortal, I apologize for my recklessness and impudence earlier, please spare my life. I'm willing to spend my lifetime atoning for my sins. I don't want to die." As soon as these 5 espers realized they couldn't move, they panicked. The fear in their eyes towards Yang Chen grew. This man was not someone they could contend with. To defeat him, only God himself would suffice. Is this the ancient heritage of Huaxia? Any one of them could make them flee in fear. These 5 espers seemed to have forgotten that they were pleading with Yang Chen in English. And Yang Chen, being patriotic, never bothered to learn any darn English since childhood. So their pleas sounded like gibberish to him. Completely incomprehensible. What are they babbling about? Still so arrogant even when they've fallen into my hands? Clearly, Yang Chen misunderstood as well. Don't ask how he misinterpreted it. It was all from the arrogant expressions on their faces. "Die, you foreigners!" The heads of the 4 espers were pierced through, instantly killing them. Yang Chen gave special attention to the esper whose body had petrified, using 3 alloy straight blades to rotate together, crushing his head like an electric drill. Wait, is the warm current still there after crushing? Yang Chen thought about this, quickly jumping down and running to the headless body, pressing his palm against it. The familiar warm current flowed. This made Yang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Although the warm current was still there, it was missing about a third. If he had been a bit slower, he might have lost 2/3 of it. Following the same procedure, Yang Chen absorbed the remaining 4 warm currents. He inwardly observed his sea of consciousness. His diamond-shaped crystal had finally broken through to the size of a normal orange. Just the most common orange, larger than a tangerine, smaller than an orange, I forgot the specific name, but I'm used to calling it an orange. Nice! At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Host has killed the petrified esper owner, do you wish to extract the esper fruit? Ding! Host killed the high-speed superpower owner, do you want to extract the superpower fruit? Ding! Host killed the wood element superpower owner, do you want to extract the wood element superpower fruit? Ding! Host killed the fully amplified superpower owner, do you want to extract the superpower fruit? Ding! Host killed the vaporized superpower owner, do you want to extract the superpower fruit? Listening to the wonderful voice in his mind, Yang Chen grinned and replied, extract them all for me. Well, Yang Chen discovered that killing superpower wielders to obtain their superpower fruit was much faster than searching for them directly. Today's harvest is truly abundant. Not only did he find Chenjiai, but he also absorbed 6 warm currents. And he gained 5 new types of superpower fruits. Juicy indeed. Yang Chen looked at the bewildered Chenjiai and called out, let's go. Oh, okay. Chenjiai responded, walking down the steps and jogging to Yang Chen's side. You can't leave. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. The short-haired girl who had previously calmed the foreign invaders and made Chenjiai step forward stood up and shouted, you're here to rescue, why only save Chenjiai? What about us? Are you going to watch us starve and freeze to death here? Yeah, you're here to rescue, you can't play favorites. If you're going to save, then save all of us. Young man, you won't just watch us wait here to die, will you? Hearing these words, Yang Chen showed no anger on his face but instead smiled, anyone else? Come forward, let me see how many need my help. With these words, the girls who had spoken earlier immediately showed victorious smiles. They thought Yang Chen had yielded to their words. Little did they know, the scythe of death was already at their necks, waiting to reap. Some survivors who had been hesitant before saw that Yang Chen didn't resort to violence, so they grew bolder. The supplies in the North Canteen were almost depleted. They couldn't hold on for long. Every night, they were freezing and had to huddle together for warmth, barely enduring the cold dark nights. They had had enough of such days. If they didn't relocate soon, they feared they would die in the North Canteen. Now with a chance to leave, these survivors put their minds. Oh wait, they didn't have minds because those with brains had wisely kept quiet. Yang Chen's teacher, who had been hesitant to speak earlier, felt his right eyelid twitching. We can't stay here any longer. Food is running out, and it's freezing cold at night. Great God, can you lead us to find a safe place to establish a shelter? I think the dormitory building over there is good. Especially the International Student Dormitory building, their dorms are much more luxurious than ours. Yeah, speaking of that, I have to curse those idiotic leaders. I haven't eaten properly for days. Go find us some food to fill our stomachs so we have the strength to search for a new shelter. We have so many girls here, it's only right for you to protect us, show some gentlemanly manners. Look at how humble and polite English gentlemen are. Damn it! There's still T0 version at this time, quite an eye-opener. So, all the little fairies put together can't even make up one brain, right? Brother is right, at this time, if you don't treat the great god like a father figure, that's fine. But you're even throwing punches, truly like a calf riding a rocket, so impressive. Exactly, among those foreign devils earlier, there were a few English devils, and they even think English men are gentlemen, truly impressive. What T0 version? What little fairies? You guys, these shrimp head guys are really funny. Sisters, avoid these few guys, having them as boyfriends is like inheriting 8 generations of bad luck. Exactly, we didn't ask you to protect us, so why bother making a fuss? Useless people should just shut up. The crowd was noisy, everyone talking at once. But if you listen closely, you would realize that it was actually a few of those brainless versions of T0 and some boys exchanging insults. Little did they know, Yang Chen was using his psychic power to sense and lock onto their every word and action. After waiting for a while without any new idiots showing up, Yang Chen smirked and turned to the boys arguing with the T0 version, saying, "Didn't I say earlier that the best way to deal with idiots is to make them shut up forever?" As he finished speaking, several alloy straight knives flew out of thin air. In front of everyone, those idiots, both male and female, were pierced through. Feeling the pain in their chests, the idiots widened their eyes in disbelief, looked down at themselves, then back at Yang Chen. How dare you kill us? Yang Chen calmly smiled. Did you think I was a very moral person? What does your life and death have to do with me? The boys were scared stiff. Seeing that they were fine, they were relieved to be normal people. If they had made some outrageous remarks like those idiots, they dared to assume that they would also be stabbed through by this godly figure and then be ecstatic. Let's go. Patting Chen Jiai's shoulder, Yang Chen walked in the direction they came from. Chen Jiai quickly caught up, following closely behind Yang Chen, afraid of losing him. But perhaps she hadn't eaten enough for a long time, her limbs were weak, and she started panting after a few steps. Yang Chen glanced at her and led her to a nearby relatively clean room, took out a pile of food for her to replenish her strength. Anyway, Yang Chen wasn't lacking food now, and he was eager to verify Chen Jiai's system. Looking at the variety of food in front of her, Chen Jiai's eyes sparkled. Can I really eat all of these? Yang Chen nodded with a smile. Of course, your sister already paid for your meals last night. Oh, okay. Chen Jiai, hearing that her sister had already paid for the meals, immediately picked up a milk bread and started eating. This silly girl probably didn't know what her sister used to pay for the meals. By the way, I still don't know your name. Chen Jiai struggled to swallow the bread in her mouth, looking somewhat embarrassed at Yang Chen. Yang Chen handed her a bottle of purified water. Yang Chen, the Yang from the Yang family generals, and the Sun with 3 dots of water. Yang Chen. Chen Jiai silently repeated, "Oh, Yang Chen Ji, Your name is Chen Jiai. I know. Oh, okay. Hurry up and eat. Let's try to get home before dark." Okay. Chen Jiai didn't say anything more, focusing wholeheartedly on the food in front of her. In his leisure time, Yang Chen summoned Chen Jiai's personal information. Name, Chen Jiai. Age, 20. Charging times, 0 times. Worldview, normal woman. Character, a pure girl well protected by her sister. Looks, 8. 5 stars. Situation, orphaned at a young age, raised by her sister, trusts her sister the most. Favorite person is also her sister, a complete sister complex. System verified. After reading Chen Jiai's personal information, Yang Chen's expression became strange. Sister complex. Closing Chen Jiai's personal interface, Yang Chen glanced at the time. It was almost noon. At their current speed, they would definitely reach home before 2:30 in the afternoon. Half an hour later, after Chen Jiai had rested, Yang Chen continued on the road with her. At the door, Yang Chen looked at where the electric scooter was parked and fell into thought. It was empty. Where the hell is my electric scooter? Originally, I thought it was already the end of the world after the disaster. Everyone had hidden away. Even if I parked the electric scooter anywhere, no one would steal it. But now, damn it, there are so many electric scooters on the damn street. Are you specifically stealing mine? Forget it. Yang Chen, let's find another vehicle. Given the current road conditions, driving might not necessarily be more convenient than using an electric scooter. Heading towards Jinshou City, the two of them found another usable electric scooter halfway. The journey was quite bumpy, and Chen Jiai was thrown against Yang Chen's back several times. This made Chen Jiai extremely shy, her little face blushing and looking especially cute. Yang Chen felt the soft touch on his back, smiled without saying a word, and headed home in the wind of the end of the world. When passing a bridge, Yang Chen saw the community health center on the other side of the river. I have plenty of food, but I haven't deliberately collected medicines. Yang Chen turned and took the road leading to the community health center. Since we're here, let's get some medicines and equipment to take back. Following the principle of being here already, Yang Chen went to the community health center. Putting the electric scooter into the infinite space, Yang Chen took Chen Jiayi into the lobby of the health center. This was a lobby that combined registration, payment, medication collection, and consultation. Logically, there should be many survivors in the health center, so why was it so quiet now? The silence was starting to feel eerie. Goodness, where did all the survivors here go? Could it be that at the beginning of the disaster, they all collectively ran back home? Forget it, whether there are people or not doesn't matter, as long as they don't take away the medicines and equipment. It would be even better if there was a pretty female doctor who knew how to treat illnesses. Yang Chen didn't explore recklessly. He first used his telekinetic power to scan the surroundings within a 30-meter radius to ensure there was no danger before taking Chen Jiayi into the pharmacy. Whether it was modern Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, Yang Chen stuffed them all into the system space. Western medicines with their packaging boxes and leaflets were stuffed in casually by Yang Chen. But when it came to Chinese medicine, Yang Chen had to be more careful. If the Chinese medicines were mixed together, he wouldn't be able to sort them out. After nearly 10 minutes, all the medicines in this pharmacy, which was about 50 square meters in size, were stored in Yang Chen's infinite space. Let's go, let's move everything that can be used in the health center. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a storage room for medicines in this health center. The telekinetic perception moved with Yang Chen. Up, down, left, right, front, back, within a 30-meter diameter, everything was within Yang Chen's perception range. This perception range was like a sphere. At this moment, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. He had discovered something interesting. At this moment, in the medicine storage room of the health center. After the power outage, it was pitch black here, with no visibility, and during the day, they could only rely on the sunlight coming in through a small window on the ceiling for illumination, and at night, it would be completely dark. Covered in thick fog, moonlight couldn't penetrate. In the innermost part of the medicine storage room, large cardboard boxes filled with medicines were stacked, creating a small space, with hospital blankets on the floor. Two women were leaning against each other, staring blankly at the wall in front of them. "Connor, I'm so hungry, glucose is not filling at all." One of them, a cold and elegant woman in a white coat with short hair, said weakly. The one called Connor was a 25 or 26-year-old woman in a nurse's uniform named Yang Chan. She shared the same name as the three holy mothers, but she didn't have the same powerful strength as them. Yang Chan glanced at the female doctor in white and sighed helplessly. "Are you the only one hungry? I'm hungry too, but what can we weak women do? Fight against the strange tree in the backyard? Or the stinky stray cat wandering near the health center? The two of us can't even beat the zombies that come out at night." The female doctor is called Lu Ruyan. Her cold demeanor resembles that of a proud beauty, but at this moment, her expression, actions, and words are anything but proud. She holds Yang Chan tightly, pitifully saying, "Connor, now it's just the two of us relying on each other. I feel like I'm going to starve if this continues. Can you promise me something?" Curious, Yang Chan asks, "What is it?" Lu Ruyan reaches into Yang Chan's clothes, saying, "Let me have a bite of meat before it's too late." "Yang Chan, you're going to die." Swatting away her best friend's hand that's causing a commotion in her embrace, Yang Chan says irritably, "Go away, go find your own meat to eat." Lu Ruyan, "No, your figure is great. It feels good to bite, and I can't reach mine anyway. How about I take yours, and you take mine?" Yang Chan chuckles and teasingly pokes her friend's forehead. "If your suitors knew how you really are in private, do you think they'd be shocked?" Lu Ruyan pouts, "I don't have as many suitors as you do. You're the renowned most beautiful nurse on the internet, Yang Xiaochan. Hey, I'm asking you, if you had a chance now for your suitors to save you, but you had to pay a price, what would you choose to give up?" He. Yang Chan smiles casually, "It depends on various factors. If he's handsome and young, I'd say, 'Sir, for saving my life, I have nothing to offer but myself.' If he's ugly and creepy, or old and creepy, then I'd say, 'Sir, for saving my life, I have nothing to offer but to repay you by being a servant in my next life.'" Yang Chan is a true lover of handsome men. Her first criterion for finding a partner is whether they are good-looking or not. If they're not, she dismisses them. Lu Ruyan asks again, "What if it's an old, ugly, and creepy old man who wants to force you to be his wife?" Yang Chan replies, "There's a river next to the clinic. I'd dive in headfirst." "Ruyan, can you stop talking and save some energy?" In recent years, the name Lu Ruyan has become popular on short videos, to the point where friends often tease the female doctor named Lu Ruyan. If heaven didn't give birth to me as Lu Ruyan, then the scum would be eternal darkness. In reality, Lu Ruyan, the female doctor, is a woman who yearns for love and is conservative. She has had nearly 3,030 husbands, 1,539 unrequited loves, 7,596 childhood sweethearts, married the male lead 959 times, the second male lead 1,670 times, broke up with the male lead 3,637 times, the second male lead 1,499 times, divorced the male lead 3,900 times, and the second male lead 3,897 times. As of now, she has abandoned her newlywed husband 3,689 times, making Lu Ruyan a person of extremes. Lu Ruyan. No, Lu Ruyan leans on Yang Chan's shoulder and whispers, "In this world today, I no longer seek sweet love. If a boy could save us now, as long as he's not hideous, I'd be willing to be his woman. Sister, am I loyal enough, trading myself for both of us to survive?" "Yes, yes." Yang Chan weakly says, "If a boy were to save us now, as long as he's not hideous, I, Yang Chan, would not only be willing to be his woman but also send him and his mistress grandchildren every day." Lu Ruyan, mistress? Are you talking about me? Yang Chan, how could it be, my dear? Click. At that moment, the lock on the medicine storage room door clicked. Soon after, the door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood in the doorway against the light, looking at the two women sitting against the wall with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yang Chan. Lu Ruyan. Damn. Someone really came back. Did he hear everything we just talked about? Goodness, could it be that the magical conch heard their wishes? After a long silence, Yang Chan, who was good at socializing, spoke first. "Excuse me, who are you?" She and Lu Ruyan helped each other up, their eyes alert as they looked at the man at the door. Although they had joked around before, reality was not a place for such antics. Who knew what kind of person the man across from them was? What if he had ulterior motives? The two of them, weak and defenseless, were no match for an adult male. "I'm here to pick up medicine, didn't mean to disturb, I'll leave after getting the medicine." This person was none other than Yang Chen, who was searching for supplies with Chen Jiai at the health center. With his telepathic perception, he had heard the entire conversation between the two women just now. Quite interesting, indeed. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected 9-star goddess Yang Chan. Ding! Detected 8-star goddess Lu Ruyan. Hearing the system prompts for the two names, Yang Chen could only exclaim, "Goodness, all formidable women." One Yang Chan, named after the three holy mothers. One Lu Ruyan, a recognized scum saint online, the Emperor Ruyan. There was a reason you two could get along. It wasn't until Yang Chen walked into the storeroom that Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan got a clear look at his appearance. Not ugly, not old, not creepy, but rather quite handsome. Yang Chan's aesthetic was handsome, any type would do. Lu Ruyan's requirement was just passable looks. Undoubtedly, Yang Chen's appearance met the two women's standards for a partner. Watching Yang Chen standing still as boxes of medicine disappeared, Lu Ruyan and Yang Chan were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief as they glanced back and forth between Yang Chen and the vanished medicine. How is this possible? Are you kidding? Is this magic? Or superpowers? The two best friends exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Damn! They had been struggling for almost half a month, and now they didn't even recognize what was happening outside. Could it be that human evolution had passed them by while they were struggling? Damn! No one informed them either. This is an ability, you can also understand it as a superpower, Yang Chen explained with a faint smile. Yang Chen wasn't planning to bring up the matter of taking them in, he wanted these two women to beg him to take them in. Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen hopefully, her voice involuntarily trembling. Can you help us? We've been starving here for over a week, if we don't leave here soon, we'll definitely starve to death. Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together. Please, please. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, asking, saving you is a piece of cake for me, but there has to be a reason, right? Why should I save two strangers? At this, the two women fell silent, not knowing how to respond. They couldn't just say we're compatriots. Would you watch us die in danger? Wouldn't that be moral blackmail? Or should they say we're girls? What's wrong with you as a man saving us, showing no gentlemanly manners at all? Please, they would feel disgusted themselves. We. Feeling the hunger in their stomachs, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan glanced at each other and then nodded. Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen helplessly. Our only bargaining chip now is ourselves. You must have heard our conversation just now. As long as you're willing to save us, we'll be your women. Lu Ruyan added, but you can't hit us randomly, or lock us in a dog cage, or hand us over to others, or, and so on. Lu Ruyan's mouth kept moving, listing many cruel things that happened to women in the apocalypse. Yang Chen pointed at himself, do I look like a bad guy? The two women nodded hesitantly. The reason why Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan were willing to use themselves as bargaining chips was not just because they were hungry, but mainly because Yang Chen was not bad-looking. It would have been a different story if an ugly person had tried. Yang Chan dared to jump into the river next to the clinic. Good girlfriends stick together, and Lu Ruyan didn't dare to follow a stranger alone. Sometimes, people need comfort in their hearts. Having a familiar good friend by your side is enough. Yang Chen smiled, alright, this bargaining chip is good, I like it. He stored all the medicines in the warehouse into the infinite space, then waved outside the door. Chen Jiayi walked in gracefully and obediently stood by Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen sat with Chen Jiayi in front of Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan. With a wave of his hand, a pile of food and clean water appeared. There were salt-baked chicken legs waiting to be packaged, whole wheat bread, ham sausages, chocolates, and more. Seeing this food, the eyes of Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan lit up, and their stomachs growled. Since they had finished the snacks collected from the clinic, the two friends had been surviving on glucose. Now, seeing so much delicious food, they couldn't help but salivate, which amused Yang Chen. But then he thought, isn't this the norm in a post-apocalyptic world? His past life wasn't much better. Seeing the two women's eager eyes, Yang Chen nodded at them, go ahead and eat. You might not have the energy to come home with me later. With Yang Chen's permission, the two friends immediately ate without caring about their image. Yang Chen chuckled, tell me, what's the deal with the eerie tree in the backyard, the monsters lurking nearby, and the zombies appearing at night? Yang Chen could understand the strange tree and monsters. They were probably mutated trees and creatures. But where did the zombies come from? He didn't recall any zombies in his past life. And wasn't this a post-apocalyptic world? Hearing Yang Chen's question, Yang Chan swallowed the chicken leg in her mouth, took a sip of water, and said, there's a big red tree in our backyard. The tree is entirely red, and anyone who gets close will be attacked by its tendrils. About 11 days ago, that monster tree released some strange spores that made people who inhaled them confused and uncontrollably drawn towards the tree. If Ruyan hadn't dragged me to the oxygen tank, I might have become one of the zombie army of that monster tree. Monster tree? Spores? Zombies? Yang Chen asked, are you saying that those zombies are created by the spores from the monster tree in the backyard? Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan nodded, fear flickering in their confused eyes. If you go to the backyard now, you'll see a bunch of zombies, at least 300 of them. Every night, those zombies become active and go to nearby areas to catch living creatures. Ruyan and I dare not even breathe loudly at night, fearing that those zombies might find us. After hearing Yang Chan's words, Yang Chen pondered, thinking, those zombies are probably not the typical zombies I know. They are likely bodies controlled by parasitic spores, not the same species as the zombies in an apocalyptic world. Ending the discussion on the monster tree and zombies, Yang Chen asked, what about the monsters lurking nearby? At this point, the fear in Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan's eyes intensified. That's a green monster covered in scales all over its body, humanoid in shape but resembling a lizard. It's extremely ferocious. Anyone who tried to leave the clinic was torn apart by that lizard-like creature. The brutality of the lizard creature's killings and the visual impact of the parasitic spores from the monster tree and the direct violence of the lizard creature were incomparable. This was why the two women feared the lizard monster more than the zombie tree. Did you encounter the lizard creature when you came in? Yang Chan looked at Yang Chen with a puzzled expression. Yang Chen and Chen Jiaya both shook their heads. They had encountered no obstacles on their way in. Not to mention lizardmen, they hadn't even seen a single mutant beast. Could it be that the lizardmen felt there was no more food here and left? No one knew the answer to this question. Yang Chen stood up and said, you two eat first to regain your strength. I'll go and bring everything usable from the clinic. As he reached the door, Yang Chen turned to Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan, asking, do either of you have medical training? Lu Ruyan raised her hand and said, I'm a general practitioner. Yang Chan added, I'm a nurse. Okay, this trip was not in vain, we found both a nurse and a doctor, hee. Yang Chan left the storeroom and began searching the clinic. Inside the storeroom, Lu Ruyan nudged her best friend Yang Chan and whispered, Chan, there's no more threat from the lizardmen outside now, do you think we should run away? Yang Chan glanced at her, sternly saying, I advise you not to have such suicidal thoughts. Ha! Lu Ruyan was puzzled, do we really have to become his women? That guy might be handsome, but he's not the most handsome guy we've seen. The rich second-generation guy who pursued you before was even more handsome than him. So what? Yang Chan retorted, he has strong power. In this era of catastrophe, our mindset needs to change too. It used to be about who had money and status, but now it might be about who has the bigger fist. Did you not see the 2 knives at his waist? The sheaths had bloodstains, red ones. He must have killed someone. We agreed to his terms one moment, and the next we run away. Do you think he won't kill both of us? Yang Chan saw things more clearly than Lu Ruyan and had a better grasp of reality. Lu Ruyan still believed that society could return to its previous state and live a peaceful life. But Yang Chan was not so optimistic. Everything had changed in an instant. Flora and fauna were evolving rapidly. The future was uncertain. Holding on to a potential powerhouse now might make the days ahead easier. Yang Chan didn't want to end up like in an apocalyptic movie, chained in a dog cage, humiliated, abused, living a life worse than a dog's. If her future was like that, Yang Chan would rather die now. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Ruyan shrank back in fear. I was just talking nonsense. That guy looks pretty good. Anyway, I don't care much about looks. If being his woman means I get to eat, then so be it. In reality, Lu Ruyan was just venting. After all, she was a woman, and handing herself over to a stranger suddenly made her somewhat reluctant. Compared to Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan's thoughts were more naive. She held beautiful fantasies about things. Don't say such things in the future, Yang Chan earnestly advised Lu Ruyan. You can't act like a pushover. The future might turn out differently. If you betray him, he might really harm you. Don't worry, Lu Ruyan, am not that kind of despicable woman. Lu Ruyan patted her chest and said with a smile, as long as he doesn't hit me or hand me over to someone else, I won't betray him. Yang Chan looked at her with deep meaning. You talk the talk, can you walk the walk and pat your own panda? At that moment, the 2 women noticed a gaze on them. Looking over, they saw Chen Jai not far away, blinking her eyes as she watched them. Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched. You didn't leave? Chen Jai replied, no, Yang Chen asked me to wait here for him to return. Earlier, Before Lu Ruyan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yang Chan, who covered her mouth with her hand. Yang Chan looked at Chen Jai with a friendly smile. His name is Yang Chen, we share the same surname, maybe we were family hundreds of years ago. Chen Jai asked. Yang Chen said his Yang is from the Yang family general. Could he be a descendant of the Yang family general? Yang Chan remained silent. This girl seemed a bit slow. Has he ever killed anyone? I saw blood on his scabbard. He has. Chen Jai recounted what happened at school. When they learned that superhumans had appeared in the outside world, the 2 girls were shocked beyond measure. Indeed, humans outside had evolved, but they hadn't been called. When they heard that Yang Chen effortlessly subdued 5 superhumans single-handedly, leaving them powerless, the 2 girls had a vague idea of Yang Chen's strength. This man is powerful, much stronger than the average superhuman. What a find! Yang Chan jokingly threatened Lu Ruyan, holding her panda. Lu Ruyan, don't speak such rebellious words again, or I'll help Yang Chen get rid of you. She said this for Chen Jai's benefit. Who knows if this girl will tell Yang Chen about their conversation. A patch is needed. She didn't want Yang Chen to hold a grudge against them or be cautious. In fact, she wanted to say, Lu Ruyan, don't speak such rebellious words again, or Yang Chan, will clean house for my husband. But with Chen Jai present, Yang Chan couldn't bring herself to say those words. So she used names instead. Lu Ruyan was puzzled for 2.5 seconds, then quickly made a promise. I promise not to have such inappropriate thoughts again. Chen Jai blinked, watching the 2 drama queens perform. In the post-apocalyptic disaster, everything evolved, and mutant plants took over the world. Even some mosquitoes and venomous insects evolved, causing great trouble for human survival. In this post-apocalyptic world, scratches, infections, or insect bites could turn into fatal wounds, difficult to heal, leading to pus infections over time. Antibiotics and various medicines were extremely valuable. They were scarce resources on par with food. However, this was just a clinic. Compared to a real hospital, it lacked in reserves and variety. Yang Chen took all the clinic's blood testing equipment and more and stored them in his infinite space. Regardless of whether he could use them, he would take them back first. Following the principle of being there, Yang Chen dug deep in the clinic, storing almost everything usable in the infinite space. He teleported to the clinic's rooftop and looked towards the backyard. At that moment, Yang Chen felt his scalp tingle. In the backyard, a strange tree with a thick trunk, a huge canopy, covered in red leaves and red flowers, stood in the empty space. Around that strange tree were numerous bodies. Yes, bodies. Those people had no breath, pale faces, skeletal bodies, as if drained of all blood. They were dead. From above, there were an estimated 300 to 400 zombies. The spores spread very subtly. If this tree continues to grow, the spores are likely to spread several kilometers or even farther. By then, Jinqiu City will definitely not be safe. We need to move out in advance, but we can't ignore this strange tree. If we let it continue to grow, the entire Jiang city will likely become its territory, affecting our shelter when we move to Lingshan. Yang Chen had made up his mind to deal with this mutant strange tree later. After taking a last glance at the mutated strange tree and the zombies surrounding it, Yang Chen turned around without looking back and walked away. When he reached the entrance of the pharmacy warehouse, he remembered something. Shouldn't a clinic like this have its own generator? The power had been out at home for several days, leaving them without hot water for showers. Yang Chen decided to get a generator to take back. Standing at the warehouse entrance, he looked at Yang Chan and the two women and asked, "Since you work at this clinic, do you know where the generator is? Don't tell me that your clinic doesn't even have one." "We have one," Yang Chan nodded and slowly said, "but the generator at our clinic is quite large. Without proper tools, you probably won't be able to dismantle it. However, there is a small silent generator in the basement. You can check if that one works. Take me to see it." "Okay." Yang Chan led Yang Chen to the basement. The small silent generator was placed in the storage room in the basement. It was a square, measuring about 1 meter in length, width, and height, weighing around 500 kilograms. Since the generator was not fixed in one position, there was no need to dismantle it. Yang Chen threw the small silent generator into the infinite space and then asked Yang Chan to take him to the indoor generator room. The generator sets in the generator room were much larger. They were all fixed on the floor with screws and slots. Yang Chen took a quick look and realized they were mostly made of metal and could be manipulated. Under the astonished gaze of the three women, Yang Chen, as the master of gold, removed the screws and other fasteners and then stored this oversized generator set in the infinite space. With this done, Yang Chen's purpose for this trip was considered fulfilled, and even exceeded. He also gained two goddesses who met the system's requirements. Not only did the return quantity increase exponentially, but these two women were also a nurse and a doctor. He hit the jackpot. Glancing at the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. They had 4.5 hours left before nightfall and the arrival of heavy fog. Yang Chen put away his phone and said to the three women, "Let's go, we have 4.5 hours before the fog arrives. We need to get back home before then." "Okay." "I don't want to stay a second longer in this ghostly place," Yang Chen said. "See if there are any electric scooters we can still ride." "Okay." Yang Chen found a usable electric scooter in the garage, carrying Lu Ruyan behind him. They headed towards their unknown homeland. Meanwhile, in Jinshou City, a group of survivors, led by a nearly 2-meter-tall strong man, returned to Jinshou City grumbling. "Damn it! Were the nearby convenience stores and supermarkets raided? Cleaner than my pockets. I wonder which bastard took all the supplies." One survivor kicked over a trash can on the roadside, and the others' faces were equally grim. They were all members of the Qinglong gang from Building 4. Since 8 in the morning, they had been searching for supplies and mutant fruits outside. However, the convenience stores and supermarkets near the residential area seemed to have been looted by bandits, leaving nothing behind. The despicable thieves didn't even spare the shelves, taking everything. They smashed open one convenience store and supermarket after another, only to be met with empty and silent rooms. Truly, like plucking feathers from a goose, leaving nothing behind, digging 3 feet into the ground, right? Fine. Unable to find food in the convenience stores and supermarkets, they turned their attention to nearby restaurants. Unfortunately, the imbalanced temperature difference between day and night had caused all the vegetables and meat stored in the restaurants to spoil. Only sealed beverages and pre-made dishes were still edible. What terrified them the most was that the spoiled vegetables and meat in these restaurants attracted mutated rats, cockroaches, and ants. Goodness, they were almost scared to death by the densely packed scenes. Have you ever seen a mouse as big as an adult fat blue cat? Have you seen a cockroach the size of a 40-yard slipper? What about mutated ants as thick as fingers? Most importantly, these are all collective organisms. They felt like the world had turned upside down. The moment those mutated monsters saw them, they went crazy. They attacked as soon as they caught sight of them. If they hadn't run fast, they would probably have fallen in the restaurant. They set out in high spirits but returned in low spirits. This made the members of the Qinglong gang feel extremely depressed and annoyed. Fortunately, on their way back, they discovered a strange fruit. This is what made their day not end without gains. The crow looked at Building 1, licked its lips, and smirked. "Stop complaining, follow me, Crow, to attack Building 1. I heard those two troublemakers say there are 2 particularly beautiful women with the avian flu, even prettier than some celebrities. I want to see how beautiful they really are. If they're not as beautiful as celebrities, I'll crush their heads when I get back." Hearing this, the group of survivors also became interested, each with a cruel and wicked smile. "Ha, Crow always gets the job done. Crow, since we're here, let's search Building 1 thoroughly, see if there are any women left. You eat meat, leave some soup for the brothers." Exactly, Crow, the women in the brothels are too expensive, I haven't touched a woman in days. Hee hee, you guys look for women, I'm looking for some toys. The last few guys were no fun at all, I cut off their limbs and they died, disappointing. With these words back and forth, they easily divided the survivors of Building 1. It seemed as if they were talking about a mere toy, not a human life. But Crow laughed heartily, great. Once we get those 2 women, I'll allow you to do as you please in Building 1, huh? Crow is awesome. Long live Crow. Crow. We're all crows. Why can that crow be the boss and not you? As long as you give the order, I'll follow you. Crow. Everyone. Is this guy an idiot? Meanwhile, at Yang Chen's house. Yang Chen lives on the 31st floor. Ha, this is so funny, this guy is so mean, I can't stop laughing. Lin Jinyun covered her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. There was a tablet on the coffee table in front of them. A comedy movie was playing on it. With nothing to do at home, Lin Jinyun could only watch dramas with Chen Jiayao. However, Chen Jiayao seemed a bit distracted. Although she was watching the drama, her mind had already drifted away. I wonder if Yang Chen has found Jiai. Lin Jinyun pinched her fair and tender little face and smiled. You don't know Xiao Sun's abilities? Don't worry, with him around, he can definitely bring Jiai back safely. MMHM. Just then, Chen Jiayao suddenly stood up from the sofa. Something's wrong, Sister Jinyun, a group of people has entered my telekinetic perception range, and one of them is even a peanut. No, a soybean-level esper. At the words, Lin Jinyun's smile disappeared completely from her face. She released her telekinetic perception and also spotted the dozen or so people climbing the stairs. These people had sinister smiles on their faces, spewing vulgar language. The 2 people causing trouble with the avian flu. They must be referring to them. These people's target was the 2 of them. Oof. Lin Jinyun snorted coldly, her eyes filled with a chilling coldness. These people really have a death wish. After what we did to them yesterday, they still dare to provoke us. They really think the 2 of us are defenseless weak women. Chen Jiayao observed for a few seconds and said, no, their steps are strong, they don't look like they have been starving for a long time. They should be survivors from the nearby unit building, not from our building. Lin Jinyun went to the bedroom, changed into formal attire at the fastest speed, and walked out, saying, regardless of which building they are from, since they chose to provoke us, they must be prepared to risk their lives. Jiayao, let's teach them a lesson together. Okay, Chen Jiayao nodded. There was a distance between those survivors and them, giving the 2 women time to prepare. After changing into formal attire, Chen Jiayao picked up 2 pistols loaded with bullets and said, there is only one esper on the other side. Sister Jinyun, let's use the pistols to take out the ordinary people first, and then join forces to deal with that esper. That esper is just at the soybean level, while both of us are almost at the quail egg level. We can easily take him down together. Lin Jinyun nodded. Remember to leave one alive for questioning. As Xiaoxuan said, once you're in, be prepared to eradicate the roots. Okay. The 2 women left together. They stood in the stairway where the members of the Qinglong gang passed. Soon, the first person appeared. The crow stared at the 2 stunning beauties standing on the stair platform, completely stunned. They were truly beautiful. They were on a completely different level from the female owners of their building. Hee hee, the crow rubbed his hands with a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with malice. Are you 2 beautiful ladies waiting here specifically for us? Is your home out of food? Come with me, I have plenty of food at home, I guarantee I can make you full. As he spoke, other members of the Qinglong gang also stood on the middle stair platform with the crow. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao looked down at these people. Which building are you from? Chen Jiayao asked coldly. The crow replied, you'll know once you come back with me, hee hee. Lin Jinyun sighed, Xiaoxuan was right after all, if you can act, don't hesitate. Let's do it, Jiaya. Chen Jiayao nodded, okay. Ha, what are these 2 women saying? They want to fight with me, Crow? Hey, let me remind you, Crow is an esper. I advise you to surrender to Crow early. With Crow's protection, you will definitely live better than any other woman. Wait, these 2 are so beautiful, could they be the women causing trouble? It's quite possible. It's really unexpected. These 2 foolish women have come to us on their own. Stop chattering, take them down quickly. I can't wait to hunt for prey. Faced with the vulgar language of these survivors, the 2 women did not get angry. Would you get angry because of a dead person's provocation? Let's go. Lin Jinyun's figure disappeared in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already at the bottom of the stair platform where the Qinglong gang members were standing. The 2 women raised their pistols together. For dark pistols were aimed at the Qinglong gang members. They pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The 4 pistols simultaneously spewed out flames. Bullets were fired, and the sound of gunfire echoed in the narrow stairway. It was particularly harsh now. The bullets hit the Qinglong gang members, causing blood to spurt out instantly. The painful and terrified screams echoed continuously, like a dirge of death. Firearms have a huge killing power on ordinary people. As long as they hit vital areas, one bullet can be fatal. The 2 women maintained their psychic perception throughout. At such a close distance, they shot each one in the head. In just 2.5 seconds, only the crow was left standing on the middle stair platform. The remaining dozen or so Qinglong gang members lay in disarray on the ground, in a miserable state, blood pooling into a puddle, the air filled with the smell of blood. On the middle stair platform, the crow's flesh was tinged with an iron color. His flesh had turned into iron, transforming him into an Iron Man. This was Crow's ability, Iron Body. Relying on this ability, Crow became a close combat brute. Machetes, wooden sticks, fire axes couldn't harm him, granting Crow immense strength and a tough body up close, but at the cost of reduced speed. However, for a brute like him, this was no issue. Just now, the bullets from 4 handguns hit Crow, sparking off flames and creating dull bangs, but for Crow with his iron body, these posed no threat. Crow lowered his hands crossed in front of him, coldly staring at the 2 women, roaring, "I didn't expect one of you to also have an ability. And even handguns. Damn it! Those 2 idiots didn't report such crucial information at all. When I get back, I'll crush their heads." Seeing that the handgun bullets couldn't harm Crow, the 2 women chose not to waste any more bullets. "Jin Yun, did this guy accidentally run into the barrel of your gun?" Chen Jiao asked playfully. Lin Jinyun smiled calmly. "I haven't tried manipulating living metal yet. Do you 2 not take me seriously?" Crow's angry eyes locked onto Lin Jinyun. "You have an ability, so I'll deal with you first. There are strengths and weaknesses among abilities. Don't think that having an ability can match up to me, Crow. My ability is invincible." As he spoke, Crow had already stepped towards Lin Jinyun. He raised his fist to strike at Lin Jinyun's face. If this punch landed, even an ability user would suffer. For an ordinary person, their head would explode like a watermelon. Crow was right about one thing: there are strengths and weaknesses among abilities, as well as restraining relationships. Unfortunately, 2 of Lin Jinyun's 3 abilities were effective against Crow. Instant teleportation. Lin Jinyun's figure returned to Chen Jiao's side. With instant teleportation on her side, Crow, now slowed down by his iron body, couldn't catch up to Lin Jinyun at all. "Ah! Die for me! Invincible Iron Fist!" Crow exploded. He roared, his speed suddenly increasing, his whole body radiating an iron-colored light, his momentum pressing down heavily at that moment, as if Crow had turned into a giant bear charging at them. Faced with the towering figure of Crow rushing towards them, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao remained unfazed. Lin Jinyun extended her hands towards the attacking Crow. Metal. Manipulation. In the world of metal, I am the queen. This was Lin Jinyun's self-positioning. It's quite fitting for a queen to rule under her subjects, right? In the end, Crow's fist was half a meter away from Lin Jinyun. His figure froze in mid-air, unable to move. It was as if an invisible force was controlling his body. Crow, realizing this situation, shouted in horror, "What? What power is this? Why can't I move?" No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Jinyun's control. A mere soybean-level opponent, how could he compare to Lin Jinyun, who was about to reach quail egg level? In terms of energy consumption, Lin Jinyun could outlast 3 crows. Chen Jiao smiled. "Let me introduce you properly. Jinyun's first ability is metal manipulation. Anything classified as metal is under her control, and you. Iron Man, tisk tsk. Lin Jinyun chuckled. "I thought this guy's roar was preparing for something big, but turns out it was just a big fuss." "Oh, Jinyun, your way of speaking is so gross." The 2 women chatted leisurely. As for Crow, at this moment, he was completely bewildered. He felt like his worldview was about to shatter. How is it possible for one person to possess multiple abilities? Where did you get so many abilities from? Lin Jinyun sneered, dragging Crow out of the stairwell. "This is something you don't need to know." From this floor's room, a few anti-theft windows were pulled down, and the Crow was firmly bound by the bent steel bars, reinforced by several layers of steel bars. Even as a supernatural being, he didn't have the strength to break free. Moreover, with the Crow's crystal the size of a soybean, how much energy did he have left to maintain his iron body state? "Don't kill me. I'm the 3rd in command of the Qinglong gang. My eldest brother and second brother are both powerful supernatural beings, and we have hundreds of gang members. If you kill me, my eldest brother and second brother won't let you off." As the iron body state was lifted, feeling his exhausted body, the crow began to threaten the two women with a fierce look. He only hoped to scare these two women a bit, or else his life would be over. Lin Jingyun glanced at him with disgust, another empty threat. Don't worry, we won't kill you now. As the third in command, you must know more than the others. When my little brother comes back to interrogate you, it's best to confess everything honestly. Maybe then you'll still have a chance of remaining intact. Based on Lin Jingyun's understanding of Yang Chen during this time, Yang Chen would never let such a threat to him and those around him live. Moreover, that Lashizi Qinglong gang had already set their sights on them. According to Yang Chen's character, wiping out the Qinglong gang was nothing. Xiao Xuan? Are you talking about the chicken plague? Hee, you'll see when you meet him. The two women didn't go home. Instead, they brought back a tablet and snacks from home. Here, they watched the crow while waiting for Yang Chen to return. Time quietly reached 5:30 in the afternoon. In the perception of the two women's telekinesis, 5 more people appeared within their range. It's Jiai. Through telekinetic perception, Chen Jiayao saw her beloved sister, stood up excitedly, and couldn't wait to rush down. But she was stopped by Lin Jingyun in the end. Don't go down, you'll have to come back up again. Why bother to tire yourself out? Let's wait for them to come up here. Through telekinetic perception, Lin Jingyun's attention was on the other two women. One was charming and seductive. The other was cold and aloof. 2 more stunning beauties. The survivors in this building have given Xiaoshuan the wrong nickname. He shouldn't be called a killer embryo, he should be called a shy embryo. Chen Jiayao also noticed. Lin Jingyun poked Chen Jiayao's fragrant shoulder and chuckled. It looks like after today, we'll have 3 more sisters. When the crystal grows to a certain size, it will turn into a star map, all of which will be explained later. Since you've read this far, adding a bookshelf is no problem, right? Asking for updates is quite reasonable, isn't it? Leaving a comment is also normal, right? If you're in a good mood, you can even receive some free little gifts. Chen Jiayao blushed at the thought of mentioning living with 4 women to Yang Chen in the future. But as a woman, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Which woman would be willing to share a man with others? But on second thought, she seemed to be the latecomer. Oh well, it's no big deal. That uncomfortable feeling instantly dissipated. The telekinetic perception of the 2 women detected Yang Chen. Yang Chen also noticed the 2 women. What are they doing here? So many bodies. Is there an enemy attack? Yang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold, a boundless chill rising in his heart, thinking, it seems I've been too kind. Some people always think I'm easy to bully. Passing by the bodies on the stair platform, Chen Jiai and the 3 women all turned pale, feeling nauseous. At such close range, the visual impact was still very strong. Walking to the floor where Lin Jingyun and the 2 women were, Yang Chen turned to Chen Jiai and said with a smile, go on, your sister is behind this door. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiai's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She rushed to this floor in excitement, only to see her sister, also with teary eyes, smiling at her. Sis. Chen Jiai couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Chen Jiao's arms, crying. These were tears of joy and excitement. Chen Jiao held her sister tightly, as if afraid she would disappear from her side. Jiai, don't be afraid, from now on, sister will protect you. Yang Chen walked up to Lin Jingyun and looked at the securely bound crow with steel bars, asking, where did they come from? Lin Jingyun shrugged. You'll have to ask them yourself. Yang Chen approached the crow. Speak, which building are you survivors from? How did you target me? And how did you know my floor? Through the conversation with Lin Jingyun, Yang Chen deduced something. These people chose precisely today when he was out, which was quite strange. It could be called a coincidence. However, their purposeful ascent to the floor indicated familiarity with his home. Combining these, the first possibility of mere coincidence was ruled out. Either they had someone observing Building 1, or there was a mole in Building 1. Both scenarios could explain how they knew when he was out. Humph. The crow snorted, staring at Yang Chen. Are you causing trouble? Yang Chen smiled faintly. It seems someone from this building informed you about me. The nickname Troublemaker was known only to the residents of this building. The fact that an outsider like him could accurately reveal it meant that someone in the building had reported him. The crow moved slightly and said in a deep voice, you better let me go, or my Qinglong gang will make sure you regret it. Yang Chen slapped the crow's face with a resounding slap. You're still arrogant when you're in my hands? Tell me the specific information about the Qinglong gang. How many members, how many with abilities, what weapons they have. My patience is limited, so you better not test it. The crow was confused, then angry. You hit me as soon as you came up here, and now you want me to betray my brothers in the gang? I tell you, it's not going to happen. You won't get any information you want from me. Is that so? Yang Chen tore down the security net binding the crow with his bare hands. Looks like you need a taste of your own medicine. Crack. Snap. Crack. 2.5 seconds later. Ah! The crow hadn't even reacted before his limbs were broken by the young man in front of him, almost his age. The crow collapsed on the ground, in constant agony. This unbearable pain made the crow wish for a quick death. Sometimes death isn't scary, it's the pain that people fear. Death is just a momentary thing. Can we talk now? Yang Chen clapped his hands and smiled, as if he hadn't been the one to break the man's limbs. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan embraced each other. So brutal. I'll talk. I'll talk. The crow screamed, I'll tell you, just don't kill me. Ah, it hurts so much. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, we'll see how cooperative you are. At that moment, the crow dared not be defiant anymore and spilled all the information about the Qinglong gang. The teammate was indeed efficient. We, the Qinglong gang, are from Building 4, with 108 members. 12 have already died. Our best weapons are baseball bats and fire axes, followed by steel pipes, and the worst are table legs. Apart from me, in the Azure Dragon gang, my eldest brother and second brother are also espers. My eldest brother has the ability of rubberization, and my second brother has the ability of petrification. And so on. The 3 espers in the Azure Dragon gang all possess abilities related to the transformation of their bodies. They might be considered powerful, but compared to the freaks in Yang Chen's group, the abilities of the 3 espers in the Azure Dragon gang seemed quite ordinary. Alright, I have an esper fruit here that I just obtained outside today. I'll give you the esper fruit, please kill me quickly. Ah. The crow gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, indicating the immense pain he was enduring. The pain of broken bones was not something simple. Yang Chen searched and indeed found an esper fruit in the crow's shirt pocket. It was a jade green esper fruit. Based on Yang Chen's experience, this was a wood-type esper fruit. Tossing the esper fruit into the infinite space, you fool, even if you didn't give it to me, this esper fruit would still be mine. Ha! The crow was stunned, momentarily forgetting even the pain in his body. However, Yang Chen was too lazy to play with him. He had what he wanted, and the crow no longer had any value alive. Snap! Yang Chen severed the crow's neck and looked at Lin Jinyun with a smile, saying, this guy was caught by you, so his esper energy belongs to you. Ha! Place your hand on his head. Although Lin Jinyun didn't understand, she complied. When Lin Jinyun's hand touched the crow's head, she immediately felt a warm flow entering her body. Lin Jinyun inwardly observed and noticed that her crystal had grown larger. Quail egg-sized. Lin Jinyun estimated that with 3 or 4 more circles, it would be the size of a tangerine. What's going on? Yang Chen smiled, we'll talk about it later. Looking in the direction of Building 4, Yang Chen's heart grew cold, a surge of killing intent rising within him. Since you dare to reach out to me, don't blame me for wiping out your entire Azure Dragon gang. When the heavy fog dissipates tomorrow, it will be the time for your Azure Dragon gang's downfall. Yang Chen never showed mercy towards enemies who sought to harm him and those around him. However, time was running out today. Yang Chen planned to destroy the Azure Dragon gang tomorrow. And Chen Jiai and the other 3 girls were still waiting for certification. Yang Chen planned to certify them tonight, awaken their abilities, and then take them to Building 4 tomorrow to boost their courage. Let's go, back home. Nonchalantly tossing the crow's body off the building, Yang Chen addressed the women. Upon returning home, Yang Chen instructed Lin Jinyun, Aunt Lin, please cook. The rest of you, assist her, while I connect the power source to the generator. Lin Jinyun lightly smiled and nodded. Each person went about their tasks. Yang Chen began working on the household's electrical equipment. 6 o'clock had arrived, and the heavy fog descended once again, enveloping the outside world in a white haze. By 7 o'clock, Yang Chen had connected the circuits to the generator. There was still some diesel in the generator, enough to last for a day or 2 if used only for their house. Gasoline, as an energy resource, needed to be collected. Yang Chen planned to make a list of supplies. Click! The dim room lit up. The glow of the candles paled in comparison to the modern lighting. The women all smiled, finding some comfort in the light amidst the darkness. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya were fine, having not suffered much under Yang Chen's care. However, Chen Jiai, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Chen had a harder time. This was the first time they had seen bright lights since the city's power outage. Don't just stand there, wash your hands and let's eat. Yang, the head of the Yang family, spoke. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiaya led the hesitant women to the bathroom. At the dining table, looking at the steaming, fragrant, colorful and delicious dishes, the third daughter who had just entered this big family couldn't take her eyes off them. While others were still worrying about resources, here at Yang Chen's place, they could actually enjoy hot meals. How fortunate is that? And surrounded by burning smokeless charcoal braziers, the heat dispersed the night's cold. The disparity between their previous living environment and this place was like heaven and earth. The third daughter's appetite was aroused, saliva started to flow in her mouth, and they couldn't help but swallow, their eyes fixed on Yang Chen and the dishes on the table. Sensing the eager yet restrained gazes of the three girls, Yang Chen smiled gently and said, "Go ahead and eat, enjoy it. Food is the one thing I never lack. Follow me, and food will be abundant for you until the end of your days." The girls. What a terrible metaphor. Yang Chen spoke, and the girls began to eat with their chopsticks. Chen Jiayao picked up a piece of braised pork ribs for her sister. Lin Jinyun served dishes to Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan one by one. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun with a braised pork rib triggers a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 braised pork ribs. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiayao with a braised lion's head triggers a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 braised lion's heads. Ding! Investing in Yang Chan with a bowl of rice triggers a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 bowls of rice. Ding! The continuous sound of the system's notifications in their ears. The food in Yang Chen's infinite space was increasing at a visible speed. After the meal, Yang Chen took out some digestive pills he had just found. He took one himself and then threw the rest on the table, saying, "Take one to aid digestion." The girls did not refuse. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun, Chen Jiao, Chen Jai, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan with 5 digestive pills triggers a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50,000 digestive pills. This whole thing meant that not only did they not deplete their food supply during meals, but they also received a 10,000-fold return. In this way, Yang Chen not only didn't lose out but actually made a huge profit. After the meal, Lin Jinyun and the others cleaned up the table and kitchen. Yang Chen's house had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Next was to help Chen Jai and the others awaken their abilities. Yang Chen first went to the guest room. Yang Chen put away the playing cards. He took out a fire-type ability fruit and a telepathic perception ability fruit from the infinite space. Opening his palm, the 2 differently colored ability fruits lay quietly in Yang Chen's hand, emitting a faint light in the dim environment. "Jai, do you want to have abilities like your sister and me, to become stronger in the apocalypse?" Chen Jai nodded firmly. "Yes, I want the power to protect my sister, not just hide behind her and all of you as a bystander." "Good." Yang Chen approved, handing the ability fruits to Chen Jai. "You have determination, I like that. These 2 fire-type ability fruits are yours." Chen Jai held 1 ability fruit in each hand, looking gratefully at Yang Chen. "Thank you, brother Yang Chen." Yang Chen smiled. "Go ahead and take them." "Okay." Chen Jai first consumed the fire-type ability fruit. At the same time, Yang Chen's system responded. Ding! Investing in Chen Jai with a fire-type ability fruit triggers a 10,000-fold return. Host, please choose between 10,000 fire-type ability fruits and the divine-level fire-type ability, Crimson Lotus Fire. Without hesitation, Yang Chen gave his answer in his mind. System, I choose the divine-level fire-type ability, Crimson Lotus Fire. Ding! The host has made a choice. With that, Yang Chen also sat down by the brazier and began to awaken his abilities. Half an hour later, Yang Chen was the first to open his eyes. The first thing he did after awakening was to use his telepathic perception ability to introspect his own body. His orange crystal nucleus expanded by another layer. A couple more times and it should become a level of orange crystal nucleus. To be specific, after the orange level, there is the muskmelon level, and after that, the crystal nucleus can be dispersed to refine the star map. Nice! So refreshing. Yang Chen felt his strength leading globally. He wondered what level the strongest official Esper was at this moment. The nearest military shelter to Yang Chen was in the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in the far west, but it was too far, and Yang Chen had no intention of seeking refuge with the military. The next place he was heading to was Lingshan in the north of Jiangcheng, bordering the northern city of Anyang. Oh! At this moment, Chen Jai, who was sitting on the other side, also opened her eyes. A bright red flame suddenly ignited on her fair hands, emitting scorching heat that dispelled the surrounding cold. This is my Esper power. Chen Jai couldn't wait to ask, Jai, what is the name of your awakened Esper power? When Espers gain their powers, the name of their power will subconsciously appear in their minds. It seems to be called Phoenix's Worldly Flame. Yang Chen, Chen Jai. How come this name sounds even more impressive than my Crimson Lotus Fire? Could the system have made a mistake? Chen Jai's power is a divine-level fire-type Esper. As if understanding Yang Chen's inner thoughts, the system promptly responded. Ding! Elemental-type Esper fruits do not have ranks. The strength of the awakened Esper power depends entirely on luck. Ding! Please don't underestimate yourself. your Crimson Lotus Fire is indeed a divine-level fire-type esper, but Chen Jiai's Phoenix's Worldly Flame is also formidable, being considered the strongest fire-type esper below the divine level. Yang Chen. Why am I so skeptical? Forget it. Chen Jiai is ultimately his woman. If she becomes stronger, it's also a good thing for him. Under her sister's urging, Chen Jiai consumed the telepathy perception esper fruit again. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiai's telepathy perception esper fruit will trigger a 10,000-fold return. The host must choose between 10,000 telepathy perception esper fruits and a divine-level telepathy esper. I choose the latter, divine-level telepathy. Oh! Yang Chen's telepathy perception esper power was evolving towards a complete divine level. The second bedroom fell into silence once again. Chen Jiai stood guard for both of them. Another half an hour passed. Yang Chen's crystal nucleus expanded by another layer. Nice! His strength increased again. Yang Chen seemed to have found an alternative path to leveling up. With things settled here, Yang Chen should head to the master bedroom. Rest well. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Azure Dragon Gang to practice against some small fry. With a smile, Yang Chen left. Jiai, you're so warm. From now on, every night, you'll be my exclusive warm baby. Okay, sister, hug me. After successfully helping Chen Jiai awaken her esper power, Yang Chen went to help Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan awaken their powers. I didn't expect to find candy cigarettes. I haven't seen these since I graduated from junior high. Yang Chen had a candy cigarette he found in a convenience store in his mouth. Seeing the two women's eager eyes, Yang Chen jokingly threw 2 telepathy perception esper fruits to them. These are telepathy perception esper fruits. The two women happily accepted them. Yang Chen curiously asked, just by eating these, we can awaken our esper powers? Yang Chen nodded, that's right. With the answer, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan consumed the esper fruits. In Yang Chen's ear, ding! Investing in Chan and Yan's telepathy perception esper fruits, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 telepathy perception esper fruits. Upon hearing this prompt, Yang Chen shrugged helplessly, I haven't even finished using the previous 10,000, and now another 20,000. It's too much, way too much. The next day at 6 o'clock, the thick fog dissipated. Everyone had a simple breakfast of fast food. Ding! Invest in Yun, Yao, Yi, Chan, and Yan's fried egg pouches, 10 of them, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 fried egg pouches. Ding! Invest in Yun, Yao, Yi, Chan, and Yan's toast bread, 10 slices, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 slices of toast bread. Ding! Daily food with a 10,000-fold return was skipped. Yang Chen called the women to sit in the living room. After last night's battle, there was less unfamiliarity among them and more harmony. The 3 women who had just arrived yesterday also integrated into their team. Yang Chen looked at the women and spoke solemnly, yesterday, someone took advantage of my absence and sent people to attack Lin Yi and Jia Yao. It seems like there are more people looking for trouble with me. Next, I will lead you to slaughter the entire Qinglong gang at Building 4. Jiai, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, you 3 have not experienced any battles before. Learn well this time and in the future, you must also be able to hold your own and become strong women who are not inferior to men in the apocalypse. Hearing this, the 3 women nodded in unison, their eyes serious, firmly remembering Yang Chen's words. Chen Jiai had already experienced the ugliness of human nature at Light and Shadow University. Previously, she had no strength, but now that she had abilities, if she still needed to be protected like a vase, even she would look down on herself. Yang Chan did not hold much hope for society to return to its former state, so having the strength to protect herself in the apocalypse was essential. Perhaps she hated killing, but she had the self-control to make herself do it, and was willing to take that first step. Perhaps, just as Yang Chen said last night, once you get used to it, you won't feel any discomfort. As for Lu Ruyan, this silly woman had no strong opinions and just followed her good friend Yang Chan everywhere, completely lacking the shrewdness of the Lu Ruyan in novels. Oh, but she did have that aloof vibe. However, that was for outsiders. In front of familiar people, there was no aloofness. Yang Chen took out 3 pistols and several loaded magazines from the infinite space and placed them on the coffee table. Each of you will have a Glock 22 pistol and 5 magazines. Lin Yi, since you and Jia Yao already have guns, I won't give you more, just take 5 magazines. A magazine holds 17 bullets, so each person with 5 magazines, plus the one in the pistol, makes 6, totaling 102 bullets. The 5 women together had 510 bullets. Everyone had telekinetic perception abilities. In the small unit building, there was no such thing as an empty gun. So, these 510 bullets could take at least 400 lives. Even if there were more survivors in Building 4, they would not exceed 300 people. Therefore, the bullets Yang Chen provided them with were more than enough. The 5 women took their equipment from the coffee table. Ding! Invest in E, Chan, and Yan's Glock 22 pistols, 3 of them, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 Glock 22 pistols. Ding! Invest in E, Chan, and Yan's Glock 22 pistols with 306 bullets, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,060,000 bullets. Looking at the system's prompts, Yang Chen could only say, wow. With this many firearms and ammunition, he could equip a team of 1,000 people, right? But having just pistols was not enough. Yang Chen had already made up his mind that after dealing with the Qinglong gang, he would go to the nearby police station. Assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, even smoke grenades, and grenades were necessary. Yang Chen would collect anything that could arm himself. It's dawn, and it's time for the Qinglong gang to fall. Yang Chen's eyes were cold as he stood up and looked at the rising sun outside the window. With modern firearms in hand and 6 superhumans, this lineup was more than enough to take down the Qinglong gang. Leading the way, Yang Chen took the women downstairs. It was just after 6 o'clock. After the disaster broke out, the tension that everyone had been holding onto loosened. Even the early risers were still fast asleep. As for the Qinglong gang, apart from those on night duty, no one else was awake. Even the gang members on night duty were yawning non-stop. They didn't notice anything unusual outside at all. Yang Chen and his group moved swiftly and skillfully reached the entrance of Building 4. With his telekinetic perception, everything within a 30-meter range was under their surveillance. After Yang Chen's telekinetic perception evolved into telekinetic abilities, his perception range expanded to 100 meters. Building 4 was a commercial duplex unit with a height of around 4.9 meters per floor. It was 33 stories high, towering over 100 meters. Yet Yang Chen's telekinetic perception still covered most of it. I'll leave these small fries to you, I'll go chat with those 2 ability users. After saying this, Yang Chen's figure disappeared without a trace, vanished into thin air. The women looked on enviously. Instant teleportation. This ability was really cool. Lin Jinyun spoke softly, don't go easy later. Xiaoshuan really hates self-righteous people the most. If anyone wants to play the saint, step forward now. Don't end up causing harm to others and yourself later due to some so-called saintly feelings. The 4 women shook their heads in unison. Lin Jinyun softened her expression slightly. I'll be blunt up front, everyone should take care of themselves and not disappoint Xiaoshuan. Chen Jiao was reassured. Lin Jinyun's words were directed at the 3 newbies. Yang Chan squeezed her best friend's hand and warned her with a stern look. As a doctor, having a saintly heart. No, rather, having a so-called kind heart had to be more significant than usual. Yang Chan was afraid that her best friend might act recklessly at a critical moment, and being expelled was a minor issue. She feared that Yang Chen might kill someone because of his abilities. Lu Rian shrank her neck, raised 4 fingers to indicate 4, showing that she wouldn't do anything foolish. Lin Jinyun took a deep breath and teleported to the first floor. You are. Sob sob sob. Pft. The 2 Qinglong gang members on the first floor were silenced by Lin Jinyun's tinfoil, only able to make sobbing sounds, struggling incessantly, and finally pierced through by Lin Jinyun's blade. After struggling for a few seconds, they lay motionless on the ground. Lin Jinyun opened the unit door and let her close sisters in. I'll use my abilities to unlock the door, you use your telekinetic perception to locate the enemies yourselves. Okay. The 4 women nodded earnestly, gripping their steel knives. Chen Jiao led her sister into one of the houses. Asterisk pft pft. Asterisk she raised her hand and killed 2 survivors with 2 swift strikes. Who are you? How did you get in? This is our Qinglong gang's Terry. Sob sob. Chen Jiao manipulated the balcony's vegetation to block the mouths of the remaining Qinglong gang members in the room. Come, Jai, killing people is not that difficult. You'll get used to it after a while. Chen Jiao looked at her sister, encouraging her with her eyes. It was like asking a university student who had never even killed a chicken in the sunlight to kill someone. If they got used to it right away without feeling any psychological discomfort, then there would be a problem. No need to say much, just get used to it once, as Chen Jiao said, vomit once, and you'll get used to it. Chen Jai tightly gripped the steel knife in her hands. She took a deep breath, walked firmly towards the Qinglong gang member in front of her. Seeing the bright and sharp steel knife in Chen Jai's hand, the Qinglong gang member looked terrified, shaking his head desperately, his eyes filled with pleading. Chen Jiao pointed at the head of the Qinglong gang member. Most people's hearts are on the left side of their chest, but who knows, some might have their hearts on the right side. To completely kill the enemy, Jai, my suggestion is to directly chop off his head. I understand, sister. Chen Jiayi gritted her silver teeth, determined, and swung at the Qinglong gang member. Pluck! Crack! She missed the head, but the blade cut into the gang member's chest. Chen Jiayi coldly said, "Keep your eyes open, don't be afraid, try again." "Yes, sister." This time, Chen Jiayi stared intently at her prey. Pluck! His head fell off, cleanly severed from his neck. Watching the head roll to her feet, Chen Jiayi felt queasy, but having witnessed Yang Chen's killings, she had grown stronger and managed to keep her breakfast down. Chen Jiao patted her sister's shoulder, encouraging, "Jiai, this world is cruel. They provoked us first. The one who kills will be killed. This is an eternal truth. You don't need to feel guilty." "I understand, sister." Chen Jiai's gaze was firm. "Even if they didn't provoke us first, if they pose a threat, we must eliminate that possibility." Chen Jiao was surprised by her sister's words. "How do you know this, Jiai?" Chen Jiai smiled sweetly. "Last night, after you fell asleep, I read your phone and saw in those post-apocalyptic novels how annoying the saint and the bitch were. Just reading the words made my blood pressure rise. True, although it's fiction, fiction comes from life." Chen Jiao smiled. "Let's go, let's continue." "Yes, yes." In another room, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Jinyun. "Jinyun, can I use a handgun?" Lin Jinyun thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yang Chen had already found 2 supernatural members of the Qinglong gang. The remaining ordinary members posed no threat to their 5 supernatural abilities. There was no need to be so cautious. With this in mind, Lin Jinyun nodded. "Go ahead." Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy as she sheathed her knife and pulled out a handgun, aiming at the Qinglong gang member assigned for her practice. Remembering her good friend Yang Chan's advice, Lu Ruyan hardened her heart and pulled the trigger. Bang! Pluck! The Qinglong gang member was shot in the neck, blood gushing out. Ugh! He gasped. The gunshot also alerted other Qinglong gang members on different floors. Seeing the blood on their hands, Lin Jinyun smiled. "That's right, keep it up. Let's go, take care of the small fry, and see how Xiaoxuan is doing." With that, Lin Jinyun led the way out. Yang Chan patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder for comfort. It was uncomfortable for a former healer to kill, but in this situation, it was necessary. Yang Chan, as a nurse, should have had more compassion, but she adapted to the environment better than most people. She could be ruthless when needed. The 5 of them gathered, exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them. Battle! A gunshot woke up all the Qinglong gang members. What's going on? Where did the gunshot come from? Could it be the military coming to rescue us? Damn it! They chose the worst time to show up, just when we were doing all this. We'd rather be shot 100 times. What do we do? Will we be punished? I was forced into this, I don't want to die. The gathered Qinglong gang members were in a frenzy, making the scene chaotic. At that moment, someone shouted in the crowd, "Don't panic, everyone. This shouldn't be the military's gunfire. Building 1 also has handguns for cockfighting. I saw him kill someone with a pistol with my own eyes, and that gunshot should have been made by him," said the nameless young man and middle-aged man who came from Building 1. Upon hearing this, the crowd, originally in a panic, immediately changed their tune. Damn! Did that troublemaker reach our building 4? Damn it! This is outrageous! Brothers, let's go teach them a lesson. He must have found out that his 2 women were missing. But come to think of it, the 3rd master didn't come back last night. Could it be that he took care of the 2 women causing trouble in Building 1? Otherwise, the trouble wouldn't have reached us so early in the morning. Seems like it. Regardless, are we, with so many people, afraid of one troublemaker? He's a mutant, and so are our leaders. Who's afraid of whom? Let's go cheer for our leaders. These members of the Qinglong gang probably didn't expect that the attackers were not led by Yang Chen, but by a group of 5 women who had always been considered a vulnerable group by them, and their leaders were currently blocked. At this moment, on the top floor of Building 4, inside a set of rooms, watching as someone suddenly appeared, looking mischievously at the 2 people lying together on the bed, moaning and groaning. "Hey, bro." The sudden voice startled the person. Who the hell? Already small, he shrank even more from the scare. He looked at Yang Chen, his eyes dark and angry. "Who are you? Where did you come from? Whose lackey are you? Didn't I say that no one is allowed on the top floor without permission? Are you ignoring my words?" Obviously, he mistook Yang Chen for a member of his Qinglong gang, but after his outburst, he realized something was off. This person was too clean, and his complexion was good, not like someone who had been starving. In their Qinglong gang, only the higher-ups ate well. The rest of the members were barely fed, and this person in front of him, "You're not from my Qinglong gang? Yang Chen pulled up a chair and sat down. You're not that stupid. The leader of the Qinglong gang was named Wang Li, also known as Wuji, a petrification ability holder. Under Yang Chen's psychic perception, Wang Li's crystal nucleus was about the size of a crow's. Bro, you can sneak into my room without a sound, proving that you're also a mutant. So, what's the matter? Do you want to join my Qinglong gang? You're really a frog tattooed on a toad's back, playing tricks and thinking it's beautiful. Yang Chen sneered, is your Qinglong gang worth me joining? Wuji's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, you didn't come to me for no reason. It's either you have business with me or you seek revenge. We're not buddies, right? How did we get involved in a grudge? Who have you recently provoked that you've forgotten? Wuji's eyes narrowed, and he stood up, shouting coldly, are you the troublemaker? That's right. Yang Chen didn't immediately kill Wuji, because that would be too boring. He wanted Wuji to feel deep despair and eventually die in regret. Those who provoked him, Yang Chen, would die, but not so easily. You have quite the guts, huh? Dare to intrude into my Qinglong gang alone? Wuji laughed, arrogantly wrapping a towel around his body, mainly to cover up the drooping caterpillar. Who said I came alone? Did you bring your women with you? Wuji was somewhat uncertain, his eyes changing between cloudy and clear. Did you kill Laosan? You dare kill my brother, Wuji. Initially, Wuji thought Laosan was just having a good time outside and forgot about the time, but now that the troublemaker appeared here, he had a bad feeling. I did. Yang Chen smiled faintly, your Qinglong gang's information was leaked by him. Damn it! How dare you kill my brother, Wuji? You're simply asking for trouble. The black chicken sneered, but when he saw Yang Chen coming alone, he chuckled, hee, you dare to come here alone? Aren't you afraid that your women will be caught by my brothers under my command? I heard that your two women are delicate and beautiful, even more so than celebrities. Aren't you worried that they will fall into the hands of my brothers? They are all rough men, they might handle them inappropriately, and you will be left with nothing but regrets. Just a bunch of insignificant people. Yang Chen pulled a chair and sat down. They pose no threat to my women. Hoof. The black chicken was infuriated by Yang Chen's indifferent attitude. You are so arrogant, causing trouble here. Do you really think that being a supernatural being gives you the right to act recklessly in front of me? My brother, Blackbird, is on this level too. As soon as I call out, he will come immediately. When that happens, my brothers and I will join forces against you alone. Let's see how you handle it. Blackbird? That name doesn't sound very auspicious. Yang Chen smiled nonchalantly. He reached into the infinite space and threw something at the black chicken. Is that Blackbird you're talking about? He's quite incompetent. He couldn't even handle a single move from me. When you see him, tell him to go buy a box of colored pens at the stationery store and amuse himself. The black chicken instinctively dodged the object, which landed on the ground with a loud thud, rolling a few times before a pair of lifeless eyes stared straight at the black chicken. It was a head drenched in blood, with disheveled hair, looking pitiful. The dead fish-like eyes expressed disbelief, as if unable to comprehend what had happened. Second brother. In that instant of seeing the head, the black chicken immediately recognized the person. It was none other than his second brother, Blackbird, the deputy leader of the Green Dragon Gang. What the black chicken didn't expect was that this reunion with his second brother would be in such a fragmented and final manner. It was evident that his second brother was beyond saving. How could this happen? The black chicken turned to Yang Chen in a panic and asked urgently, my second brother lives next door to me. How come I didn't hear any commotion from your fight with him? Yang Chen remained silent. Are you deaf? I told you he's a colored pen. He couldn't even handle a single move from me. How could there be any commotion? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The black chicken refused to believe. As fellow supernatural beings, why are you so powerful? His second brother possessed the ability to rubberize his body, making him nearly invincible. If even he couldn't kill his second brother, how could this troublemaker who suddenly appeared out of nowhere possibly achieve it? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Yang Chen sneered. Not only him, but you are also just a colored pen in front of me. Hoof. The black chicken snorted. Don't be so arrogant, troublemaker. Even if you are stronger than me, as long as your women fall into my hands, I don't believe you won't surrender willingly. Calculate the time. My men should have captured your men by now. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, it's about time they finished their task. In Yang Chen's telepathic perception, all the members of the Green Dragon Gang had been eliminated. 5 women, each stunning in their own way and covered in blood, had arrived at the door. Click! The door opened, and Lin Jinyun led the way in. The 5 women stood behind Yang Chen in a row. Yang Chen stood up, palms outstretched, looking particularly provoking. I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for? Death? The black chicken was dumbfounded, staring at the 5 women who had appeared in the room. How is this possible? How did you get here? Lin Jinyun sneered, my little Sun was right. They are just a bunch of insignificant people. Want to capture us? They are not even worthy. Yang Chen looked at the black chicken and said coldly, enough talk. Your brothers are on their way. Next, I will send you to meet them. If you're fast enough, you might catch the first batch in the frying pan. No, you can't kill me. I'm a supernatural being. I'm a rare resource in the apocalypse. Killing me would weaken the overall strength of humanity. Seeing Yang Chen about to make a move, Wuji was completely panicked. If the other party could kill Lao Er in one move, then killing him in one move would be a piece of cake. Wuji never expected that the little sheep he had always thought of was actually a big dinosaur. This time, he had kicked the iron plate. It didn't matter if his brothers died, but he couldn't die. You think too highly of yourself. A surging red flame ignited in Yang Chen's right hand. It was as bright red as blood, resembling a blooming lotus flower. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was extraordinary. The Red Lotus Karma Fire. This was the fire-type divine ability Yang Chen had obtained last night. Other flames could only burn the physical body, but the Red Lotus Karma Fire, as described in myths, not only turned the flesh into ashes but also burned the soul. The heavier the karmic debt on a person, the more vigorously the Red Lotus Karma Fire burned, until the person's soul was annihilated, losing the chance for reincarnation. In the later stage, not cultivating immortality, but the soul exists. He wanted to make Wuji unable to even keep his soul, and this would also maximize his pain and despair. You don't wish me well, so let's go down together in flames. Wuji was enraged when he saw that Yang Chen had no intention of letting him go. What's going on? I've begged you like this, and you still won't let it go. You're not giving me any face. Since that's the case, let's go down together in flames. But Wuji overlooked one thing. He overlooked the power gap between himself and Yang Chen. Wuji's whole body petrified, similar to the foreign stone ability user Yang Chen encountered at the Light and Shadow University. He leaped high into the air, swinging a huge fist towards Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen smiled faintly, raising his left hand towards Wuji in a virtual grip. Spatial imprisonment. Wuji's massive stone body was fixed in midair. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. At that moment, Wuji was panicked, completely panicked. Just this move alone proved that the gap between him and Yang Chen was like a chasm. I was wrong, please spare me this time, I'm willing to submit to you, be your underling. No, be your dog, please spare my dog's life. Yang Chen said seriously, if possible, I'd like to find someone to be my underling, not a dog, especially an ugly dog like you, it's embarrassing to take you out. Gah! Wuji was dumbfounded, gaping. Realizing this, he roared, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. You. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. Since even the miscellaneous fish of the Green Dragon Gang had been taken care of by Lin Jinyun, Yang Chen had no intention of continuing to play with Wuji. He stuffed the burning red lotus into Wuji's mouth. Wuji started burning from the inside out. Flesh and blood were scorched by the bright red lotus karma fire. Not even his soul was spared. Under the perception of everyone's thoughts, an illusory figure struggled and screamed. He was burning with endless karma fire. As time passed, the Red Lotus Karma Fire burned more vigorously, and the illusory figure had become so blurred that it was no longer visible. 2.5 seconds later, Wuji's body turned into a pile of ashes. His soul burned to the brink. He couldn't die any more than he already had. Suddenly, Yang Chen remembered something. Even the body of Tama had turned to ashes. Could that warmth still be there? Damn it! How could he forget about this? Looking at the ashes on the ground, Yang Chen felt extremely regretful, feeling like he had lost out big time. Ding! Host has killed a petrification ability owner, do you want to extract the ability fruit? Yang Chen thought, extract. He sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, I can't be so impulsive in the future. He turned to the women and said, let's go, the Green Dragon Gang members are taken care of, the rest have nothing to do with us. Okay. The others nodded and followed Yang Chen downstairs. As they passed through one of the floors, Yang Chen's telepathic perception detected 2 familiar faces, one young and one middle-aged. Their faces were deeply imprinted in Yang Chen's mind. These 2 individuals were neighbors from a past life who had broken into his house, stolen his food, and torn apart his bones. It was unexpected to encounter them in Building 4. Yang Chen quickly understood everything with a simple thought. Perhaps these 2 were the ones who had informed the Qinglong gang about him. Since they had met here, he decided to take care of them conveniently. It was a good opportunity to test his newly acquired skills. In a room, the young and middle-aged men hid under the bed, holding their breath, even controlling the frequency and intensity of their breathing, afraid of being discovered alive. After waiting for a while, the middle-aged man, still trembling, asked, Have they left? The young man shook his head, I don't know. Let's stay hidden here for a day before leaving. I don't believe those 5 women with potential to become ability users would stay in Building 4 for a day. The middle-aged man sighed, full of regret, we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked those with potential abilities. Not only is he powerful, but even the women around him are extraordinary. What do we have to oppose him? The young man disagreed, coldly snorting, it's just his luck. He managed to recruit those women with potential abilities early. I could have done the same. Humph, there is no opponent in Jinshou City who can match him. I don't believe that in this vast city, all ability users are not his match. Just wait and see. Once we leave Jinshou City, I will find a more powerful backer to help us defeat him. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Why do you have such a big grudge against him? Did he offend you before? The young man gritted his teeth. He stole my goddess. It's despicable. A goddess should not be violated, yet he did such a thing to my goddess. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Who is your goddess? The young man proudly said, the most popular transformation blogger on the internet, Changeable Xiaoyao. I've been watching her live streams since college, and I've given her a large portion of my monthly allowance. But I never expected that Changeable Xiaoyao would betray us loyal fans. The middle-aged man. Could this guy have some kind of delusional disorder? What's wrong with someone wanting to live their life? In the end, it's just a matter of disproportionate effort and reward. This kid is feeling unfairly treated. But no one forced you to send gifts, right? Oof. The young man gritted his teeth firmly. I will definitely find someone to take down him, rescue Changeable Xiaoyao from his clutches. Just as the young man finished speaking, he suddenly froze, clutching his head, gritting his teeth, saliva flowing out. The middle-aged man was startled by him and quickly moved away. What's wrong with you? It hurts. My head hurts. Boom. The next moment, bright red flames ignited on the young man's body. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, bewildered. Have you also become an ability user? As soon as he spoke, bright red flames also ignited on the middle-aged man's body out of nowhere. Have I also become an ability user? But, why does it feel wrong? Damn it! Help! Help! I don't want to die yet. In the end, these 2 died under the unnoticed bed. It's done, let's go. Yang Chen chuckled lightly and led his men downstairs. However, as they passed by a floor, Lin Jinyun and the other 5 women all stopped in their tracks. They stood there with grim expressions. In their telepathic perception, each of the 4 sets of rooms on this floor held different numbers of women. They were all naked, with eyes filled with despair, devoid of their former radiance. Their necks were tied with dog leashes to nearby furniture, almost unable to move, curled up in pain on the ground, awaiting their fate. The women in the 4 rooms had all suffered cruel abuse. Their bodies were covered in scars. Scars from whips, scratches, cigarette burns, bruises, a shocking sight to behold. The 5 women were horrified at the sight, their hair standing on end. They empathized with these women and felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over them. If it weren't for Yang Chen saving them, with their beauty, they would have undoubtedly become targets for countless people to bully in this post-apocalyptic world. In that situation, the 5 of them felt that death would be a preferable choice. Fortunately, it was Yang Chen who saved them. Although he might be a bit of a scoundrel, at least he didn't have any perverse fetishes and treated his women extremely well. No, this kind of person shouldn't be considered a scoundrel. What's wrong with a powerful man having a few girlfriends? At that moment, the 5 women once again deeply realized the brutality of the outbreak of the disaster and the twisted human nature and increasing ugliness in this post-apocalyptic world. They had only seen such dark and ugly human nature distortion in novels before. And now, the Green Dragon Gang was showing them through their actions that reality is often more brutal and darker than what is written in novels. Xiao Sun, Lin Jinyun held Yang Chen's hand, feeling somewhat reluctant. Let's not talk about the victim-blaming rhetoric. Compassion for the unfortunate is a universal emotion. Yang Chen shook his head. Having experienced such things, they have lost hope in living. We saved their bodies, but we can't save their hearts. Their hearts are dead. What's the use of saving their bodies? Just surviving like walking corpses? Yang Chen admitted he was selfish, but what he said was indeed true. For someone with a dead heart, saving their body is not helping them, it's more like torture. Perhaps for such people, death is a form of release. Lin Jinyun pursed her lips and used her mental manipulation ability to open the locks of the cage where they were held. To stay or to leave, let them decide for themselves. All I can do is to be true to myself. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. In ensuring one's safety and interests, it's okay to show some compassion. If everyone were cold-hearted, where would humanity be? What would that even mean? Of course, the premise is that the person being saved is a normal one. If it's a little fairy, a male or female boxer, or an immortal, Yang Chen could only say, hee hee, I'm not a good person either. Yang Chen led the 5 women back to the house in Building 1. After everyone had taken a shower, Yang Chen called them to the living room for a meeting. The meeting was about relocating to the villa area halfway up the mountain in Lingshan. In fact, this matter was simple. They had no shortage of supplies, all the food was in Yang Chen's infinite space. They could just leave directly without any trouble. However, Lingshan was located at the northernmost part of Jiangcheng, close to the suburbs, where many resources couldn't be compared to the urban area of Jiangcheng. Yang Chen planned to collect some supplies in Jiangcheng before leaving, such as tools from hardware stores, medicines that even the previous clinic didn't have, as well as energy sources like gasoline, gas, and so on. These were all things that needed to be prepared. They could be obtained through tenfold returns. But the premise was that Yang Chen needed some prototypes to work with. Just like the Barrett heavy sniper rifle, Yang Chen needed to have the actual item first before he could invest in a tenfold return. He didn't have a Barrett heavy sniper rifle, so he couldn't just conjure it out of thin air, right? Upon hearing that they would be relocating to the villa area halfway up the mountain in Lingshan, the women's subdued emotions were relieved. They began discussing the matter animatedly, each with their own opinions, shedding tears for the women and envying them for the men. Lin Jinyun said, gas and clean water. Gas goes without saying. Once the natural gas is cut off, we'll have to use firewood and earthen stoves for cooking. Pure water, at the foot of the mountain, we don't know if there is a natural water source. Even if there is one, we don't know if it has been contaminated or how long it can last. So, my suggestion is to take over the pure water plant in Jiangcheng. After all, Xiaoshuan, your unlimited space is vast enough to accommodate it. Yang Chen noted in his notebook, continue. Chen Jiayao thought for a moment and said, in addition to gas and pure water, gasoline is also an essential energy resource. Whether it's for driving in the future or for powering generators, we will need it. Yang Chen noted down, what else? Everyone put their heads together and raised all the questions they could think of. Yang Chan said, Yang Chen, you mentioned that animals and plants are mutating, right? The villa area halfway up the mountain in Lingshan is located in a mountainous area, so there must be many mutated beasts and plants there. I think we should gather some building materials and set up a safe defense perimeter around the villa. Rebars, I-beams, and so on. Lu Ruyan added, Yang Chen, our health center is just a community health center after all. Our medical facilities and drug reserves cannot be compared to those of large hospitals. I think we can collect some medicines and equipment from nearby large hospitals. Maybe we'll need them in the future, and it won't take up much space anyway. Blah blah blah. The family meeting lasted for a full 2.5 hours. The 6 of them brought up everything they could think of. Summary, gas, pure water, salt, cooking oil, hardware tools, gasoline, building materials, medicines and medical equipment, as well as various weapons from the police station. Finally, Yang Chen made a decision, there is one more important thing. The women looked at him curiously. Yang Chen said slowly, the zombie tree at the health center must be dealt with. If it grows in the future and its virus spores spread to Lingshan, it will pose a significant threat to us. That's a good point. Dealing with plants, fire is the best choice. Both you and Jai have fire-based abilities, so dealing with that zombie tree should be a piece of cake. When should we start? I don't want to live in the community anymore. It's too troublesome to climb up and down the stairs every time. If we had Jinyun's teleportation ability, it would be much more convenient. It's like a blessing for lazy people. No rush. Yang Chen chuckled, closing his notebook, we just did something big. Shouldn't we take a few days off to rest? It's the end of the world, so let's not be so anxious. If other survivors find out, they might think we won't make it. If we don't work, what should we do? Do something interesting? I want to experience the joy of being a director. Heave ho, heave ho. 2 days passed in a row. The outbreak of the disaster reached its 15th day. Half a month had passed. The survivors in Jinqiu City and the surrounding areas had not seen any signs of military rescue. The survivors lived in dire straits, hungry and cold, their spirits almost abnormal. But Yang Chen was definitely not among them. These 2 days were like a stay in a gentle paradise for him. That feeling, so refreshing. Yang Chen felt like his bones were melting. It was hard to get up suddenly and start working, but not working was not an option. The group put their palms together, with Yang Chen's hand on top. He smiled and shouted, the relocation plan begins now. I will try to gather all the items on the list within 5 days. Then we can go to the villa area halfway up the mountain in Lingshan and build a new home there. I will take someone with me every time I go out, and you all can't just sit around. You can wander around nearby, hunt some mutated beasts, whether they are mutated beasts or ability users. Touching their heads after killing them will give you an energy boost, which can make ability users stronger. Yang Chen explained the steps to make ability users stronger to the women. The women were all amazed when they heard it. So, this was how the path to becoming stronger for those with extraordinary abilities looked like. They had thought it would be like swallowing a crystal core as depicted in novels. On the first day, Jiai, come with me. Yang Chen pointed at Chen Jiai's name. Chen Jiai was momentarily stunned, pointing at herself in a silly manner. Me? Yes, it's you, come here. Yang Chen pulled her into his arms. As she suddenly crashed into his broad chest, Chen Jiai's face turned red, feeling extremely shy. Aunt Lin, I leave these 4 girls to you. Lin Jinyun smiled gently, giving Yang Chen a reassuring look. Leave it to me, I promise to help them all grow. All right. Before Lin Jinyun could tidy up the 4 girls, Yang Chen took Chen Jiai and left first. Just as they reached the entrance of the building, Yang Chen encountered someone unexpected. Rich young master Luo Hai. He was the one who had spread the rescue information in the homeowners group before. In his past life, Yang Chen had not lived long enough to witness the military coming for rescue. Therefore, he didn't know if the information spread by rich young master Luo Hai was true or false. But now, this rich young master Luo Hai stopped Yang Chen. Hey, wait a minute, brother, are you causing trouble? You're causing trouble, right? What's the matter? Yang Chen remembered that in his past life, there was no Luo Hai among the neighbors who broke into his house. But who knows, maybe he was hiding. Luo Hai approached with a woman wearing a tight skirt. The woman in the tight skirt looked clean, as if she had prepared herself in advance, but after being hungry for so many days, her skin was slightly pale, her lips were white, and her eyes were dull. Brother, I'm Luo Hai, you should know me, right? Luo Hai was a young man in his late 20s, dressed in expensive outerwear and jeans, with shoes worth tens of thousands. His outfit alone cost at least tens of thousands. Before the apocalypse, if Luo Hai stood at the university gate, he would have attracted many female students' admiring glances. But unfortunately, now it was the apocalypse. I know you, the one who questioned me in the group before. Yang Chen replied indifferently. He was curious about what Luo Hai was up to. Luo Hai looked embarrassed and quickly said, I was impulsive before, causing trouble, please don't mind. Speak, what do you want from me? Seeing Yang Chen asking, Luo Hai got straight to the point. Do you remember the information I posted in the group before? I wasn't lying, my uncle is a colonel in the Jiangcheng military region, and he told me the news. But after the power outage and loss of communication, I couldn't reach my uncle, and the military rescue seems distant. Brother causing trouble, I want to hire you as my bodyguard to escort me to the Jiangcheng military region, how about it? At this point, Luo Hai's intentions finally surfaced. He pushed the woman in the tight skirt forward and said with a smile, I heard that brother causing trouble loves beauty, this is my girlfriend, the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. I'm giving her to you as a deposit. Rest assured, once we reach the military base, I will let you work under my uncle's command, guaranteeing you won't go hungry. Who knows, you might even rise to great heights in the future. Although he said that, Luo Hai had no intention of fulfilling his promises. Humph, you dared to disrespect me in the group before. Need more practice if you're weak? Ha! In the end, it's all about background in this world. You still have some use now, kid, but once we reach the military base, and you fall into my uncle's hands, I'll show you how humiliating it can be. As for your pretty women, I'll take them off your hands. Even though they're no longer clean, they're just women, cleanliness doesn't matter. Yes. In Luo Hai's mind, he had no intention of keeping his promises. Instead, he planned to repay kindness with enmity. His current flattery towards Yang Chen was just to get him to escort him to the military base. Once they reached the military base, it would be his territory. With his background support, Luo Hai was confident he could outplay Yang Chen. As if afraid Yang Chen would refuse, Luo Hai continued to coax persuasively, brother now, the world is not peaceful these days. Only the military refuge can bring safety. My suggestion is for you to come with me to the military refuge. With my uncle backing us up, a high status will be easily within reach. You can take any beautiful woman you fancy with you at any time. Upon hearing this, the woman in the tight skirt showed little reaction, as if she had become numb. Chen Jiai had not experienced such cruelty before and was infuriated by Luo Hai's words. Do you treat women as commodities for trade? Luo Hai smiled apologetically, little sister, that's just how the world is. Chen Jiai wanted to say more but was stopped by Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at Luo Hai and said with a smile, your offer might be useful to others, but it's of no use to me. You better find someone else. Hearing this, Luo Hai's smile froze on his face, and he began to doubt if he had misheard. Are you rejecting me? Isn't what I said clear enough? Brother now, do you know who my uncle is? I'm giving you a chance, don't be ungrateful. Safely escort me to the military refuge, and my previous promise still stands, or else. Luo Hai was left with no choice. If he didn't evacuate to the safe zone, Luo Hai felt that starving to death would be a minor issue. He feared he might go insane. Coupled with the disparity in status, Luo Hai was very displeased. Why could a stinky gamer awaken special abilities, have so many beautiful women around him, while he could only hide in his room barely surviving? What if I don't? Are you threatening me? Yang Chen's eyes grew cold. Yes, I am threatening you. If you don't take me to the military refuge, let me tell you, we will have a score to settle. Once I return to the military refuge, I will make sure someone goes to kill you. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Chen applauded, his eyes playful. Courage is commendable, but if I were to kill you right now, what would you do? Luo Hai's arrogant expression faltered. Indeed, what would he do if he killed me now? Even if my uncle avenged me, what difference would it make? I would be dead. Not worth it. Luo Hai swallowed hard, nervously saying, Brother now, I warn you not to mess around, or else my uncle won't spare you. Yang Chen replied, the last person who threatened me, I killed. You. Yang Chen raised his hand, and a burst of telekinetic force lifted Luo Hai off the ground. An invisible force compressed his body. Crack! His arms couldn't withstand the pressure and burst into a mist of blood. Ah, what are you doing, brother now? Let me down. Aren't you afraid of my uncle? Yang Chen smiled faintly. Your uncle doesn't even know who I am. How can he avenge you? Boom! Luo Hai's legs also exploded into a mist of blood. Ah! The excruciating pain made Luo Hai almost suffocate. Under this invisible force, he couldn't even move a finger. No, he didn't even have fingers left. At that moment, Luo Hai panicked. This guy really isn't afraid of my background. How reckless of him, to go against the military refuge in this situation. To save his life, Luo Hai lowered his proud head and quickly begged Yang Chen, Brother now, I was wrong. I spoke foolishly earlier. Please spare me this time. I won't dare again. Yang Chen replied, Unfortunately, I can't. I detest being threatened the most. When someone threatens me, I get very angry, and when I'm angry, I want to torture someone. Torture her. Make this wench suffer for me. The woman in the tight skirt beside them had fainted at some point. Yang Chen didn't even look at him. Rub your eyes brighter in the next life. Don't threaten everyone. Bang! Luo Hai's body and head exploded into a mist of blood. Dead beyond death. Not even a complete corpse left behind. Let's go. Yang Chen smiled, holding Chen Jiai's hand. What about her? Chen Jiai looked at the unconscious woman in the tight skirt and stockings. Yang Chen was shocked, incredulous. Jiai, are you too ruthless? She never said a word from beginning to end, didn't offend us, and you want to kill her? Chen Jiai, eh? Delta, shouldn't that be something I say to you? Forget it. Chen Jiai and Yang Chen left through the south gate of the community. They went straight to the clinic where Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan worked. They were both fire elemental ability users. It was time to deal with that zombie tree. As for the hundreds of zombies controlled by the zombie tree, in fact, they were just some corpses. Fragile flesh. Vulnerable. A single strike from Yang Chen's powerful blade technique could easily sweep them away. The hundreds of zombies were just for show, posing no threat to the two of them. Arriving at the clinic, Yang Chen instantly teleported with Chen Jiai to the top of the building. From the edge, they could see the zombie tree rooted in the backyard of the clinic, surrounded by hundreds of zombies. When Chen Jiai saw the densely packed zombies, she was startled. She had a fear of crowds, especially since the flesh of those zombies had already decayed, oozing, and putrid. With so many gathered together, the stench was worse than canned fish. Chen Jiai covered her nose and hid behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen said, Don't be afraid, Jiai. These zombies can't even defeat ordinary people, they are weak, nothing like the fast-running mad dog zombies in post-apocalyptic novels. Chen Jiai tilted her head and smiled innocently. What are you talking about, Yang Chen? I just feel it stinks here. Yang Chen. Okay, my mistake. Yang Chen didn't waste any more time. 2 doors to infinite space opened, and 1,000 alloy straight knives flew out. They whirled and howled in the sky, bursting with sharp explosions. After equipping Chen Jiai, Yang Chen, and Lu Ruyan with alloy straight knives, the total number of Yang Chen's knives had reached tens of thousands. More than they could use. If the survivors still using crude weapons like table legs or dull fire axes knew, they would surely envy them. At the same time, they would feel frustrated. Unfair, too unfair. They didn't even have decent weapons, yet this kid had more knives than he could use. After a circle in the sky, the 1,000 alloy straight knives formed a river of blades and killed the hundreds of zombies below. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Roar, roar, roar. Howl. These zombies seemed to be directly controlled by the zombie tree. Low intelligence, lacking even basic instincts. Faced with the river of alloy knives, they just howled and made no substantial moves. Plop, 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 plop. Zombies were pierced and sent flying. Blood sprayed, limbs scattered. The whole scene was a bloody hell. Over 300 zombies were nearly wiped out by Yang Chen's single attack. Under Yang Chen's control, the 1,000 alloy straight knives returned to the infinite space. I have to say, when the number of weapons is unlimited, it's really a group killing move. Yang Chen chuckled to himself. His gaze fell on the zombie tree, his eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "The zombies are dealt with, now it's our turn to act together. Jiayi, let's do it together." Okay. Chen Jiayi obediently nodded her head. She stepped out from behind Yang Chen, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and stared earnestly at the zombie tree below. Crimson Lotus Fire. Phoenix Ode to the Worldly Divine Flame. Yang Chen's energy erupted within his body, condensing a strange and vivid crimson blood lotus on his palms, with blazing flames burning atop it, distorting the surrounding space due to the high temperature of the flames. Chen Jiayi quickly activated her own abilities. A crimson, 3-meter-wide flame phoenix with wings spread out hovered above Chen Jiayi's head, its intense heat rivaling that of the Crimson Lotus Fire. Go! Yang Chen threw the Crimson Lotus Fire towards the zombie tree. Chen Jiayi hurried to follow. The fiery phoenix let out a cry, flapping its flame wings and crashing into the zombie tree. Boom! Boom! The two distinctly different types of flames collided with the zombie tree. The zombie tree ignited. Its red leaves caught fire. The massive canopy began to tremble violently. Popping sounds filled the air as numerous roots and stems emerged from the soft soil, wildly thrashing about. But it was still just a tree. Rooted here. Unable to escape, its attributes suppressed by the flames. Eventually, the huge canopy was engulfed in raging flames. Blood red and crimson intertwined. Flames soared. A unique scene unfolded here. Half an hour later, the fire dissipated, leaving behind only charred remains and a burnt tree stump. The zombie tree was gone. Along with it, the bodies of the zombies littering the ground were also gone. Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi jumped down. They walked up to the charred tree stump. The most dangerous aspect of this zombie tree lies in the spores it spreads. In reality, its combat strength isn't very high, and its only likely means of attack is its low-level root tendrils, Yang Chen remarked as he touched the charred tree stump, thinking to himself, both mutants and evolved beasts release warmth upon death, and mutated plants, being evolutionary beings, should do the same, but why isn't there any? Yang Chen touched the charred tree stump for a while but felt no familiar warmth entering his body. Could it have been burned away by me? He expanded his telekinetic perception. Yang Chen intended to thoroughly investigate one last time. Surprisingly, this perception made him realize that something was amiss. At the base of the charred tree stump, about 10 meters away, a cluster of emerald light quietly lingered, surrounded by a few living zombie tree roots. Nourished by the emerald light, these living roots were slowly growing. Their growth was rapid, and in less than a day, they would emerge from the soil, becoming new zombie trees. Yang Chen had a hunch that this emerald light might be a substance similar to the crystals found in mutants and evolved beasts. The divine-level wood-based ability, Tree of Life, was activated. The roots nourished by the emerald light were manipulated by Yang Chen. Wrapped in the emerald light, they emerged from the soil and appeared before Yang Chen. He grabbed hold of them, the emerald light dissipating, revealing a green, irregularly shaped crystal lying quietly in his hand. A crystal core? Could this be the crystal core of a mutated plant? But how exactly should it be used? Yang Chen scrutinized it for a while but couldn't figure it out. Let's call it wood crystal for now. Since he had no clue, Yang Chen decided not to dwell on it for the time being. The zombie tree issue was resolved. Next, it was time to collect the supplies listed behind the scenes. Tossing the wood crystal into the infinite space, Yang Chen looked at Chen Jiayi and said, "Let's go. First, let's head to the nearby purified water factory to get some clean water." Okay. Chen Jiayi naturally had no objections. She obediently followed Yang Chen. The two headed straight for the Jiangcheng Purified Water Factory. Along the way, whenever they encountered a pharmacy or convenience store, Yang Chen would stop to sweep through the supplies inside. Even the smallest gains were worth it. While driving, Chen Jiayi patted Yang Chen's shoulder and pointed to a spot not far away on the roadside, saying, "Yang Chen, look, isn't that a gas station?" Yang Chen focused his gaze and indeed saw the familiar red iron shed of a gas station. It might not be a gas station, it could also be Huainan beef noodle soup. Ha! Chen Jiayi tilted her head in a cute way. It seemed she really hadn't seen that funny video. As they got closer to the gas station, Yang Chen noticed shadows moving inside, and a semi-trailer truck parked in front of a gas pump, as if someone was working. Gasoline. Another energy resource that Yang Chen needed. Since they had encountered it, there was no reason not to take it. However, Yang Chen was not unreasonable. He understood the rule of first come, first served. Let these people pump their gas first, and after they were done, he could go underground and collect the large fuel tank used to store gasoline, and that would be it. Yang Chen rode his electric scooter towards the gas station at a steady pace. Well, maybe it's time to switch to a motorcycle. Riding the electric scooter always felt a bit embarrassing. Arriving at the gas station, Yang Chen parked his scooter on the side of the road and waited for these people to finish pumping gas. The survivors also noticed the arrival of Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi. Two middle-aged men who looked like leaders whispered to each other. After speaking, one of them, a burly man who seemed more simple-minded, walked towards Yang Chen. The burly man walked up to Yang Chen's vehicle, skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Yang Chen, and grinned foolishly. Bro, you've got some skills, huh? Riding an electric scooter around like this, in terms of courage, you're much braver than us. He then raised his thumb. Yang Chen waved his hand politely. I don't smoke. Oh, I see. The burly man was taken aback, then turned and stuffed the cigarette into his own mouth, saying to himself, not smoking is good, this thing damages the lungs if you smoke too much. If it weren't for speeding up the country's aircraft carrier, I wouldn't smoke this thing either. Oh, right. The burly man patted his chest and introduced himself. I'm Lu Minji, an employee of Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Are you two together? If you don't mind, come with us. There's strength in numbers, all the employees in our factory are united, and it's very safe in our factory. As he spoke, Lu Minji's gaze lingered on Chen Jiayi for a few seconds. Bro, the order outside is all messed up now. There's no legal constraints, many people have gone crazy. You're out here alone with this little girl, it's easy to attract attention if you're caught by ruthless people, the outcome. Lu Minji didn't finish his sentence, but gave Yang Chen a look that all men understood. Lu Minji didn't know that the fleeting greed in his eyes when he looked at Chen Jiayi was accurately captured by Yang Chen, who possessed god-level telekinetic abilities and observed many details very carefully. This guy had a problem. But this guy said he was from Baoshan Pure Water Factory? That happened to be the destination of Yang Chen's journey. Although he knew the approximate location of Baoshan Pure Water Factory, he didn't know exactly where it was. After the network was cut off, he couldn't use the map, so Yang Chen could only find it little by little with Chen Jiayi. Unexpectedly, they met someone who knew the way, so it was better to follow them. Time saved on the road was all costs. As for danger, it wasn't that Yang Chen looked down on these people, none of them were even mutants, they were not a threat to Yang Chen. You said you're from Baoshan Pure Water Factory? Yang Chen confirmed again. Lu Minji was puzzled but nodded. Yes, what's up? No problem, I happen to have something to do at Baoshan Pure Water Factory too, I just don't know the way, can you show me the way, bro? Yang Chen smiled innocently, like a naive boy who didn't know the dangers of the world. This smile immediately made Lu Minji let go of some of his guard. Alright then, just showing you the way. Lu Minji spoke earnestly, but I still suggest you join our factory. Strength in numbers, right? We need to look out for each other. If help doesn't come, we'll be our own rescue team. Young man, to be honest, our factory manager sent us out to search for survivors. We're building our own shelter at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Yang Chen didn't refuse outright but gave a vague response. Let me see when we get there, let's first assess the situation, okay? What he really meant was, if the survivors at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory were cooperative, they would handle it gently and take some bottled water. If the situation was hostile like the Qinglong gang, Yang Chen wouldn't mind wiping out the survivors at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory just like he did with the Qinglong gang. Well, that's the gist of it. Lu Minji chuckled. Alright, let's go together after refueling. This naive kid was easy to fool. Yang Chen also smiled. Okay, don't disappoint me, survivors. Yang, don't want to kill anyone, actually. A few minutes later, Lu Minji and the others refueled the semi-trailer truck. Lu Minji called out to Yang Chen, young man, why not ride in our vehicle? Your electric scooter looks a bit shabby. Oh, Yang Chen pretended to have a stomachache. Lu, give me 2.5 minutes. I suddenly have a stomachache. As for changing vehicles, forget it. Our small vehicle has its advantages. Lu Minji nodded without suspicion. Alright, hurry up then. Got it. Chen Jiayao stayed in the car. Yang Chen found a secluded corner alone and teleported to the location of the large oil drums stored underground. Some seemed to be fully buried, while others were like basements. Are all the large oil tanks at gas stations across the country buried in the ground? Yang Chen didn't care how much gasoline was inside. He waved his hand, and everything went into the infinite space. Each standard oil tank carried 1,000 liters of gasoline, and this gas station was not small, with a total of 30 such tanks, amounting to 30,000 liters of gasoline. Of course, the tanks wouldn't be completely full, but they wouldn't have less than 15,000 liters of gasoline. Besides gasoline, there were 5,000 liters of diesel. All these tanks went into Yang Chen's pocket. After doing all this, Yang Chen flashed back to his original position. He adjusted his belt and walked out. Alright, Lu, we can set off now. This trip was worth it. The gasoline and diesel they obtained this time would last them a long time. But that wasn't enough. Yang Chen was a Pichio. He wanted more. The semi-trailer truck started. Yang Chen rode his electric scooter with Chen Jiai following behind the semi-trailer truck. People in the truck would occasionally look around, as if afraid the two of them would run away halfway. Chen Jiai held onto Yang Chen's waist and whispered in his ear, Yang Chen, I feel like these people aren't good people. Yang Chen wore a carefree smile. Why do you say that? Chen Jiai whispered, when you were in the restroom, those people looked at me strangely, like they were looking at prey. I'm familiar with that look. The foreign devils before had the same gaze. Yang Chen sighed, looks like the Baoshan Pure Water Factory is going to disappoint me. I really don't want to be an executioner. Chen Jiai looked puzzled, tilting her head and gazing at Yang Chen. What are you saying, Yang Chen? Nothing, Yang Chen chuckled. Having a guide made a difference. They arrived at their destination in less than 10 minutes. The signboard of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory came into view. Baoshan Pure Water Factory. They had arrived. Yang Chen saw that when the semi-trailer heavy truck appeared, more than a dozen survivors in work clothes appeared on both sides of the main road in the factory area, their eyes mocking and their smiles playful as they watched the convoy approaching slowly. Here they come. Although knowing that this group of people was not right, with malicious intentions, Yang Chen still followed the semi-trailer heavy truck into the factory area. Because with strength, one could truly do as they pleased. Among this group of people, there was only one Esper, and he was just a peanut-level Esper. In Yang Chen's eyes, he was no different from a chicken that could be easily killed on the roadside. As for the ordinary survivors, they posed even less of a threat. The semi-trailer heavy truck and Yang Chen's small electric donkey entered the factory area. The factory gate was pushed closed by someone. The semi-trailer heavy truck stopped on the cement road, and Lu Minji and a few other survivors jumped off the truck. Lu Minji walked towards Yang Chen, leading him and Chen Jiai forward. Ha, young man, let me introduce you. This is the supervisor of our factory, and he is an Esper. You know what an Esper is, right? It's a superhuman with various extraordinary abilities. I know. Yang Chen looked around and asked, looking at the workers holding steel pipes around him, what are they doing? Is it necessary to hold steel pipes to welcome someone? Lu Minji grinned, oh, this is our factory's special welcome. You mother fasterous cur. Die. Back at their home ground, Lu Minji couldn't be bothered to pretend with Yang Chen anymore. A dagger slipped from his sleeve, and Lu Minji clenched the dagger and stabbed towards Yang Chen's neck, his face showing a fierce smile, completely different from his previous honest and simple appearance. Bang! He thought his attack was unexpected. And it was fast, this kid wouldn't be able to dodge without being on guard. But what he didn't expect was that this kid easily grabbed his wrist. How could? Lu Minji's fierce expression turned astonished, completely unexpected that his sneak attack would fail. I thought you guys would continue pretending, at least use some tricks, but I didn't expect you to be so eager, wanting to start as soon as you arrived at the doorstep. Crack! Lu Minji's wrist was crushed. The pain stimulated his brain, and Lu Minji screamed in agony. Ah, Supervisor Wang, save me! In panic, Lu Minji hurriedly shouted. This kid could easily crush someone's bones, a power that an ordinary person could not possess. So, there was only one answer, this kid was also an Esper. And a power-focused Esper. He, old Lu, how come your tricks failed? I've never seen you fail before. A Mediterranean fat man walked out from the crowd of workers. They surrounded Yang Chen and Chen Jiai, holding steel pipes, their eyes alert. In Yang Chen's perception, this Mediterranean fat man was the peanut-level Esper. Kid, I advise you to let go of the person. Considering you're an Esper, I can spare your life, even let you join our Baoshan shelter, but the condition is you have to hand over the girl behind you. Such a rare beauty is truly hard to come by. Poochie! Yang Chen's hand knife struck out, the terrifying power combined with the sharpness of the Dominator of Gold. The sharpness of Yang Chen's arm was comparable to a blade tip, this hand knife directly chopped off Lu Minji's head. So much nonsense. Yang Chen's eyes showed disdain, coldly saying, anything else? I don't believe that in such a big factory, there are only a few survivors, call out the others too. Supervisor Wan was stunned by Yang Chen's ruthless and decisive methods and mentality, and he was speechless upon hearing Yang Chen's arrogant words. As for the dead Lu Minji, Supervisor Wang didn't care about him. After all, he was just an ordinary person. If he died, he died. There's not much else here, just a lot of ordinary people. Just now, there are several newcomers in the car who were just caught today. These young folks don't know the ways of the world, haven't experienced the harsh reality yet. Do they really think they're invincible just because they become espers? Let me tell you the truth, in Baoshan, we have 7 espers. If they all come after you, even if you're an esper, you won't stand a chance. Hearing this from Manager Wang, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and smiled. Is that so? 7 espers, quite a feast. Empowered by the awakening of the women's esper abilities, Yang Chen's crystal nucleus had already reached the size of a normal orange. If he could absorb the mysterious energy of these 7 espers here, Yang Chen felt he could break through to the level of a cantaloupe. Currently, he didn't know the specific levels of espers, so he could only measure strength by body size. Undoubtedly, Yang Chen's crystal nucleus was the largest. The espers Yang Chen had encountered so far mostly had crystal nuclei hovering around the size of soybeans or peanuts, not even one close to the size of a quail egg. Oh, it could also be because Yang Chen had encountered too few espers. Seeing Yang Chen still unmoved, Manager Wang was slightly annoyed. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Yang Chen, if I'm not arrogant, can I still be called a young man? Oh my! Manager Wang's obese body visibly expanded at an alarming rate, and the work clothes he was wearing burst open from the swelling volume and fell to the ground in tatters. Once Manager Wang completed his transformation, a 4-meter-tall giant bear covered in brown fur stood on the concrete floor, pounding its chest with huge bear paws, and speaking in human language from its bare mouth. Kid, today, I'll show you how to respect your elders. Is this a transformation-type esper ability? There really is no end to the variety of esper abilities, even including transformation types, Yang Chen marveled. This was the first time he had seen a transformation-type esper ability. It was inevitable to be a little curious. But even if Manager Wang exploded in transformation, his strength was still insignificant in Yang Chen's eyes. The difference between a peanut and an orange could be easily compared just by putting them together, and exploding in transformation wouldn't bridge that gap. Manager Wang charged towards Yang Chen on all fours, roaring. The onlookers around, all survivors, wore confident and indifferent expressions, as if they trusted Manager Wang completely. Manager Wang's strength greatly increases after transformation. If this kid doesn't know his place and confronts Manager Wang head-on, I can already imagine his fate. Imagining again, isn't it just being smashed into a pulp? There was another water-type esper before who thought he was all that just because he was an esper, but what happened? Didn't he also get smashed into a pulp by Manager Wang after transformation? Ha, the espers outside are nothing special. With our Baoshan shelter guarded by 7 espers, it's definitely safer than any military shelter. Ha, let's watch the show. I'm curious to see what expression that girl with the kid will have when he's turned into pulp. Will she be scared to tears? Who knows? Ha ha. I bet a pack of instant noodles that she'll be scared stiff, maybe even wet her pants. Ha ha. Almost everyone thought Yang Chen would be smashed into pulp by Manager Wang. Even Manager Wang himself thought so, because he had done it before. As Manager Wang approached Yang Chen, his huge bear paw came down fiercely. Yang Chen's hand knife remained, slashing out. Plap! The blades crossed, snowflakes scattered. Manager Wang's bear paw was completely cut off. When the bear paw fell to the ground with a thud, Manager Wang and the survivors of the Baoshan shelter around him were all dumbfounded. They were stunned, but that didn't mean Yang Chen would be stunned as well. Yang Chen took a step and delivered a sidekick, right on Manager Wang's groin. There was no other way. Manager Wang was too tall after transforming. Yang Chen's raised leg could only kick at the groin. Bang! Manager Wang was sent flying backwards. His bird had turned into a mess. It became a mosaic. The pain of a burst bird is indescribable. This kind of pain only men understand. Everyone present felt a chill under their crotch. Involuntarily, they tightened their pants and protected their own little bird. Meanwhile, Manager Wang suffered 2 consecutive blows and was now rolling on the ground. The only remaining bear paw covered the mosaic like little bird on the ground, rolling incessantly, making whimpering sounds, drooling from the mouth, looking like a fool. Sa Rue. Yang Chen sneered. You. Manager Wang's speech was now incoherent. Yang Chen, you have lost the meaning of living, let me send you on your way. Watching Yang Chen approaching step by step, Manager Wang's heart rang alarm bells, thoughts of death engulfed him. He had a premonition, this time he was going to die. In terror, Manager Wang shouted to the sky, "Ali, how long are you going to watch? Come and save me." As soon as he spoke, a response came. "Coming, coming." Immediately after, a young man in work clothes flew over. To be precise, he reduced his own weight, making his body light, and then tied a small fan behind his butt for propulsion. This kind of entrance, well, it was quite cool indeed. It would be better if he removed the fan tied behind his butt. It's too unsightly. Kid, I am one of the 7 great psychics of Baoshan Shelter. You can also call me the gravity controller. The young man stood in midair, looking down at Yang Chen, his words full of teenage angst, making people feel embarrassed. But the young man didn't think so. He felt good about himself. In Yang Chen's psychic perception, this young man's crystal nucleus was similar in size to Manager Wang's, but his psychic abilities were more interesting than Manager Wang's. I hate looking up at others. Come down. Yang Chen raised his hand and gestured towards the young man. Spatial confinement. Psychic absorption. In an instant, Yang Chen controlled the space around the young man. His body involuntarily fell. No matter how the young man struggled, he couldn't escape the spatial confinement. Hey, what's going on? Why doesn't my body listen to me? Interesting. What kind of psychic power did you awaken, kid? Why is it so strange? The young man kept babbling, but he couldn't escape being brought in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately delivered 2 heavy blows to the young man's sinuses. The young man was left dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I get hit in the sinuses twice? You, release me now. Otherwise, my big brother won't spare you. The young man threatened. He couldn't break free on his own, so he could only threaten the person in front of him to let him go. Just by this move, the young man understood that he and Yang Chen were not on the same level. Bang! Yang Chen struck again with all his might. The young man's head exploded from the impact. The scene was extremely bloody. Feeling the familiar warmth entering his body, Yang Chen pondered, can absorbing warmth from touching brain remnants come from the crystal nucleus? But it feels really satisfying to slap someone to death. Ding! Host killed the gravity controller. Do you want to extract the psychic fruit? Extract. Now it's your turn. Yang Chen looked at Manager Wang, still holding the mosaic. Manager Wang was dumbfounded. Dead. Dead? That kid was actually slapped to death alive? Can he be considered the most aggrieved psychic to die? No. He's dead. Am I next? Seeing Yang Chen approaching step by step, Manager Wang knelt down with a snap. Little brother, we lost this time. Can you spare my life? If you spare me, I'll pretend I didn't see you kill Ali. Still talking so much nonsense at death's door? Manager Wang's face changed, dark and menacing. It was clear that he had no intention of letting himself off the hook. Young man, spare others and be spared yourself. You are strong, but if our entire shelter unites and joins forces to deal with you, how will you respond? Just an alliance of a bunch of nobodies, utterly ridiculous. Facing the bold young man in front of him, Manager Wang gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't just stand there. Seize that little bitch." Manager Wang intended to use Chen Jiayi to control Yang Chen. With over 10 people in the group, surely they could defeat a delicate young girl, right? Surprisingly, they couldn't. Chen Jiayi only appeared relatively fragile. Facing the workers from Baoshan charging towards her, Chen Jiayi bent her slender legs, leaped into the air from the truck's hood, and landed steadily. Chen Jiayi. No, all the women in Yang Chen shared a common weakness. Their physical skills were lacking. They tended to panic when facing a group of opponents. But that was okay. If physical skills failed, firepower would prevail. Standing on the truck's hood, Chen Jiayi drew 2 Glock 22 pistols from her waist, released the safety, and pulled the trigger amidst the bewildered gazes of the Baoshan workers below. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. Bullets discharged. Sparks flew from the gun muzzles. The Baoshan workers below fell to the ground one by one, blood mixing with other substances, forming a pool of blood. Over a dozen Baoshan workers fell under Chen Jiayi's accurate shots. This was the terror of telekinetic perception. As long as the target was within the perception range, even someone untrained in shooting could become a sharpshooter. You have guns. Are you police officers? Military rescue? Manager Wang exclaimed in shock, disbelief evident in his voice. Stop babbling when you're about to die, okay? Yang Chen grabbed Manager Wang's massive head. The Crimson Lotus fire ignited, instantly setting Manager Wang's head ablaze. His entire body and soul suffered the burning of the Crimson Lotus fire. As Manager Wang died, a warm flow belonging to him entered Yang Chen's body through his palm. The crystal nucleus expanded. Strength increased. The extraction of the supernatural fruit was successful. This feeling was truly memorable. After dealing with Manager Wang and the Baoshan workers, Yang Chen prepared to search the pure water factory with Chen Jai. Pure water resources were precious, especially when natural water might not be safe to drink in the future. In addition, Manager Wang mentioned they had 7 supernatural beings here. Yang Chen had already killed 2. Therefore, he couldn't show leniency. The other 5 had to be found and eliminated. Leaving potential enemies alive was not Yang Chen's style. Cut the grass and remove the roots. At that moment, a hopeful voice sounded from behind Yang Chen. More precisely, it came from the semi-trailer truck. Are you from the rescue team? You have guns, you must be from the rescue team. You finally come to save us, sob. A group of survivors, still trembling with fear, peeked out from the semi-trailer truck. Seeing the bloody scene outside, they shrank back in horror. But when they saw Chen Jai holding the pistols, their eyes lit up, and they jumped down from the truck without hesitation, rushing towards the 2 of them. Obviously, they mistook Yang Chen and Chen Jai for rescuers. After all, this was China. Besides the police and military, who else could have access to pistols? Thud! A metal straight knife plunged straight into the cement in front of them, its trembling blade halting the survivors in their tracks. Yang Chen said expressionlessly, "We are not here to rescue you. If you want to survive, you better leave this place quickly." The crowd looked at each other, but no one moved a step. "Young man, stop joking," a middle-aged man in a dirty suit chuckled. "You have guns, how can you not be part of the rescue team? Even if you are not part of the rescue team, you must be police officers, undercover, we get it." However, it must be said that most of these survivors were dressed in suits and office lady uniforms. Not to say that all the men were handsome, but none were ugly. And among the women, they were all quite attractive. They must be some sort of sales intermediaries. Apart from the real elite white-collar workers, only intermediaries and salespeople would dress so elegantly. But since the outbreak of the disaster, no matter how elegant they were, they couldn't maintain it, with yellowing shirts, greasy hair, especially some girls whose faces didn't match their delicate appearance, rubbing their fingers could produce dust. "You understand or not," Yang Chen said coldly, "stop following us. If you don't want to die, you can continue wandering around this factory area. What's with your attitude?" A woman in a black office lady uniform, with a graceful figure and beautiful looks, said discontentedly, "You have guns, and you claim not to be official personnel. Even if you are not part of the official rescue team, what's wrong with helping us? It won't cost you anything, we are all compatriots, how can you be so heartless to let us fend for ourselves?" After speaking, she looked at Chen Jai unhappily. "As a woman, shouldn't you be on our side? Shouldn't you speak up for us women? Flatterer, may you have 18 children in one birth." Chen Jai blinked in confusion, her face turning red with anger when she realized what was said. "Why do you speak like that?" Clearly, she did nothing wrong, yet she was scolded by this woman. And to call her a flatterer. The office lady wouldn't let it go. "If you're not a flatterer, what are you? If you're not a flatterer, you should have spoken up to help us just now, instead of standing there indifferent, watching us women suffer. If you don't want to protect us, at least give us your handgun." Her words were immediately met with a response. The group of survivors looked at Chen Jai's handgun, licking their lips with greed and desire. "Do you have any food? We've been starving in the forest store for days. Hurry up and find us something to eat to fill our stomachs. Stop dilly-dallying, okay? Hurry up and take us out of this cursed place. We are all compatriots, shouldn't we help each other at this time? Shouldn't we stick together? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and take us out of here. If we encounter any danger on the way, it will be your fault. With great power comes great responsibility. One of you has a gun, and the other is a person with abilities, tall and strong. What's wrong with protecting us? No gentlemanly demeanor at all. As a big man, what's wrong with protecting us girls? A straight man like you, no girl would like a shrimp head like you." The group of survivors wanted to leave but didn't dare to do it alone. They wanted to take Yang Chen and Chen Jai, who had strong abilities, with them to protect them on the way. In plain terms, this was a group of selfish people planning to morally blackmail Yang Chen. How can you be like this?" Chen Jai was shocked by the shamelessness of this group of people. Can people really be so shameless? It was eye-opening for her. If it weren't for us saving you, you would probably have been taken away and enslaved by them. Yet, you still blame us. The office lady crossed her arms, pursed her lips disdainfully. "Did we beg you to save us? Did we ask for your help? Don't impose your self-righteousness on us, okay?" A man said, "Since you saved us, be good people to the end and take us to the military district shelter. Don't worry, we won't mistreat you. We will give you credit when the time comes. 500 yuan and a small flag will be yours." Chen Jiai wanted to say something else but was stopped by Yang Chen. Jiai, do you remember what I taught you? Chen Jiai thought for a moment and uncertainly said, don't waste your breath on idiots? Exactly, so do you think they are idiots? Chen Jiai nodded heavily, they are idiots. Their conversation did not escape the others present, and all the survivors heard it. Immediately, a hot-tempered person jumped out, pointing angrily at Yang Chen. Who are you calling an idiot? Explain yourself clearly, or we, too, are not to be trifled with. As he spoke, he tried to pull out the alloy straight knife stuck in the ground. Embarrassingly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Now he was embarrassed. Suddenly, Yang Chen's figure appeared in front of the man. He raised his hand and slapped him hard. Smack! Bang! The slap landed, and the head exploded. The man never thought he would die in such a way. This sudden act of killing shocked the survivors. When they reacted, they burst into sharp screams of horror. Murder! Run! Damn, this kid is crazy, killing in public. Isn't he afraid of being held accountable after the disaster is over? Oh my god, I'll remember this kid. After the disaster, I will make sure to report him. Sentence him to death. These survivors cursed and grumbled, but when they tried to run, they found that their bodies couldn't move. This time they were truly terrified. What's going on? What is this? Why can't my body move? Move. Move for me. Brother, would you believe me if I said I was joking just now? Yang Chen remembered each of the noisy people from earlier. The god of war of the sinus was possessed. The slap descended. Yang Chen walked over and gave each of them a big slap in the face. Without exception, their heads all exploded. Smack! 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 Even the superhumans couldn't withstand Yang Chen's slaps, not to mention this group of ordinary people. In Yang Chen's eyes, their heads were as fragile as ripe watermelons. One touch and they exploded. Blood splattered, and mosaic tiles flew around. I'm a girl, you can't kill me. I was wrong, I spoke out of turn just now, please spare me. Don't come near me. I warn you not to come near me. Don't make me kneel to you. Even the girls could not escape the fate of being slapped. Finally, it was the OL woman who had been whimpering all along. By now, this OL woman had been frightened to the point of being dumbfounded by Yang Chen's brutality. If it weren't for being confined in space, she might have collapsed on the ground by now. If there was still anything in her bladder, she might have been scared to pee on the spot. Watching the cold-hearted man approaching her, the OL woman trembled in fear, tears of terror streaming down her cheeks. Don't kill me, please spare me. I was out of my mind just now, please spare me this time. At this critical moment, the OL woman remembered her own expertise. Why was she called the top saleswoman? It was because she was generous. As long as customers willing to sign a deal with her to buy a car, she would treat them to a big meal in private. Because of her generosity, many customers were willing to sign deals with her to buy cars. Over time, the OL woman also honed her skills in persuasion and negotiation. The OL woman pretended to be shy, her voice trembling. Young man, if you are willing to spare my life and let me live, I'm willing to be your woman. I know everything, much more skilled than that little girl behind you. Just give me a sign, and I'll know what to do. At that moment, the system also spoke up. Host, this woman also has a beauty rating of 7 stars. She would be considered a campus beauty in a university. Are you sure you're not moved? Yang Chen was speechless and asked, do I look like a junk collector to you? No, the system replied and fell silent. It was as if it had never appeared. Yang Chen stood in front of the OL woman, facing her hopeful gaze, and said calmly, do you think this is a garbage dump? Do I collect all kinds of trash? Ha! The OL woman's smile froze on her face. But the next moment, her head exploded like a watermelon. As the spatial confinement was lifted, these headless bodies collapsed one by one. Not all survivors died. A few clever ones had remained silent throughout. Yang Chen didn't care about their intentions as long as they didn't disgust him with their words. He didn't bother with them. Glancing lightly at the remaining survivors, Yang Chen took out a bottle of purified water to wash his hands. He walked over to Chen Jiai and said with a smile, let's go. Chen Jiai smiled innocently, Although the scene just now was bloody, why did it feel strangely satisfying? Had he also gone bad? That despicable woman from earlier. How dare she flirt with Yang Chen in front of me? If Yang Chen really agreed, my sister and the others would definitely scold me when we got back. Yang Chen didn't know what the little girl was thinking. He scratched his head as he looked around the vast factory area. I should have left one survivor alive. This factory is so big. Where can we find living people in the warehouse? Forget it, I believe we can't find any. After reaching the orange level of the crystal core, Yang Chen's telekinetic perception expanded from the initial 100 meters to 300 meters. The maximum distance for instant movement also reached 1000 meters. Yang Chen had a premonition that when the crystal core reached the melon level, he would undergo an indescribable change. That change would make him even more powerful. Yang Chen strolled around the Baoshan purified water factory with Chen Jai. Under his telekinetic perception, nothing could escape within 300 meters. Everything was within Yang Chen's sight. At the same time, 500 meters away, on the top of an office building, a middle-aged man with green glowing eyes lay on the rooftop. His gaze was fixed on the factory gate. He was also one of the superhumans of the Baoshan purified water factory. His ability was Eagle Eye. After awakening this ability, his vision was extraordinary. With Eagle Eye activated, he could see clearly what was happening 500 meters away. Because of this, he was sent by the factory manager of Baoshan to monitor the surroundings of the factory area, to prevent anything beyond their control from happening. He had seen everything that happened at the Baoshan purified water factory gate just now. Seeing the two people leave, this superhuman could finally breathe freely. Damn! Where did that monster come from? Lao Wang and Ali didn't even have a chance to resist him? He's too strong. Lao Wang was somewhat better, although he was also killed instantly. He managed to withstand a few moves. Ali, that waste, with his flashy entrance, was the quickest to be killed. Useless. It seems like those two are heading towards the warehouse area. No! I need to inform the manager of the situation here. That kid is definitely not an ordinary superhuman. I reckon only the manager can deal with him. Initially, the number of superhumans at the Baoshan purified water factory was over 10. But after the conflict, only 7 of them remained. Oh no, now there were only 5 left. Since defeating another team of ability users, the Hawkeye ability user felt that the power of their factory manager had increased, at least surpassing his own level. Even though Yang Chen displayed strong combat abilities, he was still not regarded highly by the Hawkeye ability user. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Yang Chen. After deeply gazing at the departing figures of the two, the Hawkeye ability user also quickly left the place and dashed towards the workers' dormitory area. On the other side, after walking for about 10 minutes, what Yang Chen wanted appeared in his psychic perception. Bottled purified water. The kind in large bottles, the type that is inverted on water dispensers. A standard bottled water can hold 18.9 liters. The bottled water stored in this warehouse was mostly based on this standard. Yang Chen teleported with Chen Jai. In the dim warehouse, neatly arranged were barrels of 18.9 liters of purified water. This warehouse covered an area of about 2 acres. With a rough scan of his psychic perception, Yang Chen estimated that there were nearly 20,000 barrels stored in this warehouse alone. Not bad. Yang Chen opened 2 infinite space doors and started working. The bottled water was being devoured by the infinite space doors at a visible speed. Upon entering the infinite space, Yang Chen specifically designated an area for drinking water. In the vast warehouse, it took Yang Chen nearly 20 minutes to collect everything. Looking at the empty warehouse, Yang Chen smiled. Continue. Yang Chen, accompanied by Chen Jai, continued to move through the warehouse area, crazily collecting the purified water stored here. When it comes to resources, no one would ever complain about having too many. Yang Chen belonged to the Pisho clan and had a habit of being generous but cautious. There was always an underlying psychological fear of not having enough. While Yang Chen was collecting the bottled water stored in the warehouse area, the Hawkeye had already returned to the dormitory area. Similar to the school dormitories, there were staff dormitories as well as leadership dormitory buildings. The Hawkeye ability user rushed into the leadership dormitory building and headed straight to the top floor. On the top floor, the walls between the dormitories had been knocked down to connect them. The floor was covered with carpets. Women dressed provocatively were dancing to unfamiliar tunes. Apart from these women for entertainment, there were 3 men and 1 woman. They were the remaining ability users of the Baoshan purified water factory. Together with the Hawkeye ability user, there were exactly 5 of them. The 3 men were surrounded by women, while the young-looking female ability user was surrounded by men with good looks. Just from this perspective, it was evident that these people were all ability users from the same place. In the post-apocalyptic world, apart from a few individuals with precise goals, most of those in power could only think of and do the same things. They either played dirty, exploited labor, expanded their territory, or resorted to violence when unhappy. The better ones managed shelters, gathered survivors, and aimed to create a utopia in the post-apocalyptic world. Some were completely bad, while others were genuinely good. Most people fell somewhere in between. Seeing the Hawkeye ability user rushing in, a middle-aged strongman sitting in the middle grinned and asked, "How urgent is it, Lao Tian? Your women are over there, go have fun yourself. Oh, by the way, has Lao Wang returned? I'm really looking forward to the survivors he brought back this time. I wonder if there are any good-looking ladies." Lao Tian, whose full name was Tian Yi, was the Hawkeye ability user. After catching his breath, Tian Yi said, It's bad. This time the convoy brought back a tough nut to crack. Lao Wang and Ali were both killed by that kid. That kid is too powerful. Lao Wang and Ali couldn't even resist him. I estimate he should be on the same level as you, the factory manager, in terms of abilities. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hai, the director of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory and the current leader of the Baoshan Shelter, Tang, suddenly stood up from his boss chair, and the atmosphere around them turned tense. The other three supernaturals had similar reactions. One of them waved his hand, and all the dancers and male models in the flat floor hurried downstairs in fear. With the door tightly closed, there were only the 5 supernaturals present. Zhang Hai frowned and asked Tian Yi, "What exactly happened? Tell me from the beginning." Tian Yi didn't beat around the bush and recounted everything that happened after the convoy entered the factory area to the other 4. After listening, the 3 supernaturals gasped in unison, "What? Ali was killed as soon as he appeared? The director couldn't have done this, right?" Tian Yi shook his head, "I don't know, but Ali was literally blown up alive." Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Zhang Hai's mouth curved into a smile, "Hee, an interesting kid has arrived. I wonder if he can make me use all my strength. Where are they now?" Tian Yi shook his head, "I don't know, but last I saw, they were heading towards the warehouse area." Zhang Hai was puzzled. The warehouse area doesn't have food, so why are they going there? Are they short of water? Forget it. Zhang Hai shook his head with a smirk on his face. Regardless of what that kid is up to, since he dared to kill my people, he will pay the price. My people, under Zhang Hai, are not to be killed at will. Let's go. Bring people with me to meet this kid. Zhang Hai waved his hand grandly, with an imposing expression, and strode downstairs. Tian Yi and the other 4 exchanged glances and quickly followed Zhang Hai downstairs. They gathered all the able fighters in the dormitory area, about 40 to 50 people, and headed towards the warehouse area in a grand manner. This was a show of force, a display of muscles. How could it be done without an audience when showing off? Moreover, Zhang Hai also intended to demonstrate his strength, to strengthen his position in the survivors' minds, so they wouldn't dare to betray him easily. Zhang Hai at the forefront licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Compared to the beautiful women mentioned by Tian Yi, he was more interested in Yang Chen. Don't get it wrong, Zhang Hai's sexual orientation is normal. He doesn't like to make things difficult for others. He was just interested in Yang Chen's energy. When he fought with another group of supernaturals before, Zhang Hai killed one of them, and accidentally touched his head with his palm, feeling a warm flow entering his body. After that warm flow entered his body, Zhang Hai could clearly feel his strength increasing. He didn't tell anyone this secret. It was hidden deep in his heart. Every time he killed a supernatural, he would touch their heads before anyone else, unintentionally taking away the warm flow that belonged to the supernatural. If he could kill old Wang and Ali in seconds, this kind of supernatural being must be stronger than ordinary ones, right? If he could absorb their warm flow, Zhang Hai couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. Thinking of this, his greed intensified. He couldn't wait to take down Yang Chen. It took nearly an hour for Yang Chen to collect 4 warehouses of pure water. Nearly 120,000 barrels of bottled water. The weight was unknown. Converted into cubic meters, it was also unknown. Yang Chen just counted the number of barrels of water. In fact, these barrels of water were considered few for a bottled water factory. Most likely, the majority had been distributed. But Yang Chen didn't mind. With these barrels of water, under the blessing of a 1,000-fold return, he could become much stronger. At least for the near future, he wouldn't have to worry about bottled water. Yang Chen also checked the remaining warehouses. Seeing that there was nothing valuable left, he decided not to stay here any longer. The weather was clear, and someone had to die. However, what Yang Chen didn't expect was that before he could go looking for the other party, they had already come looking for him. On a wide cement road about 15 meters wide, Yang Chen encountered dozens of people. Leading the group on the other side were 5 mutants. The survivors behind them were all wearing Baoshan Pure Water Factory work uniforms, each carrying different weapons, mostly hollow steel pipes, some with shovels, and steel forks. Yang Chen couldn't figure out why steel forks were needed in a pure water factory. Even if more ordinary survivors came, it wouldn't be enough. What surprised Yang Chen was that among these 5 mutants, one of them was close to reaching the peak level of a quail egg crystal core. A peak level of quail egg, quite unexpected for Yang Chen. After all, he was used to seeing soybean-level and peanut-level mutants, so encountering a peak-level quail-egg mutant was a bit unusual. "Kid, did you kill my 2 men?" Zhang Hai's gaze fell directly on Yang Chen, licking his lips with a sinister smile. He couldn't sense mutants with his telekinesis, so he had no idea how powerful Yang Chen's crystal core was. He didn't even know what a crystal core was. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. "I didn't come looking for you, but you came looking for me first. That's good. Saves me the trouble of finding each one of you." Hearing this, Zhang Hai furrowed his brows and sneered. "From what you're saying, are you planning to take out all 5 of us?" "Not stupid," Yang Chen replied. "Kid, you're being too arrogant," Zhang Hai said. Looking around at the 2 men beside him, he ordered, "Go, you 2 go give him a good slap to teach him a lesson." "Do you even know where you are? Trying to act tough with me, Zhang Hai? My account specializes in dealing with tough guys." These 2 mutants were one middle-aged and one young. At this moment, they both looked puzzled. Pointing at themselves with a "are you kidding me?" expression, they stared at Zhang Hai. Wow, the word on the street was that this guy was tough. He had defeated Lao Wang and Ali in seconds. And now you want us to deal with this kind of character? Do you think we're not dying fast enough? Sensing no movement behind them, Zhang Hai felt he was losing face. His own men not following his orders, especially in front of so many ordinary men and outsiders. He turned to the 2 men, his voice low. "You 2 idiots didn't hear what I said? Go now." Yes. The 2 had no choice but to reluctantly comply. In their view, the intimidation of their factory manager was much stronger than this kid. If they didn't obey orders, they would probably face consequences. The young man, with a serious expression, looked at Zhang Hai. "Manager, remember to save us at a critical moment." Zhang Hai. What an idiot. With that said, their momentum immediately weakened. Cowards before the battle even began. "Go now. Stop dilly-dallying." Those words almost burst out from Zhang Hai's teeth. Yes. The 2 no longer hesitated and immediately activated their mutant abilities. The young man's ability belonged to the metal element, called Sharp Edge, which could add an extremely sharp edge to anything, including himself, making it as sharp as a knife cutting through butter. At this moment, he applied the sharp edge effect to his steel pipe. The middle-aged man's ability was Giant Transformation. After activating his ability, his body would rapidly expand, increasing the density of his muscles and bones, enhancing his strength and defense. He was a tank-type mutant. Yang Chen wasn't interested in the sharp edge ability of the 2 mutants, but the Giant Transformation was somewhat intriguing. However, it wasn't suitable for him or his women. He had no use for it himself. Perhaps he could keep them around and see if he could train them into an elite team in the future. As the 2 men approached him, attacking from both sides, Yang Chen maintained a calm and indifferent smile on his face, as if he didn't even consider these 2 mutants a threat. Indeed, with Yang Chen's strength, there hasn't been an esper who could make him wary yet. It's unlikely to be found among civilians. Those who can rival him should all be within the military. After all, the military possesses numerous heavy weapons and can easily sweep through mutant beasts like cleaning a carpet, gathering their bodies to supply to a warlord. The gap in weaponry and numbers is something even Yang Chen cannot match. "Take this." The giant roared, swinging a fist the size of a large iron pot towards Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen raised his hand into a fist and struck back, a terrifying force bursting with a sonic boom as their fists collided fiercely. Thud! Crack! Yang Chen's fist directly pierced through the giant's iron pot-sized fist, accompanied by a slight bone-cracking sound. Meanwhile, Yang Chen remained unscathed. Pulling back his fist, he shook off the blood from his hand. At that moment, the young man's steel pipe, now sharpened, came attacking. However, it froze in place half a meter away from Yang Chen, as if blocked by an invisible force. What's going on? Why can't my attack land? The young man exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his steel pipe. A spatial barrier. This was an ability Yang Chen had yet to use. Spatial confinement. Ignoring the giant howling in pain, Yang Chen immobilized the young man, snatching the sharpened steel pipe from his hand. Weighing it in his hand, Yang Chen covered the young man's neck and swung down. As the enlarged steel pipe loomed before him, the young man cried out in terror, "Director, save me!" Zhang Hai hesitated, realizing it was already too late. Thud! The young man's neck was sliced open cleanly, as if by a knife. His head flew high, caught steadily by Yang Chen as a warm sensation enveloped him. The crystal nucleus expanded. A system voice resounded in his mind. Ding! Host has slain the wielder of the sharp edge. Would you like to extract the esper fruit? Yang Chen calmly replied, extract. On the other side, Chen Jiai conjured a fire phoenix above her head. With a cry, the fire phoenix screeched and flew towards the giant, fanning its flames wings. Boom! Upon impact with the giant, the fire phoenix immediately dispersed, turning into crimson fireworks that clung to the giant like maggots, burning fiercely and even testing the giant's endurance. The Phoenix Song of the Divine Flame truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest fire-based esper below the god tier. Just the temperature alone was enough to deter anyone. Yang Chen tossed the steel pipe backward, severing the giant's head. Ding! Host has slain the giant form wielder. Would you like to extract the esper fruit? Extract. Absorbed through telekinesis, Yang Chen threw the giant's head to Chen Jiai. Instinctively wanting to dodge the massive bloody head, Chen Jiai remembered Yang Chen's secret about esper becoming stronger and, suppressing her disgust, she reached out and caught it. As she caught the giant's head, Chen Jiai felt a comforting warmth entering her body. Sensing with her telekinetic power, her crystal nucleus also expanded by a ring. Thank you, brother Yang Chen. Dropping the giant's head, Chen Jiai sweetly thanked Yang Chen. No problem. Yang Chen smiled faintly, then turned to Zhang Hai, saying, "You three should attack together." Zhang Hai's expression turned grim. From Yang Chen's recent actions, Zhang Hai deduced that this kid also knew the secret power within an esper's head. How infuriating. His subordinates had become nourishment for his growth. He hadn't even absorbed them yet. This kid was getting off too easy. These were all hidden energy sources for himself. However, Zhang Hai was also shaken by Yang Chen's strength. Easily killing 2 mutants, even he probably couldn't do that. This kid, his strength might surpass mine. Damn, this is getting tricky. Zhang Hai said, "Young man, how about we call it quits here? Both of us are mutants, potential assets in the current disaster, essential rare resources for humanity. Our conflict will only harm the interests of all mankind. How about this, you join my sanctuary, I'll make you the second in command, as for you killing my people, let's forget about it, okay?" The youth and the middle-aged man replied, "So?" Ali and Lao Wang exclaimed, "Damn." Yang Chen sneered, "You think too highly of yourself. In fact, humanity doesn't really need you as a mutant. I don't have the habit of leaving behind troubles. You must die." With these words, Zhang Hai's face turned terrifyingly dark, and he coldly said, "Do you really want to go against me? Humph, do you think we're afraid of you? Tianyi, Awan, let's go together. With me leading the charge, even if we don't defeat them in a 3 against 2, we can at least fight them evenly." Tianyi and Awan, seeing the miserable state of the youth and the middle-aged man, were reluctant to fight Yang Chen. But when they heard that director Zhang Hai was also going to join them, their hearts settled. The director was right, with him joining the fight, even if they couldn't beat the 2 opponents, they could at least retreat safely, right? What a pity. They shouldn't have let the 2 of them go up and offer themselves as targets. 3 against 2, evenly matched. Wouldn't 5 against 2 ensure victory? They were careless. But now that they understood, it wasn't too late. Good. Tianyi nodded, taking a compound bow from one of his men. He bought this compound bow online. It wasn't very powerful. Later, he made some improvements. That's how it looks now. "Young man, why don't you agree to the director's request? What's wrong with joining us? Controlling the life and death of so many survivors here, living in a dream, isn't that good?" Awan said with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Hai coldly shouted, "He doesn't fancy us. Attack!" The 2 no longer spoke, immediately activating their mutant abilities. Tianyi's ability was Eagle Eye. Apart from having good vision, there wasn't much else to it. Awan's ability surprised Yang Chen. She was a water-based mutant. Wow! Another material for the fusion of the elemental god. Currently, Yang Chen still possessed the 3 major god-level elemental abilities of gold, wood, and fire. To become the elemental god, he needed the water, earth, thunder, ice, and wind elemental abilities. Now that he had this water-based mutant's ability, he had half of the elemental god's powers. Delighted. Yang Chen didn't expect to have unexpected gains on this trip. Attack! Tianyi roared, moving and bending his bow to shoot arrows. Awan did the same, manipulating the water molecules in the air to form water bullets, shooting towards Yang Chen and the others, with a power reaching half that of a bullet. Mutants, even if weak, were not opponents that ordinary people could match. A spatial barrier was erected. Tianyi and Awan's attacks were ineffective. With their strength, they were not qualified to break Yang Chen's spatial barrier. "Director, it's your turn," Tianyi shouted angrily. Awan looked around, but there was no sign of Zhang Hai. Instead, she saw a black dot sprinting away in the distance. Tianyi used his eagle eye ability to look, almost being angered to death. That black dot was none other than Zhang Hai running away. "Damn it! Zhang Hai, that bastard, ran away. He left us behind as bait and ran off by himself." Reminded by Tianyi, Awan also noticed, "Damn it! Zhang Hai, that beast. As he was leaving, he still wanted to take advantage of us. I even treated him to my seafood. Zhang Hai ran away, a result that even Yang Chen had not expected. He was somewhat amused and exasperated. Zhang Hai was quite decisive. He knew he was no match and chose to flee. But trying to escape under Yang Chen's command was simply wishful thinking. Instant movement activated. Maximum distance, 1 kilometer. Yang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai's fierce momentum came to a halt. He hit the brakes. He looked at Yang Chen in horror, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can you be so fast? Have you heard of Flash?" Yang Chen smiled faintly, but his smile made Zhang Hai feel a chill all over, a cold sensation rushing from the soles of his feet to his brain, chilling. "You, little brother, let's talk nicely. There's nothing we can't discuss, right? What do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it all to you." "Yang Chen, I want the energy in your brain." "Zhang Hai, he's asking for his death." He forced a smile. "Can we change the request?" "No." Yang Chen raised his hand. Spatial confinement. He walked up to Zhang Hai, placed his palm on top of his head as Zhang Hai looked at him in despair. The crimson lotus flame ignited. Zhang Hai was instantly set ablaze, both his soul and body. Yang Chen's ears were filled with the desperate screams. Zhang Hai couldn't even hold on for 2.5 seconds under the burning of the crimson lotus flame. His body turned to ashes. His soul vanished without a trace. The warmth that belonged to him entered Yang Chen's body. Ding! Host has slain an energy-enhanced individual. Would you like to extract the unique ability fruit? Extract. Yang Chen used his telepathy to sense and observe the changes in his crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus had grown larger. It had surpassed the orange level and was evolving towards the cantaloupe level. Yang Chen estimated that receiving the warmth from 3 more normal energy users would transform his crystal nucleus into a cantaloupe level. He wondered how large the limit of the crystal nucleus could be. Watermelon? Or maybe a pineapple? Yang Chen imagined the scene of his internal crystal nucleus in the future. A crystal nucleus the size of a watermelon on top of his head? Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. After dealing with Zhang Hai, Yang Chen teleported back to Chen Jiai's side. "These two guys are too scared to move because of you. Am I that scary?" Chen Jiai smiled and shook her head. "Not at all." Yang Chen looked at Tian Yi and Awan. He had no intention of letting these two go. These were two sources of warmth. Thud. Thud. 2 dull sounds echoed. Tian Yi and Awan knelt before Yang Chen. "Tian Yi, big brother, we were only brought here by Zhang Hai. We have no objections towards you. Please spare us this time. We are willing to support you as the new leader of Baoshan Shelter. You will be the emperor here, and we will do whatever you ask. Everyone here will be at your disposal." These past few days, Zhang Hai sent people to search for survivors outside, and among them are many beautiful girls. "Since they all belong to you, Awan, we've learned our lesson, please forgive us." Seeing the only 2 energy users left kneeling, the dozens of survivors they brought with them dared not stand any longer. They all knelt down in a rush. They were all begging for Yang Chen's mercy. Yang Chen was not interested in these ordinary survivors. The only ones that interested him were the energy users. "Are you really willing to support me as the new leader?" Tian Yi and Awan, "We promise." Yang Chen grinned, "But I'm not willing." Spatial confinement trapped the two, rendering them immobile. With his telepathy, he pulled them in front of him. The alloy straight blade gleamed. 1 stroke, 1 beheading. Awan's head fell off. However, due to the height difference between her and Tian Yi, the stroke only hit Awan's head, leaving Tian Yi's body untouched. Yang Chen had no choice but to give him another stroke. Puff! At this point, all 7 anomalies at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory were dead. Yang Chen picked up the 2 heads on the ground. He absorbed their warmth. After extracting the abilities of these 2 individuals, Yang Chen coldly glanced at the remaining ordinary survivors, but he didn't kill them. It would be a loss to kill ordinary people. Unless they really provoked Yang Chen, he couldn't be bothered with them. The matter of the pure water had been resolved, and they had no reason to stay here. Taking out the electric scooter, Yang Chen rode with Chen Jiai towards the factory gate in full view of everyone. It wasn't until the 2 figures disappeared that the dozens of survivors present dared to breathe freely. "It's too terrifying, these 2 are too terrifying. Clearly both anomalies, why are they so powerful?" "Don't worry about that, everyone should be grateful they kept their mouths shut. If someone had mindlessly mocked and insulted them like in novels, I doubt any of us would have survived." On a tar road. There wasn't much vegetation around, so the tar road hadn't suffered much damage, remaining flat as usual, except for the many abandoned vehicles along the way. Car accident scenes were everywhere. This caused some congestion on the tar road. Fortunately, Yang Chen rode an electric scooter, able to pass through from any corner. It had been half a month since the outbreak of the disaster. The survivors who had been trembling in the buildings before had gradually come out to search for food. Whether they hadn't fully evolved or for some other reason, there weren't as many mutant beasts in the city as Yang Chen had imagined, but mutant plants were everywhere. The vast majority of survivors who ventured out to find food and seek new shelters ended up dying at the hands of mutant plants. Giant mouth flowers hidden in the bushes. Vines covered in thorns reaching out like octopus tentacles. Willow trees with tentacles like octopus arms. Strange branches that sucked blood. After the disaster, the plants on Blue Star became increasingly bizarre. Passing by a chain pharmacy, Yang Chen took all the medicines inside. But when the two came out, they found someone sitting on his electric scooter. It was a woman. Not too ugly, but far from beautiful. Her hair was tangled, greasy, her face extremely pale, and a fly that had flown too close to her mouth had crashed down. Seeing Yang Chen and the woman coming out, she even threw a flirtatious look at Yang Chen. This immediately gave Yang Chen goosebumps. It was damn disgusting. Yang Chen, who was used to delicacies, was disgusted. "Young man, I'm so scared alone, can you take me with you? As long as you're willing to take me with you, I can promise to be in a relationship with you," the woman said in a coquettish voice, sounding like she had phlegm stuck in her throat. Yang Chen looked at the glamorous and pure Chen Jiai beside him and fell silent. Was this woman blind? How could she think he would be interested in her? "Get off, you're dirtying my car," Yang Chen said expressionlessly. Chen Jiai tightly hugged Yang Chen's arm, glaring angrily at the woman in front of them. "My Yang Chen brother isn't interested in dating you, so get off quickly." This statement left the woman stunned, then she became somewhat frustrated. She had offered to date him, and this kid still rejected her. Didn't he know the current gender ratio? She was a girl after all. "No, you must take me with you, it's too dangerous here, I'm scared alone." "What's it to me if you're scared?" The woman was angry, pointing at Yang Chen's nose. "What's with your attitude? Isn't it a man's duty to protect a woman? You actually say it's none of your business. How rude. The country nurtures you men to protect us girls. Don't lose face, hurry up and take me to a place with food." Seeing Yang Chen unmoved, even looking around, the little fairy was displeased. "Can't you understand human language? I am the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. You must obey my command." The author is not making things up, deliberately creating such outrageous remarks, but based on real events. If Wu Zetian looked like you, both Li Shimin and Li Ji would have to flee Chang'an overnight. Found it. Yang Chen found what he was looking for in a clump of grass. A red big-mouthed flower. "What's your attitude? I just asked you to protect me for a while, and you actually used personal attacks against me? Ignoring the facts, don't you have any fault? I generally don't attack others' appearance, unless that person's appearance attacks me first." Yang Chen walked up to the little fairy, grabbed her collar, and lifted her off the small electric donkey. Seeing this, the little fairy panicked. "Don't touch me. If you touch me again, I'll accuse you of molestation." "Ah, pervert. Someone is being a pervert." Ignoring the little fairy, Yang Chen shouted to the big-mouthed flower in the grass, "Hey buddy, your takeout is here." In the meantime, Yang Chen threw the little fairy towards the big-mouthed flower. The little fairy glided in a parabolic arc in the air, then landed precisely in the open mouth of the big-mouthed flower. Crunch! The big-mouthed flower started chewing. Crunchy and delicious, with a taste of princess meat. Big-mouthed flower, thanks, bro. Seeing the little fairy becoming food for the big-mouthed flower, Yang Chen clapped his hands and laughed. Look how happy he is eating. "Jai, how about we go to the villa area halfway up Linshan Mountain later? Should we plant some big-mouthed flowers? We can have a Plants vs. Zombies battle in our backyard." Chen Jai chuckled softly. "That might not work, we can't even find a pea shooter in reality. Plants vs. Zombies has already released a hybrid version." Yang Chen thought for a moment, nodding seriously. "That's true." Riding the small electric donkey, Yang Chen patted the back seat. "Sister, do you want to ride with me?" Chen Jiai sweetly smiled. "Sure. Riding my beloved small electric donkey. It will never get stuck in traffic." Yang Chen continued to roam around with Chen Jiai. Convenience store? Checked. Hardware store? Checked. Gas station? Nope. Riding the small electric donkey through the streets and alleys. Incredibly agile. Something cars can't compare to. Unconsciously, Yang Chen and Chen Jiai arrived at a large supermarket, Darunhua. Darunhua in Jiangchang is considered small. Altogether, it only covers 15,000 square meters. It is a large supermarket that gathers snacks, fruits, fresh produce, toys, electronics, bedding, and other daily necessities. Yang Chen had been here before. but he didn't come here often and wasn't very familiar with it. However, Yang Chen knew that the variety of goods in this large supermarket was absolutely countless. Thousands of items are considered few. Yang Chen needed these blueprints. Since they were here, they naturally wouldn't miss out. Yang Chen turned into the Durunhua Square. However, they were a bit late. Many survivors were already here. Semi-trailer trucks were parked in the parking area. A large number of survivors were loading goods onto the semi-trailer trucks. Here, Yang Chen used his telekinesis to sense the number of superhumans, which surprisingly exceeded 300. There were even more than a dozen evolvers. Indeed, the little fairy's words made sense. Open your eyes and see the world. Look outside, the world is really beautiful. Just half a day out and encountering so many superhumans. There weren't this many in the Jinqiu City residential area. If all these people were devoured, the scene would be so beautiful. Just thinking about it made Yang Chen drool. Of course, Yang Chen is not a murderer. I don't provoke others, and they don't provoke me. If these people had good intentions towards him, he wouldn't have slaughtered them like an executioner. The premise is that they are honest. Yang Chen did not give up on this place just because a large number of survivors had already arrived. He rode straight over. Stop! What are you doing here? We have occupied this place. If you are looking for supplies, go somewhere else. Hurry up and leave this place. As the two approached, several survivors stepped forward to block their path, not letting them pass. Yang Chen didn't care about them. He rode his electric scooter and charged past. When the survivors saw the electric scooter charging towards them, their faces changed, quickly moving aside to avoid being knocked over. They were just ordinary people and didn't have the ability to stop the electric scooter barehanded. Some might even be dragged along by the electric scooter. Therefore, these survivors could only watch helplessly as Yang Chen and his sister rushed in. Damn! Is this guy too arrogant? With so many of us, he's not backing down at all. Does he really have confidence or is he just showing off? One survivor grumbled. He's probably a tough guy. Oomph, it's not like the peaceful society before. This kid dares to challenge us like this. He's not afraid we'll pull him down and beat him to death with sticks. What do you mean? Are you going to teach them a lesson? Don't talk nonsense. Nowadays, anyone daring to act alone outside is not simple. That kid is likely an Esper. When it comes to Espers, it's beyond our capability to handle. We should inform Brother Dong and let him deal with it, a more composed survivor said. A young man honestly said, but there are two of them, not just one lone ranger. The composed survivor remains silent. Doesn't that prove they're not ordinary, idiot? If it were you, would you dare ride an electric scooter with a girl in a crisis-filled street? The honest young man shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Well, that settles it. Let's go, inform Brother Dong. In fact, they didn't need to inform anyone, as the leader of this group of survivors had already spotted Yang Chen and his companion. A middle-aged man in casual clothes, puffing on a cigarette, stood in front of them, smiling. Gentlemen, take it easy. In Yang Chen's telepathic perception, this was a quail egg-level Esper. Until the other party showed clear hostility, Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to fight. He wasn't looking to make enemies with the whole world, just wherever he went. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I'm Wang Jindong, from the shelter team in Huaxi district. Both of you are Espers, right? Since the apocalypse, Wang Jindong. No, all Espers had significantly improved in perception and observation skills. Wang Jindong sensed a faint killing intent from Yang Chen, and from his confident and calm demeanor, he judged him to be someone not to be trifled with. Probably an Esper. As for Chen Jiai, Wang Jindong didn't sense much. But it all boiled down to the same thing. Asking a question wouldn't hurt. If they were two wild Espers, he could try to recruit them. After all, in this disaster period, every Esper was an extremely rare resource. Only people like Yang Chen, who had a system, didn't take Espers seriously. That's right. Hearing Yang Chen's admission, Wang Jindong's eyes lit up, and his attitude became more friendly. Are you two here to look for supplies? If you need anything, just let me know. I can have someone help you search, as this Grand Runflower is quite large. It would probably waste a lot of time for just the two of you to search. Yang Chen shook his head. That's not necessary. How long will it take for you to move out? Wang Jindong took a deep breath and smiled. Who would ever complain about having too many supplies? As long as we have the energy, we keep moving. Until we've emptied this large supermarket. That makes sense. In the apocalypse, the more supplies, the better. No one would complain about having too few supplies, not even Yang Chen. You don't have to bother, Yang Chen smiled. We'll go in and see what we need ourselves. All right. Wang Jindong didn't refuse but instead showed goodwill. Once you're inside, just say you're from Huaxi community. That way, the other two survivor teams won't bother you. But remember, nothing is absolute, so be careful. Hearing this, Yang Chen was somewhat surprised and curious. Are you saying not everyone here is with you? Of course not, Wang Zhendong smiled. Apart from our Huaxi community, there are survivors from the Third People's Hospital and the Old City District. Be cautious, the people from the Old City District are a bit fierce. Our reputation in Huaxi community might not mean much to them. If you have conflicts with them, come to me, and I'll help you out. Wang Zhendong didn't mind playing the role of a babysitter to win over these two wild ability users. He even hoped that the fierce ones from the Old City District would provoke these two, so he could step in and make them owe him a favor. However, Wang Zhendong was just thinking about it. He didn't have any ulterior motives. Before the apocalypse, he was a retired soldier, with top-notch qualities and behavior. It could be said that he was more upright than 90% of the survivors in the apocalypse. Thanks. Yang Chen waved his hand and entered the Grand Runhua with Chen Jai. What are you looking at? Hurry up and start moving the goods. If you're slow, the other two teams will have taken everything. Wang Zhendong shouted impatiently. The surrounding survivors who were watching the commotion continued working with smiles on their faces. Inside the supermarket, the first floor housed areas for fruits, fresh produce, snacks, vegetables, daily necessities, semi-finished prepared foods, and more. Brother Yang Chen, I'm going to check the sanitary pads section. My sister said the brand she usually uses isn't among the ones you collected. I'll see if they have it here, Chen Jai said with a smile. Yang Chen was taken aback. What? After collecting so many supermarkets, so many brands of sanitary pads, none of them are the one she likes? Chen Jai stuck out her tongue. Brother Yang Chen, the supermarkets and convenience stores you collected from mostly carry well-known brands. Many stores have duplicates, and the one my sister uses is quite hard to find. I see, Yang Chen realized. Then go ahead. Just call me if you need anything. Okay. Yang Chen went to the seasoning area. Layagama chili sauce, hot pot base, sea salt, black pepper sauce, various spices, anything he didn't have, Yang Chen stored in his infinite space. After collecting the seasonings, Yang Chen went to the beverage section. On the other side, Chen Jai was carefully searching in the sanitary pads section. Soon, she spotted a familiar packaging. Found it! She threw all the sanitary pads from that packaging into the shopping cart. Then she picked some others she thought were good and added them. At that moment, several unfamiliar voices sounded nearby. Move your asses faster. There's only so much supplies. If you're slow, you'll be left with nothing. Damn it! Each one of you moves like a woman. Have you used up all your strength on women's bellies? Move faster. A fierce voice came from the side. Chen Jai looked over and saw a bald, muscular man pointing in a direction, cursing and grumbling, with a menacing scar on his shoulder. Sensing her gaze, the scarred bald man looked at Chen Jai, his eyes lighting up. Where did this beauty come from? Why didn't I see her before? The scar-faced bald man's companions exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. One of them stepped forward and said, "She's probably not one of ours, all our people are men. She must be from the other two surviving teams. Damn, they're really something, bringing along a delicate lady to search for supplies. With those thin arms and legs, she can't even carry supplies. What's the use?" The scar-faced bald man slapped the speaker on the back of the head, grinned slyly, and leered at Chen Jai. "What's the use? Plenty. I wonder who's enjoying themselves so much. Young lady, which survivor team are you from? Do you want to come with Uncle? Uncle has plenty of food at home, you won't go hungry." Chen Jai rolled her eyes in silence. Not again. Are beautiful women always targeted by malicious people when they go out? It's true. Even before the apocalypse, there were some creepy guys who followed girls around, took photos, and engaged in shameless activities. With the apocalypse, order collapsed, laws vanished, morals decayed, and many people's hearts twisted, no longer their former selves, leading to more of such incidents. Chen Jai said, "Can't you come up with something more meaningful? I'm tired of hearing such empty words." During her time at Light and Shadow University, Chen Jai had grown accustomed to such vulgar language. In the past, she would have been angry to hear such words, but now she was immune. As Yang Qing'a would say, why bother about the words of a dying person? He's about to die, so why argue with him? The scar-faced bald man approached Chen Jai. "Hey, young lady, you look so tender, I can't bear to see you being mistreated by other men. Just follow me, and I promise to make you live comfortably in the post-apocalyptic world." "Okay, can you hold my hand then?" Chen Jai smiled, a very innocent and easily deceived smile. Watching her extend her fair hand, Sang Biao secretly swallowed his saliva, feeling a sudden heat and restlessness in his heart. Obedient, follow me, and I'll make sure you live a luxurious life in the apocalypse." As he spoke, Sang Biao, with a lecherous look, walked towards Chen Jai. Just as he was about to grab Chen Jai's hand, Chen Jiayi's small hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and a blazing red flame ignited on her delicate fist. A punch was thrown, directly hitting Sang Biao's chest. The tremendous force made Sang Biao retreat more than 10 meters, only managing to stop his body by grabbing onto the shelves on both sides. "Humph, you still dare to think about me, you can't even compare to a single finger of my brother Yang Qing'e, humph." Chen Jiayi snorted, her face filled with pride when mentioning Yang Qing'e. Sang Biao staggered to stabilize himself, looking down at the still burning red flames on his chest, his face becoming extremely gloomy, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Chen Jiayi had put all her strength into that punch. Even though Sang Biao was a quail egg-level esper, he didn't feel good after being hit by that punch. At that moment, he only felt waves of intense pain from the impact site. The red flames seemed to cling to his bones like maggots, unable to be extinguished. "Esper?" Sang Biao's face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Alright, you've been careless and didn't dodge. A young person like you actually ambushed a man in his 40s, how dishonorable. Since you won't accept my goodwill, don't blame me for getting rough. Just an esper. I've killed plenty before." Sang Biao activated his esper ability. His body shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, his flesh and blood transformed into bronze. Yet, even so, the burning red flames continued to scorch Sang Biao, showing no signs of extinguishing. Sang Biao was stunned. What kind of flames were these? Even in his bronze state, he couldn't put them out. "Looks like I'll have to kill you to extinguish these flames. Such a pity, she's so pretty, I can't bear to do this." Sang Biao no longer hesitated, he sprinted forward, swinging his hard iron fist towards Chen Jiayi's head. Just as Chen Jiayi was about to summon the Phoenix Song World Flame for a long-range attack, trying to pull this big guy away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a hand blocking the incoming iron fist. Sang Biao retracted his fist, grimly saying, "Kid, get lost, this is none of your business here." Yang Chen said, "Today, you will die here." Sang Biao replied, Sang Biao, don't believe in fate in my whole life, I rely solely on my own strength." "What, you want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't move me. Sang Biao, I seek death." Yang Chen moved his wrist. I've never heard such a punchable request in my life. The commotion attracted many people, including survivors from the Huaxi community. They immediately took action upon seeing the two individuals who had just been at the door, the young man and woman whom their own Dongda had approached. When Wang Jindong learned of this, he immediately stood up from his recliner, his relaxed expression disappearing, replaced by shock and nervousness. "What? How did they get into a confrontation with Sang Biao?" His subordinate said. It seems Sang Biao took a liking to the young man's girlfriend, planned to snatch her, and then the young man fought back. "Lead the way." Wang Jindong turned and walked towards the Durunhua gate, saying, "Sang Biao is no good guy, he even ate in prison a few years ago, he's a total madman, and his strength is not low. If that kid is up against Sang Biao, he's likely to get beaten." Those two wild ability users were the ones Wang Jindong wanted to recruit, so he couldn't just watch them die at the hands of Sang Biao. He knew how strong Sang Biao was, similar to himself in level, easily defeating ordinary ability users. Even he could only rely on his physical skills to suppress Sang Biao. Just as Wang Jindong worried about Yang Chen and the others, bang, 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 bang. Sang Biao was pinned down by Yang Chen, his arms crossed in defense. Yang Chen's fists were burning with blood-red flames, pounding Sang Biao relentlessly. With Yang Chen's current strength, Sang Biao was like a chicken in his hands. This was the confidence of an orange-tier peak. Sang Biao was going crazy. How could this kid be so strong? Each punch hitting him felt like being struck by a speeding bullet train. He couldn't defend himself, just barely holding on at the moment. If you looked closely, his crossed arms were already deformed. If he were to release his Copper Man state now, Sang Biao's arms would definitely be crippled, and his internal organs would be shattered. "You call yourself Sang Biao? Daring to bully my woman. Today, I'll turn you into a trademark." Yang Chen could have instinctively killed Sang Biao, but he didn't. Killing him outright would be too easy. Wrong. Young man, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed, offended this young lady. Please don't hit me, can't I apologize to you? If apologies worked, would I still need to? Forget it, give me the West Inner. Feeling Yang Chen's icy killing intent, Sang Biao panicked. The kid was right, he was probably going to die here today. He hurriedly said, "Young man, don't be impulsive. I'm Sang Biao from the Hong'an Footbath City in the Old City area. My boss is Hong Jia. If you kill me, Hong Jia won't let you off. I'm not afraid of death, let her come." Yang Chen had had enough. He gathered his strength and fiercely punched Sang Biao's head. His copper head was instantly flattened by Yang Chen. When Wang Jindong arrived, he witnessed this shocking scene. Damn! This Wang Jindong was stunned. The troublesome Sang Biao, in his eyes, was beaten to death by this kid with a flurry of punches. You should know that the physical body of Sang Biao's bronze statue was very tough. How did this kid manage to beat Sang Biao to death with his fists? Could he be a power-type esper? Wang Jindong could tell at a glance that Yang Chen didn't have any martial arts skills. The punches just now were just ordinary straight punches. There was no technique involved. Therefore, Wang Jindong concluded that this kid didn't know any martial arts at all. It's really surprising that he beat the master to death with random punches. This kind of strength should be on par with a leader. Wang Jindong's mind started to work quickly. He thought of the magical peach tree rooted in the outskirts. If he could recruit this person to join their camp, they would definitely gain a significant advantage in the process of competing for the peach tree. Wang Jindong had already started organizing his words, preparing to invite Yang Chen and the others to join them. Even if they couldn't join them, they could still cooperate. Wang Jindong's guess was not wrong. Yang Chen indeed didn't know any martial arts. The military boxing he learned during university military training was almost forgotten. Not only Wang Jindong, but all the survivors around who witnessed this scene were shocked. The leader of one of the 3 major survivor teams in the old city area was actually beaten to death by a young man? This scene was so shocking that they all began to doubt their own eyes. But Sang Biao, lying flat on the ground with a flattened head, was not joking. So all of this was real. The survivors from the old city area's faces changed color, and they quietly left the scene. Yang Chen's palm was pressed against Sang Biao's flattened head. A warm stream entered his body. Along with the entry of the warm stream, Yang Chen's crystal nucleus finally grew to the size of a cantaloupe. At this moment, Yang Chen's mind was clear, and he had a realization. He knew what to do next. Ding! Host killed the bronze owner. Do you want to extract the esper fruit? Extract, Yang Chen said calmly. He kicked Sang Biao's body and looked in the direction where Wang Jindong was. Here? Yang Chen smiled lightly and asked casually, do you know about the Hongyan footbath city in the old city area? Wang Jindong approached and nodded. I know, Sang Biao comes from the Hongyan footbath city in the old city area. Their leader is someone called Hong Jia, whose strength is similar to our leaders. It is said that Esper can control blood. Control blood? Yang Chen didn't believe that Hong Jia's crystal nucleus had also reached the cantaloupe level. If not, she posed no threat to him. Even if she had, Yang Chen could easily suppress her. The gap between different Espers was significant. Just the ability to control blood was not enough to cause trouble in front of his powerful Esper abilities. How many Espers do they have? How many ordinary people are there? Where exactly are they located? Upon hearing this, Wang Jindong was taken aback and asked, what do you want to do? I killed Sang Biao. Does that mean I have a feud with this Hong Jie? Yes. Shouldn't I settle this matter with her? Whether to settle it peacefully or through conflict, you should discuss it. No need for that trouble, Wang Jindong smiled. The day after tomorrow, we will all gather at the peach forest in the western outskirts of the city. You can discuss it there. The peach forest in the western outskirts of the city? There did seem to be an area where peach trees were planted. It was contracted by a big boss in Zhengcheng. But why go there? Was there something special about it? Since the topic of the peach forest was brought up, Wang Jindong didn't intend to continue chatting. He got straight to the point. Young man, I see that you have good strength, and you should be on par with our leader. Are you a lone wolf or do you already have a team of survivors? Yang Chen understood the implication in his words. He wanted to recruit him. Yang Chen replied straightforwardly, I'll pass on joining you. I have my own team. All right. Wang Jindong sighed with some regret. There is a cooperation opportunity that I'm not sure if you would be interested in. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Tell me about it. Wang Jindong continued. Some time ago, a supernatural being obtained a magical peach from a peach forest in the western outskirts of the city. Let's call it the spirit peach for now. He mentioned that after eating the peach, depleted energy and strength were instantly restored, fatigue vanished, and even injuries improved. He said there is a giant peach tree in the center of that peach forest, reaching 100 meters high with a canopy spreading 500 meters, and the spirit peach was picked from there. There are still many of these peaches on that tree. However, there are many mutant beasts lurking nearby, and he alone couldn't snatch the spirit peach from so many mutant beasts. So, he spread the word, preparing to unite everyone's strength to deal with those mutants and secure the spirit peach tree for us humans. The spirit peach tree? It should be a mutant plant like the zombie tree. Just that their mutations go in different directions. Yang Chen teased. Wang Jindong waved it off. It's just a code name. If you prefer, you can call it energy fruit or magical peach. Fair enough, Yang Chen nodded with a light smile. I'm in for the cooperation. What about the specific location and time? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhendong's expression brightened, then it settled. You two will be considered part of our Huashi Survivors Sanctuary. After all, there will be quite a few supernatural beings participating, and once we clear out the mutant beasts, it will be time to share the benefits. Alright, Yang Chen agreed, just a collaboration, not joining them. Wang Zhendong added, the specific location is at the Shuangshuan Peach Orchard in the western outskirts of the city. You should know it, being a local of Jiangchang. The time is set for the day after tomorrow. During this time, everyone will be rallying powerful supernatural beings. Dealing with the mutant beasts is one thing, but when it comes to distributing the benefits, having a strong fist and a stronger voice will be advantageous. Understood, Yang Chen replied. I got it. We'll meet at the entrance of Shuangshuan Peach Orchard then. Great, haha, Wang Zhendong laughed heartily. You guys carry on. Feel free to take any resources you fancy here. With your strength, you have nothing to fear from anyone. Oh, should I arrange for someone to get you a large truck? That won't be necessary, Yang Chen declined. Alright then, Wang Zhendong left. Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi continued browsing in the Darren flower. If they found something they liked and didn't have, they would toss it into the infinite space. Yang Chen hadn't counted how much stuff he had in his possession. All he knew was that he had a lot, more than enough for the 6 of them to live comfortably. After collecting the resources, Yang Chen bid farewell to Wang Zhendong and left with Chen Jiayi. On the second floor of Darren Flower, a gloomy young man stood by the window, watching Yang Chen and the others leave. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, pondering something. He was the second in command of the Old City Survivors team. After Sang Biao's death, he became the leader. Daring to kill the supernatural beings of my Hongyan sanctuary, you better be prepared for Red Sister's retaliation. With the increasing number of supernatural abilities, the divine level wood element ability, apart from being used against mutant plants, was invisible most of the time. The protagonist would definitely use the most powerful ability. Currently, the most powerful abilities were the Red Lotus Fire, the Dominator of Gold, with early-stage spatial abilities being the most mobile, and the Psychic ability for reconnaissance. The protagonist had already reached the forefront of humanity, belonging to the strongest one. Alright, 3 updates today. Please support with comments, adding to your reading list, and free gifts during the trial period. Data is crucial for a book during this testing phase. Thank you all. That's it, signing off. Ju, why didn't you say that in front of that kid just now? It would have been so imposing and domineering, a curious young man asked. The youth was taken aback, looking at the young man with a look of disbelief. Didn't I say I don't want to get beaten up? I might end up like Sang Biao. The young man suddenly realized, oh, so Ju, you're afraid of getting beaten up. The youth remained silent. Are you doing this on purpose? Someone, punish him by not giving him dinner tonight? The young man said. The young man stayed silent. They wandered outside for a few more hours. As the time approached 5 in the afternoon, Yang Chen returned to the Jinqiu City residential area with Chen Jiayi. Teleporting back home, they found Lin Jinyun and the other 3 women already back. They had finished bathing, smelling fresh, and were playing cards in the living room in their pajamas. Seeing Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi return, Lin Jinyun immediately put down her cards, stood up with a mature and graceful posture, and greeted them, "You're back. Tell us about your day." Hey, Jinyun, stop stalling and take your cards back. We haven't finished this round yet. Tisk tsk, as the landlord, your cards are so bad. Jinyun, your luck is like a cow flying on a plane, amazing. Jinyun, don't change the subject, you lost this round. Lin Jinyun chuckled, you guys are ganging up on me, huh? Let me tell you, my little brother is back, you troublemakers better not mess with me. Yang Chen chuckled, you're back early. Did you encounter any mutant beasts today? How many were there outside? Lin Jinyun then recounted their experiences outside with the 24 mutant beasts they encountered near Jinqiu City, mostly mutant cats and dogs, with some snakes, spiders, and other mutant beasts among them. They divided the warm streams equally, each receiving 6 portions. Lin Jinyun's crystal nucleus had reached the level of a tangerine. Chen Jiaya, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan's crystal nuclei were slightly smaller, just reaching the size of quail eggs. However, at this rate, they were progressing quickly. By the time they moved, their crystal nuclei were estimated to reach the level of oranges. Apart from hunting mutant beasts for warm streams, they also encountered 7 or 8 survivor teams formed by ruffians and rogues. These rogues had ill intentions towards Lin Jinyun and the other 3 women, but they were quickly dealt with by the women, shooting them with pistols. That was all that happened. They arrived home at 3:30, a bit earlier than Yang Chen and Chen Jiayi. I'm going to take a shower first, Yang Chen said, grabbing clean clothes and heading to the bathroom. Chen Jiaya nudged her sister, go on, give Yang Chen a massage. Ha? Oh, okay. Chen Jia blinked innocently, blushed, nodded, and followed suit. In the bathroom, the shower head sprayed warm water as Yang Chen let it flow over him. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the mysterious area where the crystal nucleus resided. Following his instincts, Yang Chen slowly broke down the melon-sized crystal nucleus, turning it into twinkling starlight shining in the dark space. The twinkling starlight then gathered before him, forming a dazzling and radiant picture. The picture displayed 9 stars against a backdrop resembling the universe. The vivid depiction of the stars and cosmic background was mesmerizing, dreamlike, and breathtakingly beautiful. 8 of the stars appeared lifeless in shades of gray, with only the first one shining brightly. As the picture replaced his crystal nucleus in his consciousness, Yang Chen felt a comfortable warmth nurturing his body, enhancing his physical attributes exponentially. The energy used to unleash the power of the ability has increased by at least 10 times. Yang Chen, holding the scroll, experienced a surge in strength at this moment, at least 10 or 20 times stronger than the core formation period. Is this the change brought about by core transformation? Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Chen's face showed a comfortable and content expression. Now I can at least fight 2 or 3 dozen of my melon-grade selves. This scroll shines brightly with 9 stars embellishing it, set against a background of the starry universe. Let's call this scroll the star map for now. The core is the first stage for ability users, so the star map is the second stage for ability users. Yang Chen opened his eyes and was stunned by the scene before him. What are you doing? Nothing. Just tidying up for you. Yang Chen. Scrub. After taking a bath, advancing to the second stage, Yang Chen was beaming with joy, smiling at everything he saw. Awesome. 6 o'clock arrived, and a thick fog descended. Lin Jinyun had already prepared dinner with her sisters early on. Yang Chen, the lord of the clear soup, just needed to sit down and eat. Today's menu: black pepper steak with pasta for everyone, unlimited refills of steak, fruit and vegetable salad to keep up with vitamins, and finally, red wine to ease the tense atmosphere of the post-apocalyptic world. Dinner is simple. Just eat whatever. Yang Chen chuckled. If those survivors still struggling in poverty knew about his words, they would definitely curse him out. Damn, we are still living in dire straits, and you're talking about a simple dinner. Just eat whatever. So heartless, so inhumane. Lin Jinyun gave Yang Chen a look. Don't say that outside. I'm afraid someone might not be able to resist hitting you. Yang Chen grinned, unfazed. It's okay, they can't beat me. Ding. Investing in Lin Jinyun's black pepper steak, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 black pepper steaks. Ding. Investing in Yang Chan's pasta, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 portions of pasta. Ding. Investing in Chen Jiao's fruit and vegetable salad, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 portions of fruit salad. Ding. After finishing the meal, Yang Chen was almost deafened by the system's notification sounds. After dinner, he pulled Lu Ruyan and Yang Chan into the living room. Here are the water element ability fruit and wood element ability fruit. You two discuss and divide them. Yang Chen placed 2 ability fruits on the coffee table. One was sky blue, the other emerald green. The 2 best friends glanced at each other and quickly made a decision. Yang Chan, I'll take the water element ability fruit. Lu Ruyan, then. I'll take the wood element ability fruit. The 2 friends each swallowed their respective ability fruits. Sitting on the carpet, they began to absorb the ability fruits. Ding. Investing in Yang Chan's water element ability fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Please choose between 10,000 water element ability fruits and the divine water element ability Milky Way weak water. Ding. Investing in Lu Ruyan's healing element ability fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 healing element ability fruits. Ha! Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. The emerald green ability fruit turned out not to be wood element but healing element. Healing element was also classified as a special ability. It belonged to the same category as telekinesis. It seems that simply distinguishing elemental ability fruits and special ability fruits by color is not 100% accurate. Yang Chen pondered. Just like this time, the wood element ability fruit was green. The healing element ability fruit was also green. Similarly, for red. Normally, everyone would think that a red ability fruit belonged to the fire element. What if there was a special ability in the category of red laser eyes? Anything is possible. In a world of catastrophe and emerging abilities, having laser eyes wouldn't be too surprising. Giving the second ability fruit to the 2 girls, Yang Chen also wanted to conduct an experiment. He wanted to see how the enhancement of power would manifest under the star map state. Yang Chen speculated that it should be based on the number of stars lit up. But without seeing it for real, Yang Chen couldn't be sure. At the same time, the water-based ability fruit was related to the super divine level ability, the God of Elements. In order to possess the God of Elements as soon as possible, it was definitely better for the water-based ability fruit to be consumed early on. Divine level abilities could only bring peace of mind when they were on oneself. Better safe than sorry. Moreover, last night he only gave Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan the telepathic perception ability fruit, so today he had the perfect opportunity to give them the suitable ones. Half an hour later, the two girls completed their evolution. Yang Chen also successfully awakened the divine level water-based ability, the Milky Way's weak water. At the same time, he got the answer he wanted. On his star map, the second gray star had already been lit up by 1/10. Just as he had guessed. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan opened their eyes, feeling the changes in their bodies. They were overwhelmed with joy, with happy smiles on their pretty and delicate faces. Great, they were both dual ability holders now. When they found out today that among the 5 women, only the 2 of them were single ability holders, the 2 girls felt quite embarrassed. They felt that their status was lower than Lin Jinyun, Chen Jia, and Chen Jia. In Yang Chen's eyes, these 3 women were not as important. Yang Chan thought that perhaps Yang Chen had a grudge against them because of something Lu Ruyan had said at the clinic that day, which led to his differential treatment. But now, it turned out that Yang Chen didn't have any bias against them. It was just that they hadn't received ability fruits before. Today, with the ability fruits given to them, the 2 girls naturally believed that Yang Chen's previous omission of the second ability fruit was not due to bias, but rather because it was unavailable. They felt happy and their sense of belonging to Yang Chen deepened. In fact, they didn't know that there were countless ability fruits in Yang Chen's infinite space. But some were not suitable for girls, like ironization, copperization, rubberization, petrification, and so on. Today, they got some new ones. Naturally, they were given to the 2 girls. Yang Chen probably didn't expect that his actions inadvertently deepened the sense of belonging for the 2 girls. Yang Chen held Yang Chen's arm and coquettishly said, "Yang Chen, come to our room tonight." Lu Ruyan also said, "Yes, yes." No, Yang Chen shook his head. "Tonight, you 2 go to the children's room, leave the master bedroom for me." The 2 girls. Well, this guy's true love was indeed his Aunt Lin. With the completion of the ability awakening and the strengthening of their powers, their entertainment activities began. The 6 of them removed the coffee table, laid soft blankets on the floor, placed snacks and drinks on the sofa, and watched horror movies on TV while enjoying their snacks. Sometimes, when someone got scared, they would suddenly jump into Yang Chen's arms. As the time approached dawn, it was time to rest. Everyone went back to their own rooms. The next day, everyone continued with the arrangements from yesterday. Yang Chen led the team to collect the listed supplies. Lin Jinyun took the remaining 3 girls to hunt and level up against mutant beasts nearby. However, today, the person following Yang Chen changed from Chen Jia to Yang Chan. On the rugged road, Yang Chen held Yang Chan tightly, pressed against him, and said, "Gasoline, purified water, and hardware tools were collected by Jia and me yesterday. Today, our main targets are the equipment depots of the police station or the armed forces and the building materials market." Yang Chan responded, "I got it." Yang Chen still knew the exact location of the armory. "It's on Dahua Road. Just keep going straight along this road in front of you." Riding a small electric scooter, Yang Chen turned left expressionlessly. As they passed by a towering ancient tree, a largemouth flower suddenly emerged from the dense undergrowth, opening its mouth wide as if to bite Yang Chen and his companion. However, it froze when it was just 20 centimeters away from their shoulders. Its roots were not long enough. It couldn't reach. The petals of the largemouth flower shrank a bit and it had no choice but to retreat back into the bushes. Roar! As they passed a crossroads, roars echoed through the air. They looked towards the sound and saw a medium-sized supermarket entrance where a battle was taking place. 7 or 8 mutant beasts were roaring, 3 mutants were fighting them, and survivors in police uniforms were shooting with handguns. Further away, a group of survivors trembled as they hid. Police officers? Yang Chen, puzzled by the police uniforms they wore, asked, "Are they from the armed police department? Let's go, check it out." Yang Chen turned the scooter and headed over. The 3 mutants were clearly struggling against the 8 mutant beasts. As a 5-star good citizen, how could Yang Chen stand by and watch law enforcement officers die at the hands of these beasts? Seeing the approaching scooter, a female police officer in a black uniform with a handgun frantically waved at them and shouted, "Go! Get out of here! It's not safe, leave quickly." They were already struggling against the 8 raging mutant beasts. Getting rid of these beasts was troublesome. If 2 more clueless people showed up now, it would only make their situation worse. Yang Chen paid no attention to the female police officer's words. These mutants were already quite powerful. The strongest among them had reached the peak of the tangerine tier. They were on par with Wang Zhendong and the deceased Sang Biao. It had been 16 days since the apocalypse began, and the mutants should have evolved by now. The daring mutants probably already knew that killing evolved beings would grant them warmth. Similarly, as mutants grew stronger, mutant beasts and plants couldn't remain stagnant. They grew stronger too. Yang Chen parked the scooter next to the female police officer and asked, "Need help?" Paid help, of course. The female police officer was surprised at first, then delighted. "Are you mutants?" Yang Chen nodded. The female police officer was thrilled. "Great, we need your help. These 8 mutant beasts are too strong. Please assist our mutants in the evacuation." "Sure." Yang Chen looked at the 8 mutant beasts. Sensing Yang Chen's killing intent and threat, 2 of the mutant beasts immediately separated from the group and menacingly approached him, baring their teeth and glaring viciously, full of bloodthirsty ferocity. One of the mutant dogs still had shreds of flesh on its bared teeth. Yang Chen didn't use his abilities. He wanted to see how strong his physical strength had become. He had felt a significant enhancement in his physical body yesterday, but he didn't have a clear idea of how much it had increased. He needed to experiment. Woof! Meow! The mutant dog and cat both roared. Their powerful limbs moved swiftly as they charged towards Yang Chen at high speed. However, Yang Chen stood still. This made the surrounding police officers assisting in the battle anxious. The female police officer shouted, "Hey! Don't just stand there, move away quickly." She thought Yang Chen was momentarily stunned by the speed of the mutant beasts. Seeing the mutant beast approaching Yang Chen's head, the female police officer couldn't help but shout anxiously, trying to warn Yang Chen of the imminent threat. What they didn't know was that the mutated beasts, which seemed extremely fast in their eyes, appeared slow as a grandma walking in Yang Chen's eyes, making it impossible for him to be caught off guard. Just as the 2 mutated beasts pounced towards him, Yang Chen's whip-like legs swiftly struck out at a speed almost imperceptible to ordinary people. Bang! The mutated cat was hit on its side, its massive body flying in the opposite direction of the leg's attack. The mutated dog was also sent flying by the impact from the mutated cat. The 2 mutated beasts crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding for over 10 meters. The female police officer was dumbfounded. The other armed officers around were also stunned. Matsagape, they stared blankly at the flying mutated beasts. Such ferocious mutated beasts. And there were 2 of them. He actually repelled them with just 1 kick? But there didn't seem to be any special ability. Could it be some kind of powerful physical ability? The female police officer was speechless. The mutated dog managed to shake its head and stand up, but the mutated cat seemed to have broken ribs from the hit. It staggered to its feet unsteadily. If that kick had hit its head, I wonder if it would have exploded the mutated cat's head, Yang Chen thought to himself. He casually walked towards the 2 mutated beasts. The mutated beasts roared, their fierce eyes fixed on Yang Chen. No retreat. No escape. The mutated cat leaped up. Its sharp claws aimed straight for Yang Chen's neck. Yang Chen remained unfazed, simply throwing a punch. Bang! The fist collided with the claws. The claws were directly smashed into a pulp. The punch continued unabated, directly disabling one of the mutated cat's limbs. As the fist neared the mutated cat's head, it changed into a grab, seizing the mutated cat's head. Applying force with his palm, the mutated cat's head shattered with a bang. A warm flow entered his body, merging into the star map within his consciousness. The second star was lit up slightly. It was nothing compared to the immense warmth brought by awakening the divine-level water ability yesterday. It would take about 10 times this level of warmth to match the divine-level water ability's impact. It seemed that lighting up the remaining 8 stars would be a daunting task. However, his physical body was quite strong. He had collided with the sharp claws of the mutated cat without any harm. His fist remained intact. This was just the enhancement brought by leveling up. What if there was another boost to his physical body? If Yang Chen remembered correctly, didn't his infinite space still have a fruit that enhanced physical attributes? He would look for it tonight. With the mutated cat dealt with, Yang Chen turned his attention to the mutated dog. The mutated dog whimpered, tucking its tail between its legs and trying to run away. But would Yang Chen let it escape? With a flash, he grabbed the mutated dog's head, pinning its massive body, comparable to that of a water buffalo, to the ground. Bang! The head exploded. A warm flow entered his body, merging into the star map. The scene of Yang Chen effortlessly killing the 2 mutated beasts was truly shocking. It left the 3 other ability users on the other side, who were locked in a fierce battle with 6 mutated beasts, deeply questioning themselves. Why was he so strong? How much warmth had he absorbed? These were questions they couldn't comprehend. After dealing with the mutated dog and cat, Yang Chen turned his attention to the remaining 6 mutated beasts. He assisted the 3 ability users from the armed forces in killing these 6 mutated beasts. He left 3 of them as corpses for them, giving the remaining 3 to Yang Chen to absorb happily. With the battle resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before Yang Chen appeared, they had thought the losses this time would be devastating. They might have even lost some of the ability users. But thankfully, this heaven-sent warrior arrived just in time. A last-minute save. A burly man with a crew cut looked at Yang Chen and smiled. "Hello, I'm the armed team leader Su Tianyang. Thank you for assisting us in killing the mutant beast just now. Otherwise, we might have suffered casualties." Yang Chen waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing." Su Tianyang chuckled heartily and politely said, "Regardless, we have to thank you. Our armed department is not far from here. How about coming over to take a rest at our place?" Yang Chen's lips curled up slightly as he lightly replied, "That suits me." Su Tianyang was taken aback. "Brother, was your target originally our armed department?" "Exactly. So, what do you want at our armed department? Seeking refuge? With your strength, it seems like you don't need protection. At a time like this, what do you think one would want by going to the armed department?" Su Tianyang pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of a possibility. "Is your target the equipment storage?" Yang Chen nodded, openly admitting it. Regardless of Su Tianyang's reaction, he must get his hands on the weapons in the armed department's equipment storage by any means necessary. It all depended on Su Tianyang's attitude now. Su Tianyang looked somewhat embarrassed and said frankly, "Brother, it's not that I'm stingy, but in the current situation, survivors carrying guns are definitely for self-defense. If we had any to spare, considering your help today, we would definitely give you some. The key is, we don't have any either." Perhaps afraid that Yang Chen wouldn't believe him, Su Tianyang added, "The equipment storage in the armed department has a crucial area with a security door that rivals the vault door of a bank. It can't be opened without a key or the minister's identity card. On the day of the outbreak, the minister happened to be away from the armed department, so we couldn't open the equipment storage. If we could, we wouldn't be using these shoddy things." With that, Su Tianyang gestured for Yang Chen to look at the small guns everyone was holding. Indeed, they couldn't compare to the weapons in a regular armed department. Hearing this, Yang Chen was somewhat surprised and curiously asked, "Even the superhumans couldn't get in?" Su Tianyang replied, "My ability is gravity manipulation, which doesn't have much effect on the security door. My other 2 companions have speed and invisibility abilities, but they also can't get into the equipment storage. There are a few other superhumans in the compound, but none can bypass the thick and hard alloy security door." Listening to Su Tianyang, Yang Chen suddenly understood and casually said, "That's fine, I'll go in and get it later, and I'll share some with you guys." Upon hearing this, Su Tianyang exclaimed in delight, "Brother, your ability can get in? That's great. There are quite a few weapons in the equipment storage, and high-caliber firearms can cause harm to mutant beasts, which is a great help to us now. If you can bring them out, it would be a huge favor to us. I'll make the call. You can freely choose the weapons in the equipment storage. Forget about rules. What time is it now? Special circumstances call for special measures. Are they going to let those weapons gather dust in the storage just because of rules? Firearms are still effective against superhumans and mutant beasts at this stage. Except for a few abilities related to defense, superhumans or mutant beasts will bleed if hit by high-caliber bullets, and some with fragile defenses can be torn apart. There is an anti-material sniper rifle in the equipment storage. If you ambush unexpectedly from several hundred meters away, the anti-material sniper rifle can kill superhumans or mutant beasts." Su Tianyang's words had a slight flaw. What if this young man in front of him took away most of the firearms? Su Tianyang quickly added, "Of course, brother, you see, we have quite a few people here, so when it comes to distributing weapons, you see. Be merciful and leave us more. After all, we still have 300 to 400 survivors in our armed department, and protecting them requires a large amount of security forces." "Sure." Yang Chen readily agreed. Quantity was not an issue on his end. Even if there is only one of each weapon, he can conjure up tens of millions of them. The return on investment can be multiplied by 10,000 times. That's how awesome it is. Moreover, Su Tianyang's attitude is also good, speaking in a negotiating tone, which makes Yang Chen very comfortable. Finally, there is no idiot jumping out to sing a different tune with him. 8 mutant beasts were dealt with. Su Tianyang and their survivor team still need to collect supplies. The survivors who had been hiding far away all came back and started moving supplies from the supermarket. They found a box truck, and the survivors began to busily unload boxes of supplies, stacking them neatly on the truck. Su Tianyang said to the other two ability users, "You guys stay here and watch. I'll accompany Brother Yang back to the office to take care of something. If there's any situation, you must contact me immediately." "Okay. Su, you go ahead. We'll watch over things here." The two ability users smiled. Su Tianyang nodded, found a shared bike on the roadside, broke the lock, and rode off with Yang Chen to the armory. It wasn't far, about 2 kilometers. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the armory. Su Tianyang casually tossed the shared bike aside and said, "This is our armory shelter. Currently, we have 372 survivors in our shelter, not counting the 13 ability users. 8 of them are my comrades, and the remaining 5 were ordinary citizens before the disaster struck. Some awakened their abilities before the disaster, while others awakened their abilities after encountering the fruit of ability post-disaster. In addition to the ability users, we also have a 30-member armed defense team, 2 supply collection teams, each with 50 members, and the rest are just some survivors." As they walked, Su Tianyang introduced the situation of their shelter to Yang Chen. Speaking of which, this shelter had the largest number of people Yang Chen had ever seen in his shelter. "Oh, by the way," Su Tianyang curiously looked at Yang Chen, "Brother Yang, what ability did you awaken to be able to enter the equipment storage room locked with alloy doors?" Yang Chen mysteriously smiled, "You'll find out soon enough." "All right." Su Tianyang didn't continue to inquire further. "Open the door. It's me." Arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, Su Tianyang shouted at the closed iron gate. Clang! The iron gate opened. 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms smiled at Su Tianyang. "Captain, you're back." "Hey, Su, why are you the only one back?" "Yang Chen. Yang Chan. We are not human beings. What's with your looks?" Su Tianyang waved his hand. "They are all busy moving supplies. I came back early to take care of something. You two guard the gate well and report any situation promptly." "Yes." The 2 soldiers stood straight, saluting. The 3 entered the armory courtyard. The gate of the courtyard closed again. The 2 soldiers stood behind the gate, not looking around, as if it were still before the apocalypse. Su Tianyang led Yang Chen and Yang Chan to a building. At this moment, several people walked towards them. "Su Tianyang, why did you bring survivors back again? Didn't I say we have run out of food? Bringing them back is just adding to our burden." Before the person arrived, the accusing voice came. Su Tianyang's smiling face immediately fell, looking at the young man who led the group, displeased. "Jia Tianyi, I don't need a clerk like you to meddle in my affairs." "Clerk? If this were in the past, damn it, a clerk, could make you wash cars and logistics with just a word, do you believe it?" The young man, Jia Tianyi, sneered. His gaze fell on Yang Chen and the woman, his mouth twisted in displeasure. "This kid can still work as a laborer, but this woman is just a pure vase. Bringing her back will only add to the burden of the shelter. Su Tianyang, take these 2 back to where you brought them from. There's no place for them in the shelter." "Oof." Su Tianyang snorted coldly, not wanting to argue with Jia Tianyi now. This guy was transferred to their armed department by someone. If it weren't for that damn disaster of the apocalypse, he would have been promoted within a year. Don't ask why. The reason is that he has someone backing him up. Relying on his background, Jia Tianyi loafed around in the armed department all day, not working unless on a mission, acting like a big shot, just waiting to be promoted when the time comes. When chatting with colleagues, his words were full of arrogance and conceit. He loved showing off, enjoying it when others flattered him. After the apocalypse, this guy got lucky. He became a natural-born esper. Su Tianyang overlooked his past actions because of his esper abilities, considering him a valuable asset in combat. But what Su Tianyang didn't expect was that this guy ended up in logistics, managing the shelter's supplies and food. "Jia Tianyi, this Mr. Yang is an esper. His abilities can help us get weapons from the equipment warehouse. Don't interfere," Su Tianyang said. Hearing this, Jia Tianyi's eyes lit up immediately. As a member of the armed department, he had a rough idea of the types and quantities of equipment in the warehouse. It was full of treasures, much more powerful than the shabby guns they were currently using. If he could get his hands on all of it, arm his own people, then his fear of Su Tianyang would vanish. He could redefine his absolute position in the shelter. He wasn't interested in women. What fascinated him was power. Supreme power, ruling over everything, controlling the fate of others. It frustrated him that he couldn't even have complete control over a small armed shelter. Now, Jia Tianyi saw an opportunity. He started scheming in his heart. "Is that so?" Jia Tianyi looked at Yang Chen, his head held high, arrogantly saying, "You go and open the alloy security door of the equipment warehouse. Once you do that, I'll agree to let you join our shelter. As for this woman, considering you opened the equipment warehouse, I can make an exception and allow her to join as well." His tone sounded like he was ordering someone around. Jia Tianyi treated Yang Chen and the woman as ordinary espers and survivors seeking shelter, speaking arrogantly. This was his usual way of speaking. When dealing with people of lower status, his words were inevitably filled with arrogance. Yang Chen chuckled. "When did I say I wanted to join you guys?" "What?" Jia Tianyi doubted his ears. Someone didn't want to join their shelter? Did they not know where they were? The armed department. It could be said that besides the military district, it gathered the toughest people in the city. They were all here. The weapons here were the most abundant in the whole city apart from the military district. Although they were currently locked in the equipment warehouse and couldn't be taken out, they still had them. The security level of the armed department was top-notch. It was much safer than the shelters organized by ordinary civilians outside. And now this person said they didn't want to join them. Did they know what they were saying? Su Tianyang frowned unhappily. "Jia Tianyi, watch your tone. We have a cooperative relationship with Mr. Yang. Don't look down on others." "Cooperation?" Jia Tianyi scanned Su Tianyang and Yang Chen with his eyes. "If it's cooperation, there should be some kind of trade between you two, right? You can't just help yourself to the weapons in the equipment room for free." "Su Tianyang, what exactly did you promise this kid as a reward?" Su Tianyang opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Jia Tianyi interrupted. "You didn't promise him the weapons in the equipment room, did you?" "Yes." "Now, besides these ability users, the most valuable thing in the entire armory shelter is the equipment room stocked with a large number of weapons. The ability users don't care about anything else." Su Tianyang must have promised this kid the weapons in the equipment room. This undoubtedly touched a nerve with Jia Tianyi. He arrogantly believed that all the weapons in the equipment room belonged to him, and any distribution should be decided by him as the logistics minister. Yes, Su Tianyang didn't hide anything. He was straightforward and had nothing to hide. "I disagree," Jia Tianyi exclaimed. "Su Tianyang, you're the captain of the armed forces. Don't you know that firearms should not fall into the hands of ordinary people? You are violating discipline." Jia Tianyi didn't care about discipline at all. He just wanted to pick a fight with Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang replied, "But he's an ability user, not an ordinary person." Jia Tianyi retorted, "Do you think I don't know he's an ability user? Do you think I'm referring to this person as an ordinary person?" Su Tianyang continued, "And what time is it now? In our country, the purpose of firearms is to protect the people and shut up those who want to bully us. Now is the time for those weapons to come into play. Anyway, I disagree." Jia Tianyi pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Fine. I can agree, but after all the weapons are taken out, they must all be handed over to me, and then I will distribute them uniformly. This kid can only get a handgun and 10 bullets. Hey. Yang Chen was getting annoyed listening to the two argue. Can't they play happily anymore? How long are they going to argue? My time is precious. Yang Chen looked at Jia Tianyi and said, "I don't want to waste my time arguing with you here. The weapons in the equipment room are not for you to decide how much I can take. Since you don't agree with Captain Su's plan, that's fine. Anyway, no one can stop me from taking the weapons in the equipment room, and all the firearms inside are mine." "How dare you?" Jia Tianyi glared at Yang Chen. "Those things inside are mine. Don't you dare touch any of them." "Oh?" Jia Tianyi noticed the 2 alloy straight knives hanging from Yang Chen's waist and said, "You have controlled knives on you. Don't you know this is a prohibited item in Huaxia? I will now arrest you according to the law." Yang Chen sneered, "Idiot. How dare you insult me?" Bang! Yang Chen appeared in front of Jia Tianyi. In his astonished eyes, a slap grew larger and larger. Bang! Jia Tianyi was slapped by Yang Chen and flew out, hitting the wall hard on the side. "How dare you attack? This is an assault on law enforcement officers." Su Tianyang, as the captain of the armed forces, are you going to stand by and watch this madman act arrogantly in the armory? Jia Tianyi glared at Yang Chen, gritting his teeth. He, who was always proud, could not bear being slapped by someone. This was humiliation. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this before. He wanted to make this ignorant guy pay. Su Tianyang shrugged. "You were the one who started joking with him first." Seeing Su Tianyang not helping him, Jia Tianyi pounded the floor with his fist and shouted at the 2 ability users he had brought, "Go! Take down this kid for me. I want him dead." Before the outbreak of the disaster in the post-apocalyptic world, these 2 ability users were just ordinary citizens, but now they had joined forces with Jia Tianyi early on and regarded him as their leader. Now that the boss had given the order, these 2 ability users immediately stopped hesitating and activated their abilities, charging towards Yang Chen. One of them has the ability of fire manipulation. The other has the ability to burrow underground. The fire manipulators summoned fireballs, roaring towards Yang Chen's face. The burrower swiftly approached Yang Chen from below. Faced with attacks from above and below, Yang Chen remained calm. "How dare you!" Su Tianyang shouted displeased, but was stopped by Jia Tianyi as he took a step forward. Jia Tianyi frowned. "Su Tianyang, we are on the same side, yet you are helping an outsider. You are a two-faced traitor." Boom! The fireballs exploded in front of Yang Chen. Flames burst, thundering loudly. "Got him!" The fire manipulator smiled. However, when the flames dissipated, his smile froze on his face. Because Yang Chen was unharmed, not even a scratch on his clothes. How? How is this possible? How can you be completely unscathed? The fire manipulator was shocked, his pupils trembling. He knew the power of his fireballs, each explosion equivalent to a hand grenade. Yet this kid took 3 fireballs without a scratch. This was beyond belief. "And me!" The burrower appeared at Yang Chen's feet, leaping out with his dagger, only to meet a giant soul head-on. Thud! The burrower was stomped back underground. Yang Chen smirked. "You guys started it." The fire manipulator shivered, nervously stepping back. What do you want?" Swish swish swish. Metal straight blades materialized in front of the fire manipulator. The flying blades effortlessly pierced his flesh. He was sent flying, pinned to the wall. Blood trickled from his mouth, eyes wide with fear and regret. Why did he provoke this guy? The fire manipulator's head tilted. Dead. The whole place fell silent. Everyone, except Yang Chen, stared in shock. Dead. Someone died? No one expected death in this fight. Not even Su Tianyang anticipated Yang Chen's decisive actions. He killed without hesitation. This. Jia Tianyi glared at Su Tianyang. "Su Tianyang, this is the person you brought back. He killed our ability user. Do you know how precious an ability user is? You have to explain this. And you." Jia Tianyi turned angrily to Yang Chen, pointing forcefully. "You've got trouble now, I'm telling you. How dare you kill my ability user? Today, if you don't pay the price, don't even think about leaving the armed department." Yang Chen frowned. "I hate it when people point fingers at me." As he spoke, Yang Chen walked step by step towards Jia Tianyi, his footsteps on the floor sounding like muffled thunder, each step striking at Jia Tianyi's heart. What are you doing? Stay back, I'm an ability user too. I'm not afraid of you." Jia Tianyi nervously took 2 steps back. Deep down, he was unsure facing Yang Chen. Before the disaster, he was just a clerk. After awakening his ability post-disaster, he never engaged in combat. Jia Tianyi had 0 combat experience. Apart from basic moves, he was useless. He could handle ordinary people, relying on his powerful ability and enhanced physical attributes to easily overpower them. But when facing an equal-level ability user, every battle was a struggle for Jia Tianyi. Watching Yang Chen's cold gaze as he approached, Jia Tianyi roared, "Julie, how long are you going to hide underground? Get this kid for me now." Julie, the burrower's name. Hearing Jia Tianyi's call, Julie, hiding underground, clenched his teeth. Actually, his instinct was to refuse. The guy in front of him was stronger than him. If they were to face off again, Julie felt he was at risk of death. But thinking of Jia Tianyi's identity and everything he promised, Julie's heart was consumed by greed. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn it, let's fight it out. If things go south, I'll just run underground. Underground, no one can match my speed. And with the earth as cover, this kid won't be able to attack me through the ground." Julie made his move. He stealthily approached Yang Chen, leaping out of the ground when he was about 3 to 4 meters away, raising his dagger to stab at Yang Chen's neck from behind. Yang Chen didn't even turn his head, walking straight towards Jia Tianyi as if Julie's threat behind him didn't exist. Julie felt humiliated. "Don't underestimate me. Water Dragon Bullet. Go!" Suddenly, a pleasant shout came from behind Julie. Yang Chen saw Julie and immediately controlled the water dragon bullets that had already formed, shooting out like basketball-sized projectiles at lightning speed, reaching Julie's back with a whoosh. Bang! Caught off guard, Julie was sent sprawling on the ground. His clothes were visibly turning red at a rapid pace. After twitching a few times on the ground, Julie lay still. The power of the water dragon bullets was no less than that of a 100-pound object falling from 100 meters high. Struck 3 times in a row, Julie's internal organs were shattered, his skin hit by the powerful shockwaves, turning into a bloody mess. Yang Chen turned to Yang Chen and gave her a thumbs up. "Well done, you've taken care of these 2 ability users." Hearing this, Yang Chen's cold and beautiful face momentarily softened into a charming smile unique to her. "Thank you, Yang Chen." The 2 troublesome individuals had been dealt with. Now, only Jia Tianyi remained. How could they both? Jia Tianyi stuttered. The consecutive deaths of his 2 trusted aides shattered Jia Tianyi's confidence. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his brain, causing Jia Tianyi to scream in agony. Ah! It sounded like a pig being slaughtered. If one didn't know better, they might think a pig had died nearby. His fingers were broken by Yang Chen with a loud snap. His legs were kicked out, and the kneecaps of Jia Tianyi were shattered. He could no longer stand. If it weren't for Yang Chen holding his fingers, Jia Tianyi would have collapsed to the ground. How dare you treat me like this? My father won't let you off. Is your father Wang Gang? I'm surnamed Jia. How could my father be Wang Gang? He shares my surname, he's Jia Gang. Yang Chen. Yang Chan. Su Tianyang. It seemed quite painful, as they were talking nonsense in pain. Do you know where my father stands in Zhangcheng? I don't know. Jia Tianyi gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, clearly enduring some kind of pain. You killed my men. And look at what you've done to me. If you don't want my father to send people after you, you better kneel down right now. Obey my orders, or you'll face the consequences. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before. Despite being treated as a villain, Jia Tianyi was willing to give him a chance to repent, feeling like a great person. Everyone used to flatter him, praise him, and cater to him. Jia Tianyi had always lived in a life where people feared and appeased him. Over time, he naturally assumed that as long as he mentioned his father's identity and status, anyone would make way for him, never considering that someone would dare to harm him. Yang Chen sneered, I only broke your leg, not your brain. How can a well-behaved child start talking nonsense in broad daylight? I not only killed the two of them, but you. I have no intention of letting you go. What? Jia Tianyi suspected his ears were playing tricks on him. You want to kill me? You really want to kill me? You wouldn't actually do it, would you? Initially, Jia Tianyi didn't believe it at all, but as he looked into Yang Chen's cold and murderous eyes, his inner thoughts wavered. The more questions he asked, the more his inner turmoil intensified. You can't kill me. Childish, don't be a crybaby in your next life. You're so grown up and still naively think the whole world revolves around you? Yang Chen raised his hand, and a metal straight knife attached to the fire-type ability user was summoned and flew into Yang Chen's hand, gleaming with a chilling light. Watching the dazzling metal straight knife, Jia Tianyi's heart filled with fear, his mind went blank, even forgetting the pain on his body. Dazed for 2.5 seconds, Jia Tianyi gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. You want me dead? Then don't expect to have it easy either. Jia Tianyi pulled out a black pistol from his intact hand and aimed it at Yang Chen in front of him, pulling the trigger, emptying the magazine in a second. Bang, bang, bang. But the scene of blood splattering that Jia Tianyi had imagined did not occur. How? How is this possible? Your physical body can actually defend against bullets. What exactly is your ability? The response to him was the gleaming straight knife. Splat! Yang Chen held Jia Tianyi's head in his hand. The headless body collapsed weakly to the ground. Fresh blood gushed from the severed neck. Soon, a pool of blood gathered beneath him. Ding! Host has killed the air cannon possessor. Do you want to extract the air cannon ability fruit? Ha! Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised at the head in his hand. He thought, this kid's ability is an air cannon? Why didn't he use it and instead tried to shoot me with a lousy little gun? Yang Chen couldn't figure it out, nor did he dwell on this issue. Extract. Ding! Extraction successful. After absorbing Jia Tianyi's warmth, Yang Chen casually discarded his head like trash. Yang Chen looked at Su Tianyang and said, now that no one is stopping us, where is the equipment storage? Let's make it quick. We have other things to do. Hearing this, Su Tianyang walked over, looking at Jia Tianyi's body with a complex expression. Brother Yang, although Jia Tianyi is nothing special, his father is Jia Gang. You should know who he is, right? Yang Chen shook his head. I don't know. Is he very influential? Su Tianyang said, more than influential. It's said that he has connections with the state government. If he's not dead and goes to the military refuge in Jiangcheng, he will definitely rise to a high position. If he finds out that you killed his son, he will surely come after you. Yang Chen chuckled and shook his head. It doesn't matter, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Advancing to the second stage, star map level, Yang Chen could better utilize his spatial abilities. Leaving aside other matters, his maximum teleportation distance had skyrocketed to 10 kilometers. That's 10,000 meters. Teleporting 10,000 meters in an instant. Who could catch up with that? Fighter jets? They're not as agile as him. In addition to teleportation, Yang Chen also awakened the ability of group teleportation. By setting a spatial anchor point somewhere, Yang Chen could activate a teleportation array and instantly transfer to that location through the spatial anchor point. The maximum distance for this ability was much greater than teleportation. 50 kilometers. However, this ability consumed a lot of energy. Yang Chen estimated that using the group teleportation array once would deplete all his energy. But it's no big deal. Wang Zhendong said that the spirit peaches could quickly help abilities recover energy and stamina. When he went to the peach forest in the western suburbs tomorrow, he would find a way to get more spirit peaches. He might even dig up the spirit peach tree. Seeing Yang Chen say so, Su Tianyang could only sigh helplessly. Alright, brother Yang, you need to be extra careful. I will help you keep this secret. When Yang Chen broke Jia Tiany's fingers and legs just now, Su Tianyang had intended to stop him, but he was frozen in place by a glance from Yang Chen. After advancing to the second stage star chart level, Yang Chen's temperament had changed significantly. Combined with the killing intent he had cultivated during this time, he could intimidate Su Tianyang, a seasoned warrior. Temperament and momentum are vague things, not easily described in a few words. It's like cultivating immortality. Advancing in realm gives a sense of vast and ethereal immortality. Similarly, in martial arts, those with profound realms exert a heavy pressure like towering mountains. It was time to get busy with the real matter. Su Tianyang led Yang Chen and Yang Chen to an underground room. The fire lit up. In front of the three of them was a thick alloy steel door with a metallic sheen. Su Tianyang pointed at the alloy security door and clicked his tongue, feeling some toothache. This damn door is a whole 15 centimeters thick. Even if I punch it, I can only leave a shallow mark on it. So, I know what you want to say. When the door becomes tough enough, the wall becomes the biggest loophole, right? Su Tianyang chuckled. Where are we? China. The strictest place globally in terms of gun control. Even the firearms held by our special departments need to be properly secured. If they are lost, we might end up in a military court. Although this equipment room looks like it has cement walls from all sides, in reality, there are 10 centimeter thick steel plates installed in the middle, with slightly lower defense than the alloy security door. Yang Chen. Well, no wonder Su Tianyang and the other ability users couldn't get in. The protective measures were indeed strict. The 10 centimeter thick steel plate on the floor wasn't something Zhu Li could tunnel through. Su Tianyang patted Yang Chen's shoulder. It's up to you, brother. Okay. Yang Chen licked his lips, feeling excited inside. Which guy doesn't have dreams of firearms, flying jets, driving tanks, piloting Gundams, or becoming a sword immortal? The novelty of the handgun had worn off for Yang Chen. Now he wanted a new toy. He activated instant movement and flashed into the equipment room. The interior of the equipment room was pitch black. Couldn't see a thing. Yang Chen took out the boom cannon flashlight from the infinite space. Switching the spotlight to floodlight mode, he shone it on a table. Suddenly, the equipment room became brightly lit. With this boom cannon flashlight, even vampires would turn to ashes when exposed. With the lighting issue resolved, Yang Chen began his journey to find his toy. In front of him were rows of stainless steel shelves. On the shelves were black boxes one after another. Many large boxes were also placed under the walls not far away. Yang Chen opened them one by one. On the first stainless steel shelf were a total of 30 black boxes. Inside were black foam, with Type 250 assault rifles embedded, occupying 1/3 of the space, while the remaining third contained the respective accessories of the Type 250 assault rifles and a Type 52 pistol. On the second stainless steel shelf were 50 black boxes, slightly smaller. Inside were the same black foam. They contained Type 521 submachine guns and accessories. The third stainless steel shelf had only 3 platforms. Each platform had a very long and large black box placed on it. Yang Chen felt that this was the sniper rifle he was looking for. He couldn't wait to open and check. Each black box was labeled with the name of the weapon. Yang Chen could easily recognize these weapons. The first 2 black suitcases contained sniper rifles. Impressive. The third black suitcase was slightly larger. It was labeled Azure Dragon. Anti-material heavy sniper. Anti-material heavy sniper. This was more powerful than the average sniper rifle. Yang Chen was ecstatic. Coming to the armory department was indeed the right decision. Yang Chen couldn't wait to take out the Azure Dragon. Anti-material heavy sniper from the black suitcase. Assembling it on a stand, he placed it on the table, reluctant to let go. It was so cool, wasn't it? The appearance of this Azure Dragon. Anti-material heavy sniper was particularly handsome, with a black body that seemed to have a metallic matte texture. The entire appearance of this Azure Dragon, anti-material heavy sniper, was a deep black. However, it had a special metallic matte color that gave it a textured look. In the reflection of the light, it exuded a cold metallic luster, resembling the most brilliant fragments of stars in the night sky. It was like an assassin lurking on the edge of the night, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The sleek and powerful lines of the gun body had been meticulously polished from every angle, displaying a kind of unrestrained beauty of power. From the solid buttstock to the steady handguard to the long and straight barrel, each part spoke of its precision and strength. On the barrel, intricate heat-sink grooves intertwined, elegantly taming the heat while adding a delicate touch to the visual appeal. The scope sat steadily atop the barrel, its black body seamlessly integrated with the barrel, the lens sparkling with a cold light in the shadows, like the sharp and merciless gaze of a hunter. The trigger and safety mechanism were designed to be both simple and practical, conveying an undeniable sense of reliability with their black metallic texture. The magazine, with its black metal casing seamlessly connected to the gun body, made each bullet seem like a poised harbinger of death. Generally speaking, a heavy anti-material sniper like this could penetrate a tank with a single armor-piercing bullet, even piercing through 10 centimeters of steel plate. Yang Chen had previously seen a firearms evaluation by a Huaxia person in a foreign country on Jiyin. An anti-material heavy sniper had pierced a 10-centimeter thick steel plate with a single armor-piercing bullet. The power! It was absolutely incredible. Even hitting a defensive-type Esper would be a fatal blow. As for abilities like petrification, ionization, copperization, and other abilities that transformed the body into these hard substances, Yang Chen didn't believe they could maintain these abilities forever. As long as they dared to deactivate them, it would be a death sentence. If one bullet wasn't enough, then a few more would do. Keep shooting until the opponent was reduced to dice. It didn't end there. Yang Chen could attach a metallic edge to the armor-piercing bullets when firing, making the bullets more penetrating. With Yang Chen's god-level metal-based ability, Dominion of Gold, and his current second stage, Star Chart-level power attached to the edge, it would only be stronger and sharper than Zhang Hai's man. With the bullets attached to the edge, the gun's recoil upon firing, along with Yang Chen's added force, would push the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper beyond its original limit of firing speed. Perfect. Unexpectedly, which Esper could escape such a powerful bullet? But don't underestimate the modern scientific research and weapon manufacturing of humans. These were all crystallizations of wisdom. If Espers really thought that having abilities meant they no longer had to fear firearms, they were sorely mistaken. Don't forget, the most powerful firearms of today's humans are capable of destroying a large city. One bullet, one city. This matter had to be asked of the Zyajizi. They had experience. Of course, they didn't have too much experience. The 2 nuclear bombs they had eaten back then were far behind compared to now. After putting the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper back into the black suitcase, Yang Chen directly stored this black suitcase in the infinite space. Mine. Besides the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper, Yang Chen also stored dozens of other gun-filled black suitcases in the infinite space. He walked over to the large black suitcases lined up against the wall. As expected, the black suitcases contained bullets of various calibers, smoke bombs, flashbangs, fragmentation grenades, and other weapons. Each suitcase was labeled with a model and caliber. Anyone literate could recognize them. There were 2 types of bullets for the Azure Dragon anti-material sniper rifle. One was simple sniper bullets, totaling 300 rounds. The other was armor-piercing rounds, totaling 100 rounds. Besides bullets and various grenades, one of the suitcases even held bulletproof vests. There were 20 of them. Jackpot. Yang Chen packed everything into the infinite space and didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wandered around the equipment room with a flashlight. Why are there so many cold weapons here? In an inconspicuous corner, there were various cold weapons. There were finely crafted and handsome 8-sided Han swords and Tang broadswords. There were also rusty and chipped tetanus blades, daggers, butterfly knives, throwing knives. There were even long spears. Looking at the variety of cold weapons here, could it be that these were confiscated from civilians by the armed forces over the years? Yang Chen had seen in short videos people carrying muskets and machetes to the police station to surrender. It must be the case. Who cares? Take them. Yang Chen wanted to switch to a different close combat weapon. This long spear was excellent. After confirming there were no other weapons in the equipment room, Yang Chen instantly returned outside. Su Tianyang was pacing back and forth outside, looking excited. Fantastic! The weapons locked in the equipment room could finally see the light of day again. If these weapons could be equipped, the combat power of their shelter would be greatly enhanced. Suddenly, Su Tianyang thought of a problem. Yang Chen had gone in, but how would they bring the weapons out? They couldn't carry them one by one, right? Just as this doubt arose in his mind, Yang Chen returned to their side. Seeing Yang Chen empty-handed, without any weapons on him, Su Tianyang became anxious and hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, where are the weapons? You didn't bring them in, did you?" Yang Chen chuckled, "I got the weapons, let's go out first." "Oh, okay." After hesitating for a moment, Su Tianyang nodded in agreement. There was no room for hesitation. Yang Chen went in with his hands in his pockets and came out the same way. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the weapons, so how could he not be anxious? Back on the ground, the brightness in his eyes made all three of them feel comfortable. With a thought, Yang Chen summoned some black suitcases and cold weapons from the infinite space. Yang Chen kept a long spear, an 8-sided Han sword, a dagger, and a butterfly knife for himself among the cold weapons. The rest were given to Su Tianyang. As for firearms, he kept 3 black suitcases containing Type 250 assault rifles and Type 52 pistols, 5 black suitcases containing Type 521 submachine guns, 5 of each fragmentation grenade, flashbang, smoke bomb, tear gas grenade, and 2 bulletproof vests. Most importantly, Yang Chen kept the Azure Dragon anti-material sniper rifle. He wouldn't give up this weapon for anything. As for bullets, he left enough for each firearm to have a full magazine. The quantity didn't matter to him since he had a 1,000-fold return. Su Tianyang's eyes lit up at the sight of these weapons. He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Yang, you've helped us tremendously. With these weapons, the combat power of our shelter will increase by 2 levels. No need, we're just taking what we need." As the captain of the armed forces here, Su Tianyang knew the quantity of weapons in the arsenal like the back of his hand. He was well aware of how many weapons were missing. What relieved him was that Yang Chen was not greedy. He took most of the weapons directly, leaving them with scraps. The only regret was that his favorite weapon, the Azure Sky anti-material sniper rifle, was not among the pile of weapons. He had promised someone before, so it wasn't appropriate to say anything now. Su Tianyang shook his head in regret. "Brother Yang, our people are moving supplies at the supermarket. When they come back, feel free to take anything you need," Su Tianyang said politely. Yang Chen shook his head and smiled. "No need, our purpose for coming here has been fulfilled. There are other things to do next, so we won't bother you anymore." Su Tianyang didn't insist. He said cheerfully, "Alright, I also want to go see how those kids are doing. I can't help but worry if I don't see it with my own eyes. Brother Yang, if you need any help, just let me know. As long as Su Tianyang can do it, I won't refuse." Yang Chen and Yang Chan were escorted out of the armory by Su Tianyang. Watching the two of them walk away, Su Tianyang shook his head silently and sighed. "This kid really puts pressure on people. Even the 100 Battles King of the ugly country didn't give me such a strong sense of oppression. His level of ability must far exceed mine. I don't know how he trained to improve so quickly." Phew! Su Tianyang let out a long breath, his face relaxed. "It's good that we have some interaction. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. We must maintain a good relationship with him in the future." After speaking, Su Tianyang picked up the shared bicycle he had knocked down. He got on it and rode towards the supermarket. Building materials market. The apocalypse broke out at noon. There were still many people in the building materials market at that time. There were numerous seller shops here, and buyers who compared prices were also abundant. The large number of people led to many survivors in this place. However, this was a building materials market. The surrounding area was mostly selling building materials. There were national and provincial roads in all directions, and there were not many places selling food. Apart from 3 or 4 convenience stores, there were no other places with food. Food was scarce here, and no one wanted to give their precious food to others, leading to serious conflicts among the ability users and survivors before. Many ability users and survivors were killed. Now, this building materials market had been taken over by a man named by AO. He had 8 ability users under him and hundreds of survivors. 17 days after the apocalypse broke out, in the extreme cold under the thick fog, the mutated flora and fauna, the unintentional trampling of terrifying monsters in the fog, and the previous conflicts had caused many deaths. This resulted in the building materials market, which originally had over 1,000 people, now only having a few left. 1 in 10 survived. He, you bitch. You deliberately made things difficult for me before, you deliberately picked on me, now you're in my hands. Being a market manager has really made you arrogant. Where's that arrogance you usually have? Bring it out for me to see. Damn it, you wench. Scream louder. I can't hear you. In a room in the center of the building materials market, a white, plump, a fat man was. Cough, you know. This fat man was none other than Bai Ao. He was now the owner of this building materials market. Before the apocalypse, he was just a small shop owner. With little capital, poor quality goods, and no one to take care of the business, he was often targeted by the market manager for looking lewd, the reason being, male gaze. There were only 2 people in this room, besides Bai Ao, the other was the market manager of the building materials market. Her name was Wang Xia, a woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a white professional outfit. At this moment, she was being bullied by Ao. Brother Bai, I was wrong, I was despicable before, I shouldn't have framed you. Please spare me, don't hit me again, woo-woo. Who's despicable? I'm despicable. Ha ha ha. Ao also enjoyed the feeling of controlling others' destinies. It made him feel particularly pleased, especially when the person being bullied was someone who had falsely accused his leader in the past. Under the baptism of the apocalypse, Ao, who used to be submissive and cautious, changed. He became inflated, the suppressed grievances in his heart were released, and his desires gradually grew. Bang! At that moment, the room door was pushed open. A tall, thin young man walked in holding a telescope. He completely ignored Wang Xia, as if she were not a person but trash to be discarded. Ao looked at his henchman and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't I say not to disturb me? If you can't give me a good reason, don't blame me for hitting you at the happiest moment." The young man hurriedly said, "Brother Bai, there's a situation outside." Ao, puzzled, stopped punishing Wang Xia and asked, "What kind of situation could there be?" The young man led Ao to the window, handed him the telescope, and pointed in a direction, saying, "Brother Bai, look over there. There's a beauty. I feel she's 1,000 times, 10,000 times prettier than this Wang Xia." "Oh, really?" Ao became interested and looked through the telescope. Ao's eyes lit up. Indeed, she's a beauty. As he continued to observe, he was stunned when he saw the attire of the two individuals, then exclaimed in delight, "Those two have good stuff on them. Carrying knives, wearing what seems to be bulletproof vests, only the police have those. He must have been to the police station, and if he can get a bulletproof vest, there's no reason he can't get a gun." Ao had made up his mind. He wanted that beauty. He wanted the equipment on them. As for that kid, he would feed him to the dogs. If he was sensible and handed over his woman, Ao wouldn't mind giving him a live broadcast. Ao walked back, grabbed Wang Xia by the hair, dragged her to the window like a dog, and pointed below at the two people leisurely riding electric scooters, saying, "Do you see those two?" Wang Xia cried in pain, her eyes bloodshot, trembling with fear all over her body. She didn't care if she saw them or not, she quickly nodded, I see. Ao grinned, "You go lure them in, take them to the first-floor reception room. I'll come with some water spiked with a sedative. Find a way to make them drink it. If you complete the task, I might consider letting you rest for a few days and give you food to eat, how about that?" Okay, I'll go. I promise to complete the task, make those two guys drink the sedative water. Please let me rest for a few days." Wang Xia quickly agreed, kneeling on the ground sobbing. There were clear palm prints and cigarette burns on her body, indicating she had suffered a lot of abuse during this time. But that wasn't the main issue. Ao was a maniac. His ability was to control beasts. He had somehow contracted a mutated giant wolf. This mutated giant wolf was larger than an elephant, with thick fur, strong muscles, and powerful defense. In addition to its strong defense, the mutated giant wolf was exceptionally fast, and its fangs and claws were formidable weapons. When it clawed and bit at an ability user, it could easily tear their body apart. With the mutated giant wolf by his side, Ao laughed last in battles against ability users. He coordinated the survivors and ability users left in the construction materials market, establishing a shelter. Ao held Wang Xiao's chin, whispered ominously in her ear, "Don't even think about running. You've been with my wolf brother for so long, it already remembers your scent. If you dare to run, I'll let my wolf brother bite you to death. You can try to see if you can outrun a wolf." Wang Xia trembled in fear, trembling all over, and said nervously, I won't run away. Please believe me, Brother Bai, I'm your go-to person." Just now, Wang Xia did have the idea of escaping, but it was completely gone at this moment. Dominated by Ao for so long, her fear of this man had already taken deep root. Moreover, what Ao said was right. Wolves are also canines, their sense of smell is as keen as that of dogs. Where could she run to on her own? Ao patted Wang Xiao's face, making a crisp sound, and smiled satisfactorily, Go ahead. Yes. Wang Xia ran out in a hurry. The thin and tall young man was puzzled. "Brother Bai, we have 17 or 18 other mutants seeking refuge. Even if that kid is also a mutant, he can't match 4 hands with his 2 fists. He is not our opponent. Why do you still want Wang Xia to deceive them to come in and even plan to drug them?" "Oh." The thin and tall young man suddenly realized something, admiringly looking at Ao. "Brother Bai, are you following the principle of a lion fighting a rabbit with all its might, not underestimating any mutant, just in case things go wrong? Brother Bai, you are really cautious. Having you as the leader of our shelter gives us a sense of security. Finally, the thin and tall young man even raised his thumb to flatter Bai Ao. Bai Ao's movement of lighting a cigarette paused, looking puzzled. Is this what I meant? Should it be like this? Damn! I didn't think that much. I just thought it would be fun. Bai Ao lit the cigarette, started to exhale smoke, and sneered, Xiaohei, your analysis is correct, but that's not the main reason. The thin and tall young man, called Xiaohei, curiously asked, then what is the main reason? Bai Ao said, the main reason is that I am too bored. Don't you find it boring to just crush them directly? The world outside has become a ghostly place. I don't think we can go back to how it used to be. Brothers play cards or fool around with women every day, it's getting boring. Now that we have two interesting targets, it would be a waste to just crush them directly, right? I want to see the terrified and pleading look in their eyes when they wake up, and hear their voices begging for mercy. Hearing this, Xiaohei couldn't help but shiver. This guy is really not your average psycho. He's not even afraid of things going wrong. Damn! Am I some kind of prophet? What if Bai Ao really messes up? In the building materials market, Yang Chen and Yang Chan were strolling around. Whenever they found something suitable or not available in the infinite space, Yang Chen would take some blueprints. The most important items were steel bars, I-beams, and some tools. At this moment, a woman's voice came from behind them. Hey! Hey! You two, don't wander around. Come over here quickly. There is a powerful mutant beast lurking nearby, and many mutants are no match for that beast. The two turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a woman staggering towards them. A powerful mutant beast? Yang Chen thought for a moment. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he hadn't encountered a truly formidable mutant beast. The most common ones were cats and dogs. At worst, there were some snakes. What kind of animal is this mutant beast you're talking about? Yang Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Xia couldn't help but think of the ferocious appearance of the mutant giant wolf in her mind. Her body couldn't help but shiver, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm so scared. I didn't see it clearly, but I feel it's a wolf. A wolf? The two looked at each other. Zhangchang was located in a plain area. There were rarely any ferocious animals around. Maybe they were all wiped out before the millennium. Anyway, Yang Chen had never seen a more ferocious animal than a dog since he could remember. Except in the zoo. Oh, speaking of the zoo, Zhangchang indeed had two of them. One of the zoos even had pandas and northeast tigers. Could this mutant giant wolf have escaped from the zoo? Yes. Besides the zoo, where else in Jiangcheng could you see a wolf? Yang Chen licked his lips. Suddenly, he had the intention to confront this mutant giant wolf. I don't know how powerful carnivorous animals will become after the mutation. Big sister, do you know where that mutated giant wolf went? Yang Chen asked curiously. In the past, Wang Xia would have definitely scolded Yang Chen to his face, but now, she only wanted to complete the task given to her by Bai Ao. I don't know, but someone in our group saw where the mutated giant wolf ran off to, Wang Xia said. Why don't you two come back with me to rest for a bit, have something to eat, and I'll bring that person over to help you ask. With these words, suspicion crept into Yang Chen's eyes as he looked at Wang Xia. It had been over half a month since the apocalypse began, and there were still people with such kind hearts? Inviting strangers to their own stronghold? If this woman wasn't a saint, then something was definitely amiss. Yang Chen was well versed in post-apocalyptic novels and had seen all sorts of human behaviors. He knew well that in the apocalypse, one couldn't easily trust others, not even a woman, let alone a pitiful child of 4 or 5 years old. You might extend a helping hand, only to be stabbed in the back. Despite knowing that this woman was suspicious, Yang Chen still agreed. He wanted to see what this woman was up to. Since this woman had come looking for them, it meant that someone was definitely scheming behind her. This posed a potential threat. Yang Chen didn't like the feeling of being spied on by hidden enemies, even if the enemy was as weak as an ant. He wanted to see who dared to target him. If caught, they would all be crushed to pieces. Dead, dead, dead. Seeing Yang Chen agree, Wang Xiao's face lit up with joy. She hadn't expected to deceive the two of them so easily. They were truly naive youngsters. In the past, one couldn't trust strangers in society, let alone now. Two fools. Though she thought this, Wang Xia didn't show it. She appeared nervous and uneasy, pretending to look around anxiously. Let's go, quickly. I'm afraid that beast is nearby. Okay. Wang Xia led Yang Chen and Yang Chan towards the central office building of the construction materials market. Soon, the three of them entered the office building. Wang Xia breathed a sigh of relief when they arrived, then turned to chat with the two of them. You both look so young. Are you a couple? I envy you, still having each other in the apocalypse. Yang Chen didn't deny it but asked, Big sister, why is there no one in this construction market? We've been wandering around for so long and only seen you. Where did everyone else go? Wang Xia replied, where could they have gone? They're all dead. They fought for food before, then that mutated giant wolf ate up what was left. I see. Let's go. I'll take you to a place to sit and rest for a bit, then I'll bring the person who knows about the whereabouts of the mutated giant wolf to you. Okay. Wang Xia led the two to a meeting room. The black leather sofa was covered in dust, and with a gentle swipe, thick dust clung to their fingertips. Wang Xia warmly wiped off the dust with her clothes and said, sit for a while, I'll go get you some food and water. With that, Wang Xia walked out of the meeting room. As she left, Yang Chen activated his telepathic perception. He surveyed the situation in the building thoroughly. Before, he hadn't bothered to use his telepathic abilities. Whether the construction market had people or not was irrelevant to him. He only needed materials. But now, someone had set their sights on him, and Yang Chen wanted to see who had the audacity. Through telepathic perception, everything in the building was laid bare before him, nowhere to hide. In the surrounding rooms, there were many survivors holding various weapons as if waiting for something, occasionally glancing towards the meeting room where they were. Among them were individuals with extraordinary abilities. The strongest had a crystal nucleus the size of an orange. The crystal cores of the other few supernaturals were peanuts, quail eggs, and tangerines. Wang Xia pushed open a room door and walked in, kneeling in front of a clean and fat man, trembling as she said, Brother Bai, I've deceived them into coming, what should we do next? Bai Ao grinned, waved his hand, and a henchman brought a plastic bag over. The plastic bag was thrown in front of Wang Xia, containing 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 loaves of bread. Bai Ao said, I've added animal sedatives to this water. Even if that kid is a supernatural, he'll be knocked out. Take it and give it to them to drink. Yes, I'll follow Brother Bai's orders. Nervously, Wang Xia picked up the plastic bag and left. Yang Chen witnessed this scene in its entirety, feeling puzzled, thinking to himself, is it necessary to be so cautious? A dozen supernaturals gathered together, yet they still need to resort to drugging. These people are really despicable. With these thoughts, Wang Xia returned, wearing a warm smile on her face. Come on, all thirsty, I brought you some water and food. Have a drink and eat first. The person who knows the movements of the mutant giant wolf has been informed, and will be here in 2 minutes. As she spoke, Wang Xia placed the water and bread in front of the two. However, neither of them touched the water and bread on the table. Yang Chen could sense and probe with his telekinetic power. Couldn't Yang Chen do the same? In Yang Chen's team, telekinetic sensing was a standard, right? Even without telekinetic sensing, Yang Chen didn't believe this woman would be so kind. As a girl, her vigilance was even higher than Yang Chen's. As a girl, Yang Chen knew that sometimes it's not necessarily men who would harm you, women could do the same. They might envy your good family background, envy your beauty, and if they were unhappy with their own lives, they would go to great lengths to slander and harm those who were doing well. When Yang Chen was in junior high school, she was once the subject of malicious gossip. Later, through careful investigation, she found out that the one spreading rumors about her was none other than her close friend who she shared everything with. At that time, Yang Chen felt that the world was really strange. Yang Chen picked up the water in front of him. Wang Xia thought she had been found out and started to feel nervous, her eyes darting around anxiously. But then she heard, I don't drink water from rural women who've circled the village 3 times. Wang Xia. Damn. She thought she had been discovered, turns out this person is just picky. Wang Xia awkwardly said, young man, please bear with it. I don't have any other brand of water here. Yang Chen unscrewed the bottle cap. Just when Wang Xia thought he was about to drink it, Yang Chen grabbed her by the neck, opened her mouth, and poured the entire bottle of water down her throat. Woo woo woo. Wang Xia struggled desperately, water spewing out of her mouth, soaking her clothes. Perhaps the water had entered her windpipe, as Wang Xia began to cough violently in discomfort. With a swift motion, Yang Chen slammed her heavily against the wall. I don't like drinking things that have been tampered with. Shocked, Wang Xia looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. How did you find out? Yang Chen sneered, you're full of loopholes. As he finished speaking, flames of blood red ignited on Wang Xia's body. In the blink of an eye, she turned into ashes. A dog that doesn't bark when it sees people is not a good dog. You've been hiding for so long, did you want me to invite you out? Yang Chen rushed out suddenly. His speed was extremely fast, like a ghost. His clenched fists shattered 2 walls in succession. He reached Bai Ao in no time. Bai Ao was utterly confused. How did a perfectly fine wall suddenly have a big hole in it? When Bai Ao came to his senses, his neck was already in Yang Chen's grip. With ease, Yang Chen lifted up Bai Ao's nearly 300-pound body, suffocation creeping into his brain. Helplessly, like a 300-pound fat man, Bai Ao kicked his legs wildly, his body swinging frantically. His obese hands tried to pry Yang Chen's hand off, but Bai Ao was horrified to find that he couldn't budge the man in front of him. Misunderstanding, brother. All of this was that woman's doing, it has nothing to do with me. Bai Ao, who was laughing with the people around him a second ago, was suddenly grabbed by the neck, lifted in the air like a dead pig, screaming in pain and begging for mercy. 1 second ago, laughing. The next second, not laughing. The other survivors with supernatural abilities in the room were also puzzled. What's going on? How did the boss get captured in the blink of an eye? In front of so many people, letting an outsider easily capture the boss, would they still have any face left? This would tarnish their reputation. If they were to choose another boss in the future, and this dark history was revealed, how would others view them? No! They must regain control of the situation. A group of survivors and individuals with supernatural abilities surrounded Yang Chen. They stared at him intently, waiting for a command. Waiting for Bai Ao to give the order to attack. Kid, although I didn't see how you took down Bai Gu, I advise you to honestly put him down, then kneel and apologize. Maybe we can spare your life. That's right, don't think we're afraid just because you have abilities. Stop wasting time with this kid. Bai Gu, give the order, as soon as you speak, we'll rush up and turn this kid into minced meat. Bai Ao, almost suffocating and unable to speak, managed to say, so. These people chose to threaten Yang Chen with words, but Yang Chen didn't waste time with them. 3 portals to infinite space opened in 3 different rooms. An alloy straight blade whistled out, burning with crimson flames. It swiftly danced in the small, enclosed room. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Its flying speed had already exceeded 5 Mach. It was only 26 Mach slower than the speed of the China 6 spacecraft announced by our mother. Although it was debunked, there was still hope for such space-to-ground weapons in the future. Press on. Swish swish swish. The alloy straight blade, burning with crimson flames, danced swiftly. In the blink of an eye, ordinary survivors were turned into hedgehogs by multiple alloy straight blades. Dead. The crimson flames helped cremate the bodies, even erasing their souls, clearing the scene in a second. Ordinary survivors could only play the role of cannon fodder in the subsequent battles. They weren't even qualified for that. Yang Chen, the supernatural being, didn't use the crimson straight blade. Instead, he used a regular alloy straight blade against them. They were not on the same level as Yang Chen at all. At this moment, a dozen or so supernatural beings could only barely hold on under Yang Chen's firepower. Some of the less defensive supernatural beings were already covered in wounds. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Impossible. As fellow supernatural beings, even if there's a gap, the difference between us shouldn't be this huge. Where did we go wrong? Could this kid have logged in early? Became a supernatural being before the disaster struck and trained for years? Damn it! What do we do? If we continue like this, he will definitely kill us. Oh my god, a real-life Magneto. Terrifying. Bai Gu, quickly summon Wolf Gu, we can't hold on much longer. Bai Ao, who was also struggling, almost fainted upon hearing this. A bunch of useless people. They couldn't even handle a little kid. He could see it, these people were deliberate, lazy and unproductive. They just wanted to watch him get killed by this kid. They would have to choose a new boss afterwards. Damn it! A bunch of backstabbers. These damn guys being lazy was one thing. On the other hand, this kid was no saint either. His level should have already surpassed his own. At this moment, Bai Ao knew that the person he had set his sights on was a tough nut to crack. But no worries, who said Bai Ao didn't have any tricks up his sleeve? Mental connection. He sensed that his helper had arrived. Kid, you're finished. Get ready to become a meal for my wolf brother. Ha! Bai Ao felt empowered once again. In his view, Yang Chen was strong, but what if I summon a ferocious mutant giant wolf? How would you deal with that? Bang! The wall was once again smashed, leaving a large hole. A mutant giant wolf, larger than an elephant, with fierce bloodthirsty eyes and bloodstained fur, charged in without hesitation, lunging towards Yang Chen, opening its bloodstained jaws, fangs protruding, a foul stench filling the air. Yang Chen smiled effortlessly, grabbing Bai Ao's ankle. Swinging Bai Ao, he headed towards the mutant giant wolf. Take this move, great health massage. Bai Ao clenched his buttocks, almost scared out of his wits. Wait, brother, if you want to fight, fight. Don't swing me. Wolf brother, stop. I'm your big brother. I treat you like a little brother, you can't treat me like a distant cousin. Fortunately, Bai Ao's ability to control beasts was somewhat advanced. Once a mental connection was established with a mutant beast, the beast's fondness for the connector increased significantly, obeying commands without question, surpassing instinct. Moreover, mental connection was a link between two souls. If the linked chain were compared to a sword, the one who actively established the connection, the beast controller, was the one holding the hilt, while the linked one was connected to the entire blade. It could be said that the former determined the latter's life. At a critical moment, the mutant giant wolf changed shape, its massive body crashing through the wall and falling outside the main building. Bai Ao breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. "Brother, let's talk things out. Put me down, there's nothing we can't discuss, right?" Bai Ao said to Yang Chen. "What a joke. What's there to discuss? Swinging me around like a masseuse, this is a mortal enemy. Once I break free from your control, watch how my wolf brother bites you." Bai Ao always believed his wolf brother was invincible. "Not good, I have my eye on your ability." Bai Ao's ability was indeed quite impressive. It could even rival telekinesis in the special abilities category. Of course, Yang Chen was referring to the beast control ability after the thousandfold return. Eyeing. My ability? But I've already consumed the ability fruit, I can't give it to you even if I wanted to, Bai Ao said bewilderedly, feeling Yang Chen's words were inexplicable. "I have my ways." Yang Chen chuckled lightly, walking out through the hole created by the mutant giant wolf. Bai Ao's head knocked on the ground as Yang Chen dragged him along. "Ah, you bunch of bastards. Not lifting a finger while I do all the work." Bai Ao cursed loudly. "You can't defeat this kid, can't even handle a woman? Go capture that woman." Water bullets. Several water bullets shot out, knocking several ability users off their feet. Yang Chen had arrived. After killing two other ability users in different rooms, she arrived at this room. With Yang Chen's assistance of the Thousand Blades dance, these ability users couldn't possibly gang up on Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled at Yang Chen. "Go play with that mutant giant wolf, I'll take care of these guys." Apart from Bai Ao and the previous ability users killed by Yang Chen, there were still 6 ability users left on the scene. Yang Chen nodded. His gaze fell on the mutant giant wolf in front of him, its body crouched low, snarling at him. In his telekinetic perception, the crystal core of this mutant giant wolf had reached the level of an orange. This surpassed any ability user he had ever seen. Could it be that the evolution speed of ability users was slower than that of animals and plants? Oh whoa! The mutated giant wolf let out a howl, its massive body charging forward like a speeding bullet train. As it lunged, it opened its bloodthirsty maw and revealed sharp claws on its raised front paws. "Beasts will always be beasts," showing no creativity in their attacks, Yang Chen sneered. He grabbed Bai Ao and spun around, using the inertia to slam the 300-pound fatty fiercely onto the mutated giant wolf. The mutated giant wolf howled in response. "Not much intelligence." No, it's not that it lacks intelligence, but rather its instincts have taken over, leaving little room for rational thought. Faced with Yang Chen's unorthodox tactics, the mutated giant wolf felt extremely uncomfortable. Unable to defeat the big guy and unable to save him either. Tricky situation. The mutated giant wolf leaped back, snarling at Yang Chen. Bai Ao also felt uncomfortable being swung around like a weapon, feeling embarrassed. If this got out, would he still be able to stay in Jiangcheng? Bai Ao said solemnly, "Since you can't beat my wolf brother, why persist in resisting? Why not let me go, and I promise he won't harm you." Yang Chen chuckled, looking at Bai Ao as if he were a fool. "Do you even believe what you're saying? Forget it, it's pointless. It's time to deal with this beast. We've wasted enough time here. As for you..." Yang Chen's eyes turned cold, and Bai Ao felt a chilling murderous intent, making him nervous. He quickly said, "What? What do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. Killing me won't benefit you. My wolf brother used to be much more ferocious, but it's because of me that he's become docile. If you kill me, the seal that restrains him will be broken, and he will revert to his bloodthirsty, mindless beastly self. Then you will all die." "Is that so?" Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. "I'd like to see that." Yang Chen released his grip, using telekinesis to lift Bai Ao's body upside down. His hand landed on Bai Ao's head. No, little brother, let's talk it over. Don't kill me. Whatever you want, just ask. As long as I can do it, I'll satisfy you." At that moment, Bai Ao was truly scared. This kid was really stubborn. What was driving him to be so crazy? Wasn't he afraid of the beast regaining its wild nature? Bang! Bai Ao's head exploded. The warmth that belonged to him entered Yang Chen's body, merging into the star map. A portion of the gray area of the second star on the star map lit up. Though small, it was much larger than the previous mutated beasts. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Host has killed the beast tamer with supernatural abilities. Would you like to extract the supernatural ability fruit? Yes. Ding! Extraction of the Beast Tamer's supernatural ability fruit successful. Yang Chen smirked, feeling quite pleased. Finally got the Beast Tamer's supernatural ability fruit. I'll have to find a fierce mutated beast to be my beast companion when I have time. The mental connection was severed, and the mutated giant wolf staggered, shaking its head and growling menacingly. Its crimson eyes became even more profound, exuding ferocity and brutality. Roar, 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 roar. The mutated giant wolf howled to the sky, its voice echoing for miles around. Its crimson beastly eyes locked onto Yang Chen, gnashing its teeth as thick saliva dripped from its jaws. The next moment, it exerted force with its limbs, leaping high into the air, pouncing towards Yang Chen. Even with its unleashed beastly nature, the mutated giant wolf's attack style remained unoriginal. Perfect, now try this gun. But my aim isn't good, I can't hit a moving target. You'd better sit down obediently. Yang Chen raised his hand and gently pressed down on the mutated giant wolf. In an instant, the mutated giant wolf lost control of its body and plummeted from the sky. It smashed heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. The mutated giant wolf's flesh was already restrained by Yang Chen's psychic power. As long as the mutated giant wolf's level did not surpass Yang Chen's, it couldn't break free from the control of his psychic power. In the novel, there is a mention of psychic masters, with the main driving force being psychic power. Since psychic power can control weapons to attack enemies, it can also control living beings. Controlling a weapon is at most controlling something lifeless that won't struggle. Controlling the mutated giant wolf, a living being, would struggle. Yang Chen had always used the Dominator of Gold to control the alloy straight sword. This was the first time he used psychic power to control an object, and the effect was not bad. The mutated giant wolf became docile. Roar! Yang Chen ignored the mutated giant wolf's roar. He pulled out the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper rifle from the infinite space. Loading the magazine with bullets, Yang Chen inserted it. He aimed the barrel at one of the mutated giant wolf's hind legs. He pulled the trigger. Bang! Truly an anti-material heavy sniper rifle. The recoil was stronger than other guns. When firing other guns, Yang Chen felt nothing. But when firing the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper rifle, he clearly felt the thrust, although just a bit. It was almost like being lightly touched by Lin Jingyun's flirting hand. Bang! The bullet hit the mutated giant wolf's hind leg, embedding into its flesh. The mutated giant wolf howled. It broke through its defense. Remember, the mutated giant wolf had thick fur protection and tough skin and flesh. Some ability users couldn't even injure it. Now, the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper rifle had wounded the mutated giant wolf. Truly something meant for tanks. Impressive. The previous shot was just a regular one. Yang Chen didn't enhance the bullets with sharpness, nor did he use the Dominator of Gold plus a push when the bullet left the barrel. He used regular sniper bullets, not armor-piercing rounds. Next, Yang Chen experimented one by one. Regular bullet plus sharpness plus Yang Chen's push equals easily piercing through the mutated giant wolf's hind leg. With armor-piercing rounds, he could blast off a large chunk of the mutated giant wolf's flesh. Armor-piercing rounds plus sharpness plus Yang Chen's push equals easily shattering 1/10 of the mutated giant wolf's body. Bang! The exploded flesh was all in pieces. Conclusion: armor-piercing rounds plus sharpness plus Yang Chen's push had the greatest power. Yang Chen felt he could easily shoot and kill a melon-level ability user. Even against the second stage, star chart level, it had some killing power. How should I put it? Actually, for Yang Chen, it was quite disappointing. Against the first stage, Crystal Core, melon-level ability users, he could easily handle a group with just one hand. Even against the second stage, star chart level, they were not his match. Unless the opponent had all 9 stars lit up while he only had 1 lit, he couldn't win. But if he wanted to leave, with his spatial ability, few could stop him. Give it to Aunt Lin. Her metal manipulation can also increase the thrust. Later, give her the sharpness ability fruit. With this anti-material heavy sniper rifle, she can also injure star chart experts. Thinking like this, Yang Chen put away the Azure Dragon anti-material heavy sniper rifle. I wonder if the world will evolve with mutations, and if future technology will also advance rapidly. Yang Chen really wanted to see the weapons of those high-tech civilizations, just like in Devour, where humans could create armored warriors and weapons. These things were still too distant for Yang Chen. He temporarily set aside these thoughts. Walking up to the mutated giant wolf, Yang Chen stepped on its brain, larger than a cow's head, and killed it. Too bad I don't like wolves, or else I might have kept you as a beast pet. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile, pulled out the alloy straight sword hanging from his waist, with the metal sharpness attached to it, and stabbed through the mutated giant wolf's head. Oh whoa! The mutated giant wolf let out a miserable whimper, then extended its foul-smelling tongue and breathed its last. Absorbing the warmth from the mutated giant wolf, part of Yang Chen's second star was illuminated. According to the warmth brought by the mutated giant wolf at the orange level, Yang Chen estimated that he would need to absorb another 15 or 16 evolution creatures of this level to completely illuminate the second star. If it were at the first stage, the peak of the crystal core, the size of a muskmelon, this number should be reduced further. Yang Chen sighed inwardly, since condensing the star map, the nutrients I need to become stronger have increased exponentially. It wasn't that Yang Chen's breakthrough speed had slowed down, but the strength of the surrounding evolution creatures simply couldn't keep up with his pace of becoming stronger. If there were a dozen or so muskmelon-level creatures, Yang Chen knew that eliminating them would instantly illuminate the second star. But if they were just a group of orange level, or even weaker sugar orange level or even weaker anomalies, it would be a different story. Glancing at the alloy straight blade, even you are struggling to keep up. In the second stage, the physical fitness of human anomalies increased significantly. By then, Yang Chen estimated that the alloy straight blade's original sharpness would no longer be effective against anomalies, unless it was sharpened again. Where to get more advanced weapons? The system's 10,000-fold return was not under his control. It would be great if he could control it. Yang Chen still hadn't fully grasped the rules of the 10,000-fold return. I won't think about these things, let's take it step by step. Yang Chen's mind was open, never engaging in mental conflicts. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. The alloy straight blade couldn't keep up? Just give it a little buff, like the sharp edge of the golden dominator, or attaching the crimson lotus fire to the blade. These could enhance the weapon's power. On the other side, Yang Chen had already taken care of 3 of the remaining 6 anomalies. Fighting while absorbing the warmth of the deceased anomalies, her strength was steadily increasing, becoming stronger as she fought, and she was already able to overpower the remaining 3 anomalies. Through Yang Chen's mental perception, he clearly saw the size of Yang Chen's crystal core. Orange level. Previously, Yang Chen was only at the sugar orange level, and in just a short while, she had become a skilled orange level fighter. Ridiculous. If an orange level fighter couldn't defeat 2 peanuts and a quail egg, Yang Chen could just knock them out with a block of frozen tofu. Shameful. That would be too embarrassing. Even if Yang Chen didn't say anything, Yang Chen would feel too ashamed to lift her head. Instead of going to help, Yang Chen said, "Leave one alive." Yang Chen nodded in agreement, fully focused on the battle. Okay. Water Dragon Bullet. Condensing the water molecules in the air, she formed water dragon bullets to attack. With high agility and mental perception, Yang Chen easily dodged the attacks of the 3. She knew her weaknesses. She wasn't good at fighting, so she didn't engage in physical combat with the 3 strong men but kite them. Taking advantage of their distraction and lack of attention, she would rush in and strike randomly. With the support of mental perception, Yang Chen could easily oversee the entire battlefield, promptly noticing any unfavorable situations. In the eyes of the other 3 anomalies, this woman seemed to have eyes all over her body. Sneak attacks seemed ineffective against her. They couldn't catch up when they chased her, and they couldn't beat her in a fight. Tricky. One female anomaly gasped for breath, her eyes shifting between Yang Chen and Yang Chen, then she made a ruthless decision, her eyes filled with killing intent. With a swift movement, she pierced through a companion's chest. Her bloody hand penetrated the person's chest, holding a still beating heart. With a crushing sound, the heart was crushed. The person's eyes were filled with disbelief. You despicable person." The woman replied coldly, "Sorry, I just want to survive." She then turned her gaze to the last remaining anomaly. The psychic was a middle-aged man of about 1.6 meters tall. At this moment, being stared at by the woman, he tensed up, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Han Fei, you want to kill me? Let them leave only you alive." Naive. You naive woman. Do you really think they will spare you? They will only use you, and when you are of no more value, they will kill you with a single blow. Han Fei remained composed, walking step by step towards the man. "I know, but I also know that if I fight them, it's a dead end. If I'm the only one left alive, I still have a chance. If a person dies, there's truly no more opportunity." The man was so infuriated by her words that he exploded on the spot. "Damn it. You crazy woman." With that, he turned and ran. Fighting was out of the question. He was just a peanut, while Han Fei was a quail egg. The man didn't know the size of their respective crystal nuclei, but he knew he was no match for Han Fei. Having suffered such heavy injuries before, he had no chance against her now. Run! Running was the only way. Han Fei, seeing this, quickly started to run after him. Yang Chen and Yang Chen didn't rush to kill the 2. Instead, they followed at a leisurely pace. Yang Chan said, "The psychic who died from having his heart taken out no longer has the warm flow in him. It must have been absorbed by Han Fei. When she kills the last psychic, she should be able to break through the sand tangerine level." Yang Chen sneered, watching the two in front of him as if they were prey. "I wonder if this Han Fei is a smart person or a foolish human." Yang Chan was curious. "She probably wouldn't dare to fight us. If she doesn't want to die, she should take the opportunity to escape. If she really runs away, she will definitely die a miserable death." Yang Chen chuckled and added, "But she'll die even if she doesn't run." Yang Chan. That's right, she almost forgot that her man was also a ruthless person. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse until now, she had no idea how many people this man had killed. She had heard from Sister Jin Yoon that he had killed many people even before she and Ruyan joined this group. Up ahead, the man's stamina finally gave out, and Han Fei caught up with him. She took out his heart and crushed it in front of Yang Chen and Yang Chan. After doing all this, Han Fei took a deep breath and knelt in front of the two. "I'm willing to do anything for you. Please give me a chance to live. What if I say no?" Yang Chen looked at Han Fei with a smile that wasn't a smile. He and Han Fei didn't have a direct grudge. Everything stemmed from Bai Ao having designs on him and Yang Chan. But since Han Fei chose to ambush the two of them with Bai Ao, it was considered a grudge. If Yang Chen's strength wasn't as strong today, anyone else who came here would have died long ago. Since they chose to make a move, there was no talk of innocence. In the end, they were on opposite sides. They were in a hostile relationship. In ancient times, between two warring nations, would they spare you just because you were an innocent civilian? The nature of it was the same. Han Fei wasn't even an ordinary civilian. She was a psychic, a part of the management. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Han Fei's face turned pale, her whole body shivering, looking up at Yang Chen. "Why? Yang Chen, no reason, just because you chose to make a move." With these words, Han Fei's eyes dimmed. "Since you want to kill me, don't expect to get any information from me." Yang Chen remained calm, raising his hand as the red lotus karma fire burned fiercely in his right hand. Blood red in color, its shape like a blooming lotus flame, particularly eerie. "It doesn't matter. There are still many survivors confined by you on the top floor of that building. Probably 100 or 200. With such a large base, there must be someone who knows the information I want. Besides, the information I want is not a secret. And you, poor thing, do you know what kind of flame this is?" Source text: the red lotus karma fire, in mythology, has the effect of burning souls, where the soul is burned almost to extinction by the flames, without even the chance of reincarnation. Yang Chen didn't know if there was reincarnation in this world, but he used it to scare people. Since they had come this far, he couldn't be bothered to go back to that building. It would be best if Han Fei was sensible, so he wouldn't have to make another trip back. If she wasn't. He. Hearing Yang Chen's description, Han Fei believed most of it. She was sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if she was in a cold ice cellar. She still insisted stubbornly, "No. Impossible, there are no such flames in this world. You must be lying to me. Yes. You must be framing me, myths are just fantasies of ancient people. Yang Chen, if you don't believe, you can try." With that, the hand burning with the red lotus karma fire reached towards Han Fei's head. Watching the fire getting closer, Han Fei's face turned extremely pale. Seeing the flame about to touch her forehead, Han Fei couldn't bear it anymore and confessed, "I'll tell you anything. Please don't burn me with this fire." "That's more like it," Yang Chen said straightforwardly. "Where did the construction market put heavy metal building materials, such as steel bars, I-beams, steel plates, things like that? They are. In the south, there's a large square in the south where these heavy metal building materials are mostly stored," Han Fei said, feeling hopeless. She had really messed up this time. She was really going to die. She shouldn't have trusted these two to be kind just now, she should have turned and run. But thinking of the man's methods of killing the mutant giant wolf, Han Fei felt even more despair. Run? Where could she run to? Even the mutant giant wolf, skilled in hunting and running, couldn't escape. Give her a quick death. Having obtained the information he wanted, Yang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He directly instructed Yang Chan. "Okay." Yang Chan obediently stepped forward and gave Han Fei a quick death, absorbing her warmth. After doing all this, Yang Chen took Yang Chan and headed towards the square in the south. Just 5 minutes after they left, a palm-sized milky white fleshworm was crawling on the ground, leaving a sticky liquid trail along the way. Soon, the fleshworm reached Han Fei's body. It turned into a puddle of slime and burrowed into Han Fei's pores. 10 minutes passed. Han Fei's already cold body moved slightly, then began convulsing violently. The next moment, she stood up straight. Her eyes were hollow and pale, with a creepy smile on her lips. She glanced deeply to the south, then walked towards the management building without looking back. On the other side, Yang Chen had already stored the necessary building materials in the infinite space. Looking around and seeing nothing left, he brought out the electric scooter. Let's go, little sister, let big brother take you for a ride with the ghost fire, and maybe dye your hair yellow on the way. Yang Chen pretended to hesitate, but dad doesn't allow me to play with the ghost fire boy. Yang Chen chuckled, it's simple, I'll be your dad. Yang Chen smiled coquettishly, swaying her sexy waist as she sat on the back seat of the electric scooter. Let's go, daddy. Oh, this little trick got you excited right away. The electric scooter hit the road. The remaining time was spent collecting supplies. At 4:30 in the afternoon, on the way back, Yang Chen blew a warm breath in Yang Chen's ear, her voice seductive. Yang Chen, I have a project I want to discuss with you, tonight. Yang Chen knowingly asked, what project? Yang Chen, my company's software hardening project, I heard it's quite profitable, can earn several billion in one go. I want to discuss the details of cooperation with you tonight, can we? Yang Chen, sure, that sounds good. Awesome. After returning home, shower, entertainment, relaxation. Lin Jinyun's 4 daughters also had a great harvest today. The number of mutant beasts has increased. They encountered only 24 mutant beasts yesterday. Today, they encountered 50. Doubled. The number of mutant beasts is increasing. They will definitely take over the city later. Like in Devour, turning humanity's former homes into wastelands, they settle in the ruins of human homes. However, with the increase in mutant beasts, it means there are more upgrading energies. Today, each person received 10. Lin Jinyun received 20. With the support of 20 mutant beasts, Lin Jinyun's crystal nucleus leaped to the orange level, equivalent to the mutant giant wolf Yang Chen encountered today. Lin Jinyun's crystal nucleus was only the size of a kumquat yesterday. Today, it has crossed 2 levels and become orange level. Chen Jiayao, and Lu Ruyan are not far behind. After receiving 10 mutant beasts, their crystal nuclei went from quail egg size to the peak size of a kumquat. They are just 1 step away from becoming orange level. Yang Chen, on the other hand, followed Yang Chen today and absorbed a lot of warm currents, making her crystal nucleus reach the orange level. She became the 3rd strongest in the team. Chen Jiayao, and Lu Ruyan knew that Yang Chen intended to groom Lin Jinyun as the 2nd in command of the team, so they deliberately let Lin Jinyun absorb an extra portion of warm currents today. Here, the extra portion does not come from a mutant beast but from dividing the 50 beasts into 5 portions, with each of the 4 receiving 1 portion and the extra portion given to Lin Jinyun. Wait, the strength of Lin Jinyun and her companions is rapidly increasing. What about the other ability users? If they also become stronger, won't their upgrading speed increase as well? And the mutant beasts? Oh my, Yang Chen is starting to look forward to the day when all ability users will make a leap in strength. He doesn't intend to make enemies with all ability users, but there will always be some fearless ones seeking death, right? As Yang Chen, who naturally attracts trouble with his 5 lousy companions, he never lacks enemies. Beauty always attracts attention. After dinner, Yang Chen called the girls to the living room. He took out some ability fruits from the infinite space. He gave Lin Jinyun a golden one, saying, Aunt Lin, this is a gold-type ability, sharpness, very suitable for you. Lin Jinyun didn't bother with formalities with Yang Chen. They had been in close contact so many times. What's the point of being polite? If she wanted to show gratitude, she could do it later in a more intimate way. Thank you, little Sun. Lin Jinyun accepted the sharpness ability fruit handed to her. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's sharpness ability fruit triggers a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 sharpness ability fruits. Ignoring the prompt in his mind, Yang Chen continued to search for other ability fruits. He set aside abilities like ironization, copperization, rubberization, stonization, gigantization, which were not suitable for girls to use, as they were too unsightly. He wasn't lacking in ability fruits. Found it. This is a physique-enhancing ability fruit. 4. Yang Chen's gaze swept back and forth over the remaining 4 girls. Finally, it settled on Chen Jiayao. This is for you, little Yao. Being called out by her ID name in public, Chen Jiayao felt a bit shy and gave Yang Chen a playful look. Thanks, hubby. Comfortable, say it a couple more times. Chen Jiayao teased, do you want me to add a certain emotion when I say it? Yang Chen gave her a thumbs up. Chen Jiayao took the physique-enhancing ability fruit handed to her and swallowed it on the spot. She sat with Lin Jinyun to absorb the ability fruits. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiao's physique-enhancing ability fruit triggers a 10,000-fold return. please choose between 10,000 physique-enhancing ability fruits and the divine-level physical ability, pure body. Yang Chen made his choice. I choose number 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 physique enhancement supernatural fruits. Yang Chen distributed 1 physique enhancement supernatural fruit to each of the remaining 3 women. Ding! Investing in Chen Jiayi with 1 physique enhancement supernatural fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host, please choose between 10,000 physique enhancement supernatural fruits and the divine-level physical ability, pure body. I choose number 2. Ding! Investing in Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan with 2 physique enhancement supernatural fruits each, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 supernatural fruits. Yang Chen realized he had been foolish before. Why bother choosing between 10,000 ordinary supernatural fruits and a divine-level ability? He could simply choose one first, then invest in others to get the divine-level ability as well. Not only was Yang Chen foolish, but the author was also foolish. He was too focused on writing and forgot about this, so everyone probably doesn't know much about the protagonist's understanding of the system. The 6 of them began collectively awakening new abilities. Half an hour later, Lin Jinyun was the first to open her eyes. She awakened her sharpness. With her metal manipulation ability, she could now perform the same operation as Yang Chen did at noon, using the Azure Dragon anti-material sniper rifle to shoot down the mutated giant wolf. Chen Jiayou and the others woke up one after another. Their bodies had been greatly enhanced. Previously, their awakened abilities were numerous, but most of them were practical, such as telekinetic perception or the standard elemental abilities, making the girls' attack damage high but their bodies fragile. It was like a mage with high damage but a fragile body. Once a warrior or assassin got close, it would be troublesome. Not only the girls but even Yang Chen had this problem. He could crush other ability users or mutated beasts with his body alone, purely relying on his superior level. While others were at the first stage, the crystal core level, Yang Chen was already at the second stage, the star map level. It was reasonable for the huge increase to crush lower-level ability users or mutated beasts, right? Now, with the physique enhancement supernatural fruits, Yang Chen and the girls' bodies had undergone a leap in enhancement. Yang Chen felt that now he could easily beat a mutated giant wolf to death with just his fists. Yang Chen took out a pistol from the infinite space and shot his arm. Bang! The bullet hit his arm's skin and bounced off. The girls were startled by Yang Chen's action. Yang Chen didn't mind and instead thought, apart from a little pain, my arm is intact, without leaving a mark. It feels like being shot with a toy gun and soft bullets, causing a little pain but no harm. Now I'm really shameless. Yang Chen joked. To test his limits, Yang Chen took out a Type 250 assault rifle, loaded a magazine, and shot at the same spot again. This time, the pain intensified. But it still didn't break through Yang Chen's skin. Even an assault rifle doesn't work? Do I need to use the Azure Dragon anti-material sniper rifle? Shaking his head, Yang Chen didn't continue the experiment. It was known that ordinary bullets were no longer a threat to him. Moreover, he had a bunch of defensive life-saving abilities. When he awakened the divine-level physical ability, pure body, a warm flow emerged in his body. The amount of this warm flow was similar to when he awakened the divine-level water ability, Milky Way weak water yesterday. Combined with the warm flow obtained from killing ability users and mutated beasts today, 3/10 of Yang Chen's second star had already been lit up. Only 7/10 remained until complete illumination. Lin Jinyun wanted to ask something, Xiao Sun, you. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yang Chen. Don't speak, eat this physique-enhancing supernatural fruit. Oh. Lin Jinyun obediently followed suit. Brothers, some supernatural abilities are complete, but some are more like skills, like sharpness, like extreme speed, like teleportation, which are more like skills. So humans can use supernatural fruit multiple times to enhance their strength. Compared to teleportation, a complete spatial supernatural ability can use many spatial abilities. Yang Chen took out the beast-taming supernatural fruit. This supernatural fruit was his favorite among his recent harvests. Following the previous order. Ding! Invest in Chen Jiayao's beast-taming supernatural fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host, please choose between 10,000 beast-taming supernatural fruits and the divine-level beast-taming supernatural ability, Beast King's Dominion. Choose one. Continue investing. Ding! Invest in Chen Jiaya's beast-taming supernatural fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host, please choose between 10,000 beast-taming supernatural fruits and the divine-level beast-taming supernatural ability, Beast King's Dominion. Choose 2, Beast King's Dominion. Ding! Invest in Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan's beast-taming supernatural fruit, triggering a 20,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 beast-taming fruits. Yang Chen's second star was lit up by 1/10 again. 6/10 were left to completely light it up. Yang Chen felt that at the latest in 2 days, he would be able to fully light up the second star. Awesome! Yang Chen smiled. Chen Jiai, and Lu Ruyan, the three women, were originally at the peak of the tangerine grade. After the warm flow brought by 2 awakenings of supernatural abilities, they officially stepped into the orange grade. Lin Jinyun and Yang Chan, not being at their peak, only had their crystal nuclei slightly enlarged by the warm flow brought by the awakening of supernatural abilities, without breaking through to the next stage. But it was close. The number of mutations has increased significantly now. At the rate they were hunting mutant beasts, Lin Jinyun would be able to break through to the cantaloupe grade tomorrow, and the other 4 women would break through to the orange grade. 3 days. 3 days for all to scatter their crystal nuclei and condense the star map. This was a small goal set by Yang Chen. These 3 days were enough for him to collect the remaining materials needed. By then, they could leave this place and go to the villa area halfway up the mountain near Linshan to establish a new home. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was in a great mood and immediately started playing with the women. With 6 people, playing landlord or mahjong was obviously not feasible, as the number was too high. So, they could only play murder mystery. This time, the script was about a wicked landlord and 5 maids, each with their own unique qualities. The next day, after breakfast, upon learning that Yang Chen was going to the peach forest in the western suburbs today, the women were curious about who he would take with him. But this time, Yang Chen didn't take anyone. "You all don't need to come, I can go alone this time," Yang Chen said with a smile. The women obediently listened, and seeing that Yang Chen had said so, they didn't say anything more, even though they really wanted to follow. Yang Chen chuckled and took out the equipment he had obtained yesterday from the infinite space. "This is a bulletproof vest, for you, and Lin." Yang Chen helped Lin Jinyun put it on, inevitably causing some bumps and knocks in the process. Lin Jinyun gave Yang Chen a resentful look. At the same time, a notification sound from the system rang in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun's bulletproof vest, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bulletproof vests. You all have them too. Ding! Invest in Yao Chan Yan's bulletproof vests, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 bulletproof vests. Wow! He only brought back a few pieces in total, and now, with the system's 10,000-fold return, there were too many to wear, simply too many. In addition to the bulletproof vests, Yang Chen also allocated 250 assault rifles and matching ammunition to Lin Jinyun and the other women. Ding! Invested in Yun, Yao, Chan, and Yen, 5 250 type assault rifles, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,250 type assault rifles. Ordinary firearms are only effective in the early stages. When mutant beasts and ability users grow to be bulletproof, it will be discovered that firearms are not as useful as cold weapons. Therefore, Yang Chen's principle regarding weapons is just enough to suffice. After all, current weapons are struggling to keep up with the pace of iteration. Fortunately, this is still the early stage. Firearms are still effective, especially in deterring ordinary people, with remarkable results. Ding! Invested in Yun, Yao, Chan, and Yen, 1080 rounds of 7.62mm bullets, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,800,000 rounds of 7.62mm bullets. Each magazine holds 36 rounds, with 5 spare full magazines per person. Inserting an additional full magazine into the 250 type assault rifle results in 6 magazines, totaling 216 rounds per person. For 5 people, that's 1080 rounds. Through the system's 10-fold return, over 10 million rounds of bullets were directly obtained. Look, over 10 million rounds of 7.62mm bullets, enough to last for a month of continuous firing. Who knows how mutants, ability users, and mutant plants will evolve after a month. After arming the women, Yang Chen bid them farewell one by one. The farewells were somewhat embarrassing. Leaving the Jinshou city residential area, Yang Chen headed straight towards the western suburbs of the city. Yang Chen still remembered the peach forest in the western suburbs. He had passed by it when returning from his hometown to Jiangcheng. He wondered if the peaches from the mutated peach trees tasted good. After an hour, Yang Chen arrived outside the peach forest. Upon his arrival, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Yang Chen! Over here, over here. Following the voice, Yang Chen saw Wang Jindong waving at him and running over. With a light chuckle, Yang Chen walked over. The two met, and Wang Jindong smiled. Yang Chen, you're here early. We just arrived not long ago. I thought we would have to wait a while for you, but unexpectedly, we saw you as soon as we came out. Yang Chen joked, you like to wander around so much. Ha, Wang Jindong laughed along, but when he noticed only Yang Chen was present, he curiously asked, Yang Chen, where's the beautiful lady you were with last time? Yang Chen replied casually, she had something come up and couldn't make it today. Wang Jindong nodded, alright then. He linked arms with Yang Chen and led him in the opposite direction of the peach forest. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the leader of our survivors' shelter. It's in a village not far ahead, and the other two survivor teams have already arrived. Okay, Yang Chen did not refuse. He followed Wang Jindong towards the village. Being in the suburbs, mutated plants became more abundant. The roadsides of the village were mostly destroyed by the roots of mutated plants. Waist-high weeds were everywhere. The countryside mostly consisted of bungalows or 2 to 3 story buildings. At this moment, the walls and eaves of these buildings were already occupied by mutated ivy. Ha! Yang Chen sensed something with his telekinesis. Something that everyone dreams of. An ability fruit. It was a red ability fruit. Growing on a branch of mutated ivy on a bungalow, half hanging on the eaves, its bright red color was striking. In his telekinetic perception, the bungalow was 100 meters away from them, already off the road, making it difficult to notice. Yang Chen teleported over and plucked the red ability fruit from the bungalow's eaves. Just then, a sharpened wooden spike whizzed towards Yang Chen with a piercing sound. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly swatted the sharpened wooden spike away. Looking towards where the wooden thorns were shot from, more than 10 survivors were quickly rushing towards him. Leading the way were 3 individuals with abilities, and the leading girl's ability crystal was the size of a tangerine, on par with Wang Jindong. It was these people who had just launched a surprise attack on Yang Chen. The girl in the lead didn't even seem curious when Yang Chen handed the wooden thorns to him. As individuals with abilities, if they couldn't dodge, that would be strange. As they approached, the girl shouted unfriendly words at Yang Chen, hey! I was the first to discover that ability fruit, give it back to me quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jumping onto the eaves as well, the girl in denim shorts and a crop top, along with 3 others with abilities, surrounded Yang Chen in a triangular formation. The girl in the crop top crossed her arms and looked at Yang Chen with an unfriendly tone, you better give me the ability fruit in your hand, I saw it first. Yang Chen played with the red ability fruit, yours? Is your name written on it? Does it respond when you call it? It doesn't belong to you, yet you dare claim it is yours. You're distorting the truth. The girl said displeased, anyway, I saw it first. I wanted to take it, but you were closer and got it first. I advise you to obediently give me the ability fruit, or else you'll be against our old city area. And Li, don't be so overbearing and unreasonable. Wang Jindong also jumped up, standing beside Yang Chen, placing a hand on Yang Chen's shoulder, claiming everything is yours will only harm you. Do you really think that just because the Red Sister is slightly stronger than the leaders of our 2 shelters, you can do whatever you want? Yang Chen is from my Huaxi community, I dare anyone to try and snatch him. Seeing Wang Jindong, and Li's expression turned unpleasant, Wang Jindong, this is a matter between our old city area and this kid, don't meddle in our affairs. Wang Jindong took a step forward, raising an eyebrow, what if I want to meddle? You. Unable to deal with Wang Jindong, and Li turned to Yang Chen, threatening in a cold tone, stop pretending to be deaf. The Huaxi community can protect you for now, but not forever. Be sensible and hand over the ability fruit. With that, Li reached out towards Yang Chen, as if it was rightfully hers. Yang Chen shook the ability fruit in his hand, you want this? And Li looked at Yang Chen with a disdainful look, of course, who wouldn't want the ability fruit? If she could get her hands on this ability fruit, and Li would also have a chance to become a dual ability user. It was a pity that her speed wasn't as fast as this kid's just now, otherwise, there wouldn't be all this trouble. Blame it on this kid, so short-sighted, competing with a girl like me. Bang! To the shocked and astonished gazes of everyone, Yang Chen directly crushed the freshly obtained ability fruit. Fruit juice splattered all over Yang Chen's hand. Releasing his grip, the rotten flesh of the ability fruit fell to the ground. Yang Chen smiled, alright, this ability fruit is yours now. Crawl on the ground and pick it up, then grab it and eat it. Maybe you'll awaken an ability. It was just an ability fruit, he had plenty in his infinite space. It was unnecessary. Even if it was crushed into pulp, he wouldn't give it to this rude person. Did she really think everything in the world belonged to her? Wang Jindong was also surprised by Yang Chen's decisiveness. That was an ability fruit. Such a precious item, and he destroyed it without hesitation. Wasn't that too domineering? However, for some reason, coupled with what he had just said, Yang Chen's actions seemed oddly satisfying. And Li was a capable subordinate of the Red Sister in the Old City area, rumored to be a foot bath technician before being trained by the Red Sister. Her strength was comparable to his. This woman, along with a few other foot bath technicians, relied on the Red Sister's support, acted aggressively, had a bad attitude, and frequently clashed with their Huashi community. Wang Zhendong had long been fed up with these people. But unfortunately, the old man at home is not competitive. Unable to beat the Red Sister opposite, they could only swallow their pride. If Yang Chen's approach is indeed cool, it's just a bit wasteful. And Li was also dumbfounded. She had thought of countless possibilities, but never imagined that this kid would destroy the supernatural fruit. This is a supernatural fruit. One can create a supernatural being, extremely precious in the apocalypse. But this kid. Realizing this, and Li's face turned livid with anger. Grinding her teeth, she looked at Yang Chen with eyes full of hatred and fury. That was her supernatural fruit. Her dual supernatural abilities. Gone. All gone now. Kid, do you know what you've done? Yes, just got rid of a rotten fruit. If you want it, hurry and pick it up. It might be useless in a while. And Li hesitated as she looked at the rotten fruit on the ground, reaching out and then retracting her hand. Crack! Yang Chen stepped on it. The remaining rotten fruit was also crushed to pieces. Stop dilly-dallying. I'm getting impatient just watching you. Yang Chen was infuriated. You don't need to hesitate. I'll make the choice for you. Even if this supernatural fruit turns into rotten pulp, you don't deserve to eat it. You. And Li was on the verge of madness. Even if she was foolish, she understood. This kid was deliberately humiliating her. You're asking for it. Wang Zhendong stepped forward, his voice cold, and Li. Don't forget what day it is today. Do you want to cause trouble with our Huashi community? If you dare, I believe the Red Sister won't spare you either. The main goal today was to compete with the mutant beasts for the spirit peaches. If they drove away the Huashi community, the human side's fighting power would plummet. The chance of obtaining the spirit peaches would also become slim. If that happened, even if the Red Sister didn't kill her, punishment was inevitable. Humph. Weighing the pros and cons, and Li pointed at Yang Chen with a murderous intent. Kid, I'll let you go for now, but later on, I'll see if the Huashi community will protect you. Let's go. Yang Chen wanted to hit someone, but was stopped by Wang Zhendong as soon as he moved. Hey, brother, let it go, don't get into it with that jerk. I want to hit someone. I know, but if you hit Li, the Red Sister will definitely come after you. She's a tough one, my old Bai Deng is no match for her. Yang Chen sneered, have you forgotten that I killed Sang Biao? I've been at odds with that Red Sister ever since. Wang Zhendong. Damn, he really forgot about Sang Biao. The key is, who would remember a dead man? Shall we catch up and deal with Li now? Yang Chen. What are you saying? Watch your words, if someone hears us, they'll think we're perverts. Oh, then what should we do? Yang Chen chuckled, no worries, they're right here, they can't run away. Alright. Looking at the already rotten supernatural fruit on the ground, Wang Zhendong felt a pang of regret. You really are heartless. This is a supernatural fruit, if you don't want it, you could have sold it to me. Just a supernatural fruit. You're making a big deal out of it. A supernatural fruit. Just a supernatural fruit? Yang Chen curiously asked, by the way, who is this person of the Red Sister acting so arrogantly? Wang Zhendong laughed, she's the foot-washing sister. Before the apocalypse, she worked as a foot-washer in the Red Sister's foot-bath city, awakened her innate abilities after the apocalypse, caught the Red Sister's eye, and is now one of the 6 fairies in the Old City Refuge. Yang Chen, who came up with the name 6 fairies? It sounds awkward. Wang Zhendong, who else could it be? The Red Sister. As they chatted and walked, Wang Zhendong led Yang Chen to the temporary camp of the Huashi community in the village. Don't worry, there's more to come. 2 connected 2-story buildings. There are 100 survivors here. 15 of them are espers. Wang Zhendong proudly said, these are the elites of our shelter. Each of them has been rigorously trained by me and my father. They are all powerful. Judging by the size of their crystal cores, these espers seem weak. But that's from Yang Chen's perspective. Compared to espers from other shelters, this esper team's strength is indeed remarkable. What did you do before? Yang Chen curiously asked. Wang Zhendong chuckled, I was a soldier. I've only been discharged for half a year, so I haven't lost my skills yet. My father is also a veteran. I see, Yang Chen suddenly understood. It makes sense. With 2 veterans as coaches, the combat skills of these espers have improved significantly. They are much stronger than espers who only know basic fighting techniques. Brother Dong. Brother Dong. Hello, Brother Dong. Wang Zhendong entered, and all the espers in the courtyard stood up respectfully and greeted him. Wang Zhendong waved his hand, you guys rest, we have a tough battle ahead. Okay. No problem, Brother Dong. When are we moving out? My fists can't wait any longer. Ignoring the espers, Wang Zhendong led Yang Chen into a two-story building. There was only one person in the hall. He was nearly 50 years old but looked spirited. This is my father, Wang Zhan. Dad, this is Yang Chen I told you about, the one who defeated Sang Biao barehanded. Wang Zhendong introduced them. Yang Chen shook hands with Wang Zhan. Hello, uncle. Wang Zhan smiled kindly. Hello, young man. You have a strong spirit and a sturdy backbone, a promising fighter. Defeating Sang Biao with just your fists proves your strength. You are a young hero. Seeing Wang Zhan rambling on, Wang Zhendong interrupted. Dad, Yang Chen is here. Shouldn't we discuss the next steps with the other two sides? Wang Zhan took a sip of tea and nodded. Yes, it's time. We need to act quickly so we can shake off those pursuing beasts later. Dad, on the way here. Wang Zhendong recounted what had happened earlier. After listening, Wang Zhan pondered for a moment. It's fine. Although I may not match Lu Hong in Esper abilities, she won't be able to harm me. With me around, Yang Chen will be safe. But, Wang Zhan paused, then looked at Yang Chen. I'm worried that Lu Hong will continue to cause trouble for you. If that happens, we won't be able to help from a distance. Yang Chen lightly laughed, not concerned about the pressure from the old city area. It's okay, Uncle Wang. I'm not afraid of the survivor team in the old city area. Is that so? He. Wang Zhan shook his head with a wry smile, clearly not believing Yang Chen's words. The young man had strength but lacked the corresponding maturity. Being so arrogant, he would eventually suffer a great loss. That woman Lu Hong is not simple. As a dual Esper, her blood-related abilities are mysterious, and her explosive blood energy makes her physical combat prowess formidable. Even Wang Zhan can only defend against her, not win. The young man is just too young. Let's go. Wang Zhan picked up his insulated teacup and walked outside. He met Yang Chen by chance and decided to protect him today for the sake of his foolish son. After that, it would no longer be his concern. He wasn't an Esper from his own shelter, so protecting him once was already going above and beyond. Yang Chen noticed Wang Zhan's disbelief and disdain, but he didn't mind, because there was no need to. His strength would speak for him. Yang Chen was certain. This three-party meeting would definitely not be peaceful. At least there won't be peace between him and the old town. Well, let's take this opportunity to deal with the old town once and for all. It's better than having someone always lurking behind. Stepping out of the hall, Wang Zhan gathered his team and headed towards the village committee in the center of the village. The other two teams also converged there upon receiving the message. The village committee. The white walls were covered with lush ivy, some roots already penetrating the walls. This building was obviously a dangerous one. None of the three parties chose to enter the main building of the village committee. Instead, they decided to handle the matter in the open square in front of the village committee building. In fact, there were only two things to discuss: how to obtain the spirit peaches, and once obtained, how to distribute them. If the distribution of benefits is unfair, the three parties will definitely end up fighting. These are magical peaches that can instantly restore an Esper to full power. Having one on oneself is equivalent to a life-saving item, and everyone wants to have some on them. Yang Chen arrived. Ding! Detected an 8-star stunning goddess, Lu Hong. Please host, take her down as soon as possible. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's expression froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought to himself, wow, system, are you serious? She and I are enemies. Ding! This system does not consider the relationship between the host and the stunning goddess. As long as there is a stunning goddess nearby who meets the criteria, the system will report it. Whether to accept or not depends entirely on the host. Yang Chen inwardly exclaimed, I definitely can't accept. That woman might want to kill me. The system fell silent. In the middle of the square, there was a wooden round table, with the leaders of the three shelters sitting around it. Behind them stood the Espers and ordinary survivors from their respective shelters. At this moment, Yang Chen also saw who Lu Hong was, truly deserving of being rated as an 8-star stunning goddess by the system. Her looks were indeed resilient. She was wearing a wine-red hip-hugging skirt, delicate collarbones, fair skin, and her overall aura belonged to the mature type, in the same league as Lin Jinyun, but Lin Jinyun had the upper hand in looks over Lu Hong. Hong Jie. It's this kid who killed Sang Biao. I saw it with my own eyes. His punches turned Sang Biao's head into a pancake. Behind Lu Hong, a young Esper jumped out, pointing at Yang Chen and accusing him to Lu Hong. Enli also stepped forward, looking aggrieved, and complained to Lu Hong, Hong Jie, it's this guy who stole my Esper fruit. I clearly saw it first, but he used his speed to pick the Esper fruit before me. not manly at all, doesn't even know how to be courteous. Setting aside the facts, even if he found it first, what difference does it make to give me the esper fruit? Yang Chen. Damn it, if you're setting aside the facts, what else is there to talk about? Are we going to discuss how your mother picks cotton? A boxer. This guy is actually a boxer. Really disgusting. All the boxers, men and women, put together couldn't match a pair of parents. Raised by no one, no wonder they have no manners. Lu Hong's red pupils looked at Yang Chen, licked her lips, and smiled, such a handsome young man, but you can't just let go of killing my subordinate and stealing my subordinate's esper fruit, little brother, how do you plan to compensate, sister? Yang Chen stepped forward, hands in his pockets, and said, what kind of compensation do you want? Although he said that, Yang Chen's attention had always been on the espers and survivors behind Lu Hong. It's not a good habit to leave the roots after cutting the grass. None of these people should even think about leaving. Lu Hong pretended to think, then held out 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Submit to me, join my shelter. I can let you be the captain of a team, work hard in the future, and becoming my second in command won't be a problem. 2. You rejected me, but you killed my man, stole my supernatural fruit. This matter cannot be left like this, and you won't get away with the supernatural fruit. How about a life for a life? Considering from all aspects, recruiting this kid in front of me is maximizing the benefits. The person who came back last time to report has already said that this kid turned the copper state of the morning hammer into a copper cake with just his physical body. This strength is definitely far above the morning hammer. If he is brought under his command, he might even become the 3rd strongest force under his command. The morning hammer is dead. The supernatural fruit is shattered. It's not bad to recruit a powerful supernatural being. It also makes up for some losses. Most importantly, he's a handsome young man. Even she has become a supernatural being. Still a leader of a sanctuary. Not to mention becoming like Wu Zetian, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, collecting all the handsome men in the world. He's Yang Chen. Powerful. It's nice to have a few handsome guys to please oneself. How can the world only allow men to find countless beautiful women, but not allow women to find countless men? If this kid doesn't behave, then Lu Hong can only regretfully kill this kid. Letting him go is definitely not an option. If he is really let go, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Lu Hong also grew up step by step from the initial chaos. Naturally she won't be soft-hearted and act like a saint. I do have a way to make amends. I wonder if you're interested. Lu Hong became interested, blinked her charming eyes at Yang Chen, her red lips parted, and she smiled, saying, tell me. Rise. Yang Chen raised his right hand gently behind Lu Hong. Spatial confinement. Mental control. Except for Lu Hong, whether it's a supernatural being or a normal survivor behind her, their bodies are confined in an unshakable space, unable to move, struggling in vain. And their bodies are floating uncontrollably in mid-air. What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Sister Hong, please save us, this kid is so strange. Controlling so many of us at the same time. What kind of strength does this kid have? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I am a supernatural being. How can I have no power to fight back? The chaos behind them and the cries for help from their subordinates rang out. Liu Hong's face stiffened. She suddenly slapped the wooden round table and stood up, looking at her subordinates behind her with an ugly expression. What do you want to do? Yang Chen smiled faintly, calm and composed. It's not over yet. My compensation guarantee will satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 infinite space doors opened in front of these supernatural beings and ordinary survivors. Swish swish swish. Countless alloy straight knives flew out from the 3 infinite space doors. Under Yang Chen's control as the master of gold, each alloy straight knife flew at a speed of 5 Mach, piercing through the bodies of every survivor in the old city area with a strong sonic boom. Poochie 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 poochie. The sound of sharp blades entering flesh was continuous, one after another. The survivors from the other 2 sanctuaries around felt a chill in their hearts, an inexplicable coldness rushing from their feet to their brains, making their whole bodies shudder. Blood splattered, screams continued. Sister Hong was furious. Stop it. The falling blood seemed to be summoned. It condensed in mid-air, turning into a large sword completely made of blood. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Yang Chen. The next second, it shot out. Wang Zhan's face turned serious, whispering to himself, this move is powerful, even I am not sure if I can take it without injury. This kid Yang Chen is really reckless. Spatial barrier. Bang! Just when the blood-red greatsword was 2.5 meters away from Yang Chen, as if hitting an invisible wall, it abruptly stopped, unable to advance any further. The collision between the blood-red greatsword and the invisible wall erupted into a strong shock wave. The visible sonic boom shockwave spread out, causing the survivors from the other 2 shelters to retreat in shock. Seeing the shattered blood-red greatsword falling to the ground and turning back into blood, Wang Zhan and another shelter leader widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? This kid actually took Lu Hong's move unscathed. So terrifying, so terrifying. Even Lu Hong herself was dumbfounded. She thought her move was already powerful enough, but she never expected the kid in front of her to effortlessly withstand it without even moving. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Lu Hong's crystal nucleus had already reached the size of a cantaloupe, while Wang Zhan and the other shelter leaders' crystal nuclei were only the size of oranges. That was why the two of them were no match for Lu Hong. However, fate had it that Lu Hong encountered Yang Chen this time. Yang Chen, who was at the second stage, the star map level. With a single thought, the bodies of ordinary survivors fell like dumplings, while the bodies of ability users were pulled back by Yang Chen's hand and absorbed in front of Lu Hong. 17 warm streams in total. This amount was enough to rival Lu Hong, who was at the cantaloupe level. Yang Chen's second star added another tenth. It was already halfway lit up. Yang Chen estimated wrong. It wouldn't take 2 or 3 days, he could completely light up the second star today. There was still Lu Hong in front of him, and there were plenty of mutant beasts in the peach forest. These were enough to stack up Yang Chen's level. If the number of mutant beasts was large enough, he might even be able to light up the third star today. I wonder if my apology satisfies you. Yang Chen looked at Lu Hong and smiled. Lu Hong was dumbfounded. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. The unexpectedness of the world was just so inexplicable. 1 second ago, she was the leader of the strongest shelter among the 3 factions. She had many ability users under her command. But the next second, she became a lone individual. Everything was thanks to the man in front of her. Realizing this, Lu Hong felt anxious and angry, her mature and beautiful face showing anger. You! How dare you slaughter my subordinates so wantonly? You're asking for death. Lu Hong's body surged with a powerful aura. This was her second ability, Blood Chi Eruption. After activation, her physical body received a boost in blood energy, enhancing all aspects. This was also the reason for Lu Hong's formidable close combat skills. She raised her hand, unleashing her ability to control blood. The scattered blood around her floated up again, turning into fine blood threads. Staring at Yang Chen, Lu Hong gritted her teeth and said, I want you dead. Want me dead? I doubt you have the ability. Lu Hong was furious. This kid was simply too arrogant. He didn't take her seriously at all. Did he really think she was just a pushover? After developing the survivors in the old city to this point, she had no shortage of blood on her hands. Die for me! Countless blood threads trembled. The next moment, they all burst out and shot in all directions, aiming directly at Yang Chen. Just as everyone thought Yang Chen would be turned into a dice, the scene of him being pierced by countless blood threads did not happen. Instead, Yang Chen remained calm, with a serene smile on his face. With one hand behind his back, he gently pressed the empty space in front of him. Spatial confinement. The surrounding space was locked down. The countless blood threads about to hit him were suspended in midair. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Everyone was dumbfounded. This move was too cool. What kind of ability did he awaken? Why did it look so dazzling? These were the doubts in everyone's minds as they were also shocked by Yang Chen's strength, and curious about where his limits lie. Wang Zhan's face stiffened, not expecting Yang Chen to effortlessly block Lu Hong's attack. Involuntarily, he remembered what Yang Chen had said before. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Turns out, he wasn't lying. He had been telling the truth all along. It was just his own narrow-mindedness that didn't believe it. Disperse. Control with psychic power. The surroundings were filled with invisible and endless psychic power. Blood vessels' needles crazily compressed. Each blood vessel needle was squeezed into a mist of blood, driven away by psychic power, gradually dissolving into nothingness. When the blood mist cleared, Lu Hong, holding a blood-red great sword, had already rushed in front of Yang Chen. The blood-red great sword was raised high, coming down, and then she was suspended in midair. Just like what Li and the others had encountered. The body couldn't move. No matter how much struggling, it was futile. How is this possible? What kind of ability do you have? Why are there so many changes? Lu Hong's pupils dilated, her voice filled with intense horror. Previously, she still thought that Yang Chen's abilities were just strange, far inferior to hers in terms of level, and if she got close to him, he would undoubtedly die. But now, that thought was completely gone. He stood there, calm and composed, like a god who could control everything in the world. Even if the dead know, it's useless. No! You can't kill me! Wang Zhan! Lu Guan, don't forget our mission this time is the Spirit Peach. If you lose a powerful ability like me, you won't get the Spirit Peach. Lu Hong said to Wang Zhan and Lu Guan, who were watching the show not far away. Yang Chen was stunned. Lu Guan? This name. Quite interesting. Very fitting. He didn't expect such a refined and easygoing man to have such a name. Wang Zhan and Lu Guan looked at each other, hesitating whether to step forward. Lu Hong threatened again. Wang Zhan, Lu Guan, even if you manage to get the spirit peach by chance, I have already instructed Xiao Shui. If I don't return this time, she will inform the entire Jiangcheng ability users force about the spirit peach and the location of your sanctuary. The entire Jiangcheng ability users force will definitely come after you to get the spirit peach. You won't have peace then. Hearing this, the two's faces changed, their eyes dark and gloomy. This woman had played them like a fiddle. Damn it! If the Jiangcheng ability users really came after them, the spirit peach would definitely not be safe. At this moment, they heard Yang Chen's surprised and delighted voice. Damn it! There are still survivors. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. If I let them escape, I'll definitely be scolded again, saying I'm too kind. Yang Chen looked at Wang Zhan. Do you know where their sanctuary is? Wang Zhan thought of something, his eyes changed, and the way he looked at Yang Chen was no longer the same as before, but with a look of peers or even more respect. This kid is really ruthless. It's not enough to stir up trouble here. He even planned not to spare their lair. I know. Rest assured, your people will soon join you. Yang Chen walked up to the imprisoned Lu Hong, grinning in front of her. As for the matter of the spirit peach's information getting out, Yang Chen didn't care. Anyway, he would be changing positions soon, and even if Jinshou City was exposed, it wouldn't matter much. Besides, they didn't even know where their sanctuary was now. Even if it was exposed to all the Jiangcheng ability users, the impact on Yang Chen would be minimal. No, you can't kill me. Lu Hong struggled desperately, tears of fear filling her eyes covered in blood vessels. The arrogant and disdainful attitude of looking down on everyone was gone. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. I'm a married woman, I know everything, and my experience is better than other young girls. As long as you let me go, I promise to obey you in everything. Oh, right, my useless husband is still alive, locked up by me. It's fine to do it in front of him later. Boom! Yang Chen ignored these trash talk. His palm pressed against Lu Hong's head. The crimson lotus inferno ignited. Soon it spread throughout her body. Her exquisite mature body was covered in blood-red flames. 2.5 seconds later, Lu Hong turned into a pile of ashes. Her warmth was also absorbed by Yang Chen, lighting up 1/10 again. Faster, faster. Ding! Host has killed a bloodline and blood energy burst ability possessor. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Extract. Yang Chen said calmly. Ding! Extraction successful. With Lu Hong taken care of, there were no survivors from the old city area left here. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Everyone was as silent as a cicada in winter, looking at Yang Chen with fear in their eyes. Even swallowing saliva was done cautiously, afraid of making a sound that would displease this lord and have his butcher's knife swung at them again. Yang Chen found it amusing. Was he being seen as a butcher? It seemed so. He had lost count of how many people he had killed. He didn't actively seek to kill. Most of the people he killed had provoked him or tried to kill him. They deserved their fate. Yang Chen knew well that in this apocalyptic world, being kind was being irresponsible to oneself and those around, and also prone to being scolded. Besides Lu Hong's two abilities, he also extracted the ability fruits of other old city area ability possessors he had killed. Unfortunately, none of them had the earth, wind, ice, or thunder abilities he lacked. Fire, water, and wood were there, but they were duplicates. Forget it. Throw them into the infinite space to gather dust. Maybe they could be useful in the future. Yang Chen turned and walked to the overturned round table hit by the shockwave. He lifted it and sat in Lu Hong's previous seat. Come on, let's continue the discussion, gentlemen. Yang Chen smiled at Wang Zhan and Lu Guan. As Yang Chen's calm gaze swept over them, everyone present lowered their heads. Even Wang Zhan and Lu Guan felt a shiver down their spines. This kid could kill Lu Hong without moving. Wouldn't it be easier to kill them? Where did this ruthless person come from? As fellow residents of Jiangcheng, why hadn't they heard of him before? Wang Zhan glanced at his son, as if saying, Xiaodeng, where did you find this guy? With a sigh, Wang Zhan and Lu Guan approached and sat back in their original seats. Wang Zhan spoke first. According to my scouts, the spirit peach tree is located in the middle of the peach forest, surrounded by numerous mutated beasts guarding it, not less than 100, most of which are mutated cats and dogs, mutated snakes and rats, but their leader is a 7 to 8 meter long giant ape, estimated to be even stronger than Lu Hong. When the time comes, this mutated giant ape will be your trouble, young Master Yang. Yang Chen nodded. No problem. After clearing the mutated beasts, how should we divide this spirit peach? When this was mentioned, Lu Buan and Wang Zhan exchanged a glance. Yes, how should it be divided? This person's strength is formidable. If the distribution doesn't satisfy him, he might wipe us out too. After some thought, Wang Zhan tentatively asked, Young Master Yang, how about a 60-40 split? You get 60, and we split the remaining 40. Okay, Yang Chen smiled. I'll add one more condition. Whoever kills the mutated beasts gets to keep them. Mutated beasts were also resources. The warmth in their brains could make ability possessors stronger. Such resources couldn't be left unattended. Wang Zhan and Lu Buan nodded in agreement. This point was non-negotiable for them. Good. The initial plan had been discussed, now it was time for implementation. The specific battle plan was to lure all the mutant beasts out of the peach forest, take them far away from the forest to fight elsewhere. During the battle, the harvesting team that hadn't evacuated would rush into the peach forest, pick all the spirit peaches at the fastest speed, and then retreat. Over 100 mutant beasts. Relying solely on their abilities, they definitely couldn't kill them all. They could only strive to resist. So, they didn't plan to kill all the mutant beasts but to delay them. Buy time for the harvesting team. Once they had the spirit peaches, they could retreat. But that was their plan. Yang Chen's plan was, I want them all. The battle plan begins. Wang Zhan and Lu Buan each dispatched 2 psychics from their shelters to attract the attention of the mutant beasts and lure them out of the peach forest. The 4 of them trembled at the sight of the densely packed mutant beasts. Would they be able to outrun so many 4-legged creatures later? Whatever. Just use a skill and run. Meteor shower. Hagen. Fireball magic. Oh wow. Breath of water. Waterfall tornado. Can you 2 stop with the useless lines? Metal steel egg. Go! The fire elements gathered above the mutant beasts' heads, followed by a rain of fire. Dozens of blazing fireballs streaked across the sky. Robust and powerful water tornadoes. Countless steel pellets hung in the air, shooting out rapidly. After doing all this, the 4 didn't even look back, they just turned and ran. What are they waiting for? Being a second late is disrespecting their own lives. Just as they started running, the terrifying roar of the mutant beasts echoed behind them, a cacophony of voices overlapping. Roar, woof woof woof, meow meow meow, hiss hiss hiss. Under attack, the mutant beasts went berserk. The mutant long-armed giant ape lying leisurely on the branches of the spirit peach tree saw 4 small black dots in the distance running frantically. It roared angrily, pointing in the direction the 4 were fleeing, then leaped down first, using both hands and feet to sprint towards them. Other mutant beasts followed closely, roaring as they chased after. The intelligence of mutant beasts would be enhanced after mutation, but not by much. Moreover, after mutation, their ferocious instincts would be even more pronounced, making their enhanced intelligence almost negligible. Damn it! Run faster! If we get caught up, it's better to commit suicide than be trampled to death by mutant beasts. Can you stop talking nonsense? Where the hell is the backup? If they don't come soon, I'll die just to spite them. As the words fell, 4 black dots quickly flew in from the distance in the sky. They were the reinforcements sent by the 2 shelters. Psychics were the backbone of each shelter, even the core components. Without a compelling reason, Wang Zhan and Lu Buan would not abandon these 4. So, they sent flying psychics to bring these 4 back. 3 of the 4 flying psychics were avian beastification types. Their arms had turned into wings, soaring through the sky. The other psychic had the ability to control air but lacked autonomous movement, so he had a rope tied around his waist, being pulled by the other 3 avian beastification psychics. Upon their arrival, without a word, they picked up the 4 from the ground and flew off in the designated direction. A large group of raging mutant beasts chased closely behind, unwilling to let go. Once the mutant beasts had run a certain distance, the harvesting team hidden in the abandoned village cautiously headed towards the peach forest under the guidance of the 2 psychics. What they didn't know was that the peach forest had already been visited by someone. That person was none other than Yang Chen. With instant teleportation by his side, who could match his speed? The moment the mutant beasts left the peach forest, Yang Chen teleported instantly to the front of the giant spirit peach tree. This spirit peach tree may have been growing longer than the zombie tree, so it is twice the size. Standing about 50 to 60 meters tall, unlike the red leaves of the zombie tree, the spirit peach tree has lush green leaves, giving it a vibrant appearance. Hanging from the canopy that covers the sky are one spirit peach after another. This is the first time Yang Chen has seen what a spirit peach looks like. It resembles a water peach but much larger than the pre-apocalyptic ones, almost like holding a small cantaloupe in hand. The surface of the spirit peach emits a milky white glow, looking extraordinarily mystical. All mine, Yang Chen grinned. Activating his psychic power, he harvested all the spirit peaches from the tree. Counting them, there were a total of 235 spirit peaches. Not bad. He stored the spirit peaches in his infinite space. Yang Chen then set his sights on the spirit peach tree. The spirit peach tree should also be considered a living being. If I bring it into the infinite space, will it die? Yang Chen had never tried putting a living being into the infinite space, so he was unsure if there was a risk of the spirit peach tree dying. There are many spirit peaches, but only one spirit peach tree. Forget it, I'll just carry it with me. Yang Chen unsheathed the premium 8-faced Han sword he obtained from the armory. Under the control of the Golden Dominator, the 8-faced Han sword floated weightlessly, as dazzling as a sword immortal's flying sword. Yang Chen bent his legs, leaped onto the sword, and stood firmly. Swish! The 8-faced Han sword swiftly moved with Yang Chen on top, reaching above the spirit peach tree. Advancing to the second stage, star chart level, the energy in my body can finally support me in flying objects. Yang Chen exclaimed, a happy smile on his face. Every boy has a sword immortal dream. Now, his dream has come true. Even as a crystal core level, Yang Chen could control flying objects. However, at that time, the total energy in his body was not much, so even if he could control flying objects, it wouldn't last long and was too energy consuming. It wasn't worth it, so Yang Chen had never used it. But now it's different. With the energy at the star chart level and the spirit peach that can instantly replenish his energy, he is a sword immortal. Yang Chen didn't forget the task at hand. His gaze fell on the huge spirit peach tree below. The tree of life activated. He controlled the entire spirit peach tree, infused it with life force, preventing it from withering over time. Psychic power activated. Boom! The massive spirit peach tree trembled, the ground cracked open, and the roots of the tree broke through the soil, more and more, lifting the entire spirit peach tree. 2.5 seconds later, the entire spirit peach tree emerged, floating in midair under Yang Chen's psychic control. Damn! This weighs at least 3,000 tons. Right now, it's still a bit of a strain for me to control 3,000 tons with psychic power, but fortunately, I can still manage it. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Although it was a bit of a strain, he managed to do it. All that was left was to bring this spirit peach tree back. When he reached the villa area halfway up the mountain, he would find a spot to plant it. Yang Chen also realized that he had put too much life force into the spirit peach tree with the tree of life. Damn it, the mutated spirit peach tree is incredibly resilient. As long as it's not burned to ashes, as long as the trunk and roots are intact, the spirit peach tree can survive. In its current state, just being removed from the soil has no effect on the spirit peach tree. Removing the infusion of the tree of life, Yang Chen teleported away with the spirit peach tree. Phew! Wow! Teleporting with such a huge thing, Yang Chen's internal energy was immediately reduced by a third. But it's okay, he still has spirit peaches. After eating one, the energy consumed by Yang Chen was fully restored. And Yang Chen felt that this spirit peach could only help him recover 1/3 of his energy, anymore, and it wouldn't work. This is the reason for the difference in core size. For crystal core level supernaturals, one spirit peach is enough to instantly restore full status, but Yang Chen's core is far larger than crystal core level, so this amount naturally decreases. I wonder if there are even higher level spirit peaches. Without much thought, Yang Chen rode his sword towards the battlefield. On the other side, outside the peach forest, the harvesting team was all dumbfounded. They stood in place, dazed and stunned. After a while, a supernatural stuttered, no. The spirit peach tree is gone. It was only at this moment that everyone came back to their senses. Each one was shocked, their eyes wide open, their hearts shaken beyond measure, doubting if they were seeing things. Damn, did I not see it correctly? Just now. Did the spirit peach tree uproot itself? A survivor rubbed his eyes and questioned. Smack! His companion next to him gave him a slap. Did that hurt? The survivor, holding his face, said, why didn't you slap yourself? The companion naturally replied, I'm afraid of pain. Survivor? You're afraid of pain, so you slap me? And you hit so hard. Survivor, you're asking for it. Enough! One of the supernaturals spoke in a deep voice, his low drink silencing the people present. The supernatural spoke solemnly, the fact is, the spirit peach tree uprooted itself in front of us, and then disappeared in front of us. Who would dare to do that? It can't be that the spirit peach tree grew legs and ran away, right? Who knows? I just saw that there seemed to be a person next to the spirit peach tree, but they were too far away for me to see the person's appearance clearly. A person? Damn it, someone wants to pick the peaches. Another supernatural said angrily, doesn't that mean we've been working for nothing? Who the hell took the spirit peach tree? Realizing, he added, oh no, the spirit peach tree isn't important, it's too big for us to take, What's important is the spirit peaches. Let's go see if there are any left. Helplessly, the distressed group had no choice but to continue forward. At the very least, they needed to understand the situation before reporting back. In the battlefield area, the people from the two shelters had already started fighting, relying on the terrain and the mutant beasts. However, there were fewer supernaturals than mutant beasts, and ordinary survivors played a minimal role in this battle, putting the humans at a disadvantage from the start. They could only resist with the help of the supernaturals. Someone asked, "Damn, that kid's gone." Who? The kid who destroyed the Lu Hong shelter. He's not here. As soon as this was said, the supernaturals busy fighting were all taken aback. Well, after all this fighting, you're telling me the main force is gone? Is this some kind of joke? Wang Zhan smashed a mutant dog's head and then looked around, his face darkening instantly. Indeed, he's not here. Did he run away? Lu Guan forced back a mutant beast of similar strength to himself, jumped to Wang Zhan's side, looked around vigilantly, and asked in a low voice, "What do we do, old Wang? There are too many of these beasts, over 100, and the two of us from the shelters only add up to 40, we have no chance of winning." An elemental user cursed, "Damn it! If the Lu Hong shelter was still here, along with their elemental users, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. He destroyed the shelter, promised to help us defend against the mutant beasts, but now where did he go? Isn't he just playing us for fools? What should we do, Uncle Wang? Should we retreat? This battle is unwinnable." Listening to the suggestions of his subordinates, Wang Zhan began to hesitate. Should they retreat now? The losses wouldn't be too great if they did. After being busy for so long without gaining any benefits, he couldn't just leave like that feeling empty-handed. Just as Wang Zhan hesitated, a voice of shock and astonishment rang out. "What the heck? What is that? What kind of tree can fly? It's huge." Everyone looked and saw a vast expanse of green flying towards them from the distant sky. Wait, why does that tree look familiar? Is it like the spirit peach tree? No, there's someone. There's a person under that tree. He's the one carrying the giant tree flying. Oh my goodness, am I seeing an immortal? This is too amazing, isn't it? The person who arrived was none other than Yang Chen, who had collected the spirit peaches and the spirit peach tree and arrived on a flying sword. The mutant beast camp was also attracted by this newcomer. When the mutant long-armed giant ape saw his private tree being uprooted by someone, he became furious, his eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted, and he roared angrily towards Yang Chen in the distance. He grabbed a huge rock and threw it at Yang Chen. Bang! An alloy straight sword flew out, shattering the huge rock. Yang Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the eight-faced Han sword, his expression calm and serene, surrounded by the immense spirit peach tree, filled with densely packed alloy straight swords that moved slowly with him. As the distance closed, Wang Zhan and the others also saw the appearance of the newcomer clearly. Wang Zhendong stared wide-eyed in shock, pointing at Yang Chen flying on the sword, somewhat stuttering, he's really handsome. What exactly is his ability? I still haven't figured it out." Others were equally stunned, looking at Yang Chen, who stood proudly and dominantly. There was envy, jealousy, admiration, and awe. How many men's dreams had this young man fulfilled? Indeed, flying on a sword was truly cool. Why are all of them ability users, yet the gap is so huge? Remember, my child, people die when compared, goods are discarded when compared. I feel like we are ability users, and he is a god who can do anything. Nonsense, clearly a sword immortal. That tree. Why does it look so familiar? Damn, isn't that the spirit peach tree? What? He disappeared for a while, could he have gone to dig up trees? Wow. We just wanted some spirit peaches, and he wants to take the whole pot. Ruthless. In the sky, Yang Chen pointed a finger at the mutant beasts below, his lips parted, and he said lightly, "Go." The alloy straight swords that had been following him trembled incessantly, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. The next moment, these alloy straight swords, like fierce eagles, whistled down like raindrops. Poochie 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 poochie. Yang Chen had mastered the art of firepower reduction. He displayed the aura of an entire army by himself. Just that scene alone was extremely oppressive. These alloy straight swords were all sharp-edged, easily causing harm to the mutant beasts. Moreover, most of these mutant beasts were not high-level ones, they were mostly low-level, with defenses not much better than ability users. "Retreat quickly!" Wang Zhan shouted loudly, taking the lead in withdrawing. They distanced themselves from the mutant beasts. The other ability users also acted swiftly, quickly retreating, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Swish 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 swish. Puff 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 puff. Those low-level mutant beasts were killed with a single blow. Their heads were chopped off, and the alloy straight swords, with their heads impaled, returned to Yang Chen's side. The remaining mutant beasts could only struggle to hold on. In the storm of 10,000 alloy straight swords, their bodies were covered in countless wounds, deep enough to see bone, blood flowing profusely, soon dyeing the massive bodies of the mutant beasts red. Poochie poochie poochie. In the end, these mutant beasts couldn't withstand Yang Chen's ruthless tactics. One by one, they fell in despair, emitting mournful cries before their deaths. Roar! The mutated long-armed giant ape climbed to the top of a 3-story building under attack. With a powerful push from its legs, the massive body leaped up. Grasping a tree trunk with a diameter of 30 centimeters in its hands, it leaped high and straight towards Yang Chen, its mouth emitting a foul stench mixed with various odors. Faced with the mutated long-armed giant ape's desperate attack, Yang Chen calmly uttered 4 words, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Swish! Alloy straight knives shot out from all around, piercing the mutated long-armed giant ape like a hedgehog. Roar! Swish! Its head was chopped off. The mutated long-armed giant ape perished. Mutated beasts of the melon rank and espers were no longer a match for Yang Chen. Against such opponents, Yang Chen could easily take their lives with a wave of his hand. Unless he wanted to play. By now, over 100 mutated beasts on the battlefield had been completely wiped out by Yang Chen. Effortlessly. According to the agreement, whoever killed the mutated beasts would claim them. Yang Chen only took what was rightfully his. A total of 108 mutated beast heads were laid out in front of Yang Chen. He took 5 minutes to absorb each one into his body. When absorbing the 65th mutated beast head, the star map in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness changed. 4/10 of the second star on the star map were now lit up. Thus, the second star was completely illuminated. After the second star was fully lit up, Yang Chen felt a significant increase in his physical strength and the total amount of Esper energy in his body doubled. Yang Chen thought to himself, could it be that after advancing to the second stage, the star map level, the Esper energy required for Espers to use their abilities is stored in these stars? Keep going, there are still many mutated beast heads left to absorb. When Yang Chen absorbed the last warm stream from the mutated long-armed giant ape, a third of the third star was lit up. Only 7/10 more to completely light up the third star. The progress was quite fast. Yang Chen was quite satisfied with the current speed. After absorbing the warm stream, Yang Chen looked down at the crowd below. Descending on his sword, he set the spirit peach tree aside. Wang Zhendong stepped forward and joked, even if I, Yang Chen, bear the weight of the world, holding up the ancient spirit peach tree with one hand, I can still be invincible in the world. Glancing at Wang Zhendong, Yang Chen smiled and said, from now on, please call me Yang Lan. Ha ha. The two men shared a smile. Wang Zhendong looked at Yang Chen enviously and said, brother, the scene you just made was really cool. Flying on a sword, if we didn't all know you, we would have thought an ancient sword immortal had come to the present along the river of time. Yang Chen looked at Wang Zhendong in surprise, I never thought you were such a chinibu? Wang Zhendong scratched his head with a smile, after retiring, I worked as a security guard with my old man at home. Security guards, with idle posts, I usually like to read novels when nothing's going on, and reading too much has made me like this. Alright, Wang Zhendong curiously asked, Yang Chen, what exactly is your Esper ability? The first time I saw you beat up Biao, I thought you were a physical type, but now it seems not. Yang Chen smiled faintly and said 2 words, telekinesis. Wang Zhendong exclaimed, what the heck? A psychic Esper. Yang Chen. Think what you want. At this time, Wang Zhan and Lu Guan also walked over. Wang Zhan self-deprecatingly said, young Master Yang, you really keep refreshing our understanding time and time again. I didn't believe you could fearlessly enter the old city refuge before, but now it seems I underestimated you. I apologize for my previous contempt. With that, Wang Zhan bowed to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded, not pursuing the matter further. After all, Wang Zhan hadn't done anything out of line. It's normal for people to question things beyond their own understanding. Yang Chen said, alright, here are 120 spirit peaches, split between the two of you. With a wave of his hand, 4 large bags flew over. Each bag contained 30 spirit peaches. Wang Zhan and Lu Guan were pleasantly surprised to see the bags flying towards them. They never expected Yang Chen to be so generous, giving each of them 60 spirit peaches. That added up to 120 peaches, far exceeding their initial expectations. Initially, they thought getting 20 or 30 peaches would be good enough. They never imagined it would double directly. Thank you, young Master Yang, we won't stand on ceremony with you. Wang Zhan laughed heartily. Lu Guan also chuckled, young Master Yang, this time we owe you a favor. If you ever need help in the future, as long as it's within the capabilities of our Hua Bai Hu shelter, feel free to come to us, we will help without hesitation. Wang Zhan added, the same goes for our Huaxi shelter. This was a big opportunity. Yang Chen's strength was impressive, beyond their imagination. If they could align themselves with him, they would have a powerful backer. A backer was something you could do without, but not lack. In times of extreme danger, a backer could truly save your life. However, while they wanted to align with Yang Chen, he was not keen on it himself. Those two old guys were quite cunning. For now, Yang Chen had no intention of establishing his own power. He didn't know what he would think in the future. But for now, he only wanted to create a paradise with Lin Jinyun and a few others. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave, Yang Chen said. The spirit peaches and the spirit peach tree were now in his possession. His strength had also broken through a small level. He had also eliminated Lu Hong, a potential enemy, and the main force behind him. This was not a loss but a gain. Alright, young Master Yang, come visit our Hua shelter when you have time. Just then, an urgent voice rang out from a distance. Something's wrong. Uncle Wang, something's wrong. It's a big problem, old Lu. The person approaching was a member of the picking team. Leading the way were two ability users from the shelters. They quickly rushed to their leader and reported anxiously. Uncle Wang, it's bad, the spirit peach tree. The spirit peach tree was taken by someone else. We couldn't find a single spirit peach. It's not just taken, that guy was so arrogant, he took the whole spirit peach tree in front of us. Damn it, who knows where that person came from, to take away such a big spirit peach tree, I can only say. Impressive. The two of them reported the situation they encountered briefly. After hearing it, Wang Zhan and Lu Guan looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Uncle Wang, why are you laughing? The spirit peaches. The spirit peaches are gone. Wasn't all our effort in vain this time? Yes, old Lu, what do we do now? Sigh, that person disappeared out of thin air, otherwise we could have caught up with him. Lu Guan opened his bag containing spirit peaches and said with a smile, the spirit peaches are all here, a full 60, much more than I expected. Yang Chen exclaimed, oops, I gave too many. Wang Zhan also pointed with a smile not far away, look, isn't that tree familiar to you? The two looked over and saw a large tree lying quietly in the distance on the field. They were both stunned. Wasn't that the spirit peach tree that disappeared in front of them? How did it appear here? And the spirit peaches? Could it be? They both looked at Yang Chen. If anyone among them had the ability to do all this, it was undoubtedly him. After all, the strongest of the three leaders, Lu Hong, was effortlessly killed by him. Only ashes remained. I'll take my leave, Yang Chen said. Using his telekinesis, the eight-faced Han sword flew to Yang Chen. He stepped on it and left. Using telekinesis to lift the spirit peach tree, Yang Chen left gracefully in front of everyone. This, unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhan chuckled, the one who moved the entire spirit peach tree in front of you all is none other than Brother Yang. Lu Guan added, that's right, most of the mutant beasts here were killed by Brother Yang. Wang Zhan patted Wang Jindong's shoulder. Jindong, in the future, try to get to know this person more, build a good relationship, make a friend, after all, more friends mean more paths. Lu Guan chuckled, old Wang, in this aspect, I have more advantage than you. I have a daughter at home. Do you think Brother Yang prefers manly men or soft and fragrant girls more? Wang Zhan fell silent for a moment, uncertain. Old Lu, if I remember correctly, your daughter is only 6 years old, in first grade, right? Lu Guan shrugged, so what? She can be a little sister. Old Wang fell silent. Well, indeed, there was no advantage. Old Wang glanced at his silly son beside him and thought, why are you so clueless? If you weren't clueless, your age would be just right. At that moment, Wang Jindong scratched his head, old dang, but I don't know where Yang Chen lives? Wang Zhan. Lu Guan. After leaving the peach forest to the west of the city, Yang Chen slowly headed towards the urban area while holding the spirit peach tree. On the way, he caught a big mouth flower for an experiment. The big mouth flower was lively before being put into the infinite space. It would still open its mouth and cheer when seeing Yang Chen. However, after being stuffed into the infinite space and observed, Yang Chen found that it remained motionless inside, as if everything had been frozen. Time in terms of body, mind, and so on had stopped. After waiting for about half an hour, Yang Chen took the big mouth flower out. When leaving the infinite space, the previously motionless big mouth flower became lively again. Yang Chen concluded that time in the infinite space was completely frozen, halting everything inside, including living beings. For instance, if Yang Chen put Lin Jinyun into the infinite space and released her a month later, although a month had passed, her thoughts would still be stuck a month ago. Infinite space could contain living beings, but the time of the contained beings would be frozen. This made things easier. It wasn't easy to keep holding such a large spirit peach tree. Yang Chen estimated it weighed around 3,000 tons. Holding it like that was consuming his supernatural power. Yang Chen stored the spirit peach tree in the infinite space. Instantly feeling relieved, he ate 2 spirit peaches to replenish his energy before planning to leave. Roar! Just then, a tiger's roar shook the mountain forest. The roar of a tiger was quite distinctive, unforgettable once heard. A tiger mutant beast. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He had just acquired the ability of beast taming king and hadn't had a beast companion yet. He wasn't interested in the mutant giant wolf White AO brought yesterday. Now he had a target. A tiger. So majestic. Moreover, tigers were powerful in battle. After the mutation, they were stronger than the mutant long-armed ape he encountered earlier. Little darling, I'm coming. Yang Chen couldn't wait and teleported to the source of the sound. West of Jiangcheng, there was a not-so-high mountain peak. It was one of the few mountain peaks around Jiangcheng. Comparatively desolate and undeveloped, this area had been taken over by mutated plants after the apocalypse, with rampant growth of flora and fauna. In the southwest corner of the mountain peak, there was a bamboo forest covering about 10 acres of land. This is all private territory. But after the apocalypse, the owner here seemed to have disappeared. However, after the apocalypse, a new master arrived here. A black and white giant beast. A massive black and white beast, comparable in size to a semi-trailer truck, appeared here. It was none other than the panda that had escaped from the Jiangcheng West City Zoo along with other mutant beasts. Officially named, Naichuan, a female. Naichuan's eyes lit up at the sight of fresh bamboo and abundant bamboo shoots all around. Its huge body shrank and quickly returned to its normal size. Then, it rolled into the bamboo forest and began to feast heartily. And so, Naichuan spent carefree days here for a few days. Until her neighbor from hell arrived. Roar! 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 Outside the bamboo forest, 2 giant beasts were facing off. Black and white, mutant pandas the size of semi-trailer trucks. Massive in size, like giant mining trucks, with muscular bodies and tattoos of mutant golden gradients. Oh no, mutant Siberian tigers. The mutant Siberian tiger also escaped from the West City Zoo. And at the time of the escape, the mutant Siberian tiger was the main force. Compared to the mutant Siberian tiger, which was the size of a giant mining truck, Naichuan's size seemed somewhat cute in front of it. But to defend her bamboo forest, Naichuan stood guard in front of the bamboo forest, her round eyes fixed on the mutant Siberian tiger, roaring at it. Pandas are not weak in battle. First of all, it should be understood that just because her name has cat in it doesn't mean she's a cat. She's a bear, known in ancient times as an iron-eating beast. With all her might, even a fierce tiger would have to retreat. However, at present, Naichuan and the mutant Siberian tiger were clearly not on the same level. Not far away, a person was crouching on a branch of a giant tree. This person was dressed casually and cleanly, with a handsome face, and 2 blood-stained straight knives hanging behind his waist. This person was none other than Yang Chen, who had teleported to investigate upon hearing the tiger's roar. Wow! The crystal nucleus of that panda surpasses a muskmelon. It should be able to be converted into a star map. Damn! What about the crystal nucleus of the mutant Siberian tiger? I can't sense it. Could its crystal nucleus have also been converted into a star map? Look at the dried blood on the mutant Siberian tiger's fur. During this time, it has killed quite a lot, otherwise it wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Truly the top predator among carnivorous animals. On the contrary, the other one is clean, with fallen bamboo leaves sticking to it. Although it's a bear, it's clearly been eating plants during this time, completely incomparable to the mutant Siberian tiger. Compared to these two, the so-called mutant giant wolves, mutant long-armed giant apes, are simply weak. These two are at the top of the food chain. Yang Chen chuckled, his eyes scanning back and forth between the 2 mutant beasts. A panda, a Siberian tiger. Both were excellent specimens. He wanted them both. Children make choices, but Yang Chen was an adult. He wanted them all. In the distance, the 2 giant beasts had already started to move. Although Naichuan was slightly weaker than the mutant Siberian tiger, being a bear and with the determination to protect her bamboo forest, her combat power was off the charts. A forward pounce knocked over the mutant Siberian tiger. Then Naichuan leaped directly onto the belly of the mutant Siberian tiger, her bare paws striking like a whirlwind, heavy blows landing on the tiger's face. Roar! The mutant Siberian tiger roared in anger, its roar shaking the mountains and forests, echoing for 3,000 miles, exaggerated. With a sudden burst of strength, it kicked Naichuan's butt with powerful hind legs, sending the heavyweight flying high into the sky, then free-falling. Fortunately, Naichuan was already a mutant beast, with a strong body, so she landed on the ground, creating a large pit without any issues. Roar! Roar! The battle continued. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mutated northeast tiger stirred up a fierce wind around it, followed by more than 10 stylish wind blades shooting out at extreme speed, slashing onto the body of the milk ball. In an instant, blood splattered, dyeing the white fur of the milk ball red. Roar, roar, roar. The milk ball cried out in pain. Dragons rise from the clouds, tigers emerge from the wind. Yang Chen's eyes widened in surprise, smiling. The ability of this mutated northeast tiger is wind. The element of wind. On the distant battlefield, the milk ball was angry after being hit. Grandma's foot, you don't even eat bamboo. Why are you competing with me here? Bullying. Bullying a bear too much. I'm going to rage. A dull yellow halo emanated from the milk ball, a strong sense of heaviness transmitted from her body, rocks and soil flying up, sticking together to form a set of rock and soil armor on the milk ball. Very ugly, but it looks very defensive. Roar, roar, roar. With the rock and soil armor, the milk ball's confidence soared, roaring as it moved its short limbs towards the mutated northeast tiger. Then, a slap. The milk ball's rock and soil armor shattered. The milk ball blinked its big round eyes, looking at the tiger head in front of it, much taller and fierce, and froze, realizing it wanted to run with a roar, but the mutated northeast tiger was faster than her. Bang! Another slap, sending the milk ball flying. It crashed heavily to the ground. The mutated northeast tiger's eyes were fierce, striding towards the milk ball with powerful limbs, its huge and strong body exuding immense pressure. Have you seen the video of a fierce tiger drinking by the water's edge, showing its muscular back? It's like that, but magnified in size. Roar, roar, roar. The milk ball rolled and crawled, trying to run away. When it saw a figure suddenly appear in front of it, its eyes lit up. It hastened its pace and ran over, hiding behind the figure like a giant bear. The huge bear paw pointed at the approaching mutated beast step by step, roaring in its mouth, as if pleading for help. Roar, 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 two-legged beast, this big fool is hitting me, roar, 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 it hurts, look, you made me bleed. Raised by caretakers since childhood and loved by many, the milk ball naturally believed that two-legged creatures were good and kind to her, and would protect her. At this moment, feeling bullied, the two-legged creatures arrived just in time. The milk ball suddenly felt confident. Yang Chen was speechless. Shouldn't we consider our size difference? Is it appropriate for you to hide behind me? So be it. Yang Chen looked at the approaching mutated northeast tiger with fierce tiger eyes. Let's start with you. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing the hostility emanating from Yang Chen, the mutated northeast tiger crouched down, its fierce eyes fixed on Yang Chen, baring its teeth and growling low in its mouth. It felt immense pressure from this little dwarf in front of it. This was unprecedented. Since escaping from that cage, it had never encountered such a presence, whether among its kind or two-legged creatures. The suspected second-stage advancement, the star map-level mutated northeast tiger had developed great intelligence, distinguishing between superhumans and mutated beasts. Come on! Yang Chen smiled. Roar, roar, roar! The mutated northeast tiger roared angrily. It raised its paw and sent out more than 10 wind blades. Yang Chen stood still in place. Seeing the wind blades about to hit, the milk ball was so scared that it covered its eyes with its paw, curling its huge body into a ball behind Yang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades struck the spatial barrier around Yang Chen. No matter how they struck, they couldn't break through Yang Chen's spatial barrier. Seeing this, the mutated northeast tiger roared in anger, raising its body high, then slamming down heavily, lowering its body, opening its huge mouth, and spewing out a visible thick wind blade tornado. Boom! The wind blade tornado fiercely collided with the spatial barrier. Whoosh! Ripples spread through the space. But it still didn't break. The mutated northeast tiger's strength was far lower than Yang Chen's. To break through Yang Chen's spatial barrier, it would need to be at least 4 or 5 small realms higher than him. Yang Chen casually smiled with his hands in his pockets, calmly walking past the mutated northeast tiger's wind blade tornado, as if the mutated northeast tiger posed no threat to him at all. And indeed, it was the case. Even though the mutated northeast tiger had already lit up 6 or 7 stars on its map, Yang Chen remained fearless. This was the confidence brought by his various powerful abilities. Watching the approaching bipedal beast, the mutated northeast tiger felt extremely anxious. How could this be possible? How could he be this strong? What should I do? He's coming. Should I run? After a 2.5-second internal struggle, the mutated northeast tiger made a decision. Run! It had a premonition that if it didn't run now, it wouldn't be able to escape. The mutated northeast tiger turned and ran, but after just 2 steps, its massive body collapsed to the ground. It felt as if a mountain-like weight was pressing down on its back. Using telekinesis, press. Yang Chen bent his legs and jumped onto the mutated northeast tiger's head. Roar! The mutated northeast tiger roared in anger, but it couldn't do anything at that moment. It could only watch helplessly as the bipedal beast did as it pleased. Ignoring the mutated Northeast tiger's resistance, Yang Chen placed his hand on the king symbol on its forehead. King of Beast Control activated. An invisible thread emerged from Yang Chen's palm, entering the mutated Northeast tiger's head, or more precisely, its consciousness. Indeed, this big orange has also converted its crystal core into a star map. Yang Chen's consciousness immersed itself in the mutated Northeast tiger's mind. Looking at the floating cyan star map, Yang Chen nodded in confirmation. Just promoted not long ago, the second star hasn't even lit up yet. Truly a fierce tiger, its promotion speed is not slow at all. Judging from the blood on its body, it must have been on a killing spree during this time. Yang Chen muttered to himself, then without hesitation, he began to manipulate the beast control thread. The beast control thread first linked to the mutated Northeast tiger's star map. Then it divided into countless strands, rooting in the void like a spider web, spreading throughout the space. After completing all this, the beast contract was considered complete. Master-servant contract. Yang Chen's consciousness returned to his body. He jumped down from the mutated Northeast tiger's head and released his telekinetic control. The mutated Northeast tiger, now under contract with Yang Chen, lost its previous fierceness. Its previously bloodthirsty eyes became clearer, showing a hint of submission towards Yang Chen. Success! The mutated Northeast tiger stood up, lowered its head in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen stepped back. Hey, don't lick me, you've been eating so much meat lately without brushing your teeth. Mutated Northeast tiger. It was all a misunderstanding. With the beast control thread linking them, a unique way of communication was established between the beast controller and the controlled beast. The mutated Northeast tiger understood Yang Chen's words just now. Yang Chen also sensed the mutated Northeast tiger's speechlessness. Yang Chen smiled, its developing emotions, becoming more and more human-like. On the other side, Milkball was stunned to see the two who were just fighting now shaking hands and making peace. Then feeling sad, she curled up into a ball on the ground, feeling withdrawn. Roar! The end, even the bipedal beasts won't help me, he and that big fool are a good match. Roar! What should I do? Should I run? But, there's so much food here, I don't want to run. Roar! Wait, why are those bipedal beasts coming towards me? Could it be that he's going to help the big fool fight me? Milkball's dark, round eyes watched as Yang Chen approached her. The round, chubby ball was trembling. When Yang Chen reached Milkball, he placed his hand on her forehead. Come with me. Just as Yang Chen was preparing to once again use the King of Beast taming technique to form a contract with this panda, he saw the panda suddenly roll up into a ball and roll away. Did it just run away? Damn it, how could Yang Chen watch it run away when it was right within reach? Just as Yang Chen was about to go after it, the mutant panda returned. It rolled up to Yang Chen, dropped something from its arms onto the ground. It was all fresh bamboo shoots. Roar, 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 big brother, these are all gifts from me to you, don't help that stupid big guy hit me. Yang Chen felt amused. What does this mean? Is it showing affection or bribing him? Whatever. Let's make the contract first. Same procedure as before. After 2.5 minutes, Yang Chen and the mutant panda completed the beast taming contract. Roar, 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 what should I do? What should I do? It seems like the bipedal beast doesn't like what I offered. Roar, 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 this bipedal beast is so bad, nothing like mom. Roar, 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 these are my favorite bamboo shoots, all for you, you bamboo thief. Yang Chen. Alright, he understood what the panda meant just now. It was showing respect to him. When did he become so respected? Oh well. Anyway, he had already obtained 2 mutant beasts. Compared to the mutant giant wolf from by AO, Yang Chen was simply luxurious. The combat power of the mutant panda was not weak, and it could also serve as a cute mascot at ordinary times. It just had a lot of nagging in its mind. As for the mutant Siberian tiger, that goes without saying. If the dragon doesn't appear, what animal can match the tiger's handsomeness? That's a wrap. Yang Chen gave instructions to the 2 mutant beasts to follow him. The mutant Siberian tiger had no objections. After all, it was a lone wolf. But the mutant panda had objections. She pointed to the bamboo forest behind her and growled at Yang Chen. Roar, 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 my bamboo shoots, there's plenty of good food here, I don't want to leave. Yang Chen looked at the bamboo forest behind him. Bamboo and bamboo shoots? You've been eating these since you were little, you won't be able to change that. Forget it, can I lack your food if you follow me? With a thought, Yang Chen used his telekinesis to control the countless fresh green bamboo shoots to rise from the ground and be stored in the infinite space. The bamboo shoots were the same. Within less than 10 minutes, the dozen-acre bamboo forest became completely bare. Seeing the bare scene in front of her, Naichuan blinked her eyes in confusion, her black round eyes scanning the ground in front of Yang Chen. Roar, 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 where's my food? Why can't I see it anywhere? Patting her head, Yang Chen smiled and said, follow me, you won't lack food in the future. Do you want to drink milk from the basin? Hearing this, Naichuan's eyes lit up, almost drooling. She hadn't drunk milk from a basin in a long time. Now that she thought about it, she really wanted to drink some. Roar, 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 you bipedal beast you mentioned, my clan will never be slaves, unless it's all-inclusive. Ha ha ha. Yang Chen laughed heartily. Let's go. With ready-made transportation, Yang Chen naturally wouldn't waste energy and supernatural power on teleportation or sword control. Riding a tiger was also cool, right? No less than sword control. Yang Chen leaped onto the head of the mutant Siberian tiger. Let's go, go in the direction I point. Roar, roar, roar. The mutant Siberian tiger roared wildly, its powerful limbs striding forward. Yang Chen looked back and didn't see the huge black and white ball. Instead, there was a smaller version lying on the back of the mutant Siberian tiger. It was Naichuan. She lay on the mutant Siberian tiger, her bare paws tightly gripping its fur. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen chuckled, well, can it still relieve itself anywhere? That's quite convenient. It is said that adults from Sichuan and Chongqing each have a panda. The truth of this rumor is unknown. But now, Yang Chen really had a panda. Since this panda could relieve itself anywhere, things would be much easier. Keeping a bear at home is no less fun than keeping a dog, right? Since this silly bear can relieve itself anywhere, can this old tiger do the same? Yang Chen still remembered that Aunt Ling used to have a chubby golden tabby cat. A northeast tiger can also be considered a golden tabby cat, right? If it can relieve itself anywhere too, it could be kept at home like a cat. Moreover, as for the food issue, that's easy to handle. The mutated northeast tiger has its own hunting ability. Whatever it wants to eat, it can just go out hunting for it. With its strength, there shouldn't be any danger. Not all star map levels are called Yang Chen. Giving the mutated northeast tiger's head a pat, Yang Chen communicated with it using beast silk. Hey, Big Orange, can you relieve yourself anywhere like that chubby one? Soon, Yang Chen got the answer. Yes, it can. To be precise, any highly intelligent mutated beast would. The larger body size would also consume more energy. In non-combat situations, the mutated northeast tiger said it preferred its reduced form to minimize energy consumption. Not bad. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction, saying, now we have 2 combat pets at home. The old city area. Lu Hong's shelter was officially named the Red Yen Shelter. Its headquarters were located at the Red Yen Footbath City in the old city area. At this moment, there were 700 to 800 survivors here. All of them were laborers from the Red Yen Shelter. They were establishing a new defense perimeter around the Red Yen Footbath City. Apart from those taken away by Lu Hong, the Red Yen Shelter still had 3 supernaturals. One of these supernaturals was a close confidant of Lu Hong. Mad. Old man, hurry up. Why is it so hard for you to do some work? Useless. Old folks like you should all be thrown out to fend for yourselves. I don't understand why the shelter even allows people like you, who have lost even basic labor ability, to come in. A fierce man kicked an elderly man down, cursing and showing disgust and cruelty in his eyes. Don't hit my grandpa. A young boy dropped the bedside table he was carrying on his shoulder, ran over quickly, stood in front of the elderly man, tears streaming down his face, pleading with the fierce man. The man sneered, raised his whip, and struck down. Crack! The boy was knocked down, a fierce scar on his face, blood flowing. The man sneered disdainfully, you little thing dare to meddle in my business. Believe it or not, even if I beat you to death, no one above will do anything to me. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the man's head exploded on the spot. Blood splattered, landing on the boy. It wasn't just this man. All the thugs oppressing the people on the scene had their heads explode like watermelons, without warning. All the survivors around were stunned, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, a voice sounded in the boy's ear. Kid, there's a supernatural fruit to the east. If you want to live with dignity in this cannibalistic world, go get that supernatural fruit. The voice stopped abruptly, disappearing without a trace. No matter how much the boy called out, there was no response. Supernatural fruit. Living with dignity. The boy looked at his elderly, hunched grandfather and his eyes became determined. He helped his grandfather sit in a corner to rest, then decisively ran eastward. Naturally, the one speaking to him was Yang Chen. He was here to eliminate the remnants of Lu Hong's forces, but he was not a murderous demon. These enslaved survivors didn't even know who he was. Therefore, they had no grudge against Yang Chen. The ones with grudges were the supernaturals of this shelter, the official members of this shelter. The survivors outside were more like their slaves. As for the supernatural fruit, it wasn't placed by Yang Chen but had naturally grown there. Whether he can obtain it depends on the fate of that boy. Inside the Hongyan Footbath City, in the highest standard VIP room, Yang Chen was holding a white corpse in his hands. It was a woman. She had a stunning appearance and a hot figure, quite a beautiful woman. But she was under Lu Hong's command, so she had to die. That's why Yang Chen came and killed her. When Yang Chen arrived, he witnessed this shocking scene. This person was playing the queen game. You have no business here, get lost, Yang Chen said coldly. Yes, thank you, big brother, thank you. Big brother, you don't know, this woman is insatiable. Several of our brothers have been sucked dry by her. These good-looking young people gratefully kowtowed to Yang Chen. Then they ran off without looking back, as if this place was a demon's den. Bang! Yang Chen dropped the female corpse from his hands. He expanded his telekinetic perception. He began to investigate. First, to see if there were any survivors. Second, to see if there were any supplies he needed. To Yang Chen's surprise, there were gas cylinders here. Many gas cylinders. And they were all new. And they were all filled. It seemed that Lu Hong had looted all the gas cylinders in the old city area. It saved Yang Chen the effort of searching for them. Lu Hong did a good thing. After taking half of the gas cylinders, Yang Chen teleported away from the Hongyan shelter. Although he only took half, it's worth noting that the Hongyan shelter had collected all the gas cylinders in the entire old city area. Lu Hong was not a foolish woman. After the power outage and internet shutdown, water and natural gas would also be cut off. When the heavy fog came at night, the bone-chilling cold would be unbearable even for superhumans, let alone ordinary people. And without natural gas, how would they make fire for cooking? Use the most primitive method of chopping wood? That would be too troublesome. And it would easily attract unnecessary trouble with the smoke. At this time, gas cylinders became a good choice. Therefore, a large number of gas cylinders were stored here. It was the entire reserve of the old city area. Yang Chen took half, at least 500 to 600 bottles of gas. There were still many people in the old city area. Some gas cylinders were ready to use, while others needed to be refilled with new ones. Under normal usage, a gas cylinder could last about 2 months. Yang Chen arrived at another street. The mutated Northeast Tiger controlled its size to that of an off-road vehicle. Yang Chen sat on the back of the mutated Northeast Tiger. I was the same. Lying on the back of the mutated Northeast Tiger, her bare paws tightly grasped the fur. The mutated Northeast Tiger let out a low growl, and began to move its limbs, following Yang Chen's will. Time was like water in a toilet, once flushed, it was gone. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With the mutated Northeast Tiger, Yang Chen's speed was more than doubled. In the past, when he didn't have enough energy to control the sword, riding an electric scooter on the dilapidated roads was particularly troublesome. If he encountered a bad road, Yang Chen would feel a headache. But now it was different. The mutated Northeast Tiger was agile, able to jump over difficult sections. Don't underestimate the tiger's jumping ability, especially after the mutation. Moreover, the mutated Northeast Tiger's body was incredibly strong. Bullets couldn't penetrate it. Would it be afraid of a little broken road? Yes. Yang Chen had already tested it. The flesh of a star-level mutated Northeast Tiger was tough. Handguns, assault rifles, submachine guns couldn't penetrate its fur, let alone harm its internals. The Blue Dragon anti-material heavy sniper rifle could. With the mutated Northeast Tiger, any road was clear for Yang Chen. The mutated Northeast Tiger raced all the way back and, in less than 10 minutes, returned to the Jinshou City residential area. The two mutated beasts shrank. The mutated panda became the size of a normal corgi. The mutated Northeast Tiger became the size of a normal orange cat. Yang Chen held one in his hand and teleported back home by pinching the back of their necks. The 5 women had already returned. They always came back early because Yang Chen had specifically instructed them to. It was dangerous in the fog at night. They had to come back early to avoid being trapped somewhere when the fog descended. To be honest, Yang Chen had never truly set foot in the fog. Whether in this life or the previous one, he had only seen a glimpse of an iceberg accidentally revealed from the fog. Just like the huge figure he had seen through the window in the stairwell before. Or like in his previous life, he had seen humanoid creatures flying in the fog, completely black, with terrifying faces and meat wings resembling bats on their backs. This appearance made Yang Chen think of a name. Night Demon. He didn't know what kind of creature it was, but Yang Chen was sure. These mysterious creatures would definitely come into contact with humans in the future. When the women saw Yang Chen return, they greeted him one after another. Lin Jingyan smiled and said, "Xiaosun, you're back. She stopped halfway when she noticed the small things in Yang Chen's hands. Oh, what's this? This is a panda. Pandas are easily recognizable. Almost every person in Huaxia knows what a panda looks like. Therefore, Lin Jinyun recognized the little guy in Yang Chen's right hand at first sight. It really is a panda. Yang Chen, where did you get this panda from? Wait, how come this big orange one looks so fierce? Sisters, let me ask you, does our Jiancheng Zoo have pandas and tigers? The other 4 women also curiously approached, blinking their eyes and staring at these 2 little guys. Yang Chen smiled and placed the 2 little things on the floor, saying, I found them in the wild today, and they are now my pets. Well, the chubby panda sought shelter on its own. The mutated northeast tiger was subdued after a beating. It was quite a story of finding them. Lin Jinyun squatted down, gently stroking the little head of the panda, and said, Indeed, our Jiangcheng Zoo has pandas, in the West City Zoo. I went to see them last year when the pandas were just brought to Jiangcheng. What was its name again? Oh, right, Naichuan. Could this little guy be Naichuan? Yang Chen gave instructions to the 2 little things, basically meaning, these 5 women are allies, cannot harm them, must protect them when necessary, and can obey their commands except for the owner. With Yang Chen's command, the 2 little things allowed the 5 women to touch and play with them, especially Naichuan, who was subjected to many sneak attacks. There was no way around it. For women, pandas were much more attractive than tigers. Lu Ruyan knocked down the mutated northeast tiger, turned it belly up, and searched through its fur. Huh? This is a female? A female tiger. What? Yang Chen was also surprised. He didn't even know if the mutated northeast tiger was female. Chen Jiayi waved at Lu Ruyan, giggling. Ruyan, quickly check Naichuan's gender. Lin Jinyun crossed her arms, chuckling. Naichuan is female. There is information about Naichuan at the West City Zoo. Last year, I even got a brochure about Naichuan. I'm not sure if this panda is Naichuan. Ruyan, you should check, it might have come from another city. Okay. Lu Ruyan agreed. In the end, it was confirmed that the panda was also female. Well, it turned out that Yang Chen was the only one in this household with a masculine aura. But that suited them just fine. Chen Jiao said, the mutated panda already has a name, Naichuan. Let's call her that from now on, no need to change it. But what about the mutated northeast tiger? Do you know, Jinyun? Lin Jinyun shook her head. I don't know. When I went to the zoo last year, I only went to see the milk balls. I did see the northeast tiger as well, but there were 3 or 4 tigers in the tiger park, and I don't know their specific names. Well then, Yang Chan suggested with a smile, how about we give her a name? The group of women became interested. What should we call her? Since it's a female, we should definitely give her a girl's name. She has the word on her forehead, and she's a female, so how about we call her Wang Xiaohua? Everyone. The name is good, let's not pick another one next time. Lin Jinyun teased, Lu Ruyan, when you have children in the future, you won't need to name them. Lu Ruyan blushed embarrassedly. She realized that the name was too plain. Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, Aunt Lin, how about we call her Tiger Girl, with the nickname Nyo Nyo? When Lin Jinyun heard this familiar name, she was stunned. Her beautiful and mature face was lost in thought. Seeing Yang Chen's smiling face, Lin Jinyun felt warm inside. He still remembered that she had a fat cat. To be honest, Lin Jinyun had been raising that Jin Jincheng for 4 or 5 years, and she had developed a bond with it. That home was cold, and only that little thing provided Lin Jinyun with companionship. When the mutation occurred and turned into a mutant beast, she said she didn't care when she went to kill with Yang Chen, but did she really not care? She just didn't say it. Thank you, Xiaoxuan. Yang Chen waved his hand with a smile. What's there to thank for? Lin Jinyun smiled and walked to Yang Chen's side, affectionately linking her arm with his. Xiaoxuan, Aunt Lin wants to improve again. With these words, someone objected. Chen Jiao said, Sister Jinyun, you can't do this. Yang Chan chuckled, Sister Jinyun, give your sisters a chance to improve, you can't always be the only one making progress. Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiai didn't have such thick skin, so they stood there with blushing faces without saying a word. Lin Jinyun shook her head and laughed. Alright, I won't argue with you little troublemakers today. Then she turned to Yang Chen and said, go take a shower quickly. Okay. Yang Chen went to the bathroom and took a shower. He came out wearing a pair of boxers. The 2 mutant beasts had also become familiar with the environment at home. Tiger Girl was restless by nature, always wanting to run outside. Before meeting Yang Chen, she was a powerful lone ranger, constantly hunting mutant beasts or enhancing her abilities. She never stopped for a moment. Now, under Yang Chen's command to stay at home, this little thing couldn't sit still and kept running around. Milk Ball was much quieter, curling up into a ball in the corner of the sofa. She murmured softly without making a sound. Where is this? It's so uncomfortable. Why are there no bamboo shoots? Where have these two-legged creatures brought me? Oh my, where did you go, Mom? Ignoring the muttering of this little thing, Yang Chen sat on the sofa. Lin Jinyun and Yang Chan were preparing dinner in the kitchen. Yang Chen learned about today's situation from the three daughters of Chen Jiaya. They encountered a total of 102 mutant beasts today, divided into 4 waves. Almost every wave had more than 20 mutant beasts. It was evident that the number of mutant beasts was rapidly increasing. It was believed that soon these damn beasts would fill the streets and alleys. However, the increase in mutant beasts also indicated a greater source of power for the ability users. Just like today, 102 mutant beasts. Each woman was assigned 20 mutant beasts. Lin Jinyun had 22. Nourished by so many mutant beasts, Lin Jinyun advanced from the orange level to the cantaloupe level. With one more step, she would be able to draw star maps with scattered crystal nuclei. The other women were not slow either. Yang Chan was at the peak of the orange level. Chen Jiaya, Chen Jai, and Lu Ruyan were all at the orange level. Paired with the milk team about to enter the star map level and the tiger girl who has already drawn the star map, their team of ability users is simply terrifyingly strong. There is not much left on the list of remaining supplies. Yang Chen is preparing to start hunting mutant beasts with them tomorrow, striving to have everyone draw the star map of scattered crystals within 2 days. And him. He needs to light up the 3rd star map. In the kitchen, the food is already prepared. The aroma of the dishes wafts out from the kitchen. The women's appetites are instantly aroused. Smells so good. Jin Yun, what did you cook today? Wow! Braised pork ribs. Braised beef brisket with potatoes is my favorite. Since following Yang Chen, they have never gone hungry. Lin Jinyun makes different dishes every day. Color, aroma, and taste are all there. If taken outside, it would surely make a group of survivors kneel and beg for a bit of food. However, here with Yang Chen, these are just ordinary meals. Nothing special. Everyone takes their seats. Yang Chen smiles and says, "Let's start eating." When Yang Chen speaks, the women no longer hesitate and start eating with their chopsticks. Ding! Investing in Lu Ruyan's braised pork ribs triggers a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 braised pork ribs. Ding! Investing in Chen Jia's braised lion's head triggers a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 braised lion's heads. Ding! Investing in Yang Chanyu's bottle of orange juice triggers a return of 10,000 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 bottles of orange juice. The sound of the system's prompts is already familiar to Yang Chen. He even finds it a bit noisy. After dinner. It's only a little past 7, not even 8 yet. Obviously, it's too early to sleep at this time. So, it's time for some entertainment. 5 women. Lin Jinyun is practicing yoga in the living room. Chen Jiao is happily following along. Lu Ruyan is holding her phone, reading post-apocalyptic novels to catch up on knowledge. Yang Chanyu, bored, lies on the sofa with a tablet, watching variety shows with the milk team that smells like bamboo on her body. As for Chen Jai, she was pulled by Yang Chen to be a professional dancer. What's wrong? With Yang Chen's current status, he can't even appreciate a dance? It must be said that dancers have flexible bodies and excellent flexibility. A split can be done in an instant. It leaves Yang Chen staring blankly. 3 days have passed in a row. During these 3 days, Yang Chen has been leading the women around the city, collecting necessary supplies and hunting mutant beasts. Their strength is increasing as he anticipated. The 20th day of the outbreak of the apocalypse. After a long period of fermentation, mutant beasts are now everywhere in the city, and the number of aggressive mutant beasts is increasing. The human living environment is under pressure. But all this has no effect on Yang Chen's team. In fact, with more mutant beasts, the speed of their breakthrough and ability levels has also increased. 3 days later, Yang Chen's 3rd star was officially lit. On the 18th day of the apocalypse outbreak, Lin Jinyun and the milk team officially broke through to the 2nd stage star map level. On the 19th day of the apocalypse outbreak, Yang Chanyu successfully broke through to the 2nd stage star map level, while the other 3 women are at the peak of the melon level, just 1 step away from breaking through. On the 20th day of the apocalypse outbreak, which is today, the 3 women also officially scattered crystal nuclei to draw the star map. At this point, all members of Yang Chen's team are at the star map level. Their strength is undeniably strong. At the same time, the necessary supplies for Yang Chen have also been collected. There is no need to stay in Jinqiu City anymore. It's today. Yang Chen is ready to move with the 5 women plus 2 little ones. Destination, villa area halfway up the mountain. 3:30 in the afternoon. Jinshou City, Yang Chen's home. It's now 4:30 in the afternoon. They have just returned from outside. They spent the whole day hunting mutant beasts. Finally, the realm of the remaining 3 women has been elevated to the second stage. Glancing at the time, Lin Jinyun said, "Xiaoshuan, it's already 4:30. We still have an hour and a half before the heavy fog sets in. Shouldn't we just stay in for now and head to the villa area halfway up Linshan Mountain after the fog clears tomorrow morning?" Yang Chen smiled, patting Tiger Girl's head confidently. "I'm not bragging, with Tiger Girl's current speed, we can reach our destination in half an hour. And even if we're running late, I still have the group teleportation array." In the past, Yang Chen would never have risked going out because transportation was too inconvenient and slow. Now, with his beast companion and Mount Tiger Girl, he could fly on his sword, and even activate the group teleportation array directly. His maneuverability had significantly improved, and the speed was incredibly fast. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Lin Jinyun no longer objected. "Alright then, let's set off now." Packing everything into the infinite space, Yang Chen took the 5 women and 2 little ones downstairs. Patting Tiger Girl's head, Yang Chen threw her out. "It's decided, Tiger Warrior Beast." Tiger Girl's cat-sized body enlarged in mid-air, eventually reaching the size of a semi-trailer truck. Yang Chen knew this wasn't Tiger Girl's limit for size. Roar! Tiger Girl roared to the sky, a thunderous sound that echoed far and wide. Many mutant beasts, upon hearing this majestic and domineering roar, trembled in fear, cowering in corners and whimpering, afraid to approach the source of the tiger's roar. The tiger is the king of beasts, the strongest lone hunter. In front of a tiger, even a lion is just prey. There is an ancient saying that a tiger's roar can be heard for 3,000 miles. This was no joke. Now, Tiger Girl's roar had at least spread over 100 kilometers. The survivors in Jinshou City had also formed their own survivor groups. Among them were individuals with special abilities. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, they cautiously looked outside. When they saw the scene below, they were stunned. A tiger, and a huge mutant tiger at that. It had appeared in their Jinshou City. What's more, this mutant tiger had 6 people riding on it. Unbelievable. Who were these people? They could actually make such a fierce carnivorous animal obediently serve as a mount. They were deeply shocked. They dared not make a sound, only silently witnessing everything below. Once Yang Chen and the others were settled, Tiger Girl crouched down, her front paws bent. In the next moment, like lightning, Tiger Girl's massive body shot out. Following Yang Chen's guidance, they leaped out of the north gate towards the villa area halfway up Linshan Mountain to the north. The dilapidated road had no effect on Tiger Girl. She could leap over obstacles without delay. Perhaps it was Tiger Girl's aura as the king of beasts, but the mutant beasts along the way dared not show themselves. In Yang Chen's telepathic perception, those mutant beasts scattered like frightened birds as Tiger Girl approached, fleeing in all directions in terror. Racing along, the scenery of Yanbian quickly passed by. 10 minutes later, Tiger Girl's massive body came to an abrupt halt. Boom! Roar! Bang! Howl! Ahead of them, at the intersection, mutant beasts were rushing down the left road. On the right, there was gunfire, bullets flying, and superhumans standing in front, killing the mutant beasts trying to breach the defense line. This is a battle. And damn, are those rockets and tanks? With this setup, it must be the military without a doubt. On Tiger Girl's back, Yang Chen looked at the situation ahead, his expression becoming strange. In his previous life, he had never seen a military rescue. Unexpectedly, during this relocation in this lifetime, the telekinetic perception unfolded. With Yang Chen at the center, a range of kilometers in diameter was enveloped by telekinetic perception. Soon, Yang Chen also saw the basic situation at hand. On the left side of the road were densely packed mutant beasts, predominantly mutant cats and dogs, but interspersed with many mutant rats and snakes. Mutant birds circled and hovered in the sky, with sharp claws and beaks, diving down once they spotted a target, poking a hole in a person. Roughly counting, the number of mutant beasts on the left side was approximately 13 to 1400. To be honest, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, this was the first time Yang Chen had encountered such a large group of mutant beasts. The largest wave encountered before was at most 2 to 300. If all these mutant beasts were killed, absorbing their warmth, the fourth star will definitely light up. Even if not 13 to 1400, just 1,000 would be enough. Yang Chen licked his lips, feeling the urge to kill this group of mutant beasts. Looking to the right, as Yang Chen expected, there were military soldiers dressed in army green camouflage suits, fully armed. They had 5 armored vehicles, 3 main battle tanks, and over a dozen military transport vehicles. At this moment, these transport vehicles were filled with survivors, each looking fearful and uneasy, listening to the gunfire outside, some children even crying in fear, the noisy voices mingling together in chaos. There were about 500 military soldiers on the right side of the road. Among them, there were 100 espers. The crystal cores were mostly the size of oranges. These military soldiers were fighting alongside the mutant beasts. In the current road conditions, the speed of the vehicles was much lower than that of the mutant beasts. If they kept retreating blindly, they would definitely be caught up by the mutant beasts, eventually forming an encirclement. In a situation like this, relying on heavy firepower suppression, with espers forming a defensive line, both sides were evenly matched, with gunfire raging. As the saying goes, conventional weapons still had strong killing power against mutant beasts or humans. But one must not underestimate the rapid development of humans over the years. If they can't be killed, it's simply a matter of insufficient firepower. After several fierce battles, there were already many mutant beast corpses lying on the ground. Yang Chen didn't plan to wait any longer. He wanted the remaining mutant beasts. Yang Chen stood up from Hunyou's back and instantly moved to the center of the battlefield. Neither side had expected someone to suddenly appear in the middle. On the military side, not good. Where did this person come from? Didn't they see that there's continuous gunfire here? Appearing directly in the middle of the battlefield, does he really think bullets have eyes? Everyone, avoid shooting at him. The commanding officer of this team looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield thoughtfully. He dares to be so bold, either he has real skills, or he's seeking death. Nowadays, espers were no longer a secret. Awakening any kind of ability was not surprising. Who knows, maybe he has something to rely on. Yang Chen grinned, not looking back. Everyone, I'll take care of the remaining mutant beasts. His words were light but clearly reached everyone's ears. Yang Chen raised his hand. The infinite space gate opened. Alloy straight swords imbued with sharpness emerged like a swarm of bees from their nest. The swords kept ringing, the sword energy surging. They danced densely in the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. This scene left the military soldiers behind Yang Chen stunned. Even the survivors peeked out, witnessing this shocking and extremely spectacular scene. Go! All these mutant beasts were within Yang Chen's telekinetic perception range. He could control each alloy straight sword to attack effectively. As the saying goes, Yang Chen alone unleashed the firepower of an entire division. Swish 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 swish. Facing the fully exposed sharpness, the alloy straight sword reaching a speed of 5 Mach, the mutant beasts were only destined to be slaughtered. They wanted to run, but the alloy straight sword was faster. They wanted to hide, but as the saying goes, not fast enough. In such a narrow area, these mutant beasts were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of Yang Chen's slaughter. They were just a group of first-stage mutant beasts, powerless against Yang Chen. Swish swish swish. Splatter 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 splatter. Blood flowed like a river, limbs and arms scattered, soaring high. The scene turned bloody for a moment, the air thick with the scent of blood, filled with the buzzing sound of the swiftly flying alloy straight sword and the howls of the mutant beasts. The strongest among these mutant beasts were only at the melon level. But to Yang Chen, who had lit up 3 stars, they seemed as insignificant as chickens. Unconsciously, the military soldiers behind Yang Chen ceased their firepower, silently watching the scene before them. At that moment, they deeply understood the spectacular power of an individual reaching a certain level of strength. These mutant beasts, even after being bombarded for over 10 minutes, had only managed to kill 200 to 300. But now, their lives were like straw, being harvested at will. Is this the difference between espers and ordinary people? Nonsense. There's a difference even among espers, right? 100 of me together couldn't beat this kid, not even hoping for him to take a step back. Should we just stand here and watch? Then what do you suggest? Impressive. To think there's such a powerful esper among the civilians. On top of an armored vehicle, the commanding officer, hands in pockets, looked at Yang Chen standing silently for 2 seconds before calmly speaking. He should be a second stage esper. The deputy was surprised to hear this. Second stage? Star map stage? I never thought there were esper of this level outside. The star map stage, even in our Jiangcheng military district shelter, is a rare existence. Well, the star map stage aside, look at this kid. His firepower alone is stronger than that of our entire battalion, even if he's using only cold weapons. Do you think you can dodge him? The deputy shook his head, shivering. His throwing knife speed is too fast. I can't even see it clearly. The commanding officer looked at Yang Chen and smiled. He's a good seedling. If nurtured, he'll be a definite war machine in the future. I wonder if he has any plans to join the military. Under Yang Chen's firepower, the remaining 12 to 1300 mutant beasts were all slaughtered, dying under Yang Chen's 5000 alloy straight swords. Their heads were all chopped off by Yang Chen and hung on the blades of the alloy straight swords, returning to Yang Chen's infinite space. After completing all this, Yang Chen smiled at the military soldiers behind him. Then he wanted to leave. He already had the heads of the mutant beasts containing warm streams. There was no need to stay here any longer. It was just past 5 o'clock, less than an hour before the thick fog descended. Similarly, the villa area halfway up the mountain was not far away, probably about 40 to 50 kilometers. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. "Wait! You can't take those mutant beast heads with you." On a military jeep, a woman in a black trench coat jumped out of the car and strode towards Yang Chen, her short hair neat, her cold eyes fixed on him. Ding! Detected 8-star stunning goddess Chang Yuerong. The system's prompt sounded instantly. Yang Chen turned to look, watching Chang Yuerong walking towards him, and said indifferently, "Why can't I take these mutant beast heads with me?" Chang Yuerong snorted coldly and said seriously, "These mutant beasts were originally our prey. It's one thing to interfere, but planning to take away our spoils as well? I'm officially notifying you now that you have committed the crime of misappropriating national property. Please hand over all the mutant beast skulls." Yang Chen chuckled. "Do you know that without me, even if you manage to wipe out all the mutant beasts, at least a third of these people will suffer losses?" Chang Yuerong replied, "That's not a reason for you to misappropriate national property." I wonder if you're really foolish or have ulterior motives," Yang Chen sneered, mockingly assessing the woman in front of him. She was quite pretty, but either lacking in intelligence or scheming, using excuses as a cover-up. As if her secret had been exposed, Chang Yuerong felt a sudden panic in her heart. She did have a purpose. In the military shelter, the former monetary trading system had collapsed. Money had lost its value. Now, the only valuable things were supplies and mutant beast skulls. It was well known that whether mutant beasts or ability users, the warm flow in their heads after death would transfer to those who came into contact, making them stronger. Ability users' skulls were out of the question. The military shelter would not allow such a situation to occur. So, only mutant beast skulls. However, the number of mutant beast skulls was limited. The military shelter could only distribute them proportionally to the ability user units, to make the ability user units stronger. Conveniently, Chang Yuerong also had an ability user team under her command. If she could retrieve these over 1,000 mutant beast skulls, she would be a hero. Then, she could apply for more mutant beast skulls from above, right? Taking half of the mutant beast skulls wouldn't be excessive, right? With these mutant beast skulls, the strength of her ability user team would take a significant leap. That was Chang Yuerong's goal. But she clearly didn't know what kind of person she had provoked. "Don't try to justify yourself." Chang Yuerong placed her hand on her waist. "If you resist stubbornly, we will take other measures against you." Yang Chen ignored Chang Yuerong because this woman was irrational. He looked at the middle-aged man who had arrived later and asked with a smile, "Leader, do you agree with her?" The commanding officer heard the conversation between the two clearly. He glared at Chang Yuerong and said, "Chang Yuerong, do you even know what you're saying? Damn it! I was still trying to win them over, and you just went straight to confrontation? Of course, I know what I'm doing. I won't stand by and watch this thief misappropriate national property. If he doesn't hand over all the mutant beast skulls today, don't even think about leaving here." Chang Yuerong remained firm. "What time is it now? Are you still fussing over such trivial matters?" Hearing this, Chang Yuerong was somewhat angry and turned to the commanding officer, saying, "Captain Wang, do you know what you're saying? Trivial matters? Is it trivial to have over 1,000 mutant beast skulls? Do you know what kind of enhancement these mutant beast skulls can bring to the base's ability users?" Captain Wang, whose real name was Wang Ba, was a company commander in the Jiangcheng military region. He was in charge of 500 soldiers. Now, he was considered a figure of authority in the Jiangcheng military shelter. Oh no! The Jiangcheng military region had evolved into what should be called a base, not a shelter. Shelters were suitable for small groups formed by civilians. In the case of the Jiangcheng military region, it could no longer be called a shelter. Wang Ba glanced sideways at Chang Yuerong, snorted coldly, and if it weren't for the fact that there were people behind this woman, he would have suppressed her without a second thought. The troops! They wouldn't even consider taking her out. It was simply more trouble than it was worth. Even if you were greedy, could you at least consider the power gap between the two sides? Regarding the handiwork of the other party just now, if they were displeased, they could bury all these people right here. Wang Ba was also a renowned esper, at the peak of the melon fragrance level. No, in official terms, he should be called the crystal core level pinnacle. But what the other party said is not wrong. He killed the mutant beast, so the mutant beast's head should rightfully belong to him. Wang Ba's voice was heavy. Now I command you. Go back. Wang Ba originally thought he had made himself clear enough and was stern, but Chan Yu-rong did not budge an inch. Wang Ba, are you planning to protect this guy? You. Wang Ba was speechless. This woman left him speechless. Helplessly, Wang Ba could only look at Yang Chen with a smile and say, little brother, don't mind her. This woman has had problems with her brain since she was young, speaking without using her brain. Don't lower yourself to her level. Are you the company commander? From the Jiangcheng military region? Even though he was already sure in his heart, Yang Chen still wanted the other party to admit it themselves. Wang Ba nodded, that's right, from the Jiangcheng military region. But now the Jiangcheng military region has become the Jiangcheng military base. Wang Ba, are you planning to collude with him? If you don't help me, you will be pressuring me together with him. When we get back, I will definitely report you to the higher-ups about this matter. Chang Yu-rong, this troublesome woman, spoke again. In fact, Chang Yu-rong also knew how powerful Yang Chen was, but she was afraid that if she let him go this time, she would never be able to catch him again. Wouldn't the more than 1,000 mutant beast heads be like a duck flying away from her mouth? So, Chang Yu-rong was gambling. She intended to use the reputation of the military base to pressure this young man in front of her. She hoped that the other party would be wary of the military base and obediently spit out the mutant beast heads in the end. But obviously, her calculations were wrong. To be precise, she had chosen the wrong person. Kid, don't think that the military can't do anything to you just because you have strong abilities. If you resist stubbornly, the military will come after you next. Now hand over the things. Then put your hands on your head and squat down. Behave and come back with us. This person was too dangerous, and Chang Yu-rong still felt that it would be safer to detain him. What if I say no? Chang Yu-rong pulled out a sharp dagger from her tactical boot. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Swish! As her words fell, there was a blur in front of her, and suddenly another person appeared. Smack! Yang Chen slapped her. Chang Yu-rong spun 740 degrees in midair. After crashing to the ground, her body uncontrollably flew back to where she was just now. You! How dare you attack me? Do you know that attacking an official is a crime? Yang Chen grabbed Chang Yu-rong's neck, making it difficult for her to speak. Unconcerned, Yang Chen said, I know, but what does that have to do with me wanting to kill you? Chang Yu-rong suspected she had misheard, incredulously asking, you want to kill me? Do you know who I am? Yang Chen scratched his ear and said, I don't know. Ask your parents when you meet them. It's really pitiful not even knowing who you are. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Chang Yu-rong's body convulsed violently twice, then her hands and feet went limp, absorbing the warmth from the other party. Yang Chen threw Chang Yu-rong's body out with a backhand. The body caught fire in midair, turning into ashes and disappearing. Everything happened too quickly. The people around did not expect this person to be so ruthless, directly attacking and killing a military personnel. Even Wang Ba did not expect things to escalate to this point. The soldiers around raised their guns and then lowered them, raised them again and then lowered them, looking at Wang Ba as if waiting for orders. Host, this is the second stunning goddess you have killed that meets the minimum requirements. Yang Chen said calmly, she may be stunning, but unfortunately, she's an idiot. I don't want to be tricked by such a fool. System. Wang Ba fell silent for a moment, his face alternating between pale and iron blue. Although he was also annoyed by Chang Yu-rong, she was still a member of the Jiangcheng military. How could this kid in front of him have the audacity to kill her directly? Was he being arrogant or did he not regard the Jiangcheng military highly? Are you provoking the military? Even if Chang Yu-rong is in the wrong, there are proper procedures to judge her and make her face the consequences, not for you to kill her directly. Yang Chen shrugged, what's it to me? She pissed me off, so I dealt with her. Any problem with that? You! Wang Ba hadn't expected this kid to be so audacious. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Can't I forgive her? Yang Chen added in his mind, anyway, she's already dead and gone. How about a deal? If you're worried about facing consequences when you go back, you can just shift the blame to me. Wang Ba, damn it, this was your fault in the first place. Do you expect me to cover for you? Wang Ba was astonished by the kid's thick skin. Is it a prerequisite for the strong to have thick skin? Taking a deep breath, Wang Ba looked at Yang Chen and said, shall we make a deal? Yang Chen asked, does the official system have an accurate classification for superhumans internally? It wasn't a secret. Wang Ba explained, currently, the authorities have officially divided superhumans into two stages. The first stage, Crystal Core Stage. After becoming a superhuman, a crystal core appears in the brain, the size and shape of which only the individual can see. The crystal core stage has 4 sublevels, corresponding to sizes, comparable to a quail egg lower, the size of an orange middle, the size of a grapefruit upper, the size of a cantaloupe peak. I am at the peak of the crystal core stage. The second stage is called the star map stage. Wang Ba fell silent here, his gaze fixed on Yang Chen. You should be at this stage, otherwise, you wouldn't have such formidable strength, Wang Ba said. Yang Chen nodded, admitting directly, yes, I have indeed drawn a star map with my crystal core. Wang Ba nodded, continuing, since you are also at the star map stage, you should know that there are 9 gray stars on the star map. In this stage, the authorities divided into 9 stars, the number of lit stars indicating the level. As for the classification after that, the authorities currently do not have a definite answer. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled. Do you know what the warm flow in the minds of mutated beasts and superhumans after death is? Wang Ba replied, that's called spiritual energy. Absorbing it can help superhumans become stronger, while the energy used by superhumans to activate their abilities is called superhuman energy. Blah blah blah. Wang Ba and Yang Chen talked a lot, clearing up many of Yang Chen's doubts. This revelation opened up new horizons for Yang Chen, supplementing his previous lack of knowledge. However, when asked how many gray stars the strongest superhuman in the military had lit up, Wang Ba remained silent, only saying, our military has 7 strong individuals at the star map stage, but don't bother trying to figure out their exact strengths. Yang Chen didn't know if this was true or false. Strength. He needed to become stronger. Within a month, he had to light up all the remaining gray stars. However, Yang Chen also noticed a problem. The further one progressed in the star map stage, the less spiritual energy the crystal core evolved creatures could provide, eventually losing control. Yang Chen was certain that at the later stages, in order to progress and become stronger, the evolved creatures at the star map stage would have to devour the spiritual energy of others at the same stage. At that time, chaos would ensue. Superhumans from all sides would strive to level up desperately, fighting not to be left behind by the tides of time. Thanks. Yang Chen said to Wang Ba, as for that woman, just report the truth. After saying that, Yang Chen was about to turn and leave. Just as he turned around, a black and white ball rolled out from the path where he had just been, heading towards Yang Chen. Behind the ball was Tiger Girl, carrying Lin Jinyun and a few other girls. Roar, 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 there's a scent of mom here. Mom must be here. Upon hearing the ball's words, Yang Chen's steps halted. Mom? Was it a panda mom or a caretaker nanny? Before Yang Chen could think further, a disheveled woman jumped out of a military truck. She was wearing a thick cotton jacket, her hair greasy and tangled from lack of care, her face dirty, and she wore glasses with black frames that obscured her specific features. Ball. Is it you, Ball? The woman followed the voice. Ball responded, roar, 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 it's me, Mom, come save me. The woman rushed forward and saw the black and white ball running towards her. Ball, a small creature, plunged into the woman's arms. The woman knelt down, holding Ball, and burst into tears. Yang Chen, this little thing is quite stubborn. Maybe I should just get rid of it. There is a psychic thread connecting the psychic and the psychic-controlled beast. Therefore, Ball clearly sensed Yang Chen's thoughts. Roar, 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 no, don't. I'm not stubborn. As night approached, Yang Chen walked up to the woman and said, this little thing is mine now. We have other matters to attend to, so please give her back to me. Upon hearing this, the woman held Ball tightly, raised her head, looked at Yang Chen warily, and stubbornly said, She lost her mom when she was young. I raised her, I can't give her to you. Yang Chen was somewhat surprised that this woman was actually quite good-looking. Despite her dirty face and pale complexion from hunger, her facial features and bright eyes revealed that she was a beauty who could still shine with some cleaning up. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Discovered 8-star stunning goddess by Qian. An 8-star goddess? I didn't expect this little thing's caretaker to be a beauty, Yang Chen thought. With a thought, he accessed information about Bai Qian. Name, Bai Qian. Age, 28 years old. Charging times, 0 times. Looks, 8 stars. Values, a caring caretaker nanny with her own principles and boundaries, particularly dislikes people who harm animals. Experience, graduated and started working, busy with animal care work, no time for love. She also believes that men are not as sincere as animals. This woman named Bai Qian was not bad. She even met Yang Chen's recruitment standards. If it were Lu Hong or Chang Yuerong, no matter how beautiful they were, Yang Chen would have killed them without hesitation. Yang Chen looked at Bai Qian and said, if you don't want to exchange this little thing with me, you can come with me, and continue to care for this little thing in the future. Hearing this, Bai Qian hesitated. In her mind, the safest place was definitely the military base. And their destination this time was the military base. Did she really want to give up going to the military base? She still didn't know what kind of person this boy in front of her was. Who knows if he's a bad person? What if she has ulterior motives if I go with him? But, Bai Qian looked down at the black and white ball in her arms and hesitated again. Ball was the second child of her mother, but he was weak when he was born, so he was abandoned by his mother. It could be said that Bai Qian had raised Ball from the size of a palm to adulthood, and they had developed a bond. I'll go with you, but you have to swear to give Ball back to me. Yang Chen smiled, nodded, and said, I promise. No. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran out from behind. He came forward and shouted, Ball originally belonged to our park, why should he take it away? Bai Qian, don't listen to him. There are so many military soldiers here. I don't believe he dares to force you. Yang Chen glanced at him. The middle-aged man stared, full of momentum. What are you looking at? Don't think you can become her master just by taking her away from somewhere. She belongs to our West City Zoo. Naichuan, kill him, Yang Chen said lightly. Upon receiving the command, Naichuan swiftly sprang out from Bai Qian's arms. She did not return to her original size but jumped up with a round body like a small meatball. Almost as tall as the middle-aged man's head, she swung her bare paw. Bang! The middle-aged man's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Wang Ba's pupils constricted, thinking, mutant beast. This little panda cub is actually a mutant beast. But why is it so small? The middle-aged man just now was also a supernatural being. Although his level was not high, he had the level of a mid-grade crystal core. Yet that little panda cub slapped and killed a supernatural being. She must be a mutant beast, and her level is not low. Wang Ba could never have imagined that this chubby little thing would be a mutant beast at the star map stage. Bai Qian was also stunned, never expecting that the little creature she raised would kill someone. Naichuan, you. Bai Qian opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Oh, this guy is so annoying. Yang Chen didn't even glance at the body, saying to Bai Qian, let's go. With that, he turned and walked back, Naichuan trotting along behind. Although Naichuan had deep feelings for the caretaker, as a tamer, in Naichuan's perception, Yang Chen was the boss. Watching Naichuan trot away, Bai Qian stood up with effort, hesitated as she looked at the security guard's body, then bit her lip and followed. Yang Chen threw Bai Qian onto the back of Hanyo, standing on Hanyo's head himself. Glancing at Wang Ba, Yang Chen activated the group teleportation array, let's go. As the words fell, the massive tiger body and the person on its back disappeared into thin air in front of Wang Ba. Looking at the corpses strewn across the front, blood flowing like a river at the crossroads, Wang Ba and the frontline military soldiers fell into contemplation. The adjutant said, Captain, was that teleportation? Similar to Captain Li's ability. Wang Ba nodded, then shook his head, yes, but not entirely. Li Shuang's teleportation can only be used on himself, but this kid can teleport with several people and a mutant tiger of such massive size. It's probably not just simple teleportation anymore. The adjutant was shocked, taking a sharp breath, unbelievingly saying, wow, so powerful. How many abilities does this kid have? Taming, fire, teleportation. Wow, there are really strong supernatural beings among the people. I feel like he could compete for the top spot in the entire Jiangcheng military base. Heroes are as common as the carp over the river. Now that chaos is rising, various warlords are emerging. Who knows what will happen in the future? Looking at the ashes of Chang Yuerong, Wang Ba felt a headache coming on again. Annoying, headache. I'll probably get scolded again later, so annoying. Teleporting away, once they reached a deserted place, Hanyo ran at full speed. Finally, at 5:20, they arrived at the villa area halfway up the mountain. Since none of them had been to this villa area before, they only had a rough idea of its location. After groping their way along, they finally arrived at 5:20. Hanyo bypassed the villa area at the foot of the mountain and took the wild path up the mountain. For a tiger, even the wildest path was like a walk in the park. Not to mention that the current Hanyo was a super-evolved tiger. It was just tough on the person on Hanyo's back. As the villas were built on the mountainside, almost all 10 villas were covered by mutant plants. If it weren't for everyone's telepathic perception, they wouldn't have noticed. Fortunately, these standalone villas were all built with top-quality materials. The glass was made of thick bulletproof glass, and the mutated plants had not spread inside the villa, just covering it. Yang Chen used an alloy straight knife to clear all the mutated plants covering the surface of the standalone villa. Checking the time, Yang Chen turned to the women behind him and said, let's call it a day for now. It's almost 6 o'clock. Tomorrow, we'll start clearing out the remaining 9 villas. Even if we don't live there, we can't let other humans stay here. By the bedside, no one else should sleep soundly. Yang Chen already considered the villa area halfway up the mountain as his territory. Anyone wandering around his territory made Yang Chen uncomfortable. Starting tomorrow, if the survivors here were cooperative, he might offer them some food to find another place to live downhill. If they were not cooperative, Yang Chen didn't mind taking a few more lives. The women naturally had no objections to Yang Chen's arrangements. Bai Qian, who had just joined this small group, was still a bit nervous and dared not speak out of turn. The only thing that gave her some comfort was the little chaotic cow in her arms. Entering the standalone villa, Lin Jinyun and the women quickly tidied up the place. Yang Chen went to the basement and connected the silent gasoline generator. Click! The lights came on. The dim villa suddenly brightened up, making people feel at ease. Bai Qian felt a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she had seen lights at night. Yang Chen didn't rush Bai Qian to settle down. He wouldn't force her, he wanted Bai Qian to come to him willingly. Lin Jinyun was very satisfied with their new home and said, I read online that there is a villa in the villa area halfway up the mountain with a particularly good location. The view is wide, and you can see the scenery below from the doorstep. Let's go look for it tomorrow. This villa is fine, but you can't see the scenery below. Yang Chen thought about it and agreed. Since they chose to root themselves and establish their own paradise here, everything had to be the best, especially the location. With Yang Chen's approval, Lin Jinyun was very happy. She said, it's getting late. I'll prepare dinner. Who wants to join me? Me. Chen Jiao raised her hand. I'll come too, Yang Chen said with a smile. Lu Ruyan said, Jinyun, can you teach me how to cook? A group of women crowded into the kitchen. The kitchen in this villa was open and very spacious. Even with all of them inside, there was no feeling of narrowness or crowding. Seeing Bai Qian standing still, unsure of what to do, Yang Chen said to her, I suggest you take a shower while it's not foggy yet and the temperature hasn't dropped. Okay. Yang Chen tested the shower in the bathroom, and it worked. He didn't know where the water source in the villa area halfway up the mountain came from. Their villa had been without water for the past few days. Having water made things easier. With electricity restored, Bai Qian took a refreshing shower, washing away all the fatigue. She was just a bit hungry. It had been a while since she had eaten properly. After preparing the bath for Bai Qian, Yang Chen returned to the sofa in the living room, took out his phone, and started watching an anime. Meanwhile, 800 meters away from Yang Chen's villa, another standalone villa. At this moment, more than 10 survivors were gathered in this villa. Of course, they were not the owners of this villa. On the day the disaster broke out, they were invited to attend a party. As for what kind of party, those who knew, knew. But who would have thought that they came in good spirits but couldn't leave? Dozens of them were trapped in the villa. Now, 20 days after the disaster broke out, only these 10 or so people were left. Damn! The lights! The lights are on in that villa. The standalone villa is situated slightly higher, offering a clear view of the distant villas from one side of the window. The villa that was spotted turns out to be the one occupied by Yang Chen and his group. As soon as these words were spoken, someone rushed over and leaned against the window to look outside. Upon seeing the light shining in the windows of the distant villa, their eyes immediately turned red. It has been 20 days since the apocalypse broke out. The electricity had long been cut off. Now, the fact that the villa across the way had lights on meant they must have acquired a generator. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have lights on in the entire city under a power outage. Strange, we've explored that villa before, and there didn't seem to be anyone. How come the lights are suddenly on today? A survivor scratched his head in confusion, voicing his question. Another survivor kicked him and cursed, damn it, are you blind? Can't you see that the mutated plants covering the surface of that villa have been cleared? Obviously, outsiders have arrived. Damn it! Xiao Yabo, I'll curse you. How dare you kick me? The two survivors immediately started fighting. The others were unfazed, paying no attention to these two fools. Someone rubbed their chin and said, since they are outsiders, there's a 50-50 chance they are from the villa area at the foot of the mountain, or they come from elsewhere. Either way, they should have brought some food with them, and have a basic understanding of the external situation. These people have not descended from the mountain since the outbreak of the apocalypse. They have looted all 10 villas in the villa area halfway up the mountain. The food they obtained was barely enough for a few dozen people. Later, in search of food, they fought, and many died. When the food ran out, they turned their attention to those bodies. And so, surviving by eating people, these guys have managed to survive until now. Fortunately, the water source of the villa did not run out, otherwise, they would have had it even harder. Now, hearing that these outsiders might have brought food, the survivor who hadn't eaten normal food in a long time had a gleam in his eyes, saliva dripping from his mouth, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Shall we go and rob these people now? After all, no one is in charge in this world anymore. Someone suggested, immediately echoed by others. Yeah, Brother Y is a man with supernatural powers. Dealing with ordinary people is a piece of cake for him, right? The Brother Y mentioned by this person is none other than the owner of this villa, Wei Xiaowai. A playboy second-generation rich kid. During peacetime, he either went to clubs or drove around with girls. He loved hanging out with his cronies. This Y party was initiated by Wei Xiaowai. But this guy somehow got lucky and turned out to be a natural-born supernatural being. However, he was also cowardly and dared not go out after encountering a mutant beast once. At most, he wandered around nearby. Hearing the praise from everyone, Wei Xiaowai felt pleased. He cleared his throat, glanced at the clock on the wall, hesitated for a moment. We will definitely rob them, but not now. It's already 5:58, at our speed, we can't reach that villa in 2 minutes, and even if we do, we can't get in. Wait until the fog rises, and we'll all be exposed outside and done for. Let's wait until tomorrow. Today, everyone stop fighting, go to bed early, and tomorrow morning at 6, when the fog clears, we'll rush over and rob them. At 6 in the morning, they're probably still sleeping. Wei Xiaowai is a fire-based supernatural being, relying on burning things to make fire and huddling together for warmth. These people have survived many cold nights. Upon hearing Wei Xiaowai's words, everyone nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with his proposal. Yes, Brother Y is right. Let's raid them tomorrow morning. Damn it, I haven't eaten normal food in a long time, my mouth is getting bland. I wonder if there are any girls among these outsiders. I'm tired of the women here. What the hell are you, a bastard, saying? I've prepared everything for you, and you're still being picky. These people had their eyes set on Yang Chen and the others. The time was 6 o'clock. Heavy fog descended. Around the dining table, Yang Chen placed a circle of brand new small suns. The heat emitted by the small suns dispelled the surrounding cold. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Bai Qian was stunned. Her stomach couldn't help but growl. This is too extravagant. There are only 7 of us, yet we have 10 dishes, 2 soups, and a main course. Since the apocalypse, Bai Qian had never eaten her fill. At home, she would break a pack of instant noodles into 6 pieces to make it last for 2 days. Now, seeing this table full of delicious food, her first thought was about waste. How much food could withstand such extravagance? After taking a bath, Bai Qian's appearance was revealed to everyone. She was a woman from Jiangnan, exuding a gentle and tranquil aura, which was accentuated by the black-framed glasses she wore. She was dressed in Chen Jiai's dress. The women all laughed upon hearing this. Not a condescending laugh, just a normal one. But Bai Qian still unconsciously lowered her head, fingers clutching her clothes. Lin Jinyun sat beside Bai Qian, holding her hand and said with a smile, "You can rest assured about this. We have never faced a food crisis. You can eat boldly with us, and you will never go hungry again after joining us." Lin Jinyun was like an elder sister, patiently and gently taking care of everyone at home. Bai Qian silently raised her head, thinking about her past and present life. Would there be no more food crises in the future? Would she be able to eat her fill from now on? That would be great. Only those who have truly been hungry know the value of food. Only those who have truly been hungry can understand that feeling and never want to experience it again. Yang Chen sat at the head of the table, looking at the women sitting around the long rectangular table and said, "Let's start." At Yang Chen's words, the women started using their chopsticks. Naichuan ate fresh green bamboo shoots and fresh bamboo shoots with a bit of beef. As for Hunia, a whole large iron pot was filled with meat, all from mutant beasts. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's steamed base, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 steamed base. Ding! Investing in Yang Chan's stir-fried cicada pupae, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 plates of stir-fried cicada pupae. Ding! The system's prompt sounded tirelessly in his mind. After the meal, Yang Chen found a room to sit down. He began to absorb the mutant beast skulls he had obtained today one by one. The women had nothing to do, so they found a movie, ate snacks, drank beverages, and spent their days in great comfort. 2.5 hours later. Boom! Consciousness. Yang Chen's star map. The 4th star was completely lit up. Please support with updates, reviews, adding to the bookshelf, and free small gifts. His power surged again, and Yang Chen let out a long breath. This time, he had a total of 900 mutant beast skulls. There were still over 400 left. He should be able to help others light up a star. Yang Chen called Lin Jinyun in and asked her to start absorbing the mutant beast skulls. As Yang Chen had guessed, after absorbing all the spiritual energy from the mutant beast skulls, Lin Jinyun successfully lit up the second star. Opening her eyes, Lin Jinyun felt the surging power within her body at this moment, a charming smile appearing on her mature and beautiful face. It feels so good. Every time I level up, the sensation it brings is the most comfortable, she said. Are you sure? Yang Chen replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. Lin Jinyun blushed and gave Yang Chen a disdainful look. You come first, it comes second, alright? Yang Chen laughed. Walking beside Yang Chen, Lin Jinyun sat down and asked, how do you plan to deal with Bai Qian? Will it be the same as us? Yang Chen did not hide his intentions and nodded. My team can only consist of my people. Curious, Lin Jinyun asked, so what's your plan next? Yang Chen replied, let her eat, let her drink, be generous in her treatment, but I won't give her the ability fruit. I want her to come to me for it. If she is content with the status quo, lacks ambition, and never comes to me, then she has no reason to stay in my team. Yang Chen didn't want a mere decoration, he wanted someone with abilities who could be affectionate, play cards, and fight. He wouldn't just keep a woman at home for no reason, even if she was his woman. What? You want to hang around me just for a bit of meat? Do I need you, Yang Chen? Lin Jinyun and the other women were once delicate and charming before the apocalypse. After so much training, they had become formidable individuals in their own right. What is humanity's talent? Learning. As long as you are willing to learn, you will pick up something. The problem is when one lacks ambition. Lin Jinyun also agreed with Yang Chen's idea. As the eldest in the family, she treated everyone equally. But the condition was that you had to integrate with everyone. If they were all out hunting mutant beasts and fighting against ability users while you just hid at home, relying on others for protection, then a clear class division would emerge. Later, I will reveal to Bai Qian about the ability fruit and obtaining it. Whether she stays or not will depend on when she makes up her mind, Lin Jinyun said with a smile. But I feel Bai Qian is probably not the kind of person we think she is. Yang Chen lay back, forming a wood character with his body. Let's hope so. Lin Jinyun licked her lips seductively and smiled. Come here, Xiaoxuan, give me a kiss. Outside, listening to the commotion inside the house, Bai Qian's cheeks flushed. She discreetly glanced at the four women around her, who seemed indifferent, as if such things were nothing new to them. Bai Qian asked curiously, Are they a couple? Yang Chan smiled and said, no. Bai Qian was puzzled, huh? Chen Jiayao grinned and said, we all are. This left Bai Qian even more confused. Bai Qian was still relatively innocent. When the apocalypse broke out, she was rescued by the police not long after. Under the watchful eye of many officers, everyone behaved themselves. Apart from not having enough to eat, nothing major had happened. Although some women exchanged their bodies for food, it was done discreetly. Later, the military rescue arrived, and Bai Qian and other survivors got on the military rescue vehicles. In such circumstances, Bai Qian had not encountered much darkness. Therefore, her mindset was still largely stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era. Now, these people were openly saying that they were all that young man's women. Weren't they embarrassed? Not just us, you are too, Chen Jiai also said with a smile. Ha! Bai Qian was a bit flustered. I only agreed to go with him, I didn't say I would be his woman. Lu Ruyan shrugged, have you not noticed any pattern in our team? Yang Chan chuckled, and besides, Yang Chen won't give you the ability fruit if you're not truly one of us. Ability fruit? Bai Qian asked with some anticipation, Is the supernatural fruit that can help humans become supernaturals? Do you have supernatural fruits? Chen Jiayao replied, it's not that we have them, it's Yang Chen who has them. Chen Jiai chimed in, that's right, Yang Chen's supernatural fruit is like infinite, no matter how much you dig, you can't finish it. Who among us sitting here hasn't eaten 2 or 3 supernatural fruits? I've eaten 4. As she spoke, Chen Jiai even counted on her fingers, fire elemental ability, Phoenix Song World Flame, telekinetic perception, enhanced physique, and beast taming. Bai Qian was shocked. Supernatural fruits, extremely rare and hard to find in the outside world, these people actually say they can't finish eating them? And everyone has eaten 2 or 3 supernatural fruits? Mind you, she's not even a supernatural being yet. If she could get a supernatural fruit, she could become a supernatural being, no longer needing to rely on others for protection, hiding here and there. Bai Qian looked at the women with some anticipation and asked, can I get a supernatural fruit from him? I can exchange it with anything, or set conditions. Why are you all silent? Why are you looking at me like that? Wait, could it be that your intention is? Yang Chan nodded, that's right, it's you. Yang Chen never gives his supernatural fruit to outsiders, he is generous to his own people, but to outsiders. What you should be thinking about now is how to become one of us, then you will have what we have. Chen Jiao stood up and walked to Bai Qian, patting her shoulder with a smile. Don't rush to answer, think about it carefully in bed tonight, when you've made up your mind, then go find him. Bai Qian fell silent. Time passed by minute by minute. By the time it was early morning, the women had all found rooms to sleep in. Chen Jiayi and Chen Jiao shared a room. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan, best friends, shared a room. Bai Qian had her own room. Bai Qian didn't sleep at all that night. She stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. When the time came to 6 in the morning, the thick fog dispersed. Wei Xiaowai and his group were already prepared. As the fog lifted, they armed themselves and came out of the villa, heading quickly towards the villa where Yang Chen and the others were. Wei Xiaowai whispered, "Keep it down, this time we're ambushing. Sneak into the village quietly, no shooting. We got it, Wei Ge. Don't hesitate, take them down as quickly as possible." Do you think by now any of us who are still alive would hesitate? Don't kill them all, leave a few alive for questioning. We haven't even gone down the mountain yet, we don't know what the world below the mountain has become. Damn it! I, Wei Ge, am at least a second-generation rich kid, and the military doesn't prioritize rescuing this place. That's right. Wei Ji's father is a major taxpayer in our Zhan city. These people are not doing real work with the taxes they collect. I suggest, kill all the men, leave the women as captives for questioning. After all, men will resist, women are easier to control. The group of people chattered, as if they were the masters of everything, passing judgment on Yang Chen and the others. Little did they know, this was a suicidal act of no return. Wei Xiaowai interrupted everyone's fantasies and whispered, "Let's go, it's only 6 o'clock now, those people must still be in their dreams. If we go now, we can definitely catch them off guard." Let's go, I can't wait any longer. The group headed towards the detached villa where Yang Chen and the others lived. Their steps were light. It took them a full 10 minutes to cover the 800 meters. Standing in front of the French windows on the ground floor, Wei Xiaowai peeked inside. No one, the house was pitch black. Wei Xiaowai whispered, "There's no one around, let's find a way to get in." Just then, someone spoke in confusion. Where did this golden tiger cub come from? At 6 o'clock, although the thick fog had dispersed, the sun had not yet risen high. The surroundings were still dim, with only the faint light of dawn on the horizon giving some brightness to the world. Everyone turned to look in the direction of his words. Sure enough, not far away, there was a golden tiger cub the size of a house cat. It does seem like a cat, but I can't shake this feeling that something's not right. Forget it. This little thing has quite a bit of meat on it. Enough for a meal for me. A tall, thin youth walked towards the golden tiger cub, a cruel smile on his face. Swish! At that moment, the golden tiger cub in front of them turned into a yellow flash of lightning, crushing the man's head in the blink of an eye. Its claws stained with blood. As it landed, Tiger Nyo elegantly licked the blood off its paws. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? How could a person just disappear like that? The headless body of the tall, thin youth fell onto the soft grass with a dull thud. Was a man really killed by a cat? Damn! This isn't an ordinary cat. It's a mutated cat, right? Wait! A survivor who had felt something was off before exclaimed, "This isn't a cat. It's a tiger. It's a tiger cub." The shrunken tiger Nyo did indeed resemble a cub. Upon hearing this, the survivors present were terrified to the core. Sweat poured down like rain. Not a cat, but a tiger. How is this possible? How could there be a tiger in this godforsaken place? Aren't tigers supposed to be kept in zoos? Everyone, stay calm. Our brother Wei has special abilities. It's just a little hello from KT, Wei can handle it. You'll see how Wei teaches it to be a tiger. Wei Xiaowai's lackey shouted, steadying everyone's nerves. But Wei Xiaowai was trembling all over, his pupils dilated, teeth clenched, looking at Tiger Nyo still licking its paws, his mind filled with fear. He had encountered a mutated cat while sneaking down the mountain before. That incident made Wei Xiaowai feel the threat of death. If a mutated cat could make him feel like death was looming, what about a mutated tiger? Wouldn't it be able to slaughter everyone here? Wei Xiaowai pretended to be tough in front of ordinary people. But once faced with a real threat, his true cowardice was exposed. Wei Xiaowai was a coward. He didn't dare to confront Tiger Nyo at all. Hearing the lackey's words, Wei Xiaowai made a ruthless decision. You guys stay here and buy me some time. With that, without hesitation, Wei Xiaowai turned and ran. As a person with abilities, Wei Xiaowai's physical fitness far surpassed that of other survivors. He ran swiftly at this moment. Before anyone could react, Wei Xiaowai had already run 200 meters away. However, Wei Xiaowai might not know that when facing a tiger, you must never expose your back, or you'll be done for. Tigers love to chase and kill those who expose their backs. Tiger Niu leaped out with a whoosh. It tore Wei Xiaowai's body to shreds with its sharp claws. Ah! Wei Xiaowai let out a piercing scream of agony. But the next moment, his head was bitten off by Tiger Niu in one gulp. Crunch, the taste of chicken meat. The other survivors were completely terrified to see this. Even Wei Xiaowai, who had special abilities, was powerless against this tiger. What about them? Wouldn't they be worse than nothing? Run! Oh my god, how can there be a tiger here? This is not scientific. Screw your scientific nonsense. What? I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here anymore. What? The remaining dozen or so survivors cried and ran in all directions. Panic set in. Some even ran blindly towards Tiger Niu with their eyes closed. A group of ordinary people who had been hungry for who knows how long, trying to escape from Tiger Girl's clutches was simply wishful thinking. It took 2.5 minutes. All the happiness of those who escaped ended up dying under Tiger Girl's claws. Tiger Girl cleaned her paws in the pond in the villa's garden, leisurely returned to the villa, and went back to her own little nest to close her eyes. In the master bedroom, Yang Chen turned over. Tiger Girl is good at guarding the house, much more majestic than a dog. Without thinking much about this trivial matter, these survivors were just a small episode. Yang Chen embraced the fragrant and soft body and fell asleep again. When he woke up again, there was no one in his arms. He checked the time. It was 8:30 in the morning. After washing up and getting dressed, Yang Chen walked out of the master bedroom. Outside, Lin Jinyun had already prepared breakfast with Chen Jiayao and Yang Chan. Bai Qian sat nervously on the sofa. Yang Chen greeted them and sat down at the dining table, picking up a meat bun to eat. What about those two? Chen Jiayao said, they're probably still tidying up. Yang Chen nodded and said, this morning, we'll visit all 10 villas in the villa area halfway up the mountain, find the most suitable one to live in, and in the afternoon, you can decorate the house. I'll go check out the villa area at the foot of the mountain. The villa area halfway up the mountain only had 10 luxurious detached villas, each unique in its own way. But the villas at the foot of the mountain all looked the same. And the villa area at the foot of the mountain was large, with a total of 300 villas inside. With so many villas, the number of survivors was definitely not small. Okay, we'll follow your lead, Lin Jinyun said with a smile. The other women had no objections either. After breakfast, everyone left the villa. The detached villas in the villa area halfway up the mountain were built around the Linshan Peak. They could go east and then return to the west. Led by Yang Chen, they explored the remaining 9 villas together. Time passed quickly, and the morning was over. It was indeed a mountain forest, with many mutant beasts here. If they stayed in the villa, it was fine, but once they were outside, the noise they made could quickly attract the mutant beasts. These mutant beasts were no match for the people. Yang Chen didn't even need to make a move. The women took care of the mutant beasts themselves. By the end of the morning, they had visited the remaining 9 villas. They finally found the one with the best view. Yang Chen led the women to stay there. They unpacked their luggage and furniture, and Lin Jinyun started cleaning the villa with the other women. During the exploration, Yang Chen and the others encountered over 200 mutant beasts. Most of them were mutant snakes and rats, and there were also mutant birds, but compared to the common mutant cats and dogs in the urban area, they were less common here. Whoever killed these over 200 mutant beasts would get the credit. The women's second star was slightly lit up. During this time, Bai Qian watched the women display their power with a dazed expression. Her eyes were full of envy. She also wanted to become like them, with strong abilities to control her own life in the apocalypse, instead of just being a bystander, protected by others. Bai Qian was not foolish. She knew this kind of protection was not permanent. What relationship did she have with these people anyway? They weren't her parents. Were they obligated to protect her? Currently, Bai Qian only knew that Yang Chen had supernatural fruits. Many supernatural fruits. They could help her evolve. But, to obtain the supernatural fruits, she had to become his woman. Bai Qian had not made up her mind yet. Rubbing the fluffy head of the milk ball, Bai Qian asked softly, Milk ball, what should I do? I'm so conflicted. Roar, 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 Bugi Island, why are you asking me about a bear? Naichuan called out twice. Let's take another look, and if it doesn't work out, then we'll make a choice. Bai Qian knew that the supernatural fruit could possibly grow on any plant. She wanted to search for it herself. If she could find it on her own, that would be even better. But if she couldn't find it, she would have to choose the only remaining one. Bai Qian hesitated for 2 reasons. First, she wasn't familiar with this person, and if she agreed so easily, what would all her years of persistence amount to? Wouldn't she be just like those women who traded their bodies for food? Second, Yang Chen gave her a scary feeling. She was afraid that agreeing would lead to some form of abuse. However, looking at the other women, not only were there no signs of abuse, but they had rosy faces and tender cheeks every day. Therefore, this concern could be ignored. So, only the first point remained. I'll search for it myself, Bai Qian said in her heart. She didn't want to rely on others. She preferred to see if she could solve things on her own first, if possible. The villa they found was Villa No. 10. Going out of the courtyard led to a tar road. However, this tar road was already in bad shape. Further ahead, there was an ancient scenic wooden courtyard. Sitting there, one could see the scenes of the villa area below the mountain. Yang Chen stood at the edge of the wooden courtyard, looking down at the quiet villa area with a faint smile. The best residence has been found. From now on, I won't be needed here, Yang Chen said. He planned to go down the mountain now to see what the situation was there. Calling Lin Jinyun over, Yang Chen smiled at her. I'm going down the mountain to take a look, you stay here. Lin Jinyun smiled gently, grabbed Yang Chen's hand, and said, not having dinner? No. Then go. The villa area is the easiest place to find beautiful women. Don't bring another one back. Lin Jinyun teased, gesturing towards the villa area. Take your time, this one isn't settled yet. Yang Chen shrugged, laughing. Who can say for sure about these things? With that, Yang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air, creating a gust of wind. Lin Jinyun shook her head, smiling faintly as she walked back to the villa. After going down the mountain, Yang Chen did not reveal his own figure. His speed was very fast, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Using his telekinetic perception to survey, Yang Chen found that many villas had no survivors. Some villas even showed signs of fighting incidents. What happened in this villa area? Could it be a clash between shelters? Just then, at the edge of Yang Chen's telekinetic perception, he noticed a person lying on the roof of a villa, seemingly observing the surroundings, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, his eyes scanning the area like a hawk. This person was not a supernatural being, but his surveillance skills were quite proficient. Not an ordinary person. When Yang Chen saw the villas below that person, he was stunned. There were many survivors. At least 100 of them. These survivors were all gagged, their hands and feet bound, thrown into a corner, making whimpering sounds. In addition to these captured survivors, there were also a dozen or so supernatural beings, who did not seem to have experienced hard times based on their attire. Yang Chen discreetly threw the rooftop observer into the infinite space. He then landed on the roof to listen in. In the villa's living room, four supernatural beings were gathered playing poker. A serious game of poker. I'll play a three of a kind. A young man with luxurious clothing, dyed hair, and earrings on his ears threw a card. The other three looked flattered. No, I can't match that. Oh dear, I can't beat that either, better not. I still have 3 threes, can't keep up. Listening to these three, the young man with dyed hair threw down his cards. DDD, playing cards with you guys is boring, always letting me win. Do you look down on me, Gui Yofa? The three men chuckled awkwardly. Gui Yofa lit a cigarette, glanced at the time impatiently, and said, Indeed, why haven't Ada and Air brought back Dan Tai Mingyue yet? I've had my eye on this girl for a long time. A psychic flattered, young Master Gua, Ada and Air have already defeated Dan Tai Mingyue. The report says they are wrapping up things and will be back in a while. Another psychic with a crew cut added, speaking of which, Dan Tai Mingyue is really impressive to withstand the siege of Ada and Air for so long. Gui Yofa sneered, don't underestimate the Dan Tai family. Despite being in business, they are a martial arts family. The Dan Tai 16 swords passed down through generations was once recognized as one of the most powerful killing techniques. Dan Tai Mingyue, the most talented of this generation, mastered the Dan Tai 16 swords to perfection at the age of 15. It's not easy, you know. Martial arts family? Dan Tai 16 swords? Most talented? Yang Chen's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing these terms. Wasn't this the martial arts master he had been desperately searching for? Despite Yang Chen's high level of psychic abilities, he was still a novice in physical combat. Without systematic training, he found it hard to improve. Therefore, finding an exceptional martial arts teacher had always been one of Yang Chen's goals. Unexpectedly, he found one here. Inside the villa, Wei Yofa continued, Ada and Air only managed to defeat Dan Tai Mingyue by using the latest developed cartilage aerosol. Otherwise, they are both top crystal nucleus level. Even if Dan Tai Mingyue is not a match for Ada and Air, she wouldn't have been captured. Upon hearing this, the other psychics flattered him. It's all thanks to young Master Gua's foresight. Otherwise, Ada and Air wouldn't have used the cartilage aerosol. Exactly, it's all thanks to young Master Gua. Hee hee, with nearly 200 survivors captured in this villa area, the human experiments in the laboratory can continue. I wonder when the artificial psychic warriors will be successful. If the artificial psychic warriors are successful, our base will be able to produce warriors comparable to psychics continuously. With these artificial psychic warriors, our base will surely become the strongest in the world. By then, the Gua family will be the only noble family. Gui Youfa particularly enjoyed the flattery from those around him, especially the last sentence. Why did it feel so good to hear that? The only noble family in the world? Just thinking about it feels great. Indeed. I really can't stand you guys who speak bluntly. What's wrong with being more subtle and low-key? Another 10 minutes passed. Listening to their conversation, Yang Chen also got a rough idea. First of all, this base was not controlled by the Jiangqing military, because the military would not conduct inhumane human experiments on civilians, at least not in the early stages. It's not even a month into the end of the world yet. As for where this mysterious base is located, Yang Chen didn't hear. He could ask during the interrogation later. Secondly, this base was originally under official jurisdiction. Later, it was taken over by the Guo family, and the entire base changed hands. At this moment, a large group of people appeared within Yang Chen's psychic perception range. Among them, 70 to 80 individuals had their hands tied with nylon ropes, hands bound behind their backs, mouths covered with black tape, hair disheveled, and faces bruised. In addition, there were over 20 psychics in black suits pulling the ropes, forcing this group of people to move forward. Leading the way were two burly white men escorting a woman with long hair. Unlike the others who only had their hands tied, this woman with long hair was bound from head to waist with multiple layers of ropes. Her mouth was also covered with black tape. 2 ropes were being pulled by 2 white men, dragging the woman with long hair along. From this differential treatment, this woman with long hair should be Dan Tai Mingyue, right? She's quite pretty, Yang Chen thought from the villa rooftop. Upon learning that the person had been brought back, Gui Youfa immediately led people out of the villa. Gui Youfa laughed arrogantly, looking at Dan Tai Mingyue with a mocking and greedy gaze. Oh, isn't this the young lady of the Dan Tai family? How come you look so downcast after a few days? You were actually caught by 2 of the most inconspicuous characters under my command? Dan Tai Mingyue glared at Gui Youfa in disgust. Gui Youfa, you are as despicable as ever. Unable to defeat me, you resort to despicable means. Gui Youfa remained unfazed, shrugging indifferently. Come on, Miss Dan Tai, this is a battle of life and death. What's despicable about it? Do you really think a life and death battle is like an organized martial arts competition with referees and rules to protect you? What are you thinking? Times have changed, but you, Dan Tai Mingyue, you haven't. You. Dan Tai Mingyue gritted her teeth, unable to find a retort. Gui Youfa continued, speaking of which, Miss Dan Tai is truly kind-hearted. Even in the apocalypse, you still protect this group of useless people. If it weren't for them, you could have fled alone and wouldn't have been caught by me. Dan Tai Mingyue coldly snorted, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I won't regret what I've done. Oh, Gui Youfa sneered, his eyes full of mockery and amusement. Is that so? He looked back at a group of survivors with their hands tied and mouths taped with black tape, grinning. Everyone, we actually came from the Hope Base. Our purpose here is to take you to the Hope Base for protection. However, some people are blocking your path to a better life. Upon hearing this, some quick-witted individuals immediately reacted, shouting excitedly, eager to speak up. Gui Youfa gestured, and someone promptly removed the black tape from the survivors' mouths. Without the tape, the survivors spoke rapidly like machine guns. Sir, you are not concerned about us at all. We don't oppose you. It's just that this woman is stubborn and won't let us follow you. That's right, sir. I think she just can't let go of her position as the leader, deliberately preventing us from joining you. I've heard of the Hope Base. The people there are nice, and their words are pleasant. I really like it there. Dan Tai Mingyue. We thought you were a good person, but it turns out you're a despicable villain. Slandering the Hope Base, are you trying to continue enslaving us as the leader? Sir, everyone, we all don't want to oppose you. It's Dan Tai Mingyue who is the leader, leading us against you. There's a cause and effect to everything. Please be magnanimous and let us go. The survivors chattered, shifting all blame onto Dan Tai Mingyue. They even resorted to slander. Don't they know who is right and who is wrong? No, they do. But now that they are in someone else's hands, they can only speak as directed. Gui Youfa's hints were clear enough just now. Otherwise, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. Dan Tai, the leader. You all. Dan Tai Mingyue was dumbfounded. She never expected that the people she had wholeheartedly protected would turn against her and slander her at this moment. Ha ha ha. Gui Youfa burst into laughter, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Dantai Mingyue. Is this the kind of person you protect with your discerning eyes? Gui Youfa walked up to Dantai Mingyue and flicked a strand of hair. Do you want me to help you seek revenge? Should I kill all these ungrateful and treacherous scoundrels? Just give the word, and I'll do it for you.